Chapter 3208 Grade 3 Secret Realm. The glowing black pill that Zhen Chongshan had consumed was called the reversal poison pill. Most people use the pill to harm others. It could even cause a celestial lord's cultivation base to regress if the antidote was not taken. In Zhen Chongshan's case, however, he had taken the pill so that his cultivation would regress back to that of a 10-direction celestial king, which would then allow him to enter the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Due to Zhen Chongshan's precise and tight control over the pill's effect, he was able to retain part of the strength of his celestial origin energy that was akin to that of a 1 basic celestial lord despite having reverted to a 10-direction celestial king. To raise his cultivation base back to that of a 1 basic celestial lord, he would first need to cleanse the poison left behind by the reversal poison pill in his body. It would take him at least 30 to 50 years to do so. Nevertheless, Zhen Chongshan did not feel regretful. Nothing mattered as long as he could enter the upper realm to avenge his great-grandchildren. When Zhen Chongshan appeared in one of the safe zones in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, there was a core disciple from the Wind Thunder Dao sect present in the safe zone. The Vice Hall Master Zhen. The core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect discovered Zhen Chongshan immediately. He was dumbfounded when he saw his sect's Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall in the upper realm. He was certain the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall was a celestial lord, so how did the Vice Hall Master enter the upper realm? It was an unbreakable rule in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm that those who were above the stage of a 10-direction celestial king would not be able to enter. This meant celestial lords would not be able to enter the upper realm at all. Even those 10-direction celestial kings who suddenly had a breakthrough and become a 1 basic celestial lord in the upper realm would be transported out immediately. Soon after, a shocking thought appeared in the mind of the Wind Thunder Dao sect's core disciple. Don't he tell me Vice Hall Master Zhen took the reversal poison pill just to avenge his great-grandchildren? The Wind Thunder Dao sect's core disciple was no stranger to the reversal poison pill. This was because one of the chief alchemists in the sect specialized in refining the reversal poison pill. However, the pills were usually used to harm others. No one, at least not to his knowledge, had ever knowingly and willingly consumed the pill. It seems like Vice Hall Master Zhen had heard about that Huaner reappearing in the upper realm. The Wind Thunder Dao sect's core disciple sighed as he watched Zhen Chongshan collect an identity jade token before he left the safe zone. All of a sudden, a contemptuous expression appeared on the face of the Wind Thunder Dao sect's core disciple. He had seen a few people following Zhen Chongshan out of the safe zone. He said with a sneer, "Those people are seeking death." Although Zhen Chongshan's cultivation base had regressed to that of a 10-direction celestial king, he had been, up until recently, a 1 basic celestial lord, after all. As the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall and a former 1 basic celestial lord, ordinary 10-direction celestial kings were naturally no match for him. Moreover, he had retained his comprehension of all 9 profundities from the law of fire. Perhaps, in the entire upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Huaner was the only one who was a match for him in terms of comprehension of their respective laws. Even the Dao scholar profound sects Yan Ru Yv who topped the scoreboard continuously for 100 years could not beat Zhen Chongshan in this aspect. A month later, somewhere in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Zhang Jinyi had just killed a middle-aged man. He waved his hand and obtained the middle-aged man's points. It seems like they've returned to the safe zone or intentionally stopped eliminating others like I did previously. When Zhang Jinyi checked the scoreboard through the identity jade token, he discovered Huaner and Duan Lingtian's rankings had dropped. During this 1 month, Duan Lingtian and Huaner's points did not change. As a result, their ranks began to drop. Since the scoreboard would be refreshed tomorrow, no matter how low their ranks dropped, it was impossible for them to fall below 50th place. Just you wait. Currently, Zhang Jinyi's points put him in 40th place. With this, he would be able to follow Huaner and Duan Lingtian into the Grade 3 Secret Realm. Up until now, he was still uncertain if the duo were imposters or not. However, based on the duo's performance this time, he was inclined to believe they were imposters. Nevertheless, he still planned to confirm the matter. Meanwhile, Zhen Chongshan, who entered the upper realm a month ago, looked at the scoreboard through his identity jade token as well. He saw he was ranked 59th. Zhen Chongshan did not use his real name. Instead, he used the name Zhen Chuchen, a portmanteau of his 2 great-grandchildren's names. His eyes flashed coldly as he muttered to himself, "It's almost time. The scoreboard will be refreshed tomorrow, and the secret realms will open." The Grade 3 secret realm will be their burial ground. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian held Huan'er's hand after he brought the formation compass out so they could enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm again. After the duo left the upper realm a month ago, they returned to the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. During that time, they spent most of their time with the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. Since the scoreboard would be refreshed in an hour, and the secret realms would open, it was, naturally, time for Duan Ling Tian and Huan'er to return to the upper realm. When Duan Ling Tian and Huan'er appeared in the safe zone, they did not attract much attention. Most people were focused on their identity jade token, watching the scoreboard. An hour passed by quickly, and the rankings for the year were finalized. Duan Ling Tian and Huan'er's rankings dropped all the way below 60th place. Nevertheless, their ranks would still grant them entry to the Grade 3 Secret Realm. There will be 70 people in the Grade 3 Secret Realm, and all of us only have 10 days in there. Although Duan Ling Tian had never been to the Grade 3 Secret Realm, he had heard a thing or two about it. Not only was the duration one was allowed to stay in the Grade 3 Secret Realm shorter compared to the other two secret realms, but the tests and obstacles were also the most difficult. Compared to the Grade 3 Secret Realm, one would feel like they were strolling in a park in the Grade 1 Secret Realm. I wonder if 70 of us will be transported to the same place in the Grade 3 Secret Realm, Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian felt the identity jade token in hand warming up. His hand instinctively tightened its grip around Huan'er's hands. Darkness crowded his vision, and when his sight was restored, he discovered he was in a cage. Apart from that, he discovered there were many huge bear-like beasts chained outside of the cage. There were a few smaller beasts as well. Despite their size, they looked incredibly terrifying and ferocious. Apart from that, there were other cages as well. Brother Ling Tian, these beasts are all an illusion. Huan'er's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears, pulling him back to the present. As a thousand phantoms ice fox, Huan'er was a master of illusions. She did not need to care about illusory formations or techniques at all. It was only natural that she easily saw through the illusions outside the cage. After Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, he discovered there were another 8 people in the cage. I thought all 70 of us would be transported to the same place. It seems like we're split into groups of 10 instead. After Duan Ling Tian swept his eyes across the other 8 people, he found 2 familiar faces. The others were complete strangers. As though they could sense Duan Ling Tian's gaze, the 2 people turned around. They seemed pleasantly surprised when they saw him and Huan'er. It's Miss Huan'er and Duan Ling Tian. When the other 6 people heard these words, they turned around immediately to look at Duan Ling Tian and Huan'er. The duo was hard to miss, especially Huan'er with her beauty that eclipsed everything in her surroundings. Huan'er. Duan Ling Tian, hey, it's really Huan'er. It's really them. I didn't expect this. I thought they were imposters. Why are they in the Grade 3 Secret Realm? It doesn't matter why. Their presence in the Grade 3 Secret Realm is beneficial to us. The 6 people seemed pleased that Duan Ling Tian and Huan'er were with them. When the 70 people were transported to the Grade 3 Secret Realm, they were split into 7 groups. One lucky group would be able to enter the secret realm immediately while the other 6 groups would have to fight. Out of the 6 groups, only the 3 victorious groups would be able to enter. At this moment, someone cried out, "Hey, we're in Group 3. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian discovered a sign with the number 3 had appeared at some point in midair in the cage. At this moment, a monotonous voice rang in the air. Group 5 will have a bye 1. Everyone in Duan Ling Tian's cage heard it as well. In fact, everyone in the 7 cages heard these words. Someone laughed. It's us. We're Group 5. We just have to wait before we can enter the secret realm. I didn't think I'd be so lucky to draw a bye. After 20 years, this is my first time drawing a bye. Group 5's cage was noisy. Everyone, except for one person who stood in a corner with a frown on his face, was excited and delighted. At this moment, a middle-aged man approached the frowning young man and said with a good-natured smile, "Brother, we drew a bye. Aren't you happy?" "Fuck off," the young man said coldly. The middle-aged man's expression darkened immediately. Meanwhile, the other 8 people in Cage 5 looked on as though they were watching a show. "Brother, I'm merely asking if you're happy. There's no need for you to be so hostile, right?" the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. He, naturally, felt humiliated and embarrassed, especially since everyone was watching. "One more word from you, and I'll kill you," the young man said tonelessly as he looked at the middle-aged man. "Did you say you'll kill me?" The middle-aged man laughed mockingly. Brother, do you know I rank 33th on the scoreboard? The young man sneered at the middle-aged man's words. It did not seem like he had moved at all, but a faint wave of energy brewed in the air suddenly. Just like that, the middle-aged man fell to the ground, dead. His mocking smile was frozen on his face. Chapter 3209 Group 3 vs Group 6. The middle-aged man's sudden death stunned the other 8 people in the cage. Their expressions were one of horror when they shifted their eyes back to the young man, looking as though they had seen a ghost. All of them were familiar with the middle-aged man who died. They knew the middle-aged man was stronger than them, and yet, the young man had easily killed the middle-aged man in just a blink of an eye. Most of them were confused and shared the same thought at this moment. Why was the young man in the Grade 3 secret realm when he could easily enter the Grade 2 secret realm with his strength? Despite being convinced by the young man's strength, they were unaware that they had grossly underestimated the young man at this time. After all, if the young man so wished, he could easily top the scoreboard of the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm during the 9 years he spent in the upper realm. Even the Tao scholar profound sects Yan Ru Yv was far from being a match for him. The young man was none other than Zhang Jinyi, who was currently using the name Dong Yu. He had assumed he would be able to meet Huaner as soon as he entered the Grade 3 secret realm. Who knew he would be transported into a cage? Most importantly, Huaner was not even among the 9 people who were in the same cage as him. With his strength, we'll definitely be able to defeat the other group and enter the Grade 3 secret realm even if our group didn't draw a bye. At this moment, the others in Group 5 finally realized why the young man was not moved when they learned that their group had drawn a bye. With his strength, it made no difference if they had drawn a bye or not. I'm not in the same group as that woman Huaner. Jun Chongshan, who was using the pseudonym Jun Chu-hee, was assigned to Group 6. When he looked around, he discovered his group was composed of all men. At this moment, an old man looked at Jun Chongshan and asked with a smile, "Brother, I've never seen you before. How should I address you?" Among the 10 men in Group 6, apart from the old man who had spoken and Jun Chongshan, the others had the appearances of a young man or a middle-aged man. For this reason, the old man felt a sense of solidarity with Jun Chongshan. Jun Chongshan glanced at the old man and replied indifferently, "Jun Chu Chen." Jun Chu Chen. The old man was momentarily taken aback when he heard Jun Chongshan's reply. Then, he smiled and said, "I've heard a lot about you." In truth, the old man had never heard of the name Jun Chu Chen. He had only said those words out of courtesy. Jun Chongshan did not hesitate to expose the old man's fake pleasantries as he said, "This is my first time entering the upper realm using this name." The old man's smile froze on his face immediately. Then, he said indignantly, "How rude. Don't push your luck. I don't need luck." Jun Chongshan's voice was dripping with disdain when he spoke. He was the lofty vice hall master of the enforcement hall of the Wind Thunder Dao sect, after all. How could the old man, an ordinary 10-direction celestial king, compare to him? Moreover, the old man's presence in the Grade 3 realm also proved that he had only comprehended one profundity of Allah to the initial stage at most. Someone like that was incredibly average. Rookies nowadays are really arrogant creatures. The old man's voice and gaze turned frosty. It felt as though the temperature in the cage had dropped. Jun Chongshan sneered before he asked mockingly, "So what? Are you going to teach me a lesson?" "That's right." The old man mobilized his celestial origin energy immediately, forming a sea of flames. Then, he swept toward Jun Chongshan like a ball of flames. "Amateur. You dare play with fire in front of me?" Jun Chongshan smirked. Then, similar to the old man, his celestial origin energy formed a sea of flames as well. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Jun Chongshan's sea of flames easily devoured the old man. The old man did not even have time to put up resistance. Just like that, he was burned into nothing. The only thing left of him was a lone spatial ring, which Jun Chongshan casually collected. When the people in the cage regained their senses, they inhaled sharply. At the same time, they looked at Jun Chongshan with a puzzled expression. What was this person doing here when he could easily rank in the top 20 or top 30 with his strength? A moment later, the puzzled expressions on their faces were replaced with one of delight. With someone so strong in their group, it would be easy for them to defeat the other group and enter the Grade 3 secret realm. Time continued to tick by. After an hour, an entrance to the realm that seemed to be filled with trees, flowers, and birds appeared in front of Group 5's cage. Before everyone left the cage, Zhang Jingyi stopped them and asked, "How big is the Grade 3 secret realm?" Now that these people had witnessed Zhang Jingyi's terrifying strength, they, naturally, did not dare to act boldly. One of them hurriedly answered in a flattering tone, "My lord, the Grade 3 secret realm isn't big. An ordinary 10 directions celestial king would be able to cover all the grounds in just a day or two. Despite its size, the tests and obstacles here are incredibly difficult to pass. The more precious a treasure is, the harder the tests would be. However, with your strength, the tests won't pose any difficulty to you at all. It would only take a day or two for an ordinary 10 directions celestial king to cover all the grounds of the Grade 3 secret realm." Zhang Jingyi's eyes brightened. With these words, he was not worried he would not be able to find Huaner and Duan Ling Tian. After walking out of the entrance, Zhang Jingyi turned back. He discovered that there were another 3 entrances that were still closed next to Group 5's entrance. Upon seeing Zhang Jingyi looking at the closed entrances, a middle-aged man hurriedly explained, "My lord, the other groups are behind these entrances. Once they're finished with their fights, the entrances would open, and they would be able to come out. On the other hand, our entrance will close once everyone from our group leaves. The only way to leave is to crush our identity jade tokens or wait until 10 days have passed." "You're saying those who win the fight will all come out through these entrances?" Although Zhang Jingyi had already guessed this, his eyes still brightened when he heard these words. "Yes, my lord," the middle-aged man nodded. "They'll come through these entrances. Similarly, after all of them come out, the entrances will disappear as well." "Okay," Zhang Jingyi nodded. "My lord, if there is nothing else, can I take my leave?" The middle-aged only dared to leave after seeing Zhang Jingyi nod. "It seems like there's no need for me to search for them. All I need to do is wait here," Zhang Jingyi thought to himself as he looked at the other 3 entrances. At the same time, the entrance where Zhang Jingyi exited closed after everyone had left. At this time, a monotonous voice rang in the room where the other cages were located. "Group 3 versus Group 6. Our opponent is Group 6. No matter which group it is, we don't have to be afraid since Miss Huaner and Lord Duan Ling Tian are here." The other 8 people in Group 3 were confident since they had Duan Ling Tian and Huaner in their group. At this moment, one side of the cage opened up. A chain bridge leading out of the cage appeared outside the cage as well. "Miss Huaner, Lord Duan Ling Tian, the bridge leads to the battlefield. If you're in danger, you can leave by crushing your identity jade tokens," someone explained to Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. At the same time, the 8 people in Group 6 were feeling extremely confident as well. After all, even with their collective strength, they knew they were not a match for Zhang Shan. With someone like that in their group, they, naturally, were confident they would be able to defeat Group 3 and enter the Grade 3 secret realm. "My lord, please." The men in Group 6 were extremely respectful toward Zhang Shan, allowing him to walk first. Zhang Shan did not hesitate and took the lead to walk out onto the chain bridge that would lead them to the people from Group 3. "I hope those 2 are in Group 3. Otherwise, I'd have to defeat my opponents as fast as I can so I can leave this place and wait for them to arrive." When Zhang Shan was a mere core disciple in the Wind Thunder Dao sect, he had entered the upper realm before. Therefore, he was familiar with all the secret realms. The battlefield seemed to be located in space. Stars could even be seen twinkling from afar. 2 chain bridges could be seen at the sides of the battlefield. Group 6 that was led by Zhang Shan was the first to arrive. It did not take long before the people from Group 3 arrived as well. Among this group of people, there was a young man in a breathtaking beauty dressed in all white. In my opinion, she's even more beautiful than the 100 Flowers Celestial Sect's Yang Yue. She's Huaner. I thought it's an imposter since it's not difficult for Huaner to enter the Grade 1 secret realm. I wonder why she decided to come to the Grade 3 secret realm. When the men in Group 6 discovered the beauty in Group 3 was Huaner, their expressions turned grave immediately. On the contrary, the eyes of the de facto leader of Group 6, Zhang Shan, shone with killing intent. Chapter 32:10 Zhang Shan's death. Duan Ling Tian immediately discovered Zhang Shan's killing intent toward Huaner. His heart thumped heavily when he thought to himself, who's he? Why is he so hostile toward Huaner? At this moment, Zhang Shan could no longer hold back. He cried out, indeed, a beauty who only brings disaster. Today, this old man will kill you on behalf of the gods. As soon as these words rang in the air, the people from Group 3 and Group 6 made a move immediately. Duan Ling Tian and Huaner were the only ones who remained calm as Zhun Chongshan charged toward them. Zhun Chongshan cast all the profundities from the law of fire as he shot toward Huaner. Raging flames shrouded Zhun Chongshan's body as he swept toward Huaner like a ball of flames. The initial stage of the burning profundity, the explosion profundity, the pillaging profundity, and the fire-style profundity. Based on this, Duan Ling Tian could tell Zhun Chongshan was powerful. Who's he? Even the person who's ranked first in the upper realm isn't as strong as he is, right? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. A 10-direction celestial king who had comprehended all 9 profundities from the law of fire and with 4 of the profundities at the initial stage was almost invincible in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Even the pride of the 10,000 battles heaven sect from 100 years ago only comprehended 3 profundities to the initial stage at that time before he was replaced by the true disciple from the Tao scholar profound sect. Duan Ling Tian hurriedly reminded Huaner through voice transmission. Huaner, don't kill him yet. We need to find out his identity and why he seems to hold a grudge against you. At this moment, Zhun Chongshan abruptly came to a stop. He directed his energy toward the space next to Huaner as he exclaimed excitedly, "Hey, Chenur, great-grandfather will be able to avenge both of you today. Both of you can finally rest in peace." Upon hearing Zhun Chongshan's words, Duan Ling Tian grew even more confused. He did not recognize the 2 names that the old man mentioned. Huaner's voice promptly rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. "Brother Ling Tian, he's the great-grandfather of Zhun Wangchen and Zhun Chuhe from the Wind Thunder Tao sect." At this moment, Zhun Chongshan had already been caught in the illusory formation that Huaner had cast. Due to her being 1,000 Phantom's Ice Fox, the effects from the formation were rather strong. Apart from that, the illusory formation also allowed her to read the old man's thoughts. This technique that was unique to 1,000 Phantom's Ice Fox was somewhat similar to mind-reading techniques as well. So he's Zhun Wangchen and Zhun Chuhe's great-grandfather. Realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian. He recalled Zhun Wangchen was the first person he and Huaner killed in the upper realm. Meanwhile, Huaner had killed Zhun Chuhe in the grade 2 secret realm. Now he understood why the old man was so hostile toward Huaner. It seems like he's been trying to seek revenge from us for a long time now. Based on his strength, there's no need for him to enter the upper realm and its secret realms as well. In fact, he was probably not qualified to enter the upper realm with his strength. He must have taken the Wind Thunder Tao sect's famous reversal poison pill. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to enter the upper realm at all. Previously, after killing Zhun Chuhe, Duan Ling Tian had a conversation about the Wind Thunder Tao sect with the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion after he left the upper realm. At that time, the pavilion master had briefly mentioned that Zhun Chuhe and Zhun Wangchen's great-grandfather was the vice hall master of the enforcement hall of the Wind Thunder Tao sect. He also learned the duo's great-grandfather was a basic celestial lord. Since celestial lords could not enter the upper realm, it was not difficult to deduce that the old man had taken the reversal poison pill to enter the upper realm. Through the pavilion master, he also learned about the reversal poison pill, which was famous in the southern heaven territory, and its potent effect. How courageous! He's willing to take the reversal poison pill just to avenge his great-grandchildren. Duan Ling Tian rather admired the old man's courage. After all, not many would take the reversal poison pill since it would decrease one's strength. Most people use the pills to harm others instead. Since I've obtained the answers I want, it's time to end this once and for all, Duan Ling Tian murmured to himself. Then, he vanished into thin air and reappeared behind Zhun Chongshan. When Duan Ling Tian extended his hand and directed his celestial origin energy that was boosted by the law of space's space elemental profundity toward the old man recovered from the effects of Huaner's illusory formation. Impossible! Zhun Chongshan cried out as his eyes widened in disbelief when he saw Huaner standing not too far away. After that, he exploded into a mist of blood. Just like that, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall of the Wind Thunder Tao sect died in the Grade 3 Secret Realm in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, in the Wind Thunder Tao sect's estate. At this moment, Zhun Chongshan's soul pearl that was kept along with the soul pearls of the other high-ranking officials of the sect shattered. When the disciple who guarded the soul pearls discovered Zhun Chongshan's shattered soul pearl, he immediately reported the matter to one of the vice sect leaders of the Wind Thunder Tao sect. An investigation was quickly launched to investigate Zhun Chongshan's death. It did not take long before they learned that Zhun Chongshan had taken the reversal poison pill. So he could enter the upper realm. Back at the Grade 3 secret realm in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, after killing Zhen Chongshan with Huan'er's help, Duan Ling Tian shifted his attention to the people from Group 3 and Group 6. Without his and Huan'er's interference, both sides seemed equally matched at the moment. At this moment, one of the men from Group 6 discovered Duan Ling Tian and Huan'er were completely unharmed after killing Zhen Chongshan. He became frightened and hastily crushed his identity jade token to escape. Upon seeing this, the other men from Group 6 crushed their identity jade tokens one after another as well. The 8 people from Duan Ling Tian and Huan'er's group were baffled when they saw their opponents crushing their identity jade tokens and leaving one after another. However, they easily figured out what had happened when they saw Duan Ling Tian and Huan'er standing at the side while the old man who had attacked the duo earlier was nowhere to be seen. Zhen Chongshan couldn't even make a move before he died. However, he's fortunate to die in Huan'er's illusory formation. Although Huan'er's illusory formation was very powerful, it had a time limit. With her current cultivation base, she could only maintain it for a few breaths. Earlier, Zhen Chongshan regained his senses when Duan Ling Tian made a move, but it was not because Huan'er had dispelled the formation. He had regained his senses because the time was up. Now that Huan'er had used the illusory formation, it would take a few days before she could cast the formation again. Duan Ling Tian and the others from Group 3 were, naturally, the winners after Zhen Chongshan died and the others retreated. In the endless starry sky, an entrance appeared. The entrance is open. We can finally enter the Grade 3 secret realm. That's fast. Zhang Jinyi's eyes lit up when one of the entrances showed signs of opening. He speculated inwardly, this group must be strong to finish the fight so fast. If Duan Ling Tian and Huan'er, who came to this secret realm to gain experience, aren't imposters, they must be among this group of people. Soon enough, the entrance opened and 8 people walked out. 2 people were clearly missing. When the 8 people who just arrived were about to leave, Zhang Jinyi blocked their paths and asked, there should be 2 more people in your group. Do you know who they are? An ill-tempered man from Group 3 yelled, get lost. Needless to say, that man met a miserable end. Zhang Jinyi's eyes glinted coldly as he waved his hand. A golden beam of light shot out, leaving ripples in the air as it shot toward the ill-tempered man. Just like that, the ill-tempered man died. It happened so fast that he did not even have time to react, let alone crush his identity jade token. The expressions of the remaining people from Group 3 changed drastically when they witnessed this. My lord, the other 2 people are Duan Ling Tian and Huan'er. A young man from Group 3 stepped forward immediately. He did not hesitate to betray Duan Ling Tian and Huan'er. After all, faced with such a powerful and cruel person, the only thing he could think of was to preserve his life. Duan Ling Tian and Huan'er, are you sure they're not imposters? Zhang Jinyi asked solemnly. I'm sure they're not imposters. Another man shook his head and said, put aside Duan Ling Tian, that woman is so beautiful. I've lived for a few thousand years now, but she's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. It's not an exaggeration to say she's the most beautiful woman in the world. There's no doubt she's Huan'er. With this, the others from Group 3 began to chime in one after another. Even Ouyang Yu Wei from the 100 Flowers Celestial sect, who was known as the most beautiful woman in the upper realm, isn't a match for Huan'er's beauty. There's no doubt those 2 are Duan Ling Tian and Huan'er. Zhang Jinyi's eyes brightened again when he heard the words of the people from Group 3. An expression of horror appeared on the 7 people's faces when they saw Zhang Jinyin make a move. A golden beam of light shot out again. The 7 people were still in a daze, unable to react, when they died. The technique that Zhang Jinyi used was exclusive to direct descendants of the main Phantom Fox clan. This technique affected one's mind. At this moment, 2 figures came out of the entrance. They were none other than Duan Ling Tian and Huan'er. Chapter 32:11 Destroy with a single blow. You're finally here. Despite not having met Duan Ling Tian and Huan'er prior to this, Zhang Jinyi knew the 2 people in front of him were Duan Ling Tian and Huan'er due to Huan'er's peerless beauty. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and Huan'er discovered everyone from their group had been killed by the young man in front of them with just a blow. After Duan Ling Tian took a better look at the young man, his eyes narrowed as memories from 100 years ago flooded his mind. It's him, Zhang Jinyi. He's the envoy that the main Phantom Fox clan in the 7 Upper Provinces Heavenly Territory sent 100 years ago. Duan Ling Tian and Huan'er had hidden in the little world that the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion created when Zhang Jinyi visited the profound Nether Mansion. Although they were in the little world, they had seen Zhang Jinyi. Therefore, He recognized Zhang Jinyi in a short time. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, it has been 100 years, and he's still in the Southern Heaven territory. It seems like the main Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory still hasn't given up on Huaner. At this moment, Huaner said through voice transmission, Brother Ling Tian, he's a member of the Phantom Fox clan. He seems familiar. It's as though I've met him before. Huaner, do you remember 100 years ago, we hid in the Pavilion Master's little world? Duan Ling Tian asked, helping Huaner to recall where she had seen Zhang Jinyi. It's him. Realization dawned on Huaner immediately. If Duan Ling Tian did not remind her, she would not have remembered Zhang Jinyi. Huaner, leave him to me. I'll kill him, Duan Ling Tian said solemnly through voice transmission. Once he confirms you're 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, he'll surely report back to the main Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory. At that time, I'm afraid calamity would befall the Pavilion Master and everyone in the profound Nether Mansion when we leave the spirit overarching heaven. It's of utmost importance that we hide your identity from him and make sure he doesn't have a chance to report back to the main clan. Duan Ling Tian felt indebted to the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion in the profound Nether Mansion. Naturally, he did not want calamity to befall the profound Nether Mansion. The mansion stood no chance against the main Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory. Even the Sioux clan that ruled over the profound Nether Mansion would not dare to retaliate if the main Phantom Fox clan annihilated the profound Nether Mansion. I understand, Brother Ling Tian. Huaner could sense the gravity of the situation based on Duan Ling Tian's tone. Her expression was grim as her celestial origin energy that was raging slowly calmed down. Who are you? Based on your words, it seems like you've been waiting for us. Duan Ling Tian asked lightly as he looked at Zhang Jinyi. That's right, Zhang Jinyi nodded. Before Duan Ling Tian could reply, Zhang Jinyi charged toward Huaner as his celestial origin surged. And a golden light shrouded his body. Duan Ling Tian teleported in front of Huaner, shielding her. His eyes shone with killing intent as he faced the ferocious Zhang Jinyi. You're no match for me. Zhang Jinyi came to a stop. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and coldly said, you're clearly weaker than her, so why don't you let her fight in your stead? You will need to defeat me first. Duan Ling Tian smiled. If this was 100 years ago, he would not be able to speak such words to Zhang Jinyi. However, the circumstances were different now. Alas, Zhang Jinyi was not unaware of this. Since you have a death wish, I'll grant you your wish. Zhang Jinyin's gaze grew frosty as he directed his soul energy toward Duan Ling Tian. This was also a technique that only direct descendants from the main Phantom Fox clan could master. It could muddle one's mind. Soon after, a shocked expression on Zhang Jinyi's face when he discovered Duan Ling Tian was looking at him smuffly, clearly unaffected by his attack. So this is your special technique. Your soul energy is not bad. Unfortunately, it's useless against me. Zhang Jinyi's domineering soul energy was easily deflected by the profound divine metal in Duan Ling Tian's body that protected his soul. Although the profound divine metal was only in its third form, it could easily deflect weaker soul energies. Why you own a soul defensive king-grade celestial weapon? Zhang Jinyi's eyes narrowed as he solemnly asked. A soul defensive king-grade celestial weapon was capable of deflecting soul attacks from those below the stage of a celestial lord. Well, you can say so, I guess. In short, your technique doesn't work on me, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Duan Ling Tian had learned from Huaner that Zhang Jinyi had mastered a unique skill that was exclusive to direct descendants of the main Phantom Fox clan. However, he was not afraid at all since Zhang Jinyi was only a 10-direction celestial lord. He would have been worried if Zhang Jinyi was a celestial lord. If that technique is useless, I'll just crush you with my strength. Zhang Jinyi sneered. He was clearly angered. At the same time, a translucent metal figure appeared as his celestial origin energy surged. The Metal Guardian Profundity. Duan Ling Tian recognized the profundity from the law of metal that Zhang Jinyi had cast. The Metal Guardian Profundity was a defensive profundity that also boosted one's strength. Your royal-grade celestial sword seems to be more powerful than ordinary royal-grade celestial weapons. Duan Ling Tian could tell Zhang Jinyi's weapon was extraordinary. Nevertheless, it could not compare to the yin-yang 9-water chestnut ring. I'll kill you with my sword in less than 3 moves. Zhang Jinyi scoffed. He seemed to have transformed into a streak of golden light as he shot toward Duan Ling Tian. As Zhang Jinyi drew close, Duan Ling Tian teleported away. Huaner followed suit and teleported to some distance behind Duan Lingtian before she continued to watch the fight. She had strategically chosen her spot so that Zhang Jinyi would not be able to get to her unless he defeated or killed Duan Lingtian. I'd like to see how many times you'll be able to avoid me. Zhang Jinyi seemed to turn into a golden streak of light again. He shot across the sky like a shooting star toward Duan Lingtian. He seemed to have become one with his celestial sword as he left a long and narrow sword ray in his wake. His aura was truly domineering at this moment. A peculiar noise rang in the air as the sword ray shot out as though it was tearing the void as it moved. Is there a need for me to avoid you? Duan Lingtian sneered as he mobilized his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the space elemental profundity. Although he was only a 9 palaces celestial king, his celestial origin energy and speed were far superior to most 10 direction celestial kings, including Zhang Jinyi, due to his 99 heavenly veins. Territory profundity. Distortion profundity. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's space territory began to expand until it covered a 100-meter radius. Naturally, it was not a coincidence that Zhang Jinyi was within range. Zhang Jin immediately felt his movements slowly being restrained. The golden sword ray slowed down as well. He snorted before he said, "Your comprehension of the law of space is not bad. Unfortunately, it's not enough to stop me." As soon as Zhang Jinyi finished speaking, the golden sword ray suddenly picked up speed. It breached the space territory and shot toward Duan Lingtian. Perfect timing. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted as he looked at the streak of golden light. He stood unmoving before he punched the air. Subsequently, 3 spatial tears appeared in the void before 3 gray sword rays shot out, forming a fist. Then, it shot toward the incoming streak of golden light. Duan Lingtian had raised the strength of this shadow fist by casting all the offensive profundities from the law of space that he had comprehended. As a loud explosion rang in the air, the streak of golden light was destroyed by the shadow fist. Then, a figure was sent flying across the sky. Zhang Jinyi, who was sent flying back, summoned his purely defensive celestial weapon that manifested in the form of a blood-red armor. A purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted as he said with a faint smile on his face, "You'd be dead if it weren't for this celestial weapon." Impossible. Zhang Jinyi, who was standing in the distance, looked at Duan Lingtian incredulously. "How could you defeat me without a celestial weapon? How many profundities from the law of space did you comprehend to the initial stage?" A 9 palaces celestial king defeated Zhang Jinyin with his bare hands. Moreover, he was only alive because of his purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. It was only natural that he felt like this was a bitter pill to swallow. He was the 3rd strongest celestial king in the main Phantom Fox clan's Zhang clan, and yet, he was thoroughly defeated by a 9 palaces celestial king from a backward palace in the southern heaven territory. "Do you really want to know?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face. Zhang Jinyi narrowed his eyes, focused on listening to Duan Lingtian's words. However, Duan Lingtian seemed to vanish into thin air, only leaving afterimages in his wake. "No." Zhang Jinyi's expression changed drastically. Despite feeling extremely unwilling, he hastily brought out his identity jade token so he could crush it and escape. Chapter 32:12 Shuyang City. A 7-colored sword ray flashed briefly before it vanished into thin air and reappeared near Zhang Jinyi, who was holding his identity jade token. Alas, before he could crush it, the 7-colored sword ray had cleaved him into 2 from his head down. Even his purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon was cleaved into 2. With that, the direct descendant from the main Phantom Fox clan died in the Grade 3 secret realm of the upper realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm after spending 100 years in the Southern Heaven territory. Even he would not have expected that he would meet such an end. "Huaner, let's go." After collecting Zhang Jinyi's celestial weapons and spatial ring, Duan Lingtian beckoned Huaner over. Before they left, he turned to look at the 2 entrances that were still closed. Obviously, the battle still had not concluded. In the Zhang clan of the main Phantom Fox clan located in the 7 Upper Province's heavenly territory, Grand Elder, Jinyi's soul pearl has shattered. Very soon after Zhang Jinyi's death, a member of the Phantom Fox clan reported his death to the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan upon discovering Zhang Jinyi's shattered soul pearl. "What?" The Grand Elder of the Zhang clan rose to his feet, shocked. "What's happened? Wasn't he in the Southern Heaven territory? How dare the people of the Southern Heaven territory kill him?" Shortly afterward, an elder, the person in charge of liaising with the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven Territory, was summoned before the Grand Elder. Jin Yi is dead. The Elder was shocked by the Grand Elder's words. What? Jin Yi is dead? Speak to the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory. Tell him that only death awaits him if he can't give us an explanation of what happened, the Grand Elder said grimly. With that, a special communication celestial talisman was sent out of the Zhang clan across the Riot Star Sea to the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven Territory. What? Zhang Dong Nan, the branch leader of the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory, was similarly shocked when he received news of Zhang Jinyi's death. Lord Envoy is dead, isn't he in the Upper Realm? Did he leave after the Upper Realm's scoreboard was refreshed and was killed by a celestial lord? Zhang Dong Nan was eager to know what happened as well. However, despite pulling all the strings he could, his investigation did not yield any results. Based on his ranking, he should have entered the Grade 3 Secret Realm. What could threaten him in there? Was he killed by formation spirits in the Secret Realm? However, after a while, he dismissed that thought. Although there were formation spirits in the Grade 3 Secret Realm that could threaten Zhang Jinyi's life, Zhang Jinyi should have been able to easily escape. There was no formation spirit in the Grade 3 Secret Realm powerful enough to restrain Zhang Jinyi. Duan Lingtian and Huaner have entered the Grade 3 Secret Realm as well. Zhang Jinyi's expression turned grim when he later discovered Duan Lingtian and Huaner had entered the Grade 3 Secret Realm as well. 100 years ago, Huaner was already powerful even though she wasn't even 100 years old. It's not impossible for her to be able to kill Lord Envoy now that 100 years have passed. With that, he reported back to the main Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory. After the Elder, the person in charge of liaising with Zhang Dong Nan, relayed the message to the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan. The Grand Elder said, "Go to the Southern Heaven Territory and investigate this matter. I don't care who it is, but they should pay with their lives for killing a direct descendant of the Zhang clan." Yes, Grand Elder. Thus, the Elder was sent to the Southern Heaven Territory through a transporting formation. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Huaner finally ran into their first spirit formation in the Grade 3 Secret Realm. However, the formation spirit was so weak that Duan Lingtian destroyed it with just a punch. Following that, the duo continued to search for the next spirit formation. The main Phantom Fox clan will undoubtedly send someone to investigate Zhang Jinyi's death, and Huaner and I will certainly become the biggest suspects. However, it's likely that there's nothing they can do to the Profound Nether Mansion since they haven't confirmed Huaner's identity. Moreover, Zhang Dong Nan's under the impression that we left the Profound Nether Mansion years ago. Zhang Dong Nan's rather smart, so he'll avoid involving the Profound Nether Mansion in fear of offending Huaner and me unless it's absolutely necessary. Zhang Dong Nan, whom Duan Lingtian had met twice, left a deep impression on Duan Lingtian during their first meeting. Duan Lingtian could tell Zhang Dong Nan was an intelligent man. If anything were to happen to the Profound Nether Mansion, Zhang Dong Nan should know he would have to face the consequences and answer to him and Huaner. 100 years ago, they might not be a match for Zhang Dong Nan, but what about 100 years later? With Zhang Dong Nan's level of intelligence, he was sure Zhang Dong Nan must have thought about this as well. After thinking about this, Duan Lingtian felt more at ease and wandered the Grade 3 Secret Realm carefreely with Huaner. After encountering many spirit formation, including those that needed Huaner to unleash her full strength to deal with, she did not have a breakthrough and become a celestial lord. At this time, half a day was left before they would be transported out of the Grade 3 Secret Realm. Huaner, let's leave the Upper Realm. It's about time for us to leave the spirit overarching heaven for the Jade Emperor Heaven. Duan Lingtian decided to shatter their identity jade tokens instead of waiting to be transported out. When Duan Lingtian and Huaner returned to the Imperial Tutor Pavilion, they did not waste time and bade farewell to the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion before they left the Profound Nether Mansion. The duo was clad head to toe in black robes to disguise themselves when they left the Profound Nether Mansion to avoid people connecting them to the Profound Nether Mansion. When Duan Lingtian and Huaner were leaving the spirit overarching heaven through the transporting formation located in a city under the Profound Nether Mansion, the people in the Grade 3 Secret Realms were transported out one after another now that their time there was up. Following that, Zhang Dong Nan began to look for those who had left the Grade 3 Secret Realm to uncover what had happened to Zhang Jinyi. Then, he and the Elder from the main Phantom Fox clan interrogated them. He's very strong. Before entering the Grade 3 Secret Realm, he killed a man who offended him. However, After the entrance to the secret realm opened, he didn't leave immediately. He was standing guard outside the other 3 entrances as though he was waiting for someone. With this, Zhang Dongnan and the elder confirmed that Zhang Jinyi had indeed entered the grade 3 secret realm. The elder asked Zhang Dongnan solemnly, "Do you think that woman Huaner whom we suspect to be the Thousand's Phantom Ice Fox is capable of killing Jinyi?" "It's possible. However, if she's that strong, I don't see a reason why she would enter the grade 3 secret realm. I have a strong feeling that someone entered the grade 3 realm using Huaner's name." Even Lord Envoy was suspicious about her identity and thought it might be an imposter. There's a possibility that after Lord Envoy confirmed that Huaner was an imposter, he had left after crushing his identity jade token. After all, the treasures in the secret realm didn't hold his interest at all. With this, there's a possibility he was killed outside of the upper realm. Over the past decades, Lord Envoy didn't enter the upper realm using our branch's transporting formation, so I'm not sure about his whereabouts as well. Under such circumstances, it'd be like searching for a needle in a haystack if we want to find his murderer. Zhang Dongnan speculated out loud. From the beginning until the end, Zhang Dongnan tried his best to convince the elder from the main Phantom Fox clan that Zhang Dongnan was killed by a celestial lord after leaving the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in an attempt to misdirect the elder and the main clan. It was just as Duan Ling Tian had expected. Zhang Dongnan did not bring up the profound nether mansion in fear of attracting trouble to himself. Even if he was punished by the main Phantom Fox clan, it was not a big deal. After all, as one of the branch leaders of the Phantom Fox clan, the main clan would not punish him too heavily unless they had evidence that he had committed a grave mistake. Moreover, since Zhang Jinyi was rarely in the branch estate, he could not be held accountable for Zhang Jinyi's disappearance and death. Continue investigating Jinyi's death. If you're able to find the murderer, the main clan will definitely handsomely reward you after avenging him, the elder from the main clan said before leaving the Southern Heaven territory. Zhang Dongnan did not think much of the elder's words. He was convinced that Huaner was the one who killed Zhang Jinyi. Based on her strength previously, he believed she must have grown incredibly strong. In fact, he would not find it surprising if her strength was on par with his now. Therefore, he had no intention of voicing his suspicion to the main clan. All he wanted was to secure his life and his position as a branch leader. It was true that he was rather ambitious in the past. However, now that so much time had passed and he was certain that Huaner was very strong, he did not want to attract trouble to himself. Duan Ling Tian would never have expected that Zhang Dongnan was much smarter than he had thought. In the Jade Emperor Heaven, Duan Ling Tian brought Huaner to a place called the Nando territory instead of the Equal Heaven territory he had gone to previously. The Nando territory and another 7 territories were collectively known as the 8 upper provinces in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Huaner, we'll settle down temporarily in this city. After we obtain enough information, we'll decide on our next move, Duan Ling Tian said after he and Huaner decided to settle down in a city called Shuyang City that was located not far from the transporting formation they had arrived in. Chapter 3213 The Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. Shuyang City was one of the cities in the 8 upper provinces Nando territory of the Jade Emperor Heaven. The city was under the control of the Piercing Clarity Celestial Sect. The Piercing Clarity Celestial Sect is a grade 6 sect. It's comparable to most of the grade 6 forces in the Spirit Overarching Heaven's Southern Heaven territory. However, it's a far cry from the profound Nether Mansion. The Piercing Clarity Celestial Sect only has dominion over 2 small cities in the Nando territory. The Nando territory is indeed worthy of being one of the territories in the 8 upper province of the Jade Emperor Heaven. Even a grade 6 sect is nothing here. After spending a few days in Shuyang City, Duan Ling Tian gained a certain level of understanding of the city through various means. The Spirit Overarching Heaven Center is called the Spirit Overarching Territory. The 7 upper province, including the Heavenly Territory, are 7 territories that surround the center of the Spirit Overarching Territory like the stars surrounding the moon. Apart from that, the Heavenly Emperor of the Spirit Overarching Heaven stays in the Spirit Overarching Territory. There are also many Heaven Grade and Supreme Grade forces that are based there. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. Similarly, the center of the Jade Emperor Heaven is called the Jade Heaven Territory, and it's surrounded by the 8 upper province, including the Nando territory. Apart from Shuyang City, Duan Ling Tian learned many things about the Nando territory as well over the past few days. Among the 8 upper provinces, the Nando territory was rather special. The 8 upper provinces in the Jade Emperor Heaven were each ruled by a titled celestial emperor except for the Nando territory. The titled celestial emperors who had tried to conquer the territory in the past eventually died trying. This was because the 3 strongest forces in the Nando territory were strong enough to kill titled celestial emperors. Unless the titled celestial emperors had a huge force under their control, it was impossible for them to conquer the Nando territory. For this reason, the Nando territory was considered special in the Jade Emperor Heaven. In fact, it was said that the 3 strongest Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory had celestials comparable to titled celestial emperors but did not claim their titles at the title temple. Apart from that, there was only one word that could describe the situation of the top forces in the Nando territory: chaotic. The 3 strongest Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory are a sect, a clan, and a celestial beast clan. Although there are other Grade 1 forces, they're no match for these 3 forces. Duan Ling Tian was rather shocked when he learned about the Nando territory. When Duan Ling Tian arrived in the Jade Emperor Heaven, he knew the fastest way for him to raise his cultivation base was to join a powerful force to enjoy its resources. If he had stayed in the Southern Heaven territory, he could only join one of the 10 major clans and top 5 sects. These Grade 5 forces did not appeal to him at all. Now that he was in the Jade Emperor Heaven, it was best if he could join one of the Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory. The Celestial Beast clan is definitely not an option. Between the clan and the sect, I would prefer to join the sect. However, it definitely won't be easy to join a Grade 1 sect. Duan Ling Tian had a headache when he thought about this matter. It's better for me to obtain more information to see if I can find a way to join a Grade 1 force. Since Huaner had entered closed-door cultivation to comprehend the law of space through the supreme powerhouse divinity, Duan Ling Tian went out alone to gather information. It took Duan Ling Tian a month before he finally obtained a piece of information that he deemed useful. The Genius Secret Realm in the Nando territory opens every 1,000 years. Celestial lords under 1,000 years old will be able to enter and explore the realm. The secret realm contains treasures left behind by the ancestors of the Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory. There are ordinary Emperor-grade celestial weapons, purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapons, and sole defensive Royal-grade celestial weapons as well. There are also celestial pills and celestial fruits that can assist the cultivation of celestial lords. Young geniuses from all the Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory will enter the secret realm in search of fortuitous encounters during that time. Sectless cultivators are also able to enter the secret realm. If they perform well, they might even be invited to join one of the Grade 1 forces. Duan Ling Tian finally found out that the Genius Secret Realm was one of the ways to join a Grade 1 force. This was also his preferred method. The Grade 1 force would definitely pay attention to him and carefully nurture him if they invited him to join them after he performed outstandingly in the Genius Secret Realm. After all, to be able to perform outstandingly in the Genius Secret Realm indicated one's boundless potential. How could they not put in their resources and efforts to nurture such a talent? There are easier ways to join a Grade 1 force if one's willing to join as an ordinary disciple. Although I can rise in ranks by proving myself even if I'm an ordinary disciple, it'll take a long time since there'll be many obstacles that stand in my way. Jealous people are everywhere, after all. Therefore, it's best if I wait for the Genius Secret Realm to open and show my capability in there to directly attract the attention of a Grade 1 force. There are 60 years left before it opens. At that time, Huaner should have already become a Celestial Lord. As for me, it'll be quite challenging for me to become a Celestial Lord in 60 years. For the average person, it was completely impossible to become a 1 basic Celestial Lord from a 9 palaces Celestial King within 60 years. In fact, even geniuses from Grade 1 forces needed at least 100 years to become a 1 basic Celestial Lord from a 10 direction Celestial King. Duan Ling Tian, who was only on the brink of a breakthrough in becoming a 10 direction Celestial King, only had 60 years to become a 1 basic Celestial Lord. Despite having a high innate talent and many trump cards up his sleeve, he was not sure he could compare to the geniuses from the Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory due to the resources they received. Although it was not completely impossible as it was for ordinary people, it was still a rather difficult task for him to break through within 60 years. Those geniuses might not have the branch from the divine tree of life to help their cultivation, but their resources should be, at least, comparable to the branch from the divine tree of life. However, In terms of comprehending laws, it's impossible for them to be superior to Huoner and me. The supreme powerhouse divinity was Duan Ling Tian's greatest treasure. It was from a supreme powerhouse, after all. The grade 1 forces might have amazing resources to help their geniuses to comprehend the laws, but they definitely could not compare to the supreme powerhouse divinity. I can only try my very best to raise my strength in the coming 60 years. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly. Since Duan Ling Tian was short on time, he did not plan to stay long in Shuyang City. When Huoner finally emerged from closed-door cultivation, he decided to leave the city. Similar to the past, Huoner wore a veil and hat when she was out despite not liking them. After all, as strong as they were only comparable to ordinary celestial lords in the Nando territory that was filled with many titled celestial lords. Therefore, it was best for them to keep a low profile. When Huoner learned about Duan Ling Tian's plan, she asked, "Brother Ling Tian, why don't I give you 6 drops of my blood essence to consume?" "There's no need for that." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. "The 10 drops of blood essence you gave me previously were barely effective. The most I can get out of another 6 drops of blood essence is directly breaking through and becoming a 10-direction celestial king. Even without the blood essence, I'm already very close to becoming a 10-direction celestial king." Although Huoner blood essence was potent, its effects would diminish the more one consumed it and the higher one's cultivation base was. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian knew that it was agonizingly painful for Huoner to harvest her blood essence. The pain was comparable to being forced to lie in a bed of nails. Previously, she had secretly harvested the 10 drops of blood essence without his knowledge. If he had known about it, he would have stopped her. Alas, he only found out about it when she presented the 10 drops of blood essence to him. At that time, he was in a dilemma when deciding whether to consume her blood essence or not. Upon recalling the past, Duan Ling Tian sternly said to Huoner, "Huoner, don't mention harvesting your blood essence in front of me ever again. I hope you won't do it without my knowledge, either. Otherwise, I'll ignore you." When Duan Ling Tian first found Huoner had harvested her blood essence, he had wanted to say these words to Huoner, but in the end, he held back because the words were too hurtful. However, now that Huoner offered to harvest her blood essence again, he felt it was necessary to say these words to ensure she would not harvest her blood essence again. I understand, Brother Ling Tian." Tears welled up in Huoner's eyes when she heard Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Her sadness, naturally, drew Duan Ling Tian's sympathy. He felt guilty and instantly regretted his harsh words. However, in the end, he remained firm. Duan Ling Tian and Huoner wandered the border of Shuyang City before they finally left the city. Eventually, they decided to temporarily join a grade 6 sect instead of wandering aimlessly in search of fortuitous encounters. Most grade 6 forces here had 2-1 basic celestial lords respectively. Their strength was ordinary and their comprehension of the laws could not even compare to Zhen Chongshan, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall of the Wind Thunder Dao sect in the Spirit Overarching Heaven's Southern Heaven territory. However, their cultivation and celestial origin energies were slightly better. In the end, Duan Ling Tian and Huoner decided on a sect that was located in the north of the Nando territory. It seemed like this place was covered with snow all year round. Huoner easily defeated the sect's celestial lords. With that display of strength, the sect's celestial lords enthusiastically invited the duo to become the sect's revered elders. The truth was Huoner was the one who had chosen to join this grade 6 sect. She had only chosen the sect because she thought the name sounded good. The name of the sect was the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. Chapter 32:14 Glacier Valley. The Snow Horizon Celestial Sect was located in northern Iceland of the Nando territory. In addition to the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, there were another 3 grade 6 forces, a sect and 2 clans, in northern Iceland. After becoming revered elders in the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, Duan Ling Tian and Huoner were arranged to reside in a valley. The valley was the cultivation ground of the sect's 2 supreme elders since it was the best cultivation place in the sect. Even the sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect cultivated in the valley. Needless to say, the valley was a forbidden ground for everyone in the sect except for the 2 supreme elders and the sect leader. With Duan Ling Tian and Huoner's arrival, there were now 2 additional people who had access to the valley. Inside a small courtyard in the valley, Huoner stood by a small tree and shook its branches. She said to Duan Ling Tian with a soft smile on her face, "Brother Ling Tian, I like this place." Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian sat in front of a stone desk, drinking tea. The tea, called the cloud stem tea, was a gift from the two supreme elders. He was told that the tea was made from a celestial plant that the sect planted and was beneficial to those under the stage of a celestial duke. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian was only drinking it for its taste since it would not help his cultivation base. He found the tea's flavor to his liking. Duan Ling Tian replied to Huaner, "Since you like it here, let's just stay here for a while. With the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect as our eyes and ears, we'll be able to gather information faster, and it'll be easier for us to seize an opportunity if it presents itself." At this moment, Duan Ling Tian looked outside the courtyard as though he had sensed something. He saw 3 figures at the entrance of his courtyard. He was familiar with the 2 figures standing in the lead. They were none other than the supreme elders of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. Although he had not met the middle-aged man standing behind the 2 supreme elders, he knew the middle-aged man had to be Chai Shangyi, the sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. The 3 figures stood outside respectfully as 2 old men, the supreme elders, greeted Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. "Revered Elder Huaner, revered Elder Ling Tian." When Duan Ling Tian gestured for them to enter, they finally entered the courtyard. When they arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian, the middle-aged man, Chao Shangyi, bowed at Duan Ling Tian and Huaner before he cupped fists together and said, "The sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial, Chai Shangyi, greets the 2 revered elders." "What's the matter?" Duan Ling Tian asked as he swept his gaze past Chai Shangyi and rested on the 2 old men. The supreme elder of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, the old man standing on the left, was Lian Qinghe. His body was rather strong and robust for his age. He was the one whom Huaner had easily defeated. At that time, even after he had taken out his royal-grade celestial weapon, he was still no match for Huaner, who fought barehanded. As for the other supreme elder of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, the old man standing on the right, his name was Hao Wang. After Huaner had defeated Lian Qinghe, he did not even have the courage to step forward. These 2 old men were the strongest powerhouse in the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect and the backbone of the sect. "Revered elders, I wonder if you're willing to help us," Lian Qinghe said somewhat sheepishly. "Speak." Duan Ling Tian glanced at Lian Qinghe indifferently. Inwardly, he was rather curious. If it was within his capability, he did not mind lending a helping hand. After all, he and Huaner were planning to stay here for a while. It would make things more convenient if he helped the sect. "It's like this," Lian Qinghe explained. "In the depths of northern Iceland, there is a mysterious glacier valley called Glacier Valley. One's speed of absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy would increase if one cultivates there. Moreover, one can also comprehend the law of ice there. The Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, along with the other 3 grade 6 forces in northern Iceland, discovered Glacier Valley. Initially, we came to an agreement that each force would have 3 months to occupy the valley. However, as time passed, Hao Wang and I couldn't keep up with the progress of the celestial lords from the other 3 grade 6 forces. As a result, they reduced our time in the valley from 3 months to a month. Revered elders, since both of you are so strong, it shouldn't be difficult for you to get them to agree to give us 3 months in the valley as agreed upon. I wonder if you're willing to help us." Lian Qinghe was slightly embarrassed and nervous. After all, the 2 people in front of him had just joined the sect. It seemed a little insincere and shameless that they were requesting help so soon. "There's such a place." Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. His interest was piqued. For that valley to have such effects, he was certain it must be hiding a secret. Places where treasures were buried would turn into mysterious places that could help with one's cultivation after a period of time. Once the treasure was removed, the place would lose its miraculous effect. "Yes." Hao Wang nodded lightly. "Don't tell me you haven't investigated the place to see what treasure is hidden there?" Duan Ling Tian asked skeptically. "It's not that we didn't investigate, we just don't have the ability to do so. There's an incredibly powerful restraining formation underneath the valley. At that time, all the celestial lords from the 4 forces worked together to attack the formation, but we were all injured due to the backlash," Hao Wang said with a bitter smile on his face. "From then on, no one tried to investigate the treasure. Moreover, it's good enough that the place allows us to comprehend the law of ice and increase our cultivation speed. For that reason, everyone is perfectly content with leaving the treasure there. They dare to oppress the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. Aren't they afraid you'll spread news about that place?" Duan Ling Tian asked. "That's the only reason why they allow us a month in the valley instead of kicking us out," Lian Qinghe said. "Lead the way, Huaner and I will have a look." Duan Ling Tian was very curious about the place. He beckoned Huaner over and followed the three men out of the courtyard. After the 5 people from the Snow Horizon Celestial sect left the sect's estate, they made their way north. After roughly 15 minutes, the 3 men in front of Duan Ling Tian and Huaner began to slow down. At this moment, they were already outside of Glacier Valley. The entire place was abnormally cold. The energy here is really rich. As Duan Ling Tian peered down the valley, he felt as though he was peering into a different world. Although they had not entered the valley, he could still feel the rich icy energy. It was so cold that it felt as though the cold pierced into his bones and froze them. Revered elders, this is the place, Chao Shangyi, the sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial sect, said. Based on the initial agreement, it was the Snow Horizon Celestial sect's time to occupy the valley half a month ago. If we're able to get them to let us occupy the place now, we'll still be able to stay here for 2.5 months, Lian Qinghe said. Therefore, we ask for your help, revered elders. If you help us, you'll also be able to cultivate here and comprehend the law of ice. After a beat, Lian Qinghe continued to say, the speed of comprehending the law of ice here is very high. If we cultivate here for 3 months every year, our comprehension of the law of ice will definitely be more profound than the laws we have comprehended. Lian Qinghe thought his words would entice Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. Alas, the duo were not interested at all. Duan Ling Tian furrowed his eyebrows and asked, why can't all the celestial lords from the forces cultivate here together? Why is there a need to split the time one can spend in this place? Hao Wang said with a bitter smile, revered elder Ling Tian, you don't know this, but the fewer people there are in the valley, the faster the cultivation and comprehension speed would be. That means if Huaner and I were to enter the valley with all of you, your cultivation and comprehension speed would slow down, right? Duan Ling Tian cocked an eyebrow. That's right, Hao Wang nodded slightly. However, 3 of us have discussed this matter. If they return the remaining 2 months to us, the 3 of us will cultivate together for a month, and both of you can cultivate during the remaining 2 months. However, you won't gain much at all this way, Duan Ling Tian said with a faint smile. One's dignity is as important as one's life. As long as revered elders are able to return as the agreed upon time, it's worth it as far as we're concerned, Lian Qinghe replied. Let's go then. Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently as he took the initiative to lead Huaner and enter the chilly Glacier Valley. As soon as they stepped into the valley, they saw an old man, 2 middle-aged men, and a young man. The 4 men opened their eyes as soon as Duan Ling Tian and Huaner stepped foot into the valley. They looked at the duo like a tiger watching its prey. Who are you? After a moment, the old man spotted the 2 supreme elders and sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial sect standing behind Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. He exclaimed, it's the Snow Horizon Celestial sect. Duan Ling Tian looked at the 4 men and said expressionlessly, are all of you going to leave on your own, or do you need me to help you? Upon hearing this, the expression of the young man sitting in the middle darkened as he looked at Chai Shangyi and asked, Chai Shangyi, what is the meaning of this? Why did you bring outsiders to this place? Have you forgotten about the agreement between the 4 forces? Chapter 3215 The Great Revolving Freezing Sky Formation. Tong Jin, these 2 people aren't outsiders, Chai Shangyi, the sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial sect, said indifferently in response to the young man's words, they recently joined out Snow Horizon Celestial sect as revered elders. This gentleman is revered elder Duan Ling Tian, and this lady is revered elder Huaner. The 4 men's expressions grew sourer as Chai Shangyi introduced Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. He paid them no mind and turned to Duan Ling Tian and Huaner and said, revered elders, they're from the Tong clan. The Tong clan is one of the 4 grade 6 forces in northern Iceland. He's Tong Jin, the clan leader of the Tong clan. The remaining 3 men are the supreme elders of the Tong clan. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted coldly when he saw the 4 men remained unresponsive to his earlier words. He said, Huaner, send them away. Yes, brother Ling Tian, Huaner said obediently. Her eyes gleamed as a terrifying wave of energy rippled out of her body and overwhelmed the 4 Tong clansmen. While the 4 men still had not recovered from the effect of Huaner's energy, Duan Ling Tian moved to their sides in just a blink of an eye. With his bare hands, he threw them out of Glacier Valley. When the 4 men snapped out of their daze, they felt pain all over their bodies. At the same time, they discovered they had been thrown out and were no longer in Glacier Valley. Although their expressions changed drastically, There was a trace of apprehension in their eyes when they looked at Duan Ling Tian and Huaner again. One of the old men from the Tong clan said with an unsightly expression on his face, "These two people aren't even celestial lords. How are they so terrifyingly strong? If the purple-clad young man didn't hold back, we would have died earlier." "You're right, the woman is only a 10 directions celestial king, and that man is only a 9 palaces celestial king. Since when do insignificant celestial kings possess this kind of strength?" A middle-aged man chimed in after he probed Duan Ling Tian and Huaner's cultivation bases through their auras. The 4 Tong clansmen could not believe they, as celestial lords, were thrown out of the Glacier Valley by 2 celestial kings. If someone had told them previously that a celestial king was capable of this, they would never have believed it. However, since they personally experienced it, they had no choice but to believe it despite how unbelievable it was. Finally, Tong Jin said grimly, "Perhaps, we were too careless earlier and were caught off guard. Otherwise, how could they have thrown us out?" Another middle-aged man said, "I agree." With this, 2 of the 4 Tong clansmen stepped forward, intending to enter Glacier Valley again. However, before the 2 men could move again, Duan Ling Tian said frostily, "If you step foot into the valley again, don't ever think about leaving ever again." How Wang, one of the supreme elders from the Snow Horizon Celestial sect, laughed before he said, "I advise the 4 of you to dispel the idea that what happened earlier was just a fluke. Even Lian Qinghe and I aren't a match for our 2 revered elders." Hao Wang's words successfully frightened the 4 Tong clansmen. Their expressions changed immediately, and in the end, they left the valley despite being incredibly unwilling. Before the 4 Tong clansmen left, the Tong Jin, the clan leader of the Tong clan, swept his eyes across the 5 people from the Snow Horizon Celestial sect and solemnly said, "Chai Shangyi, Hao Wang, Lian Qinghe, the time you spend in the Glacier Valley can't be decided by my Tong clan. If you want to stay here for the full 3 months, you'll have to obtain consent from the other 2 forces. I'm going to look for the 1000 Search Celestial sect in the Situ clan. I hope you'll have the ability to convince us." After the 4 Tong clansmen left, Lian Qinghe said with a scoff, "So what if the celestial lords from the 3 forces come? If they dare to behave audaciously in front of our Snow Horizon Celestial sect's 2 revered elders, they can't blame us if we decide to take over their time in Glacier Valley as well." Duan Ling Tian said, "That's not right. Even if they're no match for us, we'll only take back what originally belongs to the sect." Hao Wang and Chai Shangyi felt even more at ease after listening to Duan Ling Tian's words that brimmed with confidence. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian studied his surroundings. He could sense the heaven and earth spirit energy in Glacier Valley was exceptionally rich. With the branch from the divine tree of life, his cultivation speed would increase tremendously if he cultivated here. Apart from that, he could also feel a cold bone-piercing energy from the valley. The energy was profound and mysterious. He felt as though he could understand it, and yet, he could not. When he recalled the words of the 3 men from the Snow Horizon Celestial, it was not difficult for him to figure out the energy belonged to the law of ice. One could not touch or seize the laws, one could only comprehend them. At this moment, Huaner's voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. "Brother Ling Tian, there seems to be something underneath this place. All the aura is coming from below." Upon hearing these words, Duan Ling Tian increased the range of his divine consciousness. As Huaner had said, he could feel something underneath the valley. According to the words of those 3 from the Snow Horizon Celestial sect, this has to be the place that's protected by the formation. Even after the celestial lords from the 4 grade 6 forces worked together, they still failed to destroy the formation. Huaner said through voice transmission, "Brother Ling Tian, it's just as they said, the formation is really strong. This formation is called the Great Revolving Freezing Sky Formation. It's usually used to suppress things with incredibly cold auras. The Great Revolving Freezing Sky Formation," Duan Ling Tian said in confusion. Then, he asked the 3 divine elements residing in his body, "Do you know the Great Revolving Freezing Sky Formation?" At this moment, 3 of the 5 divine elements, the Profound Divine Metal, the Chaos Divine Flame, and the Chaos Divine Earth, resided in his body. The 3 divine elements possessed ancient knowledge, they were like a fountain of knowledge. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian was certain the divine elements knew of ways to deal with the formation. "The Great Revolving Freezing Sky Formation. Kid, are you sure?" The Chaos Divine Flame and the Profound Divine Metal spoke at the same time. Based on their tones, it was clear that they were shocked. Similarly, a hint of shock could be heard in the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice as well when it spoke. If it's really the great revolving freezing sky formation, something with an incredibly cold aura must be hidden here. Moreover, the thing is likely at the level of a supreme treasure or an artifact soul. After a beat, the Chaos Divine Earth continued to say, "Kid, it's like that this great revolving freezing sky formation was created by a titled Celestial Emperor. Don't even think about breaking it. What you can do is let Wanger have a look at it. She's an artifact soul, so the formation won't reject her." Wanger. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened imperceptibly. Then, he nodded in agreement. All right. The three men from the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect watched in stunned silence as Duan Ling Tian raised his hand before pushing it down on the ground, creating a hole. The bone-piercing cold aura intensified immediately. "It's that formation," Chai Shangyi said gravely. "Revered Elder, I'm afraid even a titled Celestial Lord wouldn't be able to break this formation." Before Chai Shangyi could dissuade Duan Ling Tian from wasting his time and effort, Duan Ling Tian had already leapt down the hole. Upon seeing this, the expressions of the three men from the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect changed drastically. They instinctively stepped forward. However, Huaner was faster than them. She appeared in front of them and barred their way. Lian Qing he smiled wryly as he said, "Revered Elder Huaner, we only want to warn Revered Elder Ling Tian. This isn't an ordinary formation. Using force would only cause one to suffer from the formation's rebound." Meanwhile, Hao Wang called out loudly, "Revered Elder Ling Tian. It's fine to take a look at the formation, but don't try to break it using brute force." In fact, Duan Ling Tian did not have any intention of breaking the formation. He only hovered above the formation and appraised it. He saw a translucent glass-like barrier shrouding the formation. However, the icy aura beneath the barrier prevented him from seeing what was being protected in the formation. Duan Ling Tian called out to the soul artifact in his body, "Wanger, go. Have a look and see if that hidden thing is useful to you. If it is, it can be considered as your fortuitous encounter." "All right, I'll enter with the seven orifices exquisite sword." After a moment, a slender and charming woman dressed in a seven-color robe appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. Her dazzling beauty made her look like a goddess. "Okay." Upon hearing Wanger's words, Duan Ling Tian did not hesitate and brought out the seven orifices exquisite sword with just a thought before he handed it to Wanger. "If nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to completely fuse with the sword and become its sword spirit. At that time, I'll be able to manifest a physical body when I leave the sword," Wanger said as she took the seven orifices exquisite sword from Duan Ling Tian. Then, she did not wait for a reply from Duan Ling Tian before she entered the formation. Duan Ling Tian might not be able to enter the formation, but it was easy for Wanger to enter the formation. She was not met with any resistance at all as she strode into the formation as though it was her home. The others, naturally, did not witness this scene. Before Duan Ling Tian leapt down the hole, he had already instructed Huaner to keep the three men from the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect away from the hole. After all, he did not want them to see Wanger and the seven orifices exquisite sword. As soon as Wanger entered the formation, Duan Ling Tian flew out of the hole and returned to the surface of Glacier Valley. Then, he waved his hand and covered up the hole on the ground. Just like that, the hole disappeared. It was as though Duan Ling Tian did not make a hole in the ground at all. Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed in anticipation as he thought to himself, once Wanger completely fuses with the sword's might would rise greatly. Moreover, Wanger should be incredibly powerful as well once she's able to manifest a physical body. Chapter 32:16 Wanger's Transformation. Duan Ling Tian and Huaner had spent half a day in Glacier Valley when they were awakened by Chai Shangyi, the sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. "Revered elders, the people from the Tong clan are here. They're accompanied by the members of the Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial Sect as well." When Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes, he saw the four men from the Tong clan and 5 other people flying toward them. The 5 new faces were separated into groups of 2s and 3s. The 2 old men are from the Situ clan. The trio is the guardians of the Thousand Search Celestial Sect, and they're 1 basic celestial kings. The clan leader and the sect leader who are celestial lords aren't here, Chai Shangyi explained to Duan Ling Tian as the newcomers entered Glacier Valley. After the 9 men entered the valley, Tong Jing, the clan leader of the Tong clan, glanced at Duan Ling Tian and Huaner before he said to the members of the Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial Sect, "That's them." Chai Shangyi said they're the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect's revered elders. In my opinion, the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect must have hired outside help. Otherwise, how could they be willing to join the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect? Before anyone could respond, Huoner stepped forward and confronted the 9 men. She said icily, "How dare you take Brother Ling Tian's warning lightly?" As soon as Huoner finished speaking, a powerful energy rippled out toward the 9 men. Then, she teleported and appeared in front of the Tong clansmen. Without saying anything, she threw the yin-yang 9 water chestnut ring toward them, killing the 4 of them immediately. The members from the Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial Sect finally regained their senses when the last member of the Tong clan died. Their expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly retreated. They looked at Huoner fearfully as though she was a fearsome beast. They knew that even if they joined forces, it would take them 15 minutes at least to kill the 4 celestial lords from the Tong clan. However, the peerless beauty in front of them had killed those 4 men in just a blink of an eye. The 5 men from the Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial Sect exchanged a look and saw the fear in each other's eyes. We would have died if she had targeted us earlier. Meanwhile, Chai Shangyi, Lian Qinghe, and Hao Wang looked at Huoner in shock. Although they knew she was powerful, they did not expect her to be able to kill the men from the Tong clan in just a blink of an eye. For a moment, they were unable to react at all. Huoner did not bother with others. After she collected the 4 Tong clansmen's spatial rings, she presented them to Duan Ling Tian after she returned to his side. Brother Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian looked at the men from the Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial Sect indifferently as he asked, "Seniors, did you come with the Tong clansmen to test our strength?" The 5 men's mouths twitched upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. The Tong clansmen's strength was on par with theirs, and yet, they were easily killed by Huoner in a matter of seconds. Would it make a difference even if they joined forces to deal with Huoner? Finally, one of the men said, "My name's Situ Yun. This is my second younger brother, Situ Feng. We have no objections to your decision. Since the 4 celestial lords from the Tong clan have died, the Tong clansmen won't be able to enter this valley in the future. The Snow Horizon Celestial Sect can stay here for half a year while our Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial Sect will get to spend 3 months each in this valley. I wonder if that's okay with you." After he finished speaking, he looked at Huoner fearfully. Another man hastily chimed in, "The Thousand Search Celestial Sect agrees with the Situ clan." All of them hastily expressed their thoughts, afraid they would end up like the 4 men from the Tong clan. "All of you are rather smart." Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. "For this reason, I won't make things difficult for you. However, we'll only implement what you said after 60 years have passed. During the next 60 years, Glacier Valley belongs to the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect alone, and the Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial Sect aren't allowed to step foot in here during that time. Do you have any opinion about this?" The expressions of the men from the Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial Sect changed drastically when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. They did not expect him to be so domineering and suggested that they allow the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect to occupy Glacier Valley for 60 years. Nevertheless, they could only agree with Duan Ling Tian. After all, in the past, they had taken greater advantage of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. Letting the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect have full the monopoly of the valley for 60 years was not a big deal. Meanwhile, the members of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect could hardly believe this. They felt as though they were dreaming even after they watched the members from the Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial Sect leave with their tails tucked between their legs. When they finally recovered from their shock, they bowed and expressed their gratitude in unison. "Thank you, revered elders." Duan Ling Tian said, "We'll cultivate here during this time. You don't have to worry about us, and you're free to come here to cultivate as you wish. We don't care about the law of ice or having to share the heaven and earth spirit energy." Duan Ling Tian said magnanimously. He decided to stay here to monitor Wanzher's progress in case something untoward happened to her. "Thank you, revered elder." The eyes of the men from the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect lit up when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. The expressions on their faces were one of gratitude when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. "If you want to thank me, inform me immediately when you receive news about celestial pills and celestial fruits that are able to boost the cultivation bases of celestial kings," Duan Ling Tian said. "Rest assured, revered elder. I'll send a message to Elder Chu who's in charge of our sect's intelligence network and ask him to pay attention to this matter." I'll inform you as soon as I receive news, Chai Shangyi said confidently. Revered elder, I have 2 celestial fruits that are beneficial to celestial kings. You can have it. I have one as well. You can have it. Lian Qinghe and Hao Wang willingly took out the celestial fruits they had treasured all these years from their spatial rings and handed them to Duan Lingtian. Although the fruits were not extraordinary or rare, they were still beneficial to Duan Lingtian and would boost his cultivation base that was at the level of a celestial king. Since Duan Lingtian decided to settle down in Glacier Valley, he built a small but exquisite wooden hut with a courtyard for him and Huaner to dwell in. Both of them planted flowers and trees similar to those found in the Snow Horizon celestial sect that thrived in the cold as well. During this time, the 3 celestial lords from the Snow Horizon celestial sect enthusiastically helped Duan Lingtian as though they were his juniors. After they witnessed Huaner killing the Tong clansmen in just a blink of an eye, they revered the duo like one would revere the gods. They did not dare to be careless with the tasks Duan Lingtian assigned them at all. They tried their best to please the duo, afraid the duo would leave their sect. If possible, they really wished the duo would stay in the sect forever even if they knew this was just wishful thinking. Lian Qinghe lamented to Hao Wang, what a pity. I feel there's a reason revered elder Lingtian decided on 60 years. I have a feeling they're going to leave after 60 years. Nevertheless, the Situ clan and the Thousand Search celestial sect won't dare to break their promises unless they're 100% certain revered elder Lingtian and revered elder Huaner won't return. It's likely they won't dare to act boldly in front of our Snow Horizon celestial sect again, Hao Wang said. In just a blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. During this time, northern Iceland remained unaffected by the seasonal change. Wanger. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and Wanger. The figure took the form of a beautiful and curvaceous woman wearing a 7-color dress. The figure was none other than Wanger, the soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword. As soon as Wanger appeared, she fell to her knees and said sincerely, "Thank you, my lord, for giving me this opportunity." Duan Lingtian could sense something was different about Wanger. When she had first become the 7 orifices exquisite sword's soul, she always remained indifferent to him due to her memories of the past. However, after completing the transformation and fully becoming the sword soul, she seemed to have let go of the past and was completely obedient to him. With this discovery, he could not help but curiously ask the Chaos Divine Flame, Senior Chaos Divine Flame, what happened to her. It's simple, the Chaos Divine Flame replied, the 7 orifices exquisite sword had previously acknowledged you as its master. After the girl merged with the 7 orifices exquisite sword, her thoughts are greatly influenced by the sword's loyalty. Even if you ask her to kill Ling Juyun now, she won't hesitate at all. Did she lose her memories? Duan Lingtian was shocked by the Chaos Divine Flame's words. No, it's just that they've slightly faded away and became less of a concern to her. Currently, it's more important to her that she obeys your order and serves you faithfully. Your will is her motivation to live now. The Chaos Divine Flame explained. Chapter 3217 The Law of Destruction. Realization finally dawned on Duan Lingtian after he listened to the Chaos Divine Flame's explanation. Since Wanger had merged with the 7 orifices exquisite sword, she was greatly influenced by the sword's loyalty and would prioritize him above everything else. With this revelation, he decided to test her. He deliberately asked, "What would you do if I reneged on the promise and refused to help Ling Juyun avenge his clan?" "If master is unwilling, Wanger won't insist on it," Wanger replied without any hesitation. Her expressions did not change at all, and there were no signs of unwillingness or unhappiness on her face. With this answer, Duan Lingtian was convinced Wanger had truly prioritized him above everything else. Then, he shook his head and said, "I was just kidding. Don't worry, I will keep my promise." There were no changes in Wanger's expression when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She remained expressionless, not even the slightest trace of happiness could be seen on his face. It was obvious that she would support him unconditionally no matter what he did. It's really true that nothing else matters to her now except for me, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He felt relieved. After all, he had been concerned about Wanger's independent will. It would be troublesome if she continued to think about Ling Juyun and his clan after becoming the 7 orifices exquisite sword's soul. What if she betrayed him if Ling Juyun became his opponent? Who would want to keep a ticking time bomb at their sides? Therefore, he was very satisfied with Wanger's change in attitude. "Brother Lingtian, she's Huaner seemed worried by the fact that a woman had appeared by Duan Lingtian's side. Although the woman was not as beautiful as her, the woman possessed qualities that she lacked. Huaner, this is Wanzher, the seven orifices exquisite sword soul. I've told you about this in the past, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. She has completely merged with the seven orifices exquisite sword, so she's finally able to manifest a physical body. So she's brother Ling Tian's seven orifices exquisite sword soul. I really have to thank this place, Duan Ling Tian explained to Huaner. Due to the hidden object in the formation, Wanzher successfully merged with the seven orifices exquisite sword in just 10 years. At this moment, Wanzher, who was still on her knees, suddenly turned into a seven-color sword ray before entering Duan Ling Tian's body. Wanzher, what's hidden in the formation? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. My lord, it's an eternal ice marrow, Wanzher replied honestly. Its energy is almost depleted now because I used it to merge with the seven orifices exquisite sword. Based on my calculation, the icy energy in the valley will disappear in about 100 years. Based on Wanzher's words, Glacier Valley would revert to an ordinary valley after 100 years. At that time, there would be no advantages to cultivating in the valley, and there would be no law of ice to comprehend. I didn't think Wanzher's successful merge with the sword would result in the end of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect's good fortune. I hope I'll be able to compensate them in the remaining 50 years. Duan Ling Tian would not have known about this place if it were not for the members of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. It could be said that they played a big part in Wanzher being able to completely merge with the seven orifices exquisite sword in such a short time. Therefore, he felt indebted to the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect and felt guilty that the sect would lose such a good cultivation ground. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian asked Wanzher, how strong are you now? He knew she used to be an artifact soul of a powerhouse in the realm of gods. Although her artifact was destroyed in the past, she was still rather powerful. My cultivation base is the same as yours, my lord. Artifact souls possess cultivation bases similar to their masters, Wanzher replied. However, the profundities of comprehended are still present. However, since you're not able to unleash the seven orifices exquisite sword's full potential, my usage of the profundities is limited as well. In conclusion, my strength should be similar to yours. What law did you comprehend? Duan Ling Tian asked. Artifact souls usually comprehend the law of destruction, Wanzher replied. The law of destruction. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. Based on his knowledge, the law of destruction was similar to the law of light and the law of darkness. They were different from the elemental laws. Even the law of ice, the law of thunder, and the law of wind were derivatives of main elemental laws. In terms of strength, laws like the law of destruction, the law of light, and the law of death were only below the four supreme laws. After that, they were followed by derivatives of elemental laws such as the law of ice, the law of thunder, and the law of wind. At the very bottom were the main elemental laws. One can comprehend main elemental laws in there. Derivative laws such as the law of ice, the law of thunder, and the law of wind from celestial methods and divine abilities. However, it depends on luck to be able to comprehend the four supreme law and the non-elemental laws like the law of destruction, the law of light, and the law of darkness. Duan Ling Tian was aware of this fact. Master, you'll be able to comprehend the law of destruction if you use the seven orifices exquisite sword frequently. As the owner of a Devata artifact, it's not difficult for you to comprehend the law of destruction. However, it'd still be difficult to comprehend it to higher stages, Wanzher said. Even if Wanzher did not say so, Duan Ling Tian knew it would not be difficult to comprehend the law of destruction or any law for that matter. However, it was difficult to comprehend them to higher stages. For now, Duan Ling Tian had no plans of comprehending the law of destruction. It would not benefit him in any way now. After all, he had comprehended the law of space, one of the four supreme laws, to rather high stages. It would be impossible for the law of destruction to match the law of space's strength. With the supreme powerhouse divinity, I won't face any difficulties when comprehending the law of space. Before I comprehend the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage, there's no need for me to waste my time comprehending other laws. Although the chaos divine flame, the profound divine metal, and the chaos divine earth could help Duan Ling Tian comprehend the law of fire, the law of metal, and the law of earth respectively, they could not compare to the supreme powerhouse divinity at all. It had to be said that the three divine elements would not leave Duan Ling Tian now even if Duan Ling Tian no longer wanted to be their host. After all, It would only become more and more beneficial to them if Duan Tian grew stronger. If they were to encounter a higher form of divine elements, they would be able to defeat them and devour them with his help. Another 20 years had passed in just a blink of an eye after Wanzhou successfully merged with the Seven Orifices' exquisite sword. At this moment, Duan Tian, who was cultivating in Glacier Valley, heard someone calling out to him. Lord revered elder. When Duan Tian emerged from the wooden hut, he saw Chai Shangyi, the sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, standing in the courtyard. He asked, "What's the matter?" "Lord revered elder, we received news about the emergence of a medicinal herb paradise about 1,000,000 miles away from the east of northern Iceland. Many people are rushing there now," Chai Shangyi said. "However, rumor has it that a grade 5 force nearby had cut off access to that place before the medicinal herb paradise even appeared. Only members of that force are allowed to enter that place." A medicinal herb paradise. Duan Tian's eyes lit up immediately. In Devata realms, a medicinal herb paradise was a small realm where various rare medicinal herbs and celestial fruits grew. The herbs and fruits there could not be found elsewhere. This was something that the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm created. Only those who had fate with the medicinal herb paradise would be able to enter it and harvest the rare herbs and celestial fruits. There were no tests of obstacles in the medicinal herb paradise. The only danger came from others who had entered the paradise as well. For this reason, many forces would try to monopolize the medicinal herb paradise so they could minimize the danger and maximize their harvest in the medicinal herb paradise. "It's really a medicinal herb paradise?" Duan Tian asked again for confirmation. After all, medicinal herb paradise rarely appeared, and not everyone was lucky enough to encounter it. Over the past 30 years, Chai Shangyi had brought many pieces of news to Duan Tian regarding celestial fruits and celestial pills beneficial to celestial kings, but only a few pieces of the news were accurate. Moreover, his success in obtaining the celestial fruits and celestial pills depended on luck as well. There were times when he failed to obtain anything because everyone had harvested the celestial fruits and celestial pills when he arrived. With that, he gradually grew lazy and no longer bothered. After all, he was not interested in fighting with others over ordinary celestial fruits or celestial pills. However, a medicinal herb paradise was different. "I'm almost 100% certain," Chai Shangyi replied. "However, if it's true that a grade 5 has decided to monopolize the place, it'd be difficult for you to enter. There's no need for you to worry about this." Duan Tian shook his head. "Where's the location of the medicinal herbs paradise?" After he found out about the location of the medicinal herb paradise, Duan Tian did not waste time and brought Huoner out of Glacier Valley. At this time, Huoner had already broken through and become a 1 basic celestial lord, while Duan Tian was now a 10-direction celestial king. Chapter 32:18 Grade 3 Medicinal Herb Paradise. In the Devata realms, the heavenly emperors and their forces were only second to tidal temples. The heavenly emperor's forces were known as the celestial emperor pavilions, and the pavilion masters of the pavilions were the heavenly emperors who ruled after their respective Devata realms. It went without saying that as the rulers of Devata realms, the heavenly emperors would take good care of their people. The medicinal herb paradise was one of the benefits given by a heavenly emperor. It was divided into 3 grades. Grade 1 medicinal herb paradise was not only filled with celestial fruits and herbs that were beneficial to celestial emperors, but it was also filled with celestial fruits and herbs that were beneficial to celestial lords. Meanwhile, celestial fruits and herbs that would benefit celestial kings grew like weeds in the mountains. Naturally, the Grade 1 medicinal paradise rarely appeared. Heavenly emperors would only create a Grade 1 medicinal herb paradise in the Devata realms they ruled once every 10,000 years. Below the Grade 1 medicinal herb paradise was the Grade 2 medicinal herb paradise. Apart from celestial fruits and herbs that were beneficial to celestial lords, there were also many celestial fruits and herbs beneficial to celestial kings. Meanwhile, celestial fruits and herbs beneficial to celestial dukes grew like weeds in the mountains. The Grade 2 medicinal paradise would appear once every 1,000 years. Finally, there was the Grade 3 medicinal herb paradise that appeared once every 100 years. Although it had celestial fruits and herbs beneficial to celestial lords, they were incredibly rare. There were not many celestial fruits and herbs beneficial to celestial kings and celestial dukes as well, even though they were not as rare as celestial fruits and herbs for celestial lords. On the contrary, there was an abundance of celestial fruits and herbs beneficial to overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Apart from that, the grade 3 medicinal herb paradise also had many celestial fruits and herbs for other uses apart from raising one's cultivation base. There's no way it's a grade 1 medicinal herb paradise since it will only appear in the Jade Emperor territory. Duan Ling Tian was aware of this fact. He muttered under his breath, although there's a possibility it's a grade 2 medicinal herb paradise, chances are it's a grade 3 medicinal paradise. Duan Ling Tian was filled with anticipation as he traveled to the place where the grade 3 medicinal herb paradise would appear. Naturally, he hoped it would be a grade 2 medicinal herb paradise. However, he would still be happy with a grade 3 medicinal herb even if it was not as good as the former. After all, he would still be able to obtain the celestial fruits he needed from the grade 3 medicinal herb paradise. As for herbs, although they could assist in one's cultivation as well, their effects were no match for celestial fruits. For this reason, people would usually use herbs for pill refinement. Over the years, Duan Ling Tian's pill refining skills had regressed due to lack of practice. Moreover, the Chaos Divine Flame was only in its third form. There was no way he would be able to refine the celestial pills he needed. For this reason, he only had his sight set on the celestial fruits. 3 days later, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner finally arrived at the location mentioned by Chai Shangyi, the sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. They met up with the elder from the sect's intelligence network that provided the sect with this news. Greetings, revered elders. The elder was an old man. He was very respectful when he met Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. He did not even dare to look at Huaner because he felt it would be blasphemous to do so. What's the situation like at this moment? Duan Ling Tian asked. Signs of the medicinal herb paradise opening have appeared this morning. It's a grade 3 medicinal herb paradise, the elder said. The grade 5 force couldn't monopolize the medicinal herb paradise because everyone within 10,000 miles would be able to enter with just a thought. It's impossible for the grade 5 force to evacuate everyone and guard such a large area. Since the signs appeared this morning, this means the grade 3 medicinal herb paradise will appear after 3 days. Duan Ling Tian had come across this piece of information in a memory celestial talisman about medicinal herb paradise. That was how he learned about the different celestial fruits and plants in the 3 different medicinal grade paradise and how he knew the grade 3 medicinal herb paradise would appear on the 3rd day after it showed signs of opening. Revered elders, I've arranged your accommodation for the next 3 days. Please follow me. The elder led Duan Ling Tian and Huaner to a place within 10,000 miles of the grade 3 medicinal herb paradise. With this, when the grade 3 medicinal herb paradise appeared, they did not need to leave to enter the paradise. A light from the grade 3 medicinal herb paradise would cover as far as 10,000 miles of land. Everyone would be able to enter the grade 3 medicinal herb paradise as long as they used their divine consciousness to touch the light. On the other hand, the light from a grade 2 medicinal herb paradise would only cover 100 miles. For this reason, it was possible for it to be monopolized by other forces. Finally, the light from a grade 1 medicinal herb paradise would only cover 1 mile. At this moment, Huaner was standing next to the window. As she gazed in the direction of the grade 3 medicinal herb paradise, she said to Duan Ling Tian, Brother Ling Tian, we have 30 years left. During this time, I'm sure you'll be able to break through and become a celestial lord. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said with a wry smile, Huaner, I'm aware of my situation. I only managed to break through and become a 10 directions celestial king 20 years ago. Since then, my cultivation progress has become incredibly slow. It's impossible for me to become a celestial lord within 30 years unless I run into some amazing fortuitous encounter. Huaner solemnly said, maybe this grade 3 medicinal herb paradise will have the fortuitous encounter you've been waiting for. I hope so. In any case, I'll leave it up to fate to decide. The genius secret realm would open in 30 years. He did not place too much importance on whether he would be able to enter the genius secret realm or not and left everything to fate instead. 3 days flew by in just a blink of an eye. Over the past 3 days, Duan Ling Tian spent his time cultivating while Huaner comprehended the law of space using the supreme powerhouse divinity. At this moment, a dazzling golden light could be seen outside the window. It was also showing signs of disappearing as soon as it appeared. Brother Ling Tian, is this the light from the grade 3 medicinal herb paradise? Huaner, extend your divine consciousness toward it. Duan Ling Tian hurriedly reminded Huaner before he extended his divine consciousness to the golden light that seemed as though it would disappear at any moment. As soon as Duan Ling Tian's divine consciousness touched the dazzling golden light, he felt his vision turn black for a moment. When he could see again, he found himself in a lush green world. So many herbs. Duan Ling Tian discovered that herbs covered 10% of the land he was standing on. After he surveyed his surroundings, he discovered he was alone. Even Huaner had disappeared, even though she had held onto his hand tightly before they entered this place to avoid being separated. Duan Ling Tian did not think it was a bad idea for everyone to be alone. This would give them time to collect celestial fruits and herbs without having to fight for them. He was also not too worried about being separated from Huaner since he had warned her this might happen. He did not worry about her safety as well since even the strongest powerhouse from a grade 5 force was an ordinary celestial lord. As long as there were no titled celestial lords present, no one was able to threaten her safety. Apart from being a one basic celestial lord, her comprehension of the law of space was so high now that even titled celestial lords could not compare to her in this regard. After collecting the herbs around him, Duan Ling Tian saw people appearing around him, frantically harvesting herbs as well. Soon enough, he saw a small tree in the distance with 3 shining fruits. Are those the streaming element celestial fruits? After a brief moment, Duan Ling Tian ascertained those 3 fruits were the streaming element celestial fruits. These fruits would boost the cultivation base of a celestial king, and they were the kind of fruits he desperately needed. At the same time, a few people in the surroundings had also discovered the streaming element celestial fruits. Their eyes lit up one after another. It's the streaming element celestial fruit. Duan Ling Tian did not waste time and teleported next to the streaming element celestial fruit tree. He quickly reached out and plucked all 3 streaming element celestial fruits from the tree. The people in the surroundings had yet to make a move when they discovered Duan Ling Tian had already harvested the 3 fruits. It's the teleportation profundity. He comprehends the law of space. With this discovery, fear filled their covetous eyes as they looked at Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, a big and bald man boldly stepped forward. He narrowed his eyes and asked Duan Ling Tian, "Brother, don't you think it's unfair that you took all 3 of the streaming element celestial fruits? Are you dissatisfied?" Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently as he glanced at the bald man. "I'm afraid I'm not the only one who's dissatisfied, everyone here is dissatisfied," the bald man retorted. "Is that so? I'll give you 1 streaming element celestial fruit, if you're able to survive a blow from me. What do you think?" Duan Ling Tian asked. His eyes gleamed as he looked at the bald man. "Are you serious?" The bald man's eyes lit up immediately. When Duan Ling Tian cast the teleportation profundity, he had used his celestial origin energy. Therefore, the group of people in the surroundings, including the bald man, knew he was a 10-direction celestial king. Despite being fearful of the law of space, they were not too afraid since he was just a 10-direction celestial king. The bald man did not think he had anything to fear at all. After all, he was also a 10-direction celestial king. As soon as the bald man's words fell, Duan Ling Tian teleported and reappeared in front of the bald man. His celestial origin energy surged as he raised his hand to cast a profundity. A gray sword ray shot out and easily breached all the defenses that the bald man hastily erected as soon as he saw Duan Ling Tian making a move. Just like that, the gray sword ray killed the bald man. At this moment, a figure flew into the air and looked at Duan Ling Tian indifferently. He said boldly, "Your strength isn't bad for a 10-direction celestial king. Regardless, you'll have to hand the 3 streaming element celestial fruits over to me now." As soon as this person appeared, the people in the surroundings whispered among themselves immediately. Based on their words, they seemed to recognize the person who demanded Duan Ling Tian to hand the 3 streaming element celestial fruits to him. It's the Ganges Profound Sect's Elder Sun Yu. Elder Sun Yu is a celestial lord. Chapter 32:19 Stealing from Celestial Lords. The person who had asked Duan Ling Tian to hand over the celestial fruits was a middle-aged man dressed in a long silver robe. His skin was smooth as jade, and he had a conspicuous mole on his forehead. A one basic celestial lord. Duan Ling Tian could sense the middle-aged man's cultivation base through the middle-aged man's celestial origin energy that was surging out of his body. He smiled faintly and said, "We'll have to see if you have the capability of snatching these celestial fruits from me." The onlookers were taken aback when they saw how nonchalant Duan Ling Tian was acting. It seemed like he did not take the celestial lord seriously at all. Was he not digging his own grave by acting in this manner? They looked at him pitifully. How dare this 10-direction celestial king behave so rudely to Elder Sun Yu? Elder Sun Yu is not only the Ganges profound sect's elder, but he's a one basic celestial lord. Is this kid crazy? He's seeking trouble. Sun Yu's eyes flashed coldly as he said, "Brat, since you have a death wish, I'll grant you your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, he made a move immediately. However, he did not bother using his celestial weapon at all. In his opinion, a mere 10 directions celestial king was not worth him using his celestial weapon. Sun Yu, who had comprehended the law of wind, swept toward Duan Ling Tian like a gust of wind. When he was almost upon Duan Ling Tian, he discovered Duan Ling Tian had vanished into thin air. He sneered, "Teleportation profundity, so what if you've comprehended the law of space? I can easily catch up with your speed." "Is that so?" Duan Ling Tian teleported and reappeared 100 meters behind Sun Yu. Then, he said with a chuckle, "I'll give you a chance. Let's see if you're really capable of catching up with my speed." Under the onlookers' watchful eyes, Sun Yu began to chase after Duan Ling Tian. However, as time continued to pass, he still failed to catch Duan Ling Tian. With this, his expression began to turn unsightly. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Sun Yu and said mockingly, "You're too slow, you're a disgrace to your peers, that's it. I'm done playing with you." When Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he teleported and appeared behind Sun Yu again. Following that, he raised his hand to attack. Upon seeing this, Sun Yu released his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the wind elemental profundity. At the same time, 3 spatial tears appeared before 3 gray sword rays shot out. Golden flames burst out of the sword rays as they sailed through the air. They easily passed through Sun Yu's celestial origin energy and pierced his body, instantly killing him. Just like that, a one basic celestial lord had died. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently after he killed Sun Yu, "How dare you challenge me when you've only comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind to the initial stage?" Meanwhile, the onlookers only regained their senses when Duan Ling Tian finally vanished from their sight. He killed Elder Sun. Heavens! A mere 10 directions celestial king killed Elder Sun Yu, a one basic celestial lord. It seemed like Elder Sun Yu didn't even have time to bring out his purely defensive celestial weapon. That person's speed is too fast. The law of space is really terrifying. If I'm not mistaken, he has comprehended at least 4 profundities to the initial stage. Moreover, there were the golden flames that appeared when he attacked as well. Who knows what technique is that? Even if Elder Sun Yu brought his celestial weapon out, I don't think he'd be a match for that person. Where did this 10 directions celestial king come from? I don't think I've seen him before. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian had already moved to another area to look for more celestial fruits and herbs. Although the herbs were not particularly helpful to him, they were very valuable in the market. Therefore, he decided to collect herbs as well. Moreover, when the Chaos Divine Flame evolved into a higher form, perhaps he might start refining pills again. At this moment, a group of 12 flew past Duan Ling Tian. Their conversation instantly caught Duan Ling Tian's interest. "The Red River Celestial Fruit has appeared. I heard that the Palm Fire Zen sect and the Ganges Profound sect's 2 celestial lords are there. There's only one Red River Celestial Fruit, so they're fighting over it now. Since the elders from the Palm Fire Zen sect and the Ganges Profound sect are there, there's no way any of us will be able to get our hands on the celestial fruit. We can only watch a show." The Red River Celestial Fruit. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up immediately. He knew that the Red River Celestial Fruit could help raise a celestial lord's cultivation base. Such a celestial fruit was considered one of the best. He thought to himself, if Huaner consumes the Red River Celestial Fruit, she'll definitely have a breakthrough in her cultivation base and become a 2-form celestial lord. Duan Ling Tian did not waste time and began to follow the group of people. Shortly after, Duan Ling Tian arrived in a beautiful valley. He saw roughly 60 people surrounding 2 old men, dressed in a green robe and a blue robe respectively, who were in the midst of a battle. In just a short time, his eyes found a red celestial fruit hanging from a wilted tree near the cliff of the valley. The red celestial fruit was shrouded with a red mist that moved like water. It was for this reason that it was named the Red River Celestial Fruit. At this time, the green-clad old man said solemnly, "Old Wang, I discovered this celestial fruit first. We'll miss out on many celestial fruits if we waste time fighting over the Red River Celestial Fruit here." The blue-clad old man replied with a smile, "If you're worried about wasting time, you can directly give me the celestial fruit." "So you're intent on fighting me?" the green-clad old man coldly asked. "That's right. Let's see if your strength has improved recently. If you can beat me, the celestial fruit will naturally be yours, the blue-clad old man said as he narrowed his eyes. The green-clad old man scoffed. He could no longer hold back and charged toward the blue-clad old man at lightning speed. Similarly, the blue-clad man swept out toward the green-clad old man as well. The two old men comprehended the law of water and the law of fire respectively. Fire and water were incompatible elements, and their battle became even more intense. Meanwhile, the onlookers discussed among themselves as they watched the old men fight. Although the two old men were distracted now, none of them dared to seize the opportunity and pluck the Red River celestial fruit. In their opinion, to steal the celestial fruit from two celestial lords was akin to seeking death. I wonder if Elder Wang from the Palm Fire Zen sect or Elder Qin from the Ganges Profound sect is stronger. I heard they're old rivals. Their fights had always ended in a tie in the past. Old rivals. No wonder they fought as soon as they met. Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted as he watched the two old men's fearsome battle. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian appeared next to the Red River celestial fruit. Seemingly carefree, he reached out and plucked the Red River celestial fruit before putting it away. His actions successfully caught everyone's attention. Even the two old men who were battling came to a stop and looked at him. The two old men cried out one after another. "Brat, do you want to die? How dare you steal my celestial fruit? Die!" The two old men attacked in unison. Their celestial origin energies shot out like a water dragon and fire dragon toward Duan Ling Tian. They only dared to attack unreservedly after they saw Duan Ling Tian had put the Red River celestial fruit away. Otherwise, they would not have simply attacked in fear of damaging the Red River celestial fruit. When the water dragon and the fire dragon were a hair's breadth away from Duan Ling Tian, he vanished into thin air. It's the law of space's teleportation profundity. It's not just that, he has also comprehended it to the initial stage. Who's the purple-clad young man? I've never heard of a 10-direction celestial king who comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity to the initial stage in this area. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian cast the teleportation profundity again when he saw the two old men trying to lock onto him with their divine consciousness. A two-formed celestial lord and a three-talents celestial lord. I bet they didn't think there would be someone bold enough to steal the celestial fruit under their noses. After teleporting 30,000 meters away, Duan Ling Tian stopped moving. He knew he was out of the range of the two old men's divine consciousness, and they would not be able to track him. Back in the valley, the old men were, naturally, infuriated that the Red River celestial fruit had been stolen before their eyes. "Old Wang, it's your fault that someone stole the Red River celestial fruit. You should blame yourself for not letting me have it earlier." With this, the two old men began to bicker again. Meanwhile, the group of onlookers only watched in stunned silence. When they regained their senses, they slowly scattered. Since the Red River celestial fruit was gone, there would no longer be a show to watch. It was better for them to continue looking for celestial fruits and herbs. The Grade 3 medicinal herb paradise was vast. Although quite some time had passed and many people had entered the realm, there were still many unexplored places. Some of these places were hidden by illusory formations, so most people would not be able to find them. The reason for the illusory formations was so that those who entered later would still be able to harvest celestial fruits and herbs. Naturally, that was only if they could see through illusory formations. To protect the celestial fruits and herbs, there were no offensive formations such as the spirit formation. Apart from that, there were no celestial beasts or guardians that guarded the fruits as well. Everyone was free to harvest and pluck the celestial fruits and herbs. Chapter 32:20 Big Gains. At this time, Duan Ling Tian had been in the Grade 3 medicinal herb paradise for quite some time and had explored many places as well. However, he still had not seen Huaner. Hence, he decided to send a message to her. "Huaner, where are you?" Huaner responded quickly, describing her surroundings to Duan Ling Tian. "Brother Ling Tian, I'm at a place with two small hills, and there's a stream near one of the small hills. All the herbs here have been harvested. Have you been to a place like this? It sounds vaguely familiar. I'll try and look for you now." After responding to Huaner, Duan Ling Tian traveled using the teleportation profundity. After some time, Duan Ling Tian finally arrived at a place that was similar to Huaner's description. "Brother Ling Tian," Huaner called out. The duo was finally reunited. "Huaner, I obtained a Red River celestial fruit not too long ago. After leaving this place, you can consume it. At that time, you'll definitely be able to break through and become a two-formed celestial lord in a short time. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. It was as though he was even happier about Huaner consuming the celestial fruit than if he were to consume it himself. Brother Ling Tian, I've gathered more than a dozen celestial fruits that can boost one's cultivation base, Huaner said excitedly. More than a dozen? Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. He only managed to obtain a handful of celestial fruit, and yet, Huaner managed to obtain more than a dozen of them. He asked curiously, Huaner, how did you manage to obtain so many celestial fruits? I snatched a few from other people, and I found the others in places hidden by illusory formations. No one discovered those places, Huaner replied honestly, illusory formations. No wonder Huaner managed to obtain so many celestial fruits. It was easy for Huaner to see through illusory formations, after all. Huaner said, Brother Ling Tian, all the places that aren't hidden with illusory formations have already been picked clean. We should look for places hidden by illusory formations instead. Duan Ling Tian and Huaner wandered the grade 3 medicinal herb paradise and discovered a few more places that were hidden by illusory formations. Among these places, all of them were untouched except for one. Duan Ling Tian learned from Huaner that the illusory formations were fairly advanced. Naturally, for someone like Huaner, no matter how advanced an illusory formation was, she could easily see through them. Under Huaner's lead, the duo swept the areas and obtained many celestial fruits and herbs. I didn't expect these places to have illusory formations, Duan Ling Tian said. He discovered 2 of the places he had passed by earlier had illusory formations. At that time, he had searched the area and did not find anything out of the ordinary. With Huaner's help, the 2 familiar places were like a different world after the illusory formations were dispelled. Just as Duan Ling Tian harvested another celestial fruit, a loud and majestic voice rang in the air. You have 3 hours left before this grade 3 medicinal herb paradise closes. The voice was so majestic that Duan Ling Tian was inexplicably filled with the urge to worship it. This voice, does it belong to the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, the famous Jade Emperor in Earth's ancient mythology? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his eyes gleamed brightly. He could not help but feel excited when he thought about how the voice might belong to the Jade Emperor, a legendary figure in his past life on Earth. He was born and raised on Earth, after all. All his experiences in this life were just a continuation of his past life. Brother Ling Tian, since we have 3 more hours, let's look around to see if there are other places hidden by illusory formations, Huaner suggested to Duan Ling Tian. After an hour, the duo finally found another place that was hidden by an illusory formation. They only left after they had harvested all the celestial fruits and herbs in that place. So far I've gathered more than 20 celestial fruits. In addition to the celestial fruits Huaner obtained, we have almost 50 celestial fruits between us. Duan Ling Tian mentally calculated their gains. We have another 2 hours, I wonder if we'll be able to collect more than 50 celestial fruits during this time. If other people could hear Duan Ling Tian's thoughts, they would certainly feel indignant. It was considered a lot if one could obtain a few celestial fruits, and yet, Duan Ling Tian was thinking about collecting more than 50 celestial fruits. Soon after the duo left the place hidden by an illusory formation, a boisterous rang in the air. Boy, it's you. Duan Ling Tian turned around and saw the Palm Fire Zen sect's Elder Wang. Previously, he had snatched the Red River celestial fruit from Elder Wang when he was fighting with the Ganges Profound sect's celestial lord. Although Elder Wang was a 3-talent celestial lord, he could not defeat the Ganges Profound sect's 2-form celestial lord. This was because he comprehended the law of fire while his opponent comprehended the law of water, and since the world was created, water had always restricted fire. At this moment, there was an old man standing next to Elder Wang. He asked curiously, Elder Wang, do you know him? Elder Lu, he's the person I mentioned earlier. When I was fighting Old Chin from the Ganges Profound sect for the Red River celestial fruit, he seized the opportunity and snatched the fruit from us using the law of space's teleportation profundity. He even comprehended the teleportation profundity to the initial stage, Elder Wang replied in a deep voice. Based on the way he addressed the old man next to him, it was obvious the old man was also an elder of the Palm Fire Zen sect. It's him. Elder Lu's eyes lit up immediately when he heard Elder Wang's words. Then, he shifted his eyes to Duan Ling Tian like a predator eyeing its prey. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile, Elder Wang, is it? Did you manage to find anything so far? Even if Duan Ling Tian was alone, he was not afraid of Elder Wang and Elder Lu, let alone now that Huaner was with him. the Palm Fire Zen sect was a mere grade 5 sect without titled celestial lords. Moreover, the elders sent to the grade 3 medicinal herb paradise were certainly not the most powerful in the Palm Fire Zen sect. Despite being a 10-direction celestial king, he was confident he could kill the 2 old men from the Palm Fire Zen sect under 3 breaths if he used his 7 orifices exquisite sword. Although Duan Ling Tian still could not unleash the 7 orifices exquisite sword's full potential, the sword had gained a soul after all. Therefore, it was much more powerful now. Currently, the sword's strength had already surpassed Emperor-grade celestial weapons. Even extraordinary Emperor-grade celestial weapons were not a match for it. Apart from that, Wanzher, the 7 orifices exquisite sword's soul, could also manifest a physical body and assist Duan Ling Tian. Although she was not at the peak of her strength and she had not regained all her comprehension of the law of destruction due to his current cultivation base, she was still as strong as him. He had sparred with Wanzher once 10 years ago, and their fight ended in a tie. It should be noted that at that time, he had already comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the Palm Fire Zen sect's elder Wang laughed before he asked, "What? Are you going to rob us? You're too arrogant for a mere 10-direction celestial king. Boy, if you know what's best for you, you should hand the Red River celestial fruit over to me. Even if you escape from me with your teleportation profundity now, I guarantee the Palm Fire Zen sect won't let this matter slide even when we leave this place." His voice turned threatening during the latter half of his words. "Escape?" Duan Ling Tian chuckled. "Did I say anything about escaping? What? Don't tell me you're planning to fight us," Elder Wang said disdainfully. Duan Ling Tian did not respond to Elder Wang. Instead, he turned to Huaner and said, "Huaner, you take one, and I'll take one, just get them to hand over their celestial fruits." The 2 elders from the Palm Fire Zen sect were still looking at Duan Ling Tian contemptuously when Duan Ling Tian and Huaner made their moves. It did not take long for the duo to overpower the 2 elders. Even after bringing out the royal-grade celestial weapons, they still felt the pressure and threat on their lives. Meanwhile, from the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner did not use their celestial weapons at all. The 2 elders from the Palm Fire Zen sect were in despair when Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, "If you don't want to die, hand over everything you've obtained. This lady by my side is skilled in illusions, so I advise you not to play tricks." At this time, the 2 elders who had witnessed Duan Ling Tian and Huaner's strength, naturally, did not dare to try anything even if Duan Ling Tian did not warn them. They knew they would have died if Duan Ling Tian intended to kill them. "These are the celestial fruits I obtained. I only managed to collect these." With a dismal expression on their faces, the 2 elders from the Palm Fire Zen sect presented all of the celestial fruits they had obtained to Duan Ling Tian. Their only consolation was Duan Ling Tian did not demand the herbs they had collected. Alas, even that last bit of consolation was shattered by Duan Ling Tian's following words. "Hand over your herbs as well." After putting away the celestial fruits and herbs, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner were about to leave. At this moment, a booming voice rang from afar. "Elders, it's him. He's the one who killed Elder Sun Yu." The voice caught the attention of Duan Ling Tian, Huaner, and the 2 elders from the Palm Fire Zen sect. Soon after, 4 men appeared before their eyes. The group consisted of a middle-aged man and 3 old men. Duan Ling Tian recognized one of the old men as the Ganges Profound sect's Elder Qin, whom Elder Wang from the Palm Fire Zen sect fought with. "It's you." The Ganges Profound sect's Elder Qin cried out. Clearly, he had recognized Duan Ling Tian as well. "Wang Yi, Lu Tong, stay out of this. The boy's Red River celestial fruit belongs to the Ganges Profound sect," Elder Qin said to Wang Yi and Lu Tong, the 2 elders from the Palm Fire Zen sect. He was confident since he had numbers on his side. As the saying went, there's strength in numbers. "You," the Palm Fire Zen sect's Lu Tong said. However, before Lu Tong could finish his sentence, Wang Yi sent him a voice transmission to stop him. "Don't say anything to him. We can't be the only ones to suffer a loss, right?" After that, Wang Yi looked at the Ganges Profound sect's Elder Qin and feigned indignation as he said, "Qin He Dao, I wouldn't have let you have the Red River celestial fruit if we have as many people as you do." Chapter 32-21 Grassroots Prodigies. The Palm Fire Zen sect's Wang Yi stepped aside to watch the show as soon as he finished speaking. He made it clear he would not interfere. The Palm Fire Zen sect's Lu Tong followed suit and stepped to the side as well. The corners of his mouth could not stop twitching the entire time. the Ganges Profund sect's elder, Qinhe Dao, looked at Duan Ling Tian coldly and asked in a low voice, "Boy, did you kill our Ganges Profound sect's elder Sun Yu?" "That's right." Duan Ling Tian nodded nonchalantly. "Why did you kill elder Sun Yu?" The other three men from the Ganges Profound sect were also staring at Duan Ling Tian coldly at this moment. "He tried to attack me after I harvested a celestial fruit. Why, should I stand still and wait for him to kill me instead?" Duan Ling Tian said lightly as he swept his gaze across the men from the Ganges Profound sect. "Boy, since you dare kill an elder of the Ganges Profound sect, you can just stay here forever." The only middle-aged man among the group of people from the Ganges Profound sect said coldly. His eyes flashed with killing intent when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, the other three old men, including Qinhe Dao, stared at Duan Ling Tian, waiting for an opportunity to strike. "Are all of you going to attack me?" Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly as he said, "Make sure you've thought this through. Boy, today will be your death anniversary. This is for killing an elder from the Ganges Profound sect." The middle-aged man cried out. When the fight was about to begin, Lu Tong could not help but ask Wang Yi through voice transmission, "Elder Wang, should we give them a heads up? Based on the situation, it's unlikely that these young ones will show mercy like they did earlier." "Elder Lu, you're an elder of the Palm Fire Zen sect. Why do you care if those from the Ganges Profound sect die?" Wang Yi replied indifferently through voice transmission. At this moment, the four men from the Ganges Profound sect had begun to attack Duan Ling Tian. Since they had heard from Qinhe Dao that the purple-clad young man in front of them had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity to the initial stage, they intended to kill him with one move to prevent him from escaping. Wang Yi was clearly delighted as he watched the scene before him. Soon after, as he had expected, the four men from the Ganges Profound sect were all killed without any exception. However, he was surprised that it was not the purple-clad young man who had made a move. Instead, it was the beautiful white-clad woman who made a move. Most shockingly, the woman took less than one breath to kill the four celestial lords from the Ganges Profound sect. Wang Yi and Lu Tong's jaws slackened, and their eyes looked as though they were going to pop out of their sockets as they stared at Huaner. Was that a soul attack? When Wang Yi and Lu Tong recalled the expressions on the faces of the four men from the Ganges Profound sect before they died, they felt chills running up their spines. Fear lingered in their hearts when they regained their senses, and their expressions turned solemn immediately. The Palm Fire Zen sect's Lu Tong thought to himself, "Fortunately, she didn't use this move when we were fighting earlier. Otherwise, I would have died." Earlier, Duan Ling Tian had faced Wang Yi while Huaner faced Lu Tong. Therefore, after Lu Tong witnessed her killing the men from the Ganges Profound sect, he was keenly aware that Huaner had held back significantly when they fought earlier. After retrieving the spatial rings and the celestial weapons of the group from the Ganges Profound sect, Duan Ling Tian asked Wang Yi, "Did you think you could borrow our hands to kill those people?" Duan Ling Tian, naturally, knew Wang Yi had intentionally withheld information from those people from the Ganges Profound sect. Indeed, Wang Yi did not warn the people from the Ganges Profound sect because he knew they would underestimate Duan Ling Tian and suffer the consequences as a result. "My lord, that wasn't my intention. I just thought we shouldn't be the ones to suffer a loss. I just wanted to see them lose their celestial fruits and herbs as well," Wang Yi hastily explained as his expression changed. "After all, if they didn't strike first, you won't have a valid reason to seize their celestial fruits and herbs, right? So you're saying you're doing it to help me?" Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile. "Of course." Wang Yi nodded with a righteous expression on his face even though it was clear he was blatantly lying. Even Lu Tong who was standing next to Wang Yi could not bear to watch this. Duan Ling Tian no longer teased Wang Yi. He called out, "Huaner, let's go." There was not much time left before the Grade 3 medicinal herb paradise closed, so Duan Ling Tian wanted to use whatever time they had left to search for more celestial fruits and herbs in places that were hidden by illusory formations. After the duo left, Wang Yi and Lu Tong heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Yi smiled bitterly as he said, "Who knew a 10-direction celestial king and a 1 basic celestial lord could be so powerful? I feel like I've lived my life in vain. You aren't the only one. It's truly demoralizing when I look at them." Lu Tong replied with a wry smile. Duan Ling Tian and Huaner's trip to the Grade 3 medicinal herb paradise was truly fruitful. The celestial fruits they obtained made Duan Ling Tian feel confident that he would be able to break through and become a 1 basic celestial lord within the next 30 years. After Duan Lingtian and Huaner left the Grade 3 medicinal herb paradise, they returned to the Snow Horizon Celestial Sects estate instead of Glacier Valley. This was because the advantages of cultivating in Glacier Valley could not compare to the benefits from the celestial fruits they obtained. Moreover, Huaner liked staying in the sect's estate more than staying in Glacier Valley. Spring came and left. Time flew by quickly. 20 years passed by in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, Huaner had become a 3-talent celestial lord. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had yet to become a 1 basic celestial lord. Apart from that, he did not make any further progress in comprehending the law of space as well. Apart from the space elemental profundity that can't be improved, I have comprehended all profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Something seems to be lacking. I can't seem to comprehend the profundities to the mastery stage, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He had tried to comprehend the law of space's profundities to the mastery stage many times but failed in the end. Duan Lingtian was already frustrated about the lack of progress in his cultivation base. Needless to say, he was doubly frustrated when there was no progress in his comprehension of the law of space as well. The Chaos Divine Flame was aware of Duan Lingtian's vexations, so it explained, "It's impossible for someone who's below the stage of a celestial lord to comprehend a profundity to the mastery stage. You'll have to be a 1 basic celestial lord at least to comprehend a profundity to the mastery stage." Duan Lingtian was enlightened by the Chaos Divine Flame's words, but these words did not ease his frustrations. There are only 10 years left before the Genius Secret Realm opens. I can only hope to have a breakthrough within these 10 years. At this point, despite the lack of progress, Duan Lingtian was just a hair's breadth away from a breakthrough and becoming a 1 basic celestial lord. His situation was similar to Huaner's situation when they left the spirit overarching heaven. As time passed, her cultivation base finally improved. With this thought in mind, he thought to himself bitterly, so does this mean the only thing I can do is wait? In the end, Duan Lingtian decided to leave the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect again to travel. He thought, perhaps, he would have an enlightenment while traveling that would enable him to break through. Alas, year after year went by, but Duan Lingtian's breakthrough was nowhere to be found. The Nando Territory's Genius Secret Realm that opens once every 1,000 years will finally be open next year. I only have a year left. As the day of the opening of the Genius Secret Realm drew closer and closer, Duan Lingtian felt the pressure mounting as well. His entrance to the Genius Secret Realm hinged on him breaking through and becoming a celestial lord. The opening of the Genius Secret Realm was a big event in the Nando Territory. Many forces in the Nando Territory would send their young geniuses into the Secret Realm. With a year left until the opening of the Genius Secret Realm, it was already buzzing everywhere in the Nando Territory. It has been a long time since we saw a grassroots prodigy rise above young geniuses from Grade 1 forces in the Genius Secret Realm. Over the past 10,000 years, the young geniuses from the Grade 1 forces had taken the spotlight in the Secret Realm. Although there were a few outstanding grassroots prodigies, they can't compare to those from Grade 1 forces. That's not surprising. Those young geniuses were carefully raised by the forces they belong to, and they're given superior cultivating resources. How can grassroots prodigies compare to them? It's good enough for these grassroots prodigies to be recruited by Grade 1 forces if they perform well in the Genius Secret Realm. Well, apart from being a place for young geniuses from Grade 1 forces to showcase their strength and search for treasures, the Genius Secret Realm is also a place for grassroots prodigies to prove themselves. That's right, outstanding grassroots prodigies will be invited to join Grade 1 forces. However, in the past 10,000 years, only 2 sectless cultivators were invited to join the 3 most powerful Grade 1 forces in the Nando Territory. They joined the Ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan respectively. As for the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, it has been more than 10,000 years since they extended an invitation to a grassroots prodigy. The Ancient Phoenix clan, the Bailey clan, and the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect were the 3 most powerful Grade 1 forces in the Nando Territory. It was said that the absence of a ruling titled Celestial Emperor in the Nando Territory was due to these 3 Grade 1 forces. There were suspicions that 3 sects had Celestial Emperors comparable to titled Celestial Emperors. Rumor had it that these Celestial Emperors did not bother to claim their titles in the Title Temple. Due to the delicate balance between the 3 forces, there was not one force among the 3 that solely dominated the Nando Territory. Only Celestial Lords under the age of 1,000 could enter the Genius Secret Realm. Those who were capable of becoming Celestial Lords before the age of 1,000 were undoubtedly geniuses. apart from the young geniuses from various Grade 1 forces, sectless cultivators and cultivators from forces below Grade 1 were collectively known as grassroots prodigies. Most young geniuses from Grade 1 forces entered the genius secret realm to seek treasures and fortuitous encounters, while grassroots prodigies, apart from seeking treasures and fortuitous encounters, usually entered the secret realm to display their strength in hopes of being invited to join a Grade 1 force. Although there were other Grade 1 forces, most grassroots prodigies, naturally, hoped to join the three most powerful Grade 1 forces in the Nan-Do territory: the ancient Phoenix clan, the Bailey clan, and the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Most Grade 1 forces would recruit disciples after the opening of the genius secret realm. However, in the past 10,000 years, among the three strongest Grade 1 forces in the Nan-Do territory, the ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan only accepted a grassroots prodigy each. Chapter 3222 The Genius Secret Realm. Usually, most Grade 1 forces would recruit disciples during the opening of the genius secret realm. However, they would only take the initiative to recruit truly outstanding grassroots prodigies. These grassroots prodigies could also join some first-grade forces without an invitation, but the treatment between those who were invited to join and those who voluntarily joined was vastly different. Over the past 10,000 years, two of the three strongest Grade 1 forces in the Nan-Do territory, the ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan, had only invited a grassroots prodigy each to join them. On the other hand, the third strongest Grade 1 force, the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, had not extended an invitation to anyone in the past 10,000 years. I wonder if there will be any grassroots prodigy whom the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect deemed worthy of extending an invitation to. That's unlikely to happen. The Thousand Tribulations Sword sect's bar is set much higher than the ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan. They won't simply invite a grassroots prodigy to join them. I agree. Compared to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, there's a higher chance of us seeing the ancient Phoenix clan or the Bailey clan inviting a grassroots prodigy to join them. There were entrances to the genius secret realm all over the Nan-Do territory. As long as the requirements were met, anyone could enter the genius secret realm. Even someone from another territory would be able to enter the genius secret realm as long as they were a celestial lord below the age of 1000. Apart from that, the genius secret realm entrances would only be open for 3 days and 3 nights. After that, there would be no way to enter the secret realm. There were plenty of people across the Nan-Do territory who were in a similar situation as Duan Ling Tian. Their cultivation bases were stuck at that of a 10-direction celestial king, and they just needed a push to break through and become a celestial lord. With the opening of the genius secret realm drawing closer and closer, they were all frantically searching for an opportunity to break through and become a celestial lord in order to enter the secret realm. As the days passed, the opening of the genius secret realm drew closer and closer. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was sitting in one of the mountain valleys in the Snow Horizon Celestial sect. He sighed before he muttered to himself, "It's over for me. There's only 1 month left to go. I wonder if I'll be able to trick the genius secret realm into letting me in if I use the consumable royal grade celestial weapon to boost my cultivation base to that of a 1 basic celestial lord." With that thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian decided to look for Chai Shangyi, the sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial sect, for answers. After spending all these years in the sect, he was aware that Chai Shangyi was the most knowledgeable person in the sect. In fact, it was not an exaggeration to say Chai Shangyi was the most knowledgeable person in northern Iceland. After listening to Duan Ling Tian's question, Chai Shangyi said, "Revered elder, what you suggested will work. However, do you think it's possible for you not to expend any energy once you're in the genius secret realm? After all, your cultivation base would fall the more energy you use. At that time, when your cultivation base reverts back to that of a 10-direction celestial king, you'll be transported out of the secret realm." There is no lack of people who tried to circumvent the rules with this method, but all of them were eventually transported out of the secret realm. Duan Ling Tian fell silent upon hearing Chai Shangyi's words. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian remaining silent, Chai Shangyi put forth a bold suggestion. "Revered elder, since you have a consumable royal grade celestial weapon, why don't you use it now and try to familiarize yourself with the cultivation base of a celestial lord? Perhaps it'll give you the enlightenment you need to break through and become a 1 basic celestial lord. With your current cultivation base, it's not a waste for you to use the consumable royal grade celestial weapon." Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing Chai Shangyi's suggestions. "That's right, why didn't I think of this? He did not hesitate and used up the last of the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon to temporarily raise his cultivation base. After the final use, the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon slowly disappeared. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base, celestial origin energy, and soul energy were that of a one basic celestial lord. This is what it feels like to be a one basic celestial lord. Duan Ling Tian inhaled deeply and immersed himself in the feeling of being a one basic celestial lord. Following that, Duan Ling Tian bade farewell to Chai Shangyi and returned to his courtyard in the valley. In the following month, Duan Ling Tian was careful not to simply use his celestial origin energy or soul energy in fear of causing his cultivation base to revert to that of a 10-direction celestial king. On the second day the genius secret realm opened, a burst of laughter rang in the valley in the Snow Horizon celestial sect. Duan Ling Tian, who had lost all hope of breaking through, finally became a one basic celestial lord. Just as Chai Shangxi had said, he really managed to find the enlightenment he needed to break through after using the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon to raise his cultivation base. Congratulations, revered Elder Ling Tian. Hao Wang, one of the supreme elders of the Snow Horizon celestial sect, congratulated Duan Ling Tian. He was in the valley as well, so he was quick to discover Duan Ling Tian's breakthrough. Duan Ling Tian nodded in response to Hao Wang before he quickly went to wake up Huaner, who was comprehending the law of space. Huaner, I've broken through. Let's go. There's an entrance to the genius secret realm nearby. At this moment, there was slightly more than a day left before the entrances to genius secret realm closed. From their current location, it would take Duan Ling Tian and Huaner a day to arrive at the nearest entrance. Although there was plenty of time left until the entrances closed, Duan Ling Tian was in a rush due to his excitement. Hao Wang, who was standing nearby, naturally, overheard Duan Ling Tian's words. He watched in shock as Duan Ling Tian and Huaner vanished from his sight. The genius secret realm, this means the two revered elders aren't even 1,000 years old. Hao Wang was dumbfounded when he recalled Duan Ling Tian and Huaner's strength before they even became celestial lords. They're definitely comparable to those young geniuses from the Grade 1 forces in the genius secret realm. In fact, I don't think there are many young geniuses from Grade 1 forces who are a match for the two revered elders. Hao Wang had full confidence in Duan Ling Tian and Huaner since he had witnessed their strength. After all, after almost a day, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner finally arrived at one of the genius secret realm entrances that was located closest to the Snow Horizon celestial sect. This entrance was located halfway up a sharp cliff. At this moment, there were many people hovering in the air outside the entrance. It was clear these people were only here to have a look or here to accompany their friends. Only a few people could be seen going into the entrance. When Duan Ling Tian and Huaner arrived, everyone was, naturally, stunned by Huaner's peerless beauty. Huaner, let's go. Duan Ling Tian did not pay any attention to the people in the surroundings. He held Huaner's hand and quickly led her into the entrance. Even after the duo had entered the genius secret realm, the people outside were still in awe over Huaner's shocking beauty. Is this the genius secret realm? Duan Ling Tian's vision darkened before it became bright again. He discovered he and Huaner were standing above a majestic building at this moment. They could see other people milling around the building as well. Huaner, let's have a look over there. Duan Ling Tian saw a towering mountain peak in the distance. He discovered many people were heading in that direction as well. It did not take long before Duan Ling Tian and Huaner caught up with a group of people heading to the towering mountain. At this time, many people had taken notice of Huaner. Many men were charmed by her beauty, and their expressions soured when they saw her holding onto Duan Ling Tian's hand. Their eyes were brimming with envy and jealousy when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. A muscular middle-aged man said in amazement, "It's rare for a female celestial to be able to enter the genius secret realm. Moreover, she's such a beauty. It's too bad that she's taken." Upon hearing this, a young man who seemed like a womanizer said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. You can always snatch that woman if you're strong enough." Another young man who was standing nearby said mockingly in return, "You're all talk but no actions. Why don't you try it?" Despite their words, no one caused any trouble. After all, those capable of entering the genius secret realm were extremely talented. Perhaps, apart from a few young geniuses from Grade 1 forces, no one would simply provoke anyone here. After all, they could not be certain if the other person was stronger than them. At this moment, a young man near Duan Ling Tian said with a sigh, "The genius secret realm has only been open for less than 3 days. I wonder if any of the geniuses from the Grade 1 forces have already arrived at the foot of Peak of Gravity. If they arrive first, I don't think I stand a chance of getting a good rank. Peak of Gravity. Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted as he looked at the towering mountain where everyone seemed to be heading toward. After listening to conversations around him, Duan Ling Tian finally learned about Peak of Gravity. Peak of Gravity was a mountain where the gravity would grow stronger and stronger the higher one climbed up. There were 99 peaks of gravity in the genius secret realm. Everyone was free to challenge any of the peaks. One would be rewarded once one reached a certain height. If one managed to set a new record, one might even be rewarded with an emperor-grade celestial weapon or something of similar value. Needless to say, it was not an easy feat to set a new record. Duan Ling Tian, whose interest was piqued, continued listening into the conversations around him. According to the Peak of Gravity's record, it has been almost 20,000 years since anyone has set a new record. I think the last person to do so is Yu Jian Cheng, the current sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, right? That's right. Back then, sect leader Yu set a new record by rising 37,086 meters high with the cultivation base of a 6-combo celestial lord. After that, he was rewarded with an emperor-grade celestial weapon. If I'm not mistaken, the best result over the past 10,000 years is a little more than 30,000 meters high, right? Even that is still far cry from sect leader Yu's record. Sect leader Yu of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect isn't an ordinary man, after all. He's as powerful as the older generation powerhouses in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, even though he's the youngest among them. Chapter 32-23 Climbing the Peak of Gravity. Sect leader Yu Jian Cheng of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect was a 6-combo celestial lord before he reached the age of 1000. Through the conversations in his surroundings, Duan Ling Tian learned that the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Celestial Sect, one of the 3 most powerful Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory, was a prodigy. He thought to himself confidently, based on the unbreakable record he left behind, his comprehension of the law must be extraordinary as well. After a while, Duan Ling Tian finally reached the towering mountain, one of the peaks of gravity in the genius secret realm. At this moment, there were more than 30 people gathered at the foot of the mountain. It seems like there are many people who are qualified to enter the genius secret realm. Duan Ling Tian had learned earlier that there were 99 peaks of gravity in the genius secret realm. Just the peak of gravity in front of him alone had more than 30 people gathering around it at this moment. Many more people were still making their way here. Based on this, it could be seen that there were many people who met the requirements to enter the genius secret realm. Duan Ling Tian continued thinking to himself, on second thought, it's not that surprising. Although celestial lords below the age of 1000 are rare, the Nando territory is vast. There should be no lack of geniuses in the territory. Moreover, the genius secret realm isn't exclusive to the people of the Nando territory. People from other territories can enter as well. The Nando territory was the only territory without a titled celestial emperor ruling over it. The de facto ruler of the territory was the 3 most powerful Grade 1 forces in the territory. For this reason, there was a lot of tension between the Grade 1 forces. Sometimes when the members of the Grade 1 forces met each other outside, they would even fight to the death. This was also considered a way for them to gain combat experience. I wonder if Ling Zhuyun will come. Duan Ling Tian could not help but recall Ling Zhuyun, whom he had split the heaven sacrificial divine fruits within the equal heaven territory. Ling Zhuyun was originally from the divine offering land. It could be said that he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Since Duan Ling Tian had a breakthrough and became a celestial lord, he thought Ling Zhuyun should have become a celestial lord as well. Meanwhile, the attention of the people at the foot of the peak of gravity was focused on Huaner due to her peerless beauty. It was only when a voice rang in the air that everyone's attention shifted away from her. Look, it is Thousand Hands Devil Sect's Yi Yu Chen. He's already climbing the peak of gravity. Duan Ling Tian instinctively looked up and saw a figure climbing the peak of gravity. From afar, the peak of gravity looked like an ordinary mountain. However, now that he was at the foot of the mountain, Duan Ling Tian could see many steps leading up to the peak. The height between the steps was roughly 10 meters tall. The black figure swiftly climbed up the steps. In just a blink of an eye, he had already climbed up 1,000 steps. In other words, he was now 10,000 meters in the air. It was unknown if it was intentional, but the clouds in the genius secret realm were 30,000 meters above ground. One would have to climb 3,000 steps to reach the clouds. This meant that the black figure had climbed 1/3 of that distance. Yi Chen, he's the prodigy from the Thousand Hands Devil sect who's a 4 phenomena celestial lord below the age of 1000. That's right, I've met him once. There's no doubt that person is him. Yi Chen is among the top 3 prodigies below the age of 1000 in the Thousand Hands Devil sect. I wonder how he'll fare here. The genius secret realm opens once every 1000 years and only celestial lords below the age of 1000 are allowed to enter. This means that it's everyone's first time in here. Among the grade 1 young prodigies below the age of 1000, Yi Chen can barely rank in the upper middle tier. Duan Ling Tian had never heard of the Thousand Hands Devil sect's Yi Chen before this. Over the past years, he had stayed in the Snow Horizon Celestial sect and did not care about the affairs of the world. For this reason, he was unfamiliar with the young prodigies from grade 1 forces. It was only when he heard the conversation in his surroundings that he learned the person climbing the peak of gravity was the Thousand Hands Devil sect's Yi Chen. Huaner, let's go, Duan Ling Tian called out to Huaner. He could see the others had no intention of climbing the peak of gravity yet. The duo walked hand in hand toward the steps of the peak of gravity. When they drew close to the steps, a gentle but powerful force separated them. Based on this, it was obvious that one could only rely on their own strength to climb the peak of gravity. Duan Ling Tian and Huaner's actions, naturally, drew everyone's attention. They're going to climb up the peak of gravity. I feel inexplicably happy that they're separated even though I don't know them. That woman is such a peerless beauty. It's normal that most men are jealous of him. You're not the only one, I'm also happy to see them being separated. As though Duan Ling Tian and Huaner had spurred them into action, more than 10 people followed suit and began to climb up the peak of gravity. That's right, what's the point of waiting? We should test our strength at the peak of gravity. Moreover, if you're able to rise past 20,000 meters, your name will be shown to everyone. It'll appear on all 99 peaks of gravity. Is that true? I want my name to be shown to everyone. Not too long after, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner reached the 1000th step of the peak of gravity at the same time. They were now 10,000 meters above ground. It's true, the higher we are, the stronger the gravity. At this moment, the duo had yet to feel the pressure from the gravity. Moreover, it was obvious their speed of ascent was faster than the Thousand Hands Devil sect's Yi Chen. Back at the foot of the mountain, those who had yet to climb the peak of gravity had, naturally, noticed Duan Ling Tian and Huaner's progress. Stunned by the duo's progress, they began to discuss among themselves. Who are they? They made it to the 1000th step faster than Yi Chen did. I don't know. However, they look like they're from a grade 1 force. I don't think so. If they're from a grade 1 force, it's impossible that none of us recognizes them. Perhaps, they're closed-door disciples of a high-ranking official from a grade 1 force. It's possible that they were keeping a low profile before this and planned to make a name for themselves in the genius secret realm. There's also a possibility they're just grassroots prodigies. Meanwhile, when Duan Ling Tian and Huaner reached the 1100th step, Duan Ling Tian looked up and saw the Thousand Hands Devil sect's Yi Chen. Yi Chen's speed has slowed down considerably after the 1600th steps. It's obvious he's beginning to feel the pressure from the gravity. At this moment, Yi Chen had not even reached the 1700th step. On the contrary, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner's speed of ascent did not slow down at all. It did not take long before the duo caught up with Yi Chen after the 1800th step. At this moment, Yi Chen, who was clad head to toe in black, had an expression of surprise on his usually expressionless face when he saw 2 people had caught up to him. He was even more surprised when he discovered he did not recognize the duo. Grassroots prodigies. As a prodigy of a grade 1 force, Yi Chen was absolutely certain the duo was not from a grade 1 force. The young prodigies from grade 1 forces would have gatherings occasionally, and he had attended all of them. He had met all the young prodigies from grade 1 forces, therefore, he was certain the duo was not from a grade 1 force. Soon after, Yi Chen saw Duan Ling Tian and Huaner swiftly overtake him. In just a blink of an eye, the duo had reached the 1900th step. The law of space. Based on the grayish glow of Duan Ling Tian and Huaner's celestial origin energies, Yi Chen could tell the duo had comprehended the law of space. Meanwhile, a commotion broke out at the foot of the peak of gravity when everyone saw Duan Ling Tian and Huaner's speed. With this, they were certain the duo would easily make it to the 2000th step. At this time, a list of names could be seen at the peak of gravity. Next to the names were the steps that they were currently at. The steps next to the names kept changing. For example, Bailey Sheng, who was ranked second at the 2113th step, rose to first place when his steps changed. They've overtaken Yi Yu Chen. From the beginning until now, they've yet to slow down at all. I'm certain they'll make it to the 2000th step at least. Look, names are beginning to appear at the peak of gravity. There's the ancient Phoenix clan's Yu Ping Ji, the Bailey clan's Bailey Sheng, and the heavenly profound Dao sect's Yang Chen. There's also, while everyone's eyes were trained on the names above the peak of gravity, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner finally reached the 2000th step. As soon as he stepped foot onto the 2000th step, he felt a pressure bearing down on him. The force of the gravity here was on a different level from the steps below. Brother Ling Tian, the force of gravity is getting stronger, Huaner said through voice transmission. I feel it too, Duan Ling Tian replied. The duo endured the increasing pressure and continued climbing the peak of gravity when a voice rang in their ears. Name please. When the duo looked up, they saw a writing brush in front of them. It was not incorporeal, they could hold it in their hands when they reached out. Clearly, they were meant to write their names using the brush. When Duan Ling Tian and Huaner finished writing their names appeared immediately above the peak of gravity. Huaner 2000th step. Duan Ling Tian 2000th step. With this, everyone near the peak of gravity could see their names. Chapter 32-24 Feng Qi Qi. Huaner, Duan Ling Tian, do you know them? I don't think they're from a grade 1 force. Before this, the names that appeared on the peak of gravity belonged to those prodigies from grade 1 forces. These two grassroots prodigies, names appeared so quickly. People at all 99 peaks of gravity were fervently discussing the two unfamiliar names that had appeared. Most prodigies in the Nando territory belonged to grade 1 forces. Grade 1 forces controlled vast amounts of resources and carefully nurtured these prodigies since they were young. Therefore, it was not surprising that these forces had many prodigies. However, at this moment, the two newcomers whom everyone suspected to be grassroots prodigies had risen so quickly at the peak of gravity, and their names had even appeared among the names of young prodigies from grade 1 forces. How could other grassroots prodigies not feel excited? Although there are more grassroots prodigies in the genius secret realm compared to young prodigies from grade 1 forces, the young prodigies from grade 1 forces were mostly superior to grassroots prodigies. Therefore, all the grassroots prodigies paid close attention to any grassroots prodigy whose name appeared on the peak of gravity. When everyone was busy discussing Duan Ling Tian and Huaner, another commotion broke out again. Another unfamiliar name had appeared on the peak of gravity. Hu Zilong 2000th step. Hey, another person who seems to be a grassroots prodigy entered the peak of gravity's ranking. Hu Zilong, I've never heard of him. He should be a grassroots prodigy as well, right? It seems like there are many outstanding grassroots prodigies this time. Many grassroots prodigies who had yet to climb the peak of gravity were inspired by the results they had seen and began to climb up the peak of gravity. Currently, there were 22 names on the peak of gravity. Duan Ling Tian and Huaner were in 4th and 5th place respectively. However, the distance between the duo and the people in front was constantly shrinking. The pressure is growing intense. Duan Ling Tian steeled himself and endured the force of gravity. However, he still felt the huge pressure when he arrived at the 2600th step. When he turned to look at Huaner, who seemed unaffected by the gravity, he said to her through voice transmission, Huaner, there's no need to wait for me. Try your best to climb as high as you can. All right. Huaner nodded in agreement and continued to make her way up. When she saw the look of encouragement in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, it did not take long before Huaner rose to 3rd place and 2nd place. Eventually, she was in the 1st place. Currently, Huaner's cultivation base was higher than Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base, and her comprehension of the law of space had already caught up to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian had comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the initial stage long before he became a celestial lord. However, it was impossible for him to comprehend the profundities to the mastery stage before he became a celestial lord. He did not have the chance to use the supreme powerhouse profundity to comprehend any profundity to the mastery stage because he had to enter the genius secret realm soon after he became a celestial lord. During the time Duan Ling Tian was cultivating, Huaner was comprehending the law of space using the supreme powerhouse divinity. With that, she successfully caught up to Duan Ling Tian. Although the pressure is mounting, with my strength, I should be able to reach the 3000th step. Duan Ling Tian soldiered on and continued to climb. His speed of ascent was faster than those ahead of him, so it did not take long before he had risen to third place. Meanwhile, another uproar broke out at the foot of all 99 peaks of gravity. Heavens! Huaner is in the first place. She's now at the 2,932nd step. Is she going to reach the 3,000th step? Based on her performance so far, the ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan will surely invite her to join them even if she doesn't reach the 3,000th step. If she really reaches the 3,000th step, there's a possibility that even the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect will extend an invitation to her. Duan Ling Tian's doing great as well. He's already in third place. These two people really make grassroots prodigies like us proud. The grassroots prodigies in the Genius Secret Reel were delighted by this development, while some of the young prodigies from Grade 1 forces were embarrassed. With this, many young prodigies from Grade 1 forces were spurred into climbing the peak of gravity. Moreover, their speed was rather fast as well. It seems like this is the end for me. I've reached my limit. Although I can teleport myself to the top, I'm certain I'll be injured by the force of gravity up there. I stand to lose more than I gain if I persist in continuing. Duan Ling Tian finally decided to stop when he reached the 2,839th step. I'll return to conquer the peak of gravity after I comprehend the law of space further. Since the Genius Secret Realm will be open for 10 years, I have plenty of time to return. Duan Ling Tian consoled himself with this thought. He was confident that he would be able to comprehend the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage in 10 years, since he had the supreme powerhouse divinity. After Duan Ling Tian sorted out his thoughts, he looked up ahead. Huaner, she's about to reach the 3,000th step. Duan Ling Tian continued to watch, and soon after, he watched in delight as Huaner arrived at the 3,000th step. She made it. Brother Ling Tian, the pressure is overwhelming. Huaner's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears soon after. Based on her voice, he could tell it was getting strenuous for her. Huaner, let's stop for now. You did very well. We can return to challenge the peak of gravity again in the future. Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission. While he climbed the peak of gravity, he discovered that it was not just a test of strength but a test of patience as well. Although he and Huaner were both extraordinary among their peers, there were many 5 elements celestial lords and 6 combos celestial lords from Grade 1 forces. Needless to say, these celestial lords' comprehension of the law was not inferior to his and Huaner's comprehension of the law. Back then, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect created a new record when he was a 6 combos celestial lord. He must have already comprehended more than one profundity to the mastery stage at that time. Previously, Duan Ling Tian did not think much about the achievement of Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. However, now that he had climbed the peak of gravity, he realized how impressive Yu Jiancheng's accomplishment was. Many people saw Huaner and Duan Ling Tian descend from the peak of gravity. At this moment, none of the men was jealous of Duan Ling Tian when they saw Huaner holding his hand. After all, a man like Duan Ling Tian was more than worthy of such an exceptional beauty. You're amazing, brother. Brother, all of us grassroots prodigies are proud of you and your companion. Brother, are you and your companion grassroots prodigies? Apart from the Thousand Hands Demon sect Yi Yu Chen, the others at the foot of the mountain were mostly grassroots prodigies. All of them greeted Duan Ling Tian and Huaner enthusiastically. That's right, Duan Ling Tian nodded. I entered the Genius Secret Realm in hopes of joining a Grade 1 force. With your ability, it shouldn't be difficult for you to achieve your goal. The grassroots prodigies became even more excited once Duan Ling Tian confirmed he and Huaner were grassroots prodigies. At this moment, Yi Yu Chen, the young prodigy from the Thousand Hands Demon sect, walked up to Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. He said with a polite smile on his face, "Are you interested in joining our Thousand Hands Demon sect? If you're interested, I can recommend you to the high-ranking official in the sect." Yi Yu Chen knew if he could persuade the 2 grassroots prodigies in front of him to join the Thousand Hands Demon sect, he would be able to make a significant contribution to the sect. However, he knew there was a chance the duo might refuse his invitation. After all, how could the Thousand Hands Demon sect compare to the ancient Phoenix clan, the Bali clan, and the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect in the Nando territory? If he were in their shoes, he would also prefer to join one of the 3 most powerful Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory. Duan Ling Tian politely declined Yi Yu Chen's offer. He said with a smile, Since the genius secret realm will be open for 10 years, we plan to wait before we make any decision. Brother, this is my soul pearl. You can contact me at any time if you change your mind. I'm Yi Yu Chen, the third personal disciple of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Demon Sect. Yi Yu Chen handed a soul pearl to Duan Ling Tian and left these words behind before he left. He did not seem displeased by Duan Ling Tian's rejection at all. At this moment, a voice rang in the air. Look, that grassroots prodigy is quite strong as well. He has arrived at the 2,500th steps. It's just enough for him to squeeze into the top 10 names. Duan Ling Tian instinctively looked up and saw the name that just appeared, Hu Zilong. Based on the conversations in the surroundings, he learned that Hu Zilong seemed to be a grassroots prodigy as well. He thought to himself, this Hu Zilong isn't simple. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian discovered a name that was rapidly rising in ranks. In just a blink of an eye, the name overtook him. That person maintained their speed after overtaking him and only began to slow down at the 3,000th step. Not only did this person overtake Duan Ling Tian, but they had overtaken Huaner as well. The people in the surroundings had noticed the name as well, and they broke out in a discussion again. It's Feng Qi. Feng Qi is the top prodigy below the age of 1,000 from the ancient Phoenix clan. How impressive! Her speed is really terrifying. She reached the 3,300th step in just a blink of an eye. However, her speed has slowed down. It seems like it'll be difficult for her to reach the 3,500th step. Through the discussions in the surroundings, Duan Ling Tian learned that Feng Qi was the top prodigy below the age of 1,000 in the ancient Phoenix clan. Most importantly, Feng Qi was a woman. Feng Qi, ancient Phoenix clan. I wonder how Tian Wu is doing now. Duan Ling Tian could not help but think of Feng Tian Wu, the girl who was willing to sacrifice her life for him. After all, similar to Feng Qi, Feng Tian Wu was also from an ancient Phoenix clan, and both women shared the surname. Chapter 3225 The son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. A commotion broke out when Feng Qi reached the 3,400th step, claiming the top spot of the peak of gravity ranking. Even those who were still climbing the peak of gravity stopped to look at her rise through the ranking. Feng Qi 3,432nd step. Feng Qi 3,433rd step. Feng Qi continued to climb higher and higher. As time passed, her speed decreased significantly to the point where it took her a dozen breaths just to advance to the next step. In the end, she came to a stop at the 3,462nd step. Nevertheless, the gap between her and Huaner, who was in second place after stopping at the 3,000th step, was very wide. Amazing, she definitely lives up to her reputation as the top prodigy below the age of 1,000 in the ancient Phoenix clan. The height she climbed to is almost comparable to the height that sect leader Yu Jian Cheng from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect scaled in the past. That's right, Yu Jian Cheng managed to climb up 37,870 meters high, which means he stopped at the 3,787th step. Feng Qi, who stopped at the 3,462nd step, only needs to climb roughly 300 steps to break his record. Us grassroots prodigies are still no match for a prodigy from a grade 1 force. How incredible! Hey, did you notice the first and second place are occupied by women? Are men not as good as the two women now? An uproar erupted in the genius secret realm and the 99 peaks of gravity when Feng Qi claimed the top spot after climbing to the 3,462nd step. Feng Qi was famous throughout the Nando territory as the top prodigy among the younger generation in the ancient Phoenix clan. Although everyone knew she was strong, they did not know the extent of her strength. This was because she had never openly engaged in a battle or demonstrated her strength publicly. Her performance at the peak of gravity provided people with a slight insight into her strength. The grassroots prodigies who were initially proud of Huaner for her achievement at the peak of gravity could not help but feel disappointed when they saw Feng Qi had claimed the top spot by such a wide margin. Nevertheless, most of them still thought Huaner had done really well. At this moment, something caught everyone's attention. Look! Someone's rapidly rising after passing the 2,000th step. It's Baili Hongfei. Baili Hongfei is the top prodigy below the age of 1,000 from the Baili clan. It's said that his strength is comparable to Feng Qi. Let's see how high he can go. The name that was rising rapidly in the peak of gravity ranking belonged to the top young prodigy from the Baili clan. Baili Hongfei climbed up to the 3,000th step and showed no sign of stopping. As time passed, his speed gradually decreased as well. In the end, he stopped at the 3466th step. He was 4 steps ahead of Feng Qiqi. He's ahead of Feng Qiqi by 4 steps. Does this mean he's stronger than Feng Qiqi? Someone speculated out loud. Someone was quick to disagree. That might not be the case. Since Feng Qiqi climbed up to the 3462nd step first, Baili Hongfei might have just pushed himself to climb to the 3466th step just to break her record. I agree. If Baili Hongfei climbed up first, perhaps Feng Qiqi might surpass him. Duan Lingtian agreed that Baili Hongfei might not necessarily be stronger than Feng Qiqi. After all, people tended to produce better results when there was competition. It was not surprising if Feng Qiqi became complacent after passing the 3000th step, since she was far ahead of everyone at that time. On the other hand, Baili Hongfei must have been determined from the very beginning to overtake her. Duan Lingtian continued speculating inwardly. He only managed to surpass her by 4 steps despite his determination. It seems like he might not be a match for her. Following that, there was no shocking change in the peak of gravity ranking. Even after half an hour had passed, Huaner still stayed in 3rd place. Now that the excitement had died down, Duan Lingtian called out, "Huaner, let's go." It was time to explore the genius secret realm. The peaks of gravity were not the only places in the secret realm, after all. Duan Lingtian asked, "Brother Lingtian, did you notice that our celestial origin energies seem to have improved after we climbed the peak of gravity?" Upon hearing Huaner's words, Duan Lingtian quickly sensed his celestial origin energy. Just as Huaner had said, his celestial origin energy seemed to have improved. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his eyes lit up, "It seems like the pressure at the peak of gravity is beneficial to our cultivation. I remember hearing that there's a place called the World of Laws in the Genius Secret Realm. One can comprehend the laws by battling formation spirits there." Duan Lingtian had learned about this matter before he entered the Genius Secret Realm and was highly interested in the World of Laws. After asking for directions, Duan Lingtian and Huaner finally arrived at the World of Laws half a day later. In comparison to the 99 peaks of gravity, there were only 9 worlds of laws. Therefore, Duan Lingtian did not find it surprising to see a few hundred people had already gathered at the World of Law. This World of Law was located in a vast plain. On the plain, there were many independent spaces on the plain that contained laws. These spaces were collectively known as the World of Laws. Once one entered one of the spaces, a formation spirit would appear. The strength of the formation spirit depended on one's cultivation base, and it would use the same law one had comprehended. Apart from that, the formation spirit's combat experience was comparable to a celestial emperor. For all these reasons, there were not many people capable of defeating the formation spirits. Those who fought to draw with these formation spirits were regarded as outstanding. As for those who managed to defeat the formation spirits, they would be rewarded by the World of Laws. Additionally, their names would be announced once they had defeated the formation spirits. With this, they would be able to attract the attention of Grade 1 forces. For example, in the past, 2 grassroots prodigies were invited to join the ancient Phoenix clan and the Baili clan respectively after they defeated the formation spirits. What a beauty! At this moment, a young man dressed in an embroidered robe with a sinister expression on his face approached Duan Lingtian and Huaner. He fanned himself with a fan weaved out of feathers as he blocked the duo's path. The sinister-looking young man ignored Duan Lingtian and looked at Huaner as he said with a smile, "My name is Xianxia. I'm from the Thousand Hands Devil sect. May I know your name?" Huaner ignored Xianxia. She did not even bother to look at him. "Scram," Duan Lingtian said with a frosty expression on his face. "Boy, do you know who I am? My father's the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. How dare you speak to me so rudely?" Xianxia finally shifted his attention from Huaner to Duan Lingtian. "I'll give you a chance to preserve your life. Kneel before me and kowtow 3 times. After that, stay away from this woman. Otherwise, you'll die here." As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, a dark aura surged out of his body like dark clouds and covered the sun. Such a huge commotion, naturally, drew everyone's attention. Did that purple-clad young man provoke Xianxia? Xianxia isn't just one of the young prodigies in the Thousand Hands Devil sect, but he's also the sect leader's only son. Who's that purple-clad young man? To think he dares to provoke Xianxia. Soon after, someone who had witnessed what happened earlier said, "It's not like that. The purple-clad young man didn't provoke Xianxia. It was Xianxia who looked for trouble with him. Among the young prodigies from the Grade 1 forces, Xianxia's rank is somewhere in the upper middle tier. This purple-clad young man seems like a grassroots prodigy. He's really unlucky. Many people looked at Duan Lingtian sympathetically as they discussed among themselves. At this moment, while Duan Lingtian and Xianxia stood across from each other, stuck in a confrontation, Huaner suddenly made a move. She raised her hand, and a gray sword ray appeared out of thin air before shooting toward Xianxia. Before Xianxia could even react, he was cleaved into two by the gray sword ray. At the moment before his death, he wore a dumbfounded expression on his face and was frozen still. Following that, Huaner glanced at Xianxia's corpse briefly as she said in an icy tone, "Whoever wants to kill Brother Ling Tian must die." The onlooker inhaled sharply. When they finally regained their senses, they looked at Huaner as though she was a ghost. This woman is really formidable. Although Xianxia was not the most outstanding among the young prodigies in the Thousand Hands Devil sect, he was still rather strong. He even managed to climb past the 2,300th step at the peak of gravity. She killed him in just a blink of an eye. Since she dared to kill Xianxia, she must have an extraordinary background. Is she from a Grade 1 force? I have no idea. Hey, did you hear her address the purple-clad young man as Brother Ling Tian? Brother Ling Tian, is he Duan Ling Tian, the grassroots prodigy who almost climbed up to the 3,000th step at the peak of gravity? I heard his companion was Huaner who climbed to the 3,000th step. So, if he's Duan Ling Tian, this woman should be Huaner, right? These two must be Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. My friend sent me a message and told me Huaner is a peerless beauty. Look at her. Have you seen anyone more beautiful than her? It did not take long for the onlookers to guess Duan Ling Tian and Huaner's identities. This means they're grassroots prodigies, right? Where did they find the courage to kill Xianxia? Killing Xianxia is no different from provoking the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Unless they manage to join one of the three most powerful Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory, they would be in big trouble. Although they've performed very well so far, their strength isn't sufficient to attract the attention of those Grade 1 forces. Chapter 3226 The World of Laws. Xianxia was strong, but he was no match for Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. Huaner had cast a technique unique to direct descendants of the main Phantom Fox clan to confuse Xianxia first. Before he could even regain his senses, she had already killed him. Perhaps, up until the moment he died, he did not know what had happened. These two people are really too daring. They're behaving as though nothing has happened. The onlookers soon discovered the duo was not bothered about Xianxia's death. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the duo walked to one of the spaces in the world of laws. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, "Huaner, why don't you try and challenge the formation spirit? If you win, your name will be announced, and you'll be rewarded as well." "I'm quite curious about the reward." Huaner nodded obediently and entered the place that contained the law of space. Contrary to the spaces that contained elemental laws, the area that contained the law of space was empty. In fact, no one had stepped foot into this place yet. The spaces that contained the elemental laws were the most popular, followed by the spaces that contained derivative laws such as the law of wind, the law of thunder, and the law of ice. The spaces that contained the four supreme laws were the least popular. They were empty. Apart from the place that contained the law of space that Huaner just entered, the other three spaces that contained the three remaining supreme laws were empty. Duan Ling Tian surveyed his surroundings. He saw someone battling the formation spirit. In the space that contained the law of darkness, the battle was intense as both opponents seemed to be evenly matched. Based on this, it could be seen that the man battling the formation spirit was rather strong. Since his combat experience was definitely not as good as the formation spirit and his comprehension of the law was similar to the formation spirit, it was clear that he had other techniques up his sleeve for him to fight on even ground with the formation spirit. After all, formation spirits were unable to copy one's personal techniques. For example, the formation spirit Huaner faced would copy her cultivation base and the laws she comprehended, but it would not be able to copy the techniques available to her as 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian shifted his attention back to Huaner. When he saw her fighting the formation spirit without using the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox's techniques and relied only on her cultivation base and the laws she comprehended, he thought to himself, it seems like Huaner is trying to increase her combat experience. Meanwhile, Huaner, who was fighting the formation spirit, was isolated from the outside world as soon as she entered this space. This was a rule of the genius secret realm that protected her from being attacked while she fought the formation spirit. As time passed, Huiner gradually fell to a disadvantageous position. She thought to herself, what a formidable formation. At this time, news of the death of Xianxia, the only son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect, spread like a wildfire. Xianxia is dead, a woman named Huiner killed him. A grassroots prodigy killed the son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Will she be able to avoid the calamity that's about to fall on her? I think it's unlikely unless she manages to join one of 3 most powerful Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory and gain its protection. Alas, based on her current strength, she won't be able to attract the attention of the ancient Phoenix clan, the Bailey clan, or the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. It did not take long before the Thousand Hands Devil sect's Yi Yuchen, who invited Duan Ling Tian and Huiner to join the sect, heard the news as well. A wry smile appeared on his face when he learned about Xianxia's death. It seems like both of them won't be joining the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Yi Yuchen was rather indifferent about Xianxia's death despite being the direct disciple of Xianxia's father. Based on this, it could be seen that the relationship between him and Xianxia was not that good. At this time, almost half of the people in the genius secret realm were fervently discussing Xianxia's death. Many of these people included the young prodigies from Grade 1 forces. Xianxia is dead, that grassroots prodigy is really daring. Isn't she afraid of death? Although Xianxia's strength is mediocre at best, he's still the son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Even those of us from Grade 1 forces wouldn't dare to recklessly hurt him, and yet, a grassroots prodigy killed him. It's said that Xianxia was the one who looked for trouble. He provoked the wrong person, resulting in his death. Meanwhile, the onlookers at the World of Laws were observing Huiner's fight with the formation spirit. I thought she would be evenly matched with the formation spirit at the very least. It seems like I've overestimated her. She can't even defeat the formation spirit. How's she going to attract the attention of the ancient Phoenix clan, the Bailey clan, or the Thousand Tribulations sword sect? She's definitely going to be defeated in 30 breaths. The onlookers who had witnessed Huiner killing Xianxia earlier shook their heads when it seemed like Huiner was going to be defeated. However, they soon saw an energy that was different from the celestial origin energy or the profundities of Allah surging out. They watched with wide eyes as Huiner paused for a moment before she attacked and defeated the formation spirit in one fell swoop. Just like that, the tables were turned. Huiner, who seemed like she was about to be defeated, triumphed over the formation spirit. She defeated the formation spirit. Heavens, what happened? Wasn't she about to lose earlier? Despite being amazed, most of the onlookers could not figure out what happened. However, a few people with keen eyes seemed to have figured out something. I didn't expect her to have mastered other techniques as well. It seems like she was trying to gain combat experience and only relied on her cultivation bases and the laws she comprehended to fight. In the end, she used her technique to defeat the formation spirit with just a blow. Isn't that pretty similar to how she killed Xianxia with one blow? At this moment, a loud and majestic voice rang in the entire genius secret realm. Congratulations to Huiner for defeating the Law of Space's formation spirit in the World of Laws. With this, Huiner's name became known to everyone in the genius secret realm. Those who had heard about or seen her feat at the peak of gravity were further amazed by her strength. On the other hand, those who heard her name for the first time were finally made aware of the existence of a powerful grassroots prodigy in the genius secret realm. Soon after the first announcement was made, another announcement rang in the genius secret realm again. Congratulations to Duan Ling Tian for defeating the Law of Space's formation spirit in the World of Laws. Everyone shifted their eyes to Duan Ling Tian, who had just defeated the formation spirit. Apart from his cultivation base and the Law of Space, the formation spirit, naturally, could not copy or gain his strength that was boosted by the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth. With the boost from 3 of the 5 divine elements, he easily defeated the formation spirit. The genius secret realm was similar to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm in the sense that one could not use external tools. After the end of the announcements, an object appeared and hovered in front of Duan Ling Tian and Huiner. They were rewarded with a purely defensive royal grade celestial weapon and a celestial fruit. They were not interested in the celestial weapon, but they were satisfied with the celestial fruit that was capable of boosting a celestial lord's cultivation base. It would be beneficial to them, after all. Many grassroots prodigies were shocked by the announcement of Duan Ling Tian and Huiner's victories against the formation spirits in the World of Law. Huaner and Duan Ling Tian, two grassroots prodigies, defeated the formation spirits in the world of laws. I didn't expect such outstanding people would appear among us grassroots prodigies. Currently, there are two grassroots prodigies who have defeated formation spirits from the world of laws, but there are no young prodigies from Grade 1 forces who have defeated formation spirits from the world of laws yet. As though responding to these words, another announcement rang in the genius secret realm again. Congratulations to Yu Tianxing for defeating the Law of Space's formation spirit in the world of laws. Yu Tianxing was one of the most outstanding young prodigies in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. He was also the nephew of Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Since Yu Jiancheng dedicated most of his life to cultivation, he was unmarried. Therefore, he raised and treated his nephew like his biological son. The young prodigies from Grade 1 forces seemed delighted when they heard this announcement. Yu Tianxing, finally, a prodigy from a Grade 1 force has defeated the formation spirit in the world of laws. Well done, Yu Tianxing. After Yu Tianxing's victory, a few more young prodigies from Grade 1 forces managed to defeat the formation spirits in the world of laws as well. In just a day, there were more than 10 people who had defeated the formation spirits in the world of laws. However, among these people, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner were the only grassroots prodigies. At this time, there were still people in the genius secret realm who were discussing the fate that awaited Huaner and Duan Ling Tian after killing Yun Shao. Almost everyone agreed it would be near impossible for the duo to avoid the calamity that was able to fall on them. If Huaner didn't kill Yun Shao, even if the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect isn't interested in her and Duan Ling Tian, there's a chance the ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan might have invited the duo to join them. However, since Huaner killed Yun Shao, the ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan definitely wouldn't extend an invitation to them. That's right, although the two forces are stronger than the Thousand Hands Devil sect and have no need to fear the Thousand Hands Devil sect, they would surely prefer to avoid unnecessary conflict. After all, the Thousand Hands Devil sect is still a Grade 1 force even if it can't compare to the three strongest Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory. Inviting those two to join them is akin to provoking the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. It isn't worth it for them to create unnecessary conflict with the Thousand Hands Devil sect for the sake of two grassroots prodigies even if they're talented. Well, unless those two display some monstrous abilities or strength, it's impossible for them to join any of the three strongest Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory and obtain their protection. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner wandered around, looking for a place to cultivate. Duan Ling Tian wanted to continue comprehending the profundities from the law of space with the help of the supreme powerhouse divinity, while Huaner wanted to consume the celestial fruit she obtained from defeating the formation spirit in the world of laws to raise her cultivation base. After they found a suitable place, Duan Ling Tian settled down and tried to sleep in order to comprehend the law of space through the supreme divinity powerhouse. Before he fell asleep, he looked at Huaner, who had just consumed the celestial fruit, and thought to himself, based on her current cultivation base, she should be able to break through and become a 4-phenomenon celestial lord at least after consuming the celestial fruit. Chapter 3227 The 10 Progenies of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. In the genius secret realm, apart from the peaks of gravity and the worlds of law, there were many different places that tested the young prodigies' strength. At this time, there were many young prodigies from Grade 1 forces who had performed exceptionally well in the tests. On the other hand, after Duan Ling Tian and Huaner disappeared to cultivate, Huo Zilong was the only grassroots prodigy who performed well in the tests. In just a blink of an eye, 6 years had passed since the genius secret realm opened. There were people who wondered where Duan Ling Tian and Huaner went after leaving the world of laws. The duo disappeared without a trace, as though they had left the genius secret realm. Duan Ling Tian and Huaner have disappeared for about 6 years, right? I wonder where they are at this moment. Do you think they were killed by members of the Thousand Hands Devil sect? Impossible. Although the strongest young prodigy from the Thousand Hands Devil sect is slightly stronger than Duan Ling Tian, he's no match for Duan Ling Tian if Duan Ling Tian joins forces with Huaner. At this moment, an aloof young man dressed in black robes was sitting at the peak of a steep mountain in the genius secret realm. His eyes were piercing like sword rays, and a murderous aura lingered around him. A glowing black energy could be seen on the surface of his skin before it finally entered his body. The black-clad young man rose to his feet. His eyes glinted as he muttered to himself, "Finally, I've broken through and became a 2-form celestial lord. On top of that, I've also comprehended the law of darkness, annihilation profundity to the mastery stage. A rare smile could be seen on his usually expressionless face at this moment. Since I entered the genius secret realm, I've been cultivating and comprehending the law of darkness for 6 years. It's time for me to explore the secret realm. After a while, he wondered out loud, I wonder how Tai progenies Yu Tianxing performed over the years. The Tai progeny was one of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's 10 progenies. Since Yu Tianxing was the most outstanding prodigy in the Tai progeny, he was also chosen as the Tai progeny's successor. The Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect had 10 progenies: the Yellow Thirk progeny, the Profound River progeny, the Crimson Sky progeny, the Tai progeny, the Seven Stars Dragon Abyss progeny, the Ganjiang progeny, the Mo Xie progeny, the Yu Chong progeny, the Pure Porcelain progeny, and the Shadow Support progeny. Duan Ling Tian was unaware of the many progenies in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. He would be shocked if he heard the names of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's progenies because it was the name of the 10 famous swords in the myths and legends on Earth. He would not believe it if someone told him the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect had nothing to do with Earth at all. Let's look for one of the peaks of gravity so I can see how far I need to go to surpass Yu Jiancheng, the black-clad young man murmured to himself before he left the mountain peak on a blood-red sword ray. When the black-clad young man arrived at the foot of one of the peaks of gravity, only a dozen people were present. The black-clad young man's presence attracted everyone's attention immediately. They could sense his cold and formidable aura that was as deadly as a sword. No one dared to approach him as he stood still. This man, his aura is domineering. Is he going to climb the peak of gravity? The onlookers were filled with anticipation when they saw the young man walking toward the peak of gravity. They could not help but wonder how many steps he would be able to climb. Meanwhile, the black-clad young man looked at the peak of gravity ranking. Yu Tianxing is in first place after climbing to the 3,537th step. His eyes continued to check the ranking in descending order. Feng Qi, Baili Hongfei, Duan Ling Tian, could it be him? The black-clad young man's eyes widened when he saw Duan Ling Tian's name. For a moment, he seemed to have lost his composure. His breathing quickened as his heart raced and adrenaline coursed through his body. It took a moment before he regained his senses. He murmured, "It's useless to dwell on this matter. If it's him, we'll naturally meet." A faint smile could be seen on his face when he finished speaking. Meanwhile, the onlookers were dumbfounded when they saw the black-clad young man smiling to himself. He's smiling. He doesn't look like he knows how to smile. That's right, his face was so expressionless earlier, I didn't expect him to smile. Someone made a shushing noise and said, "Tone it down. Do you have a death wish?" Although none of the people present was familiar with the black-clad young man, based on his aura, they knew he had to be outstanding and someone they could not afford to provoke. At this moment, the black-clad young man shot toward the steps of the peak of gravity on a blood-red sword ray. Then, he began his ascent to the top of the peak of gravity. In just one breath, he had arrived at the 1000th step. After another 3 breaths, he was already at the 2000th step. The people at the foot of the mountain and the people climbing the peak of gravity were shocked when they saw the black-clad young man's speed. His speed is insane. How formidable. He has to be a grassroots prodigy. Otherwise, it's impossible for us not to recognize him if he's from a grade 1 force. His name will appear on the ranking now that he's made it to the 2000th step. Meanwhile, the black-clad young man who had reached the 2000th step grabbed the writing brush that appeared and wrote 2 characters in the air. Soon enough, everyone saw the new name that just appeared on the peak of gravity ranking. He is Su Li. Su Li from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's Shadow Support progeny. It's said that his strength is comparable to Yu Tianxing, right? Rumor has it that he came from a mundane realm. Apparently, he inherited the legacy of the Shadow Support progeny that the progenitor of the Shadow Support progeny left in the mundane realm and was personally invited by the current successor of the Shadow Support progeny to the Jade Emperor Heaven. His innate talent has to be insanely high for the current successor of the Shadow Support progeny to personally go to a mundane realm to invite him here. That's right, it's said that he's almost 300 years old. Yu Tianxing is more than 800 years old, right? What? Su Li's not even 300 years old. At this moment, everyone was further shocked when they saw the black-clad young man, Su Li, continued climbing after the 2000th step. Within 5 breaths, he had already appeared at the 3000th step. His speed is terrifying, right? With that speed, he has to be Su Li from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's Shadow Support progeny. His name has only appeared in the peak of gravity less than 5 breaths ago, but he has already reached the 3000th step. I think even Yu Tianxing isn't as fast as him, right? Impossible. It's said that Su Li is only a 1 basic celestial lord. Even if he recently had a breakthrough, at most, he would be a 2-form celestial lord. Hey, he might only be a 1 basic celestial lord, but don't forget that he's said to be evenly matched with Yu Tianxing, who's a 5 elements celestial lord. If he has really broken through and became a 2-form celestial lord, he should be slightly stronger than Yu Tianxing. That might not be true. Rumor has it that Yu Tianxing and Su Li had battled once, and the result proved that Yu Tianxing is stronger. If that's true, even if Su Li has had a breakthrough recently, he might not be a match for Yu Tianxing. That's right. Moreover, if Su Li has grown stronger, Yu Tianxing definitely has grown stronger as well. At this moment, the eyes of everyone at the foot of all the peaks of gravity in the Genius Secret Realm were trained on Su Li's name that was rising rapidly on the peak of gravity ranking. Naturally, they were all fervently discussing Su Li. Most people had heard of the rumor about Su Li, the prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's Shadow Support progeny. It was said that he was from the Yanhuang realm, which was also the hometown of the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. In our Jade Emperor Heaven, there are many powerhouses from the Yanhuang realm. Su Li's very talented, but he's still a far cry from those powerhouses who also came from the Yanhuang realm. Nevertheless, those powerhouses from the Yanhuang realm might not have achieved as much as Su Li has at his age. Su Li's only so capable and strong because he inherited the legacy of the Shadow Support progeny in the mundane realm. So, the other 9 progenitors of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect left their legacies in the mundane realm as well. However, those who inherited their legacies can only be considered as mediocre after coming to the Jade Emperor Heaven. That's right, Su Li is talented for having achieved so much. At this moment, a white-clad young man was flying above a lake when he received a message. Su Li, his eyes lit up immediately upon listening to the message. With just a flash, he transformed into a sword ray and moved in another direction, leaving his companion, a green-clad young man, behind. Senior Tianxing. The green-clad young man was stunned. When he regained his senses, he hurried after the white-clad young man. It did not take long before the duo appeared near one of the peaks of gravity and hovered in the air. The white-clad young man looked at the peak of gravity from afar. Feng Qiqi, who was initially ranked second, had been replaced by Su Li, who was currently at the 3522nd step. The white-clad young man asked the green-clad young man, "Do you think he'll be able to surpass me?" Upon hearing these words, the green-clad young man turned to look at the peak of gravity ranking. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face as he exclaimed, "Su Li managed to climb so high up. Senior Tianxing, he's only 15 steps behind you." Chapter 32:28 Su Li. He's still climbing. Although Yu Tianxing's expression was calm, his eyes narrowed slightly as he watched Su Li climb past the 3523rd step. He would have remained in the spotlight if Su Li did not appear. He had always lived in Su Li's shadow ever since Su Li appeared in his life. Even his senior uncle, Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect and the successor of the Tai progeny, highly admired Su Li. He felt somewhat similar to a favored child who suddenly lost everyone's attention to another child. Although he had lived more than 800 years, he found this unbearable. "He has slowed down tremendously and might not be able to break your record, Senior Tianxing," the green-clad young man replied. Despite his words, his expression was incredibly solemn when he looked at the name that was currently ranked second in the peak of gravity ranking. After a moment, he asked Yu Tianxing, "Senior Tianxing, did Su Li have a breakthrough? When he first entered the Genius Secret Realm, I don't think he was capable of climbing this high, right?" The green-clad young man's name was Hezan. He was one of the young prodigies below the age of 1000 in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect and the top prodigy in the sect's Profound River progeny. His strength and abilities were comparable to the top young prodigy from the Thousand Hands Devil sect, but he was a far cry from Yu Tianxing and Su Li. However, despite being 200 years younger than Yu Tianxing, his innate talent and comprehension of the law were not inferior to Yu Tianxing. "He must have had a breakthrough," Yu Tianxing replied confidently. "Previously, he was already on the brink of becoming a 2-form celestial lord, so it's not surprising that he has had a breakthrough in the Genius Secret Realm. However, I wonder if he managed to deepen his comprehension of the law of darkness. If he did, he has a chance of breaking my record at the peak of gravity, Tian Xian said as his eyes remained fixed on a certain name in the peak of gravity ranking. At this moment, Su Li finally advanced to the next step. Yu Tianxing knew if Su Li broke his record, it would be difficult for him to break Su Li's record. This was because he had given it his all at the peak of gravity and was thoroughly exhausted at the end of it. Unless there were improvements in his strength, it would be impossible for him to get a better result. Unlike the Baili clan's Baili Hongfei, whose goal was to surpass the ancient Phoenix clan's Feng Qiqi, Yu Tianxing's goal was to break the record of his senior uncle, Yu Zhongchen, that had remained unbreakable over the past 20,000 years. In truth, despite performing exceptionally well and surpassing Feng Qiqi was slightly stronger than Baili Hongfei. This could be seen when Feng Qiqi climbed the peak of gravity for the second time and overtook Baili Feng. Hezan inhaled sharply when he heard Yun Tianxing's words. When he calmed down, he said, "That seems impossible. To further improve his comprehension of the law of darkness, he would have to comprehend at least one profundity from the law of darkness to the mastery stage." "Nothing's impossible," Yu Tianxing said lightly. "Before he appeared, did you think it was possible for someone from a mundane realm to be capable of such amazing feats?" Hezan smiled wryly. He knew Yu Tianxing had a point. However, Su Li's progress was just too unbelievable to watch. The Shadow Support progeny is incredibly blessed to have such an outstanding talent. In the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, the Shadow Support progeny was not very popular among the 10 progenies before Su Li's appearance. Naturally, once Su Li appeared, the Shadow Support progeny became immensely popular. Moreover, have you forgotten about that extraordinary person from the Shadow Support progeny in the past? I suspect Su Li inherited his legacy, Yu Tianxing speculated out loud. Hezan's eyes widened slightly when he heard Yun Tianxing's words. He had heard some rumors about that person from the Shadow Support progeny after all. Senior Tianxing, are you talking about that person who left our Thousand Tribulations Sword sect and challenged the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven? The progenitor of the Shadow Support progeny. It's said that he lost to the Heavenly Emperor and suffered serious injuries. However, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise because he managed to become a god because of that. Many people said that he has already gone to one of the realms of gods. Hezan had heard that the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect was not a grade 1 sect in the past but a heaven grade sect. The sect's strength was only second to the force of the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. At that time, the sect had many titled celestial emperors. In Devata realms, the Heavenly Emperor's forces were undoubtedly the strongest. A Heavenly Emperor's force had many titled Celestial Emperors and ordinary Celestial Emperors. Below a Heavenly Emperor's force were heaven-grade forces that had many legendary and famous figures who were titled Celestial Emperors and ordinary Celestial Emperors. Sometimes, the number of titled Celestial Emperors in a heaven-grade force was not any lesser than those in the Heavenly Emperor's force. Naturally, the difference was the Heavenly Emperor's force had the Heavenly Emperor who could suppress most titled Celestial Emperors, making it the number 1 force in a Devata realm. Below the heaven-grade forces were the Supreme-grade forces. All Supreme-grade forces had to have at least one titled Celestial Emperor. Without a titled Celestial Emperor, it would only be considered as a grade 1 force even if they had ordinary Celestial Emperors. For example, the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect used to have many titled Celestial Emperors. However, as time passed, the number of titled Celestial Emperors in the sect began to dwindle. As a result, the sect weakened until it was a grade 1 sect. That's the rumor most people know. Yu Tianxing said as a hint of reverence of that powerhouse from the Shadow Support progeny shone in his eyes. It's said after he was defeated by our Heavenly Emperor, he died not long after. It's true that he became a god, but he died before he could go to a realm of gods. After his defeat, he returned to his hometown in the mundane realm, the Yanhuang realm. As you know, that's also where Su Li came from. In fact, our Heavenly Emperor and many famous figures in the Jade Emperor Heaven came from the Yanhuang realm. After a brief pause, Yu Tianxing continued to say, anyway, after he died, many forces curried favor with the Heavenly Emperor and seized the chance to suppress the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. During that time, all of the titled Celestial Emperors were killed, and the sect was forced to flee the Jade Emperor territory to the Nando territory. He could not help but sigh after he finished speaking. This Doesn't this mean the progenitor of the shadow support progeny was a sinner of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect? Hezan asked as his eyes narrowed slightly. A sinner? Yu Tianxing glanced at Hezan as he said, "You better not speak such nonsense again. If my senior uncle heard the words you just said, he won't let you off easily. The person my senior uncle admires the most is the progenitor of the shadow support progeny. He takes great care of Su Li because he highly suspects that Su Li has inherited the legacy of the progenitor of the shadow support progeny. He even personally spoke to me and told me not to make things difficult for Su Li. Otherwise, he would never forgive me." He smiled wryly at the end of his words. He treated his senior uncle like his father so he would not disobey his senior uncle. If it's true, doesn't this mean Su Li inherited the legacy of a god? Hezan inhaled sharply as hints of envy flashed in his eyes. Otherwise, why do you think he's capable of such amazing feats when he's not even 300 years old? Moreover, he was from a mundane realm, Yu Tianxing said. At this moment, a thought appeared in Hezan's mind. He quickly asked, "Senior Tianxing, is it true that there's not even one titled Celestial Emperor in the Thousand Tribulations Celestial Sect?" A titled Celestial Emperor. A faint smile appeared on Yu Tianxing's face. In order to become a titled Celestial Emperor, a Celestial Emperor must pass the tests in the Title Temple. However, in Devata realms, there are many Celestial Emperors as powerful as titled Celestial Emperors who are just not bothered about claiming a title at the Title Emperor. He looked at Hezan meaningfully after he finished speaking. Realization dawned on Hezan immediately. He quickly nodded. "You're right. In fact, it's not only the Thousand Tribulations sword sect, but the ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan have Celestial Emperors who are qualified to claim their titles at the Title Temple but just didn't do so." After he finished speaking, Yu Tianxing shifted his eyes back to the peak of gravity ranking again. His eyes widened immediately when he saw the ranking. Upon seeing this, Hezan instinctively followed Yu Tianxing's gaze. Su Li was still in second place, but he was already at the 3,536th step. He was only a step away from Yu Tianxing. Hezan gasped. A dumbfounded expression appeared on his face as he said, "Su Li actually made it to the 3,536th step. Senior Tianxing, like you said, it's likely that Su Li has comprehended a profundity from the law of darkness to the mastery stage, right?" "That's right." Yu Tianxing nodded. His expression turned grim as he felt the weight on his shoulder grew heavier. Meanwhile, more than 90% of the people in the Genius Secret Realm had gathered at the foot of the various peaks of gravity to watch the show. Su Li is only a step away from Yu Tianxing's record. The two prodigies from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect really shine at the peak of gravity. Chapter 32:29 Skyrocketing into the sky. At this moment, the foot of the 99 peaks of gravity that were usually quiet was incredibly lively. Many people flocked toward the peaks of gravity because of Su Li, the young prodigy of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect and the sect's shadow support progeny. The foot of the peak of gravity that Su Li was challenging was filled with people staring at a dark figure standing on the 3,536th step. Everyone was anticipating the dark figure's next move. Will Su Li be able to take the next step to match Yu Tianxing's record? I think he'll be able to do it. Based on his performance so far, it's obvious he's determined to climb as high as possible. Moreover, if he can't take the next step, he won't waste time standing there. Let's just wait and see. Although Su Li joined the Thousand Tribulations sword sect later than Yu Tianxing, he's actually more outstanding than Yu Tianxing. In the past, most people thought Yu Tianxing would be the next sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. However, that changed after Su Li appeared. Well, Su Li might not necessarily be the next sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Since he's so talented, he might leave to explore the Jade Emperor territory and increase his cultivation base. After all, not everyone wants to be a sect leader. That's right, there are many people in the Jade Emperor heaven who are unwilling to be tied down to a force. They'd rather improve their cultivation base instead. Apart from grassroots prodigies, there were many young prodigies from Grade 1 forces who had gathered at the foot of the peak of gravity that Su Li was climbing. Bailey Hongfei, do you think Su Li can climb further up? Upon hearing this question, many onlookers in the surroundings turned to look at a young man that was standing nearby. Naturally, the onlookers were familiar with Bailey Hongfei, the most outstanding young prodigy in the Bailey clan who was currently ranked 4th in the peak of gravity ranking. Yi Wu Dao, instead of asking me for my opinion, why don't you tell me what you think? Bai Li Hongfei, the young man dressed in a gray and white robe, asked in return. Upon hearing the name Yi Wudao, the onlookers began to whisper among themselves. Yi Wudao, he's the most outstanding young prodigy in the profound Sky Dao sect, right? He's currently ranked 5th in the peak of gravity ranking. Yi Wudao is only 3 steps away from Bai Li Hongfei's record. Their strength should be almost on par with each other. It's said that Yi Wudao had killed many opponents who were stronger than him. In a fight to the death, there's a possibility that Bai Li Hongfei might not be a match for him. Shish, lower your voice, Bai Li Hongfei is here. Meanwhile, Yi Wudao smiled. His eyes narrowed slightly as he replied to Bai Li Hongfei's question. In my opinion, he's capable of climbing further up. As soon as Yi Wudao finished speaking, Su Li, who was standing on the 3536th step, began to move. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a dark energy that resembled a flood of water shrouded Su Li before it lifted him to the 3537th step. With this, he was tied with Yu Tianxing. However, since Yu Tianxing had reached the 3537th step first, he was still ranked behind Yu Tianxing in the peak of gravity ranking. As expected, an uproar broke out in the genius secret realm again when Su Li climbed to the 3537th step. Everyone was shocked that he made it to the 3537th step. He did it. It seems like Su Li is really not any weaker than Yu Tianxing. Yu Tianxing has lost to Su Li. Is Su Li really from the mundane realm? It did not take long before people began to notice Su Li had no intention of descending the peak of gravity after reaching the 3537th step. With this, many of them began to send messages to the others who were not present. Some people who were about to leave turned around immediately and continued watching Su Li. He's not coming down. Does he plan to continue climbing up? Does he intend to break Yu Tianxing's record? Su Li's going to continue challenging the peak of gravity. It should be difficult for him to continue since it took him such a long time to climb to the 3537th step, and yet, he plans to continue. Is he capable of continuing? Many people doubted Su Li would be able to continue his climb. They knew the resistance would grow with every step he took. Su Li is only a 1 basic celestial lord, right? Even if he has had a breakthrough, he would be a 2-form celestial lord at most. Nevertheless, at this age, even Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, wouldn't be able to achieve what Su Li did, right? That's right, Yu Zhongcheng was a 6-combo celestial lord when he set the record at the peak of gravity. Rumor has it that Su Li isn't even 300 years old. If the genius secret realm were to open a few years later, there's no doubt he would be able to break Yu Jiancheng's record. The genius secret realm opens every 1,000 years, and only celestial lords below the age of 1,000 are allowed to enter. This means everyone would only be able to enter once. It's rather unfair that Su Li, who's not even 300 years old, had to enter now. You're wrong. This has nothing to do with fairness. Everyone has different destinies. In the end, nobody left the 99 peaks of gravity. They stared at the ranking, eager to see the next development. Su Li's name was still flashing, indicating he was still at the peak of gravity. One's name would stop flashing the moment one left the peak of gravity. Meanwhile, there were also many people who made their way toward the peak of gravity that Su Li was challenging. After all, it was more exciting to watch Su Li climb the peak of gravity than just looking at his name in the ranking. At this moment, a valiant young woman approached Yu Tianxing and Hezan and greeted the duo. Senior Tianxing, Senior Hezan. Hezan smiled and said, Junior Sister Yun, we wouldn't have known that Su Li is here if you didn't send us a message. Thank you. The valiant young woman was Yun Yi. She was also a young prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect and the most outstanding prodigy of the sect's Yuchong progeny. Nevertheless, she was still not a match for Hezan, let alone Yu Tianxing. Senior Hezan, you're too courteous. This isn't worth mentioning, Yun Yi replied as she looked at Yun Tianxing furtively. Hints of admiration could be seen in her eyes when she snuck a look at Yu Tianxing. It was not surprising that Yu Tianxing had many admirers in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Yun Yi was just one of his many admirers in the sect. However, he was fully devoted to cultivating and did not have any interest in romance. Yun Yi smiled as she said to Yu Tianxing, Senior Tianxing, it was clearly difficult for Su Li to climb to the 3537th step. I don't think he's capable of climbing any further. Yu Tianxing shook his head and said, Junior sister Yunyi, don't underestimate Su Li. The time he took to climb from the 3,536th step to the 3,537th step is much faster than mine. Therefore, it's not. Yu Tianxing did not finish his sentence when his eyes suddenly widened. Su Li had finally made a move. At this moment, Su Li leapt into the air before he seemed to transform into a gigantic red and black sword. A cloud of black and red mist shrouded the gigantic sword like two black and red dragons. The wind howled as Su Li flew past the 3,538th step under everyone's watchful eyes. He showed no sign of stopping until he landed on the 3,552nd step. When the energy shrouding him finally disappeared, he stepped onto a blood-red sword ray and left the peak of gravity. The onlookers were, naturally, shocked to see Su Li climbing up 15 steps in one go. Am I dreaming? Su Li actually climbed up to the 3,552nd step. What happened? It clearly looked like he had a difficult time climbing to the 3,537th step, right? How did he suddenly advance so many steps? Heavens! Yu Tianxing only climbed to the 3,537th step, and Su Li surpassed him by 15 steps. Su Li is really terrifying. Did he intentionally conserve his energy in the beginning? Meanwhile, Yu Tianxing's expression turned grim as he watched Su Li leave. Su Li. It seems like he made huge improvements after entering the genius secret realm. Hizan and Yunyi still had not recovered from the shock. They only looked at the name at the top of the peak of gravity ranking blankly. Su Li, 3,552nd step. Needless to say, everyone in the genius secret realm was in an uproar over Su Li's latest feat. I don't think anyone in the genius secret realm would be able to break Su Li's record this time. I thought Yu Tianxing's record was unbreakable. I didn't expect Su Li to break his record. Chapter 3230 The Formation Spirit Pagoda's New Record. Over the next 2 years, places with ranking systems like the peak of gravity in the genius secret realm were conquered by Su Li. He rose to first place in all the rankings, in an eerie forest. Su Li sat on a branch of a tree as he muttered to himself, that Duan Ling Tian still hasn't shown up. He suddenly raised his hand at lightning speed. A leaf that was falling to the ground was instantly cut into thousands of pieces by a few sword rays. The sound of wind whistled in the air as Su Li flew out of the forest with a blood-red sword ray under his feet. At this time, 2 figures walked out of a cave in a remote valley. The figures belonged to an incredibly handsome young man and a young woman with unrivaled beauty. I can't believe 8 years have passed in just a blink of an eye after we entered the genius secret realm, the purple-clad young man said with a sigh. Brother Ling Tian, if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have to stay here for such a long time, the white-clad woman said apologetically. The man and woman were none other than Duan Ling Tian and Huaner, who had spent 8 years in closed-door cultivation. Silly girl, it's not like I spent my time here in vain. Over the past 8 years, my strength has even surpassed yours, Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile. With our strength, it's easy for us to survive in the genius secret realm. It's time for us to explore this place to see if we can find any treasure. At the same time, if the chance arises, we should display our strength to attract the attention of Grade 1 forces so that they'll invite us to join them. Not long after Duan Ling Tian and Huaner left the remote valley, they saw a huge pagoda that occupied a huge area. The pagoda had 30 floors and stood like a mountain. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up immediately. Is this the Formation Spirit Pagoda? Before entering closed-door cultivation, Duan Ling Tian had heard about the Formation Spirit Pagoda from the young prodigies in the genius secret realm. The Formation Spirit Pagoda tested the strength of its challengers. Similar to the peak of gravity, external tools were useless in the Formation Spirit Pagoda. Sect leader Yu Jian Cheng of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect seems to be the record holder for the Formation Spirit Pagoda as well. It only took him 132 breaths to defeat the Formation Spirits in this 30-story pagoda. Duan Ling Tian had learned this from the other prodigies. After spending 8 years in closed-door cultivation with Huaner, I have 2 years left before the genius secret realm closes. In the past 8 years, I wonder what kind of records the young prodigies from the Grade 1 forces have set. Driven by curiosity, Duan Ling Tian led Huaner to the Formation Spirit Pagoda. A stone table was erected in front of the Formation Spirit Pagoda. One could check the ranking by extending one's divine consciousness into the table. First place, Su Li. A familiar yet vague figure appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind as soon as he saw the name that was ranked first. It had been 200 years since he last saw his friend Su Li. The last time they met was in the Yanhuang realm. Nevertheless, it did not cross Duan Ling Tian's mind that this familiar name belonged to his friend. Although Su Li had a fortuitous encounter previously, he did think it was possible for his friend to break through and become a celestial lord in such a short time. Therefore, he did not think the Su Li in the genius secret realm was his friend. Second place, Yu Tianxing. If I'm not mistaken, Yu Tianxing should be the most outstanding young prodigy in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Although Duan Ling Tian had already entered closed-door cultivation when Yu Tianxing's name appeared in the peak of gravity ranking, he had heard other people mentioning Yu Tianxing. Therefore, he was aware that Yu Tianxing, the most outstanding young prodigy in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect, was even stronger than the ancient Phoenix clan's Feng Qi and the Baili clan's Baili Hongfei. Duan Ling Tian continued looking at the names in the Formation Spirit Pagoda ranking. Third place, Yi Wu Dao. Yi Wu Dao should be the most outstanding prodigy from the Profound Sky Dao sect. As a grassroots prodigy, it's amazing that Hu Zilong managed to make it into the top 10 in the Formation Spirit Pagoda ranking. Hu Zilong had left an impression on Duan Ling Tian when he entered the top 10 in the peak of gravity ranking. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he murmured, "So far, Su Li's performance is the best." It only took him 141 breaths to complete the challenge here. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner's arrival had attracted the attention of the people who had gathered outside of the Formation Spirit Pagoda. It was only natural they became the focus of everyone's attention since the duo had suddenly disappeared 8 years ago. Is it possible that she's Huaner? Then, the purple-clad young man next to her should be Duan Ling Tian, right? They were the ones who killed Yun Xiao, the son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect, right? They suddenly disappeared 8 years ago, so I thought they were killed by members of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. At the same time, a blue-clad young man standing among the crowd raised an eyebrow when he heard the conversations in his surroundings. So they're the ones who killed Yun Xiao. The blue-clad young man did not waste time and swiftly sent a message. Yun Yi, the woman who killed your junior brother has appeared at the Formation Spirit Pagoda you challenged earlier. Similar to the peaks of gravity in the worlds of laws, there was more than one Formation Spirit Pagodas in the Genius Secret realm. To be precise, there were 9 Formation Spirit Pagodas. Although many people could enter the pagoda at the same time, one would be alone and separated from the others after entering the pagoda. To advance to the next floor, one must defeat the Formation Spirits in the floor below. To pass the test in the Formation Spirit Pagoda, one must defeat the Formation Spirits on all 30 floors of the pagoda. As long as one's cultivation base was not too weak, it was not difficult to pass the test. However, it was difficult to pass the test in a short time. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian did not pay any attention to the people in his surroundings. He only beckoned to Huaner and said, "Huaner, let's enter and have some fun." After Duan Ling Tian entered the pagoda, he discovered Huaner was no longer with him. Nevertheless, he was not worried. He knew it had to be the rules of the Formation Spirit Pagoda. The time begins to run as soon as I enter the pagoda. All I can do now is wait for the Formation Spirit to appear. While waiting for the appearance of the Formation Spirit, Duan Ling Tian did not let his guard down. He was on high alert as he surveyed his surroundings. Outside the Formation Spirit Pagoda, a young man dressed in a dark blue long robe descended from the sky at this moment. As soon as he arrived, he asked his friend who had sent him a message earlier, "Where are they?" The young man was aloof. His eyes shone icily, and the aura he emitted was terrifyingly chilling. The few people who noticed the young man's arrival recognized him immediately. It's Yun Yi. He's the most outstanding young prodigy from the Thousand Hands Devil sect. He's ranked 7th in the Formation Spirit Pagoda ranking. At the same time, the young man, Yun Yi's friend, glanced at the Formation Spirit Pagoda before he replied, "They've entered the pagoda." Very well. Yun Yi nodded. His eyes shone with killing intent as he said, "I'll wait for them to come out." Upon hearing these words, Yun Yi's friend suggested, "Yun Yi, why don't we ask more of our people to come over? They're quite strong, so we might not be able to deal with them if they join forces." Yun Yi was not against the suggestion. He knew Duan Ling Tian and Huaner were rather strong, after all. He quickly sent a message to the other young prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect, asking them to gather at the Formation Spirit Pagoda. However, many of the members could not come at such short notice since they were too far away from the Formation Spirit Pagoda. At this moment, Yunyi's friend made another suggestion. Yunyi, before we make a move, let's see how long it takes them to clear the formation spirits in the formation spirit pagoda. If their time is roughly similar to yours, let's not attack recklessly. Yunyi nodded before he asked, how long has it been since they entered the pagoda? About 30 breaths ago. Usually, the first formation spirits would appear after 20 breaths, so they should have begun their fight about a dozen breaths ago, Yunyi's friend replied. I'd like to see how fast they are. Yunyi stared at the formation spirit pagoda fiercely. The onlookers who knew Yunyi had come to the formation spirit pagoda for Duan Ling Tian and Huaner could not help but wonder if the duo was a match for Yunyi. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw a purple-clad figure suddenly appear out of thin air. Yunyi and his friend were no exception, they were shocked as well. Yunyi's friend exclaimed in disbelief, he came out so fast. 127 breaths. Heavens, he broke sect leader Yu Jiancheng's record that had remained unbreakable over the past 20,000 years. I didn't expect I'd be able to witness such a historical moment. I didn't come here in vain after all. When the onlookers saw the purple-clad young man, they had instinctively extended their divine consciousness into the stone tablet and discovered someone else had replaced Su Li and was now first in the Spirit Pagoda formation ranking. Duan Ling Tian ranked first with 127 breaths of time. The unbreakable record set by the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, Yu Jiancheng, 20,000 years ago was 132 breaths. This meant that Duan Ling Tian was faster than Yu Jiancheng by 5 breaths. It was impossible for one to hold back one's strength in the formation spirit pagoda, therefore, every single breath counted. The difference of 5 breaths was like the difference between heaven and earth. Meanwhile, Yunyi gulped after he withdrew his divine consciousness. He looked at the purple-clad young man fearfully. So he's Duan Ling Tian, Huaner's companion. Chapter 32-31 Invitations from all the forces. Yunyi's friend, who had asked Yunyi to come to the formation spirit pagoda, withdrew his divine consciousness from the stone table. Not only was he shocked that Duan Ling Tian ranked first in the formation spirit pagoda ranking, but he was also shocked that Duan Ling Tian had broken Yu Jiancheng's record. Duan Ling Tian was truly too heaven-defying. A dozen breaths had just passed since Duan Ling Tian appeared when a white-clad figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. Huaner, who was surprised to see Duan Ling Tian waiting outside, said, "Brother Ling Tian, you came out so quickly. How long did it take you to leave the pagoda?" "Huaner, you did quite well. It only took you 143 breaths to leave the pagoda." Duan Ling Tian discovered Huaner's ranking after he extended his divine consciousness into the stone table. She was currently ranked third after Su Li and ahead of Yu Tianxing. Su Li had taken 141 breaths to leave the pagoda while Yu Tianxing took 144 breaths to leave the pagoda. Although Huaner was only quicker by 1 breath, she successfully surpassed Yu Tianxing, causing him to drop from 2nd place to 4th place. Yunyi asked his friend, "She's Huaner?" "The one who killed my junior brother, Yun Xiao." As soon as Yunyi's friend nodded, Yunyi left without any hesitation at lightning speed. His friend did not linger in front of the formation spirit pagoda and followed suit. Many people present knew that he was acquainted with Yunyi, after all. If Duan Ling Tian and Huaner discovered he had a good relationship with the members of the Thousand Hands Devil sect, who knew if the duo would kill him. Meanwhile, the onlookers looked at Duan Ling Tian with jealousy and hatred flashing in their eyes. I didn't expect them to be so powerful. The genius secret realm has been open for 8 years, and yet, they still managed to rank so high up in the formation spirit pagoda ranking. At this time, those who were ranked in the various rankings in the genius secret realm were all talented and outstanding individuals. It had been quite some time since there were any changes in the rankings since these talented and outstanding individuals appeared. Hey, those who managed to break the past records would be rewarded with an emperor-grade celestial weapon or something with equal value, right? At this moment, a beam of white light shone down from the sky. Soon after, a glowing 3-foot-long saber slowly descended and came to a stop in front of Duan Ling Tian. Indeed, it's an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Duan Ling Tian could easily tell the weapon in front of him was an emperor-grade celestial weapon based on its aura that was similar to the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda's Jasper celestial sword. The cyan 3-foot-long saber's aura was formidable and fierce even though it was just hovering motionlessly in the air. Duan Ling Tian waved his hand, and the cyan 3-foot-long saber flew into his hand immediately. as soon as the Emperor-grade celestial weapon flew into Duan Ling Tian's hand, a loud and energetic voice resounded throughout the genius secret realm. Congratulations to Duan Ling Tian for setting a new record with 127 breaths in the Formation Spirit Pagoda. Similar to the World of Law, apart from a victory announcement, an announcement would also be made if one broke a record. However, the reward from the Formation Spirit Pagoda was superior to the reward from the World of Laws. As expected, the announcement caused a stir among the young prodigies in the genius secret realm. After all, no one expected the record that had been unbreakable for 20,000 years would be broken today. He's back, heavens! He broke sect leader Yu Jiancheng's record in the Formation Spirit Pagoda. In the past, it took Yu Jiancheng 132 breaths to leave the pagoda. However, Duan Ling Tian only took 127 breaths to leave the pagoda. Heavens! He's 5 breaths faster than Yu Jiancheng. How terrifying! There were also people who doubted Duan Ling Tian's identity. They did not think the Duan Ling Tian who broke the record in the Formation Spirit Pagoda was the same Duan Ling Tian at the peak of gravity 8 years ago. 8 years ago, Duan Ling Tian couldn't even reach the 3000th step at the peak of gravity. How could he break the record at the Formation Spirit Pagoda 8 years later? Moreover, compared to the peak of gravity, the Formation Spirit Pagoda tests one's overall strength. This person has to be incredibly strong. I don't think the two Duan Ling Tians are the same person. Although the latter's performance at the peak of gravity wasn't bad, he's still mediocre in comparison to the other young prodigies. This person who's capable of breaking Yu Zhongchen's record is clearly a very outstanding individual. He's on a different level compared to the former. I agree. Logically, someone who's capable of breaking the Formation Spirit Pagoda's record should have been able to easily break the peak of gravity's record. This was why Yu Jiancheng was the record holder for both places. Halfway up the mountain in a valley, Yun Tianxing, who was sitting cross-legged on top of a stone and cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. He exclaimed in disbelief, Duan Ling Tian broke senior uncle's record. I must try to get Duan Ling Tian to join our Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. He quickly rose to his feet and sent a message to all the members of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect in the Genius Secret Realm, asking them to keep an eye out on Duan Ling Tian's location. If anyone were to run into Duan Ling Tian, they were to extend an invitation to him to join the sect. Before Yu Tianxing entered the Genius Secret Realm, his senior uncle and the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, Yu Jiancheng, had instructed him to invite those who managed to break any one of his records in the Genius Secret Realm. Therefore, when he found out someone had broken his senior uncle's record, he wasted no time in trying to recruit Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, Su Li had also heard the announcement from the Formation Spirit Pagoda that echoed in the entire Genius Secret Realm. He had yet to recover from the shock when he received Yu Tianxing's message. Duan Ling Tian broke the record with 127 breaths. Su Li had challenged the Formation Spirit Pagoda a few times last year. His best time was only 141 breaths. He knew how difficult it was to reduce just one breath. A hint of nostalgia flashed in his eyes as he muttered to himself, this Duan Ling Tian is a monster just like him. A beautiful woman with a curvaceous figure who was dressed in a fuchsia-long robe hovered above a lake. Duan Ling Tian broke Yu Jiancheng's record. She inhaled sharply as her limpid eyes shone brightly. When she recovered her senses, she hurriedly sent out a series of messages. Dear seniors and juniors of the ancient Phoenix clan, we must find Duan Ling Tian no matter what and persuade him to join our ancient Phoenix clan. This woman was none other than Feng Qiqi, the most outstanding prodigy from the ancient Phoenix clan. Similarly, Baili Hongfei from the Baili clan had also sent out messages to the members of the clan, urging them to keep a lookout for Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, he also instructed his members to persuade Duan Ling Tian to join their Baili clan if they met Duan Ling Tian. Apart from the 3 most powerful Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory, the other Grade 1 forces were also told to invite Duan Ling Tian to join their respective forces. For example, Yi Wu Dao from the Profound Sky Dao sect had also instructed other members to extend an invitation to Duan Ling Tian if they met him. Although they knew the chances of Duan Ling Tian joining them were slim, it did not stop them from trying. Unsurprisingly, the only Grade 1 force that did not attempt to invite Duan Ling Tian to join them was the Thousand Hands Devil sect. After all, Duan Ling Tian was closely related to the woman who killed Yun Shao, the son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Regardless of how outstanding Duan Ling Tian was, even if they invited him to join the sect, it would only be to lure him in so they could kill him. Naturally, they knew Duan Ling Tian would not be so stupid as to fall for such a trick, so they did not bother inviting him at all. Huoner, take it, it's yours. Duan Ling Tian simply tossed the emperor-grade celestial weapon to Huoner as though it was worth nothing under everyone's watchful eyes. Thank you, brother Ling Tian. Huoner did not hesitate to accept the emperor-grade celestial weapon because she knew he possessed much more powerful weapons. Otherwise, she would not have accepted the emperor-grade celestial weapon. Everyone was, naturally, baffled when they saw Duan Ling Tian simply giving away the emperor-grade celestial weapon. With this, they began to speculate he must have an extraordinary background. He gave away the emperor-grade celestial weapon. He's so generous. No wonder that peerless beauty is willing to follow him. He's clearly not interested in the emperor-grade celestial sword at all. Who is he? He sure doesn't behave like he's a grassroots prodigy. At this moment, someone called out, Duan Ling Tian. Then, a person stepped forward from the crowd. He cupped his hands together at Duan Ling Tian as he said, "My name is Bai Li Kong, and I'm a disciple of the Bai Li clan. I'd like to invite you to join our clan. With your innate talent and comprehension skills, our clan will definitely provide you with the best resources to nurture you." Before Duan Ling Tian could reply, another person stepped forward and cupped his fists together before he said, Duan Ling Tian, I'm Lin Ji, a disciple of the Profound Sky Dao sect. The Profound Sky Dao sect invites you to join us. If you're willing to join us, the sect will definitely provide you with the best treatment. It won't be inferior to the treatment you'd receive in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, the Ancient Phoenix clan, or the Bai Li clan. Chapter 32 First place in the Peak of Gravity ranking. Thank you for your invitations, but I have yet to consider which force to join. I plan to decide at a later date. Duan Ling Tian responded with a faint smile when he received the invitations from the Bai Li clan and the Profound Sky Dao sect. After he declined the invitations, he left with Huoner. The onlookers only regained their senses when Duan Ling Tian and Huoner disappeared from their sight. It seems like another monster has appeared in our Nando territory, a middle-aged man murmured to himself. A grassroots prodigy broke the record set by sect leader Yu Jian Cheng of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Who would have expected this? He's such a monstrous talent. Even the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect will definitely invite him to join their sect. The onlookers were in awe, and most of them were certain that the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect that had always remained indifferent would put their pride aside to extend an invitation to Duan Ling Tian. As expected, the prodigies from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect had begun to search high and low for Duan Ling Tian so they could invite him to join their sect. After Duan Ling Tian and Huoner left the Formation Spirit Pagoda, they wandered around without a specific destination. It did not take long before a familiar mountain appeared before their eyes. The mountain that towered past the clouds in the sky looked similar to the peak of gravity they climbed in the past. However, this peak of gravity was in a different location from the one they climbed previously. The first peak of gravity they climbed was located in a vast plain, while the foot of this peak of gravity was surrounded by a swamp forest. The peak of gravity, with its towering height, this peak of gravity was still very eye-catching despite being surrounded by a swamp forest. The mountain towered over the trees, making the trees look tiny in comparison. Duan Ling Tian and Huoner stood in a small clearing around the peak of gravity as they surveyed their surroundings. Previously, there were dozens of people present at the foot of the first peak of gravity they encountered. Currently, there were only 2 people present at the foot of the mountain and 1 person climbing the mountain. A middle-aged man, one of the 2 men present on the scene, shook his head and said with a sigh, I wonder how high third brother can go. His name won't be listed on the ranking if he fails to reach the 2000th step. Third brother is too stubborn. The highest he has been was the 1965th step. It's impossible for him to climb up another 35 steps unless his strength improves to the next stage, a young man replied as he shook his head. Soon enough, the 2 men discovered the presence of the 2 newcomers. They were instantly captivated by Huoner's flawless beauty. These 2 should be Duan Ling Tian and Huoner, right? Such a peerless beauty, who else could she be if not Huoner? In the genius secret realm, everyone knew there was no one more beautiful than Huoner. Therefore, it was not difficult for the 2 men to guess the 2 newcomers' identities. I wonder if he's the Duan Ling Tian who broke the record at the Formation Spirit Pagoda. The young man asked in a low voice. I don't think so. The Duan Ling Tian who's with Huaner didn't even manage to reach the 3000th step at the peak of gravity. Only 8 years have passed, how strong could he have gotten? The middle-aged man shook his head. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner prepared to climb the peak of gravity again. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he asked Huaner, "Huaner, shall we have a competition?" "All right," Huaner nodded. The two men who were looking at the duo saw the duo vanishing into thin air at this moment. Teleportation profundity, the two men cried out in unison. It was not that no one had attempted to climb the peak of gravity using the teleportation profundity. However, using the teleportation profundity would cause discomfort since one would be instantly transported from a low altitude to a high altitude. Therefore, most people preferred to slowly advance to the top. When Duan Ling Tian and Huaner's name began to flash above the peak of gravity, the two men looked up immediately. Their eyes widened when they saw Duan Ling Tian and Huaner had already reached the 3000th step after casting the teleportation profundity once. With this, Duan Ling Tian's ranking rose sharply after surpassing his previous record. On the other hand, Huaner's ranking remained the same since her previous record was also at the 3000th step. Nevertheless, the two men were thoroughly shocked. Heavens! They have reached the 3000th step after using the teleportation profundity once. They covered 30,000 meters in just a blink of an eye. I'm not surprised Huaner climbed up to the 3000th step since she had done it before. However, what's going on with Duan Ling Tian? 8 years ago, he couldn't even climb up to the 3000th step, but now, he reached the 3000th step immediately after casting the teleportation profundity. Huaner's body moved slightly, but Duan Ling Tian didn't move at all. It's like he didn't feel the pressure at all. Meanwhile, people at the other 98 peaks of gravity had already discovered the changes in the peak of gravity ranking. The atmosphere turned lively again in just an instant. Duan Ling Tian, Huaner, they're challenging the peak of gravity again. Duan Ling Tian managed to climb up to the 3000th step this time. Didn't they say the Duan Ling Tian with Huaner is not the same person as the Duan Ling Tian who broke the Formation Spirit Pagoda's record? After receiving messages from their friends, many young prodigies stopped what they were doing and made their way to the nearest peak of gravity. After reaching the 3000th step, Duan Ling Tian used his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the space elemental profundity to protect himself from the pressure of the peak of gravity. He looked at the ranking and discovered Su Li was ranked first after climbing to the 3552nd step. Su Li's first again, he's quite strong. I didn't expect him to be a prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, I thought he's a grassroots prodigy. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian had heard people talking about Su Li when he was outside of the Formation Spirit Pagoda. That was how he found Su Li was a prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Based on various rankings, it seemed like Su Li was stronger than Yu Tianxing, who was widely acknowledged as the most outstanding young prodigy in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Huaner waited for Duan Ling Tian as she stood at the side. Finally, Duan Ling Tian called out, "Huaner, let's continue." Duan Ling Tian and Huaner's speed of ascent was so fast that the two men at the foot of the peak of gravity were dumbfounded. After climbing up to the 3000th step, he's still so fast. Although Duan Ling Tian's current speed was slower than before, the two men could tell his speed was still very fast. Duan Ling Tian continued to climb until the 3500th step before his speed began to slow down again. Meanwhile, Huaner had already begun to slow down after climbing the 3300th step. Did Duan Ling Tian hide his strength 8 years ago? Isn't that obvious? He's now ranked second in the peak of gravity ranking, and he's climbing the peak of gravity so effortlessly. There's no doubt he hid his strength 8 years ago. When most people saw Duan Ling Tian surpassed Yu Tianxing and rose to second place, most of them were convinced Duan Ling Tian was the same person as the Duan Ling Tian who had broken the record at the Formation Spirit Pagoda. I wonder if Huaner became stronger over the past 8 years or if she hid her strength 8 years ago as well. She's almost at the 3400th step now. Soon enough, he surpassed him. At this time, Duan Ling Tian had surpassed Su Li's record at the 3552nd step when he climbed to the 3553rd step. To everyone's surprise, he did not stop and continued to climb the peak of gravity. Is Duan Ling Tian trying to break another record of sect leader Yu Jiancheng of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect? Many people were still in shock while a few others looked at Duan Ling Tian's name in excitement. Most people felt optimistic about him breaking Yu Jiancheng's record at the peak of gravity. Can he create another miracle? I think it's possible. After all, he managed to break Yu Jiancheng's record at the Formation Spirit Pagoda. It shouldn't be difficult for him to break another of Yu Zhongcheng's records. I agree. If he's capable of breaking Yu Jiancheng's record at the Formation Spirit Pagoda, he should have no problem breaking Yu Jiancheng's record at the peak of gravity. If he manages to pull this off, there's no doubt he's going to be known as the most outstanding young prodigy in the Nando territory. At the same time, Yu Tianxing and Hezan arrived at the foot of one of the peaks of gravity. They stood in the distance as they looked at the ranking above the peak. This Duan Ling Tian is formidable. Hezan was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's strength. Then, he asked, Senior Tianxing, do you think Duan Ling Tian is capable of breaking the sect leader's record? Chapter 32-33 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation. If he's only one breath faster than Senior Uncle when breaking the Formation Spirit Pagoda's record, he might not be able to break Senior Uncle's record at the peak of gravity, Yu Tianxing said as he looked at the name near the top of the peak of gravity ranking. However, he was 5 breaths faster than Senior Uncle when he cleared the Formation Spirits in the pagoda. This means he's much stronger compared to Senior Uncle at that time. With his strength, it isn't difficult for him to break Senior Uncle's record at the peak of gravity if he wants to. As though to prove Yu Tianxing's point, Duan Ling Tian swiftly climbed past the 3,600th step and the 3,700th step even though his speed had slowed down some after passing the 3,500th step. He had slowed down even more after the 3,700th step, but he still easily climbed to the 3,788th step, breaking Yu Jiancheng's record. He broke another record. After almost 20,000 years, someone finally broke the record set by sect leader Yu Jiancheng from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. With this, Duan Ling Tian broke 2 records by sect leader Yu Jiancheng. There's no doubt Duan Ling Tian is the most outstanding young prodigy in the Nando territory. Whether it's Yu Tianxing, Su Li, or everyone else, they can't compare to Duan Ling Tian at all. Well, I think Su Li might be a match for Duan Ling Tian. After all, Su Li's not even 300 years old while Duan Ling Tian is most likely 800 or 900 years old like Yu Tianxing. You're right, in that sense, Su Li's potential is greater. Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian breaking Yu Jiancheng's record at the peak of gravity caused another uproar in the Genius Secret Realm when his feat was announced. Naturally, most people were not surprised that he managed to break the peak of gravity's record after he broke the Formation Spirit Pagoda's record since the two's level of difficulty was rather similar. With enough strength, one would be able to break both records just like how Yu Jiancheng did back then. However, it could be seen that Duan Ling Tian was much stronger than Yu Jiancheng back then. He's going to continue climbing the peak of gravity. The people gathered at the foot of the peaks of gravity were shocked when they saw Duan Ling Tian's name was still blinking. It did not take long before they discovered Huaner had already left the peak of gravity. Her final result had surpassed the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's Yu Tianxing, putting her in 3rd place in the peak of gravity ranking. Huaner made it to the 3,539th step. She's 1 step higher than Yu Tianxing. Yu Tianxing is really unlucky. He was pushed back a place in the Formation Spirit Pagoda ranking by Huaner with just a 1-breath difference, and now, he's pushed back a place in the peak of gravity ranking by Huaner with a 2-step difference. There were many people who lamented Yu Tianxing's luck, but there were also many people who disagreed. It has nothing to do with luck. It's just the strength difference between them. 1 breath in the Formation Spirit Pagoda can't be attributed to just luck. The same goes for the peak of gravity. Everyone has a limit. Are you saying you can easily surpass your own limit? In the end, no one doubted Huaner was stronger than Yu Tianxing. Naturally, the strength mentioned here was one's strength without the help of external tools. After all, celestial talisman, celestial pills, celestial weapons, and the likes were prohibited at the peak of gravity in the Formation Spirit Pagoda. One could only rely on one's true strength. If it was a duel and not climbing the peak of gravity or clearing the Formation Spirits in the Formation Spirit Pagoda, no one would dare to say for sure that Huaner would best Yu Tianxing. After all, Yu Tianxing was widely acknowledged as the most outstanding young prodigy in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Someone like that was sure to have many tricks up their sleeve. Even Su Li might not be able to defeat Yu Tianxing in a duel. Those at the foot of the peaks of gravity were dumbfounded when they saw Duan Ling Tian continue to climb the peak of gravity. Even those who were not at the foot of the peaks of gravity were shocked when they received news of this. Duan Ling Tian is too powerful. I wonder how high he can go. About an hour later, Duan Ling Tian finally stopped climbing. At this point, he had already climbed to the 3,922nd step, which meant that he was 39,220 above ground. He had climbed 100 steps higher than Yu Jiancheng. What a heaven-defying feat. I heard that those who managed to break a record in the Genius Secret Realm would be rewarded with a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. When the onlookers thought of the rewards for breaking a record in the Genius Secret Realm, they were green with envy. Emperor-grade celestial weapons were already incredibly precious, let alone purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapons. They were so rare that it was not an exaggeration to say that none of the prodigies in the Genius Secret Realm possessed a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. How could they not be jealous when they realized Duan Ling Tian would be rewarded with a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon? Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who returned to Huan'er's side after descending the peak of gravity, finally received his reward. The purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon was in the form of a soft armor. A purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he confirmed the soft armor was a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Then, he did not hesitate as he handed the soft armor to Huan'er. Nevertheless, Huan'er did not accept the purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Brother Ling Tian, you don't have a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon, so you should keep it for yourself. Previously, Huan'er had only accepted the Emperor-grade celestial sword Duan Ling Tian had given her because she knew Duan Ling Tian possessed the much more powerful Seven Orifices exquisite sword. This time, no matter how Duan Ling Tian tried to persuade her, she refused to accept the purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial sword. In the end, Duan Ling Tian had no choice but to put the soft armor away. He decided to give the next purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon he obtained to Huan'er. At this moment, Huan'er asked, "Brother Ling Tian, where should we go next?" Duan Ling Tian, who had received the rewards after breaking 2 records, felt rather enthusiastic at this moment. He wanted to break more records now so he could collect more Emperor-grade celestial weapons. He looked at the people in his surroundings and asked loudly, "Does anyone know of any other records to be broken in the Genius Secret Realm?" At this point, there was quite a huge crowd at the foot of this peak of gravity. There were several dozen people at least. Many people had gathered here after they received news of what was happening earlier. A middle-aged man replied to Duan Ling Tian, "There are a few more places with records to be broken, but not all of them test one's strength." "That's right," another person chimed in. Although sect leader Yu Jiancheng from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect managed to set new records at the peak of gravity and the Formation Spirit Pagoda, he failed to set new records at the other places. It's not easy to break those records. Most people agreed that the other places that tested more than one's strength were not as easy to challenge. Nevertheless, Duan Ling Tian was not discouraged. In fact, he was determined to have a look to widen his horizons. It did not matter if he was not able to set a new record. He asked, "Is there anyone who's willing to lead me to one of those places or give me directions?" A young man said, "There's one nearby. It's called the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation. You can try to set a new record there." Upon hearing the young man's words, many people inhaled sharply. The 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation. One's name would appear in the ranking as long as one's able to leave the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation within the allocated time. This sounds simple, but it's actually really difficult. Those who had entered the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation had said that it was difficult to find their way out despite how hard they tried. Most people could only wait until the time ran out to be transported out. If I'm not mistaken, the record of leaving the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation in the shortest time belonged to a young prodigy from the Profound Cat Clan. I'm not surprised. The Profound Cat Clan is naturally adept at sniffing out illusory formations. I remember the person who came closest to breaking the record was some prodigy from the Phantom Fox Clan. She's a direct descendant of the main Phantom Fox Clan in the Jade Emperor Heaven. If I'm not mistaken, her name's Duzan. That's right, Duzan's a woman if I'm not mistaken. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened when he heard the conversations in his surroundings. He instinctively turned to look at Huan'er, who was standing next to him. Tears welled up in Huan'er's eyes as she murmured, "Mom." When Duan Ling Tian was at the borderlands of the Southern Territory, he had learned that Huan'er's mother's name was Duzan. He had learned this from Huan'er's grandaunt. Huan'er, you'll find your mom soon. Don't worry, Duan Ling Tian consoled Huan'er. Moreover, the Du clan of the Phantom Fox clan is in the Jade Emperor heaven. I'll accompany you and investigate if your mom is there after you become a celestial emperor. Alright, Huan'er's mood eased under Duan Ling Tian's constant stream of comforting words. After a while, Huan'er said, Brother Ling Tian, I'd like to take a look at the 10,000 elephants illusory formation. Okay, Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he asked with a knowing smile on his face, Huan'er, you're planning to set a new record in the 10,000 elephants illusory formation, aren't you? Based on the conversations in his surroundings and the name of the place, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to guess the nature of that place and its test. As the Phantom Fox clan's rare Thousand Phantoms ice fox that only appeared once every 1 million years, Huan'er was immune to illusory formations. In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, the 10,000 elephants illusory formation would not pose any difficulty to Huan'er. After a while, Duan Ling Tian looked at the person who first mentioned the 10,000 elephants illusory formation and asked, Where's the 10,000 elephant illusory formation? The man was very enthusiastic and offered to lead the way. Without wasting time, Duan Ling Tian and Huan'er began to make their way to the 10,000 illusory formation. Upon seeing this, many of the people in the surroundings began to follow the duo to the 10,000 elephants illusory formation. Chapter 32-34 God's Secret Treasure. The 10,000 elephants illusory formation was located in a vast mountain valley. Anyone could challenge the formation by entering it. The crowd who had followed Duan Ling Tian here were dumbfounded when they realized Duan Ling Tian had no intention of entering the formation. Instead, the woman by his side, Huan'er, was the one who entered the 10,000 elephants illusory formation. Duan Ling Tian isn't going in. Look, the person who's ranked first in the 10,000 elephants illusory formation is Hu Zilong. The 10,000 elephants illusory formation ranking could be seen outside of the formation, looking as translucent as a cloud of mist. Su Li is only ranked 6th. Yu Tian Xing is ranked 8th. Look, Feng Qi is ranked 4th. Duan Ling Tian, who was looking at the ranking, had also seen a few familiar names. Even someone as powerful as Su Li was only ranked 6th. Moreover, the gap between Su Li and Hu Zilong, who was ranked 1st, was rather wide. Hu Zilong spent 7 days, 5 hours and 15 minutes to leave the 10,000 elephants illusory formation, whereas Su Li took a full 16 days to escape. Although Hu Zilong was among the top 10 in the Peak of Gravity ranking and the Formation Spirit Pagoda ranking, he was ranked at the bottom of the top 10. Based on this, it was clear he was significantly weaker than Su Li. Nevertheless, he managed to rank first in the 10,000 elephants illusory formation. This meant he was adept at breaking illusory formations, or he was immune to them like Huan'er. What's the record for the 10,000 elephants illusory formation? Duan Ling Tian asked the man who led him here. Both the Profound Cat clan and the Phantom Fox clan had an affinity with illusory formations. The Profound Cat clan specialized in breaking illusory formations, while the Phantom Fox clan specialized in setting up illusory formations. The two clans could be considered natural enemies and had many conflicts in the Jade Emperor heaven. 3 days and 1 hour, the man hurriedly answered Duan Ling Tian. 3 days and 1 hour. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's lips twitched. Was that not half the time of Hu Zilong, who was currently ranked first? I wonder if Huan'er would be able to break the record. Initially, Duan Ling Tian was confident that Huan'er would be able to break the record. However, after learning about the difference in time between Hu Zilong and the prodigy from the Profound Cat clan from 10,000 years ago, he did not feel as certain as he did before. After almost 3 hours had passed, the crowd finally could not hold back their curiosity. Someone asked, Duan Ling Tian, aren't you going in? Me. Duan Ling Tian was briefly taken aback by the question. Then, he shook his head and said, I don't plan to enter the formation. Everyone was dumbfounded by Duan Ling Tian's answer. They had come here to watch Duan Ling Tian challenge the 10,000 elephants illusory formation. Since he had no intention of entering the formation, what were they doing here? As it turns out, he has no plans of entering the 10,000 elephants illusory formation. A middle-aged man said as he shook his head, preparing to leave. I was waiting for him to challenge the formation. Who knew he had no plan of entering the 10,000 elephants illusory formation at all? There's no point in me staying here if he doesn't plan to go in. Just as the crowd was about to disperse, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. With this, It was as though everyone's legs had been frozen to the ground. The person who had appeared was none other than Huoner. Huoner. Duan Ling Tian was also taken aback by Huoner's sudden appearance. It had only been a little more than 3 hours since she had entered the 10,000 Elephants illusory formation. One can only exit the 10,000 Elephants illusory formation if they can see through it. Otherwise, they'd have to wait in there for at least a month. She came out in 3 hours. She only needed 3 hours to leave the 10,000 Elephants illusory formation. 3 hours. Is that possible? 3 hours? Even the profound cat clan prodigy from 10,000 years ago took 3 days to leave the formation, but she came out in 3 hours. Did she really enter the formation? Everyone was thoroughly shocked that Huoner left the 10,000 Elephants illusory formation in 3 hours. No one thought about leaving at this moment. Even those who were a distance away turned around and returned to the valley. If you want to know if she really entered the formation, just check the ranking. If she broke the record, her name would certainly appear in the ranking. With this, everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, turned to look at the 10,000 Elephants illusory formation ranking. Huoner, 3 hours. Huoner had now replaced Hu Zilong and was ranked first in the 10,000 Elephants illusory formation ranking. Everyone was dumbstruck when they saw the time it took Huoner to escape from the 10,000 Elephants illusory formation. Even those who were not present on the scene were dumbstruck when they heard about this matter. At this moment, there was quite a huge crowd gathered outside of the 10,000 Elephants illusory formation. Some people had rushed here after receiving news that Duan Ling Tian would be challenging the 10,000 illusory formation. Most of them thought they would see Duan Ling Tian challenging the formation. Who knew Huoner, the woman by Duan Ling Tian's side, would challenge the formation instead? Most importantly, she set a new record with only 3 hours. Even that prodigy from the profound cat clan from 10,000 years ago needed 3 days to escape from the formation, and yet, Huoner only took 3 hours. Isn't the gap too wide? This is really heaven-defying. Who else can break such a record? For 10,000 years, no one could break the 3-day record set by the prodigy from the profound cat clan. How long will it be before someone beat this 3-day record? 1 million years. Huoner's achievement shocked everyone, including the young prodigies from the Grade 1 forces. Duan Ling Tian was already monstrously talented. Who knew the woman by his side was a monstrous talent as well? How did she do it? Many people were still in disbelief. Some even wondered if they were dreaming. After all, it was unimaginable that someone was able to escape from the 10,000 Elephants illusory formation in 3 hours. This was even more shocking than when Duan Ling Tian broke the record set by Yu Jian Cheng at the peak of gravity in the Formation Spirit Pagoda 20,000 years ago. It was not that shocking that Huoner had broken the record that was set 10,000 years ago. The shocking thing was the time it took her to leave the 10,000 Elephants illusory formation. The previous record could not compare to the Huoner's record at all. Duan Ling Tian had merely surpassed Yu Jian Cheng by a few breaths in the Formation Spirit Pagoda and surpassed Yu Jian Cheng by 100 steps at the peak of gravity. As impressive as Duan Ling Tian's achievements were, how could one compare the difference between 3 days and 3 hours? I didn't think I'd be alive to see 3 records being broken in the Genius Secret Realm. Something like that has only happened 3 times over a few 100,000 years in the Genius Secret Realm, right? Hey, I remember there's a rumor about the opening of God's secret treasure in the Genius Secret Realm if 3 records are broken. God's secret treasure, isn't that just a myth? God's secret treasure is said to be a passage that led to a place that was once part of a realm of gods, right? Rumor has it that it was first discovered by a powerhouse from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. That person then joined forces with the ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan to open up a passage that leads to that place. Now that Duan Ling Tian and Huoner had broken 3 records, many people began to recall the legend of the God's secret treasure in the Genius Secret Realm. However, most of them thought it was just a myth. Outside of another 10,000 Elephants illusory formation, Yu Tianxing, who was standing next to Hezan, looked at the ranking intently as he said, 3 records are already broken. The God's secret treasure should open soon. I didn't expect I'd be able to see this day. Senior brother Tianxing, it seems like we'll be able to enter God's secret treasure. I heard it's a great place to cultivate. Moreover, there's a chance we'll be able to find Devata artifacts in there. Hezan exclaimed excitedly. Most people dismissed the God's secret treasure as a myth, but those from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect knew it really existed. As the rumor said, it really used to be part of a realm of gods. In the past, the powerhouses from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, the ancient Phoenix clan, and the Bailey clan had created a little world around the passage leading to the abandoned realm of gods to stabilize the place. The little world was now known as the Genius Secret Realm. At that time, the abandoned remnant of the realm of gods had almost collapsed when the three powerhouses entered it. They later discovered the remnant of the realm of God could only accommodate those below the stage of a celestial emperor. This was the reason only celestial lords were allowed to enter the Genius Secret Realm. The powerhouses from the three strongest Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory were worried some celestial emperors would forcibly enter the Genius Secret Realm, so they laid a formation to prevent people over the age of 1000 from entering it. With this formation, they prevented most celestial emperors from entering the secret realm. After all, there were very few who managed to become a celestial emperor before the age of 1000. The age restriction formation was created by the Title Temple. Therefore, regardless of how powerful a celestial emperor is, they won't be able to break the formation. Well, those legendary figures might be able to break the formation. However, if they enter the Genius Secret Realm, there's no doubt the secret realm and the remnant of the realm of gods would collapse. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian learned about the god's secret treasure in the secret realm from the conversations in his surroundings. Chapter 32-35 Guide. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had learned from the Chaos Divine Flame that those from the realms of gods could perish as well. Once they perished, the realm of gods they created would be destroyed by the supreme powerhouse who killed them. This was due to the fact that only 18 realms of gods could exist at one time. Unless a realm of gods was destroyed, a new realm of gods would not emerge. Is there really a remnant of a realm of gods here? Duan Ling Tian could not hold back his curiosity and asked the three divine elements in his body. The Chaos Divine Flame quickly replied, yes. It's not difficult for a supreme powerhouse to destroy a realm of gods, they only need to destroy the realm's core. Usually, a supreme powerhouse wouldn't waste their energy to completely destroy a realm. It was enough for them to destroy the realm's core. Once the core is destroyed, a new realm of God could be created. It would take a lot of time and effort to completely destroy a realm of God. Since it's enough to destroy just the core, most supreme powerhouses wouldn't bother with completely destroying a realm of God after killing the supreme powerhouse who created it. The Chaos Divine Flame continued to explain, a realm of gods without a core would wander in space. Eventually, it would sink and settle like a stone that had been thrown into a river. It would then be known as a remnant of a realm of gods. When creating little worlds, it's possible for celestial emperors to come across remnants of realms of gods. If they were powerful enough, they could build a passage to the remnant of the realm of gods. However, the remnant that lacked a core wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure of a celestial emperor. For this reason, it would collapse in the presence of a celestial emperor. It paused for a moment before it concluded, therefore, the rumor should be true. The Genius Secret Realm is likely a passage to a remnant of a realm of gods. Soon after, the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Boy, you're in luck if there's really a remnant of a realm of gods here. The cultivation environment in a remnant of a realm of God is far superior to that in Devata realms. Since the heaven and earth spirit energy is limited in Devata realms, there's a limit to the help the divine tree of life provides you. However, your cultivation speed would increase by almost 100 times with the help of the divine tree of life in a remnant of a realm of gods. The Chaos Divine Earth could barely conceal its excitement as it continued to say, apart from that, your speed of comprehending a law would be much faster as well in the remnant of a realm of gods. Lower form divine elements like us can also absorb the 5 elemental energy in the remnant of the realm of gods to improve our strength. However, I'm certain there would not be many divine artifacts in the remnant of a realm of gods. In fact, there might not be any at all. This is due to a wave of energy that would annihilate everything in a realm of God when its core is destroyed. Naturally, there's a chance that some divine artifacts might survive the terrifying blast. However, it'd be difficult to locate them due to the changes in the terrain such as the sea and earth caused by the blast of energy. It'd depend purely on luck to come across a divine artifact. At this point, a hint of envy could be heard in the Chaos Divine Earth's voice as it said, naturally, that only applies to ordinary people. Since you possess the 7 orifices exquisite sword, and that lass has become its soul, you'll be able to detect divine artifacts near you. Sometimes, I'm really envious of your heaven-defying luck. With the confirmation from the Chaos Divine Flame and the Chaos Divine Earth, Duan Ling Tian ascertained that the god's secret treasure in the genius secret realm was not just a myth. While Duan Ling Tian was still lost in his thoughts, a clear and loud voice rang in the air. It was the same voice that had made all the announcements in the genius secret realm. The god's secret treasure will open in 6 months. The announcement rang throughout the genius secret realm, leaving many people dumbfounded. When they recovered from the shock, they were ecstatic. The god's secret treasure is not just a rumor. The god's secret treasure is a remnant of a realm of gods, right? There must be divine artifacts everywhere. Perhaps, we can find divine beasts as well. Can you imagine the kind of treasures we will find in there? I heard that the heaven and earth spirit energy in a remnant of a realm of gods is much richer. Therefore, our cultivation speed would increase by 2 folds there. That's right, the same goes for comprehending laws and profundities as well. With this announcement, everyone's attention shifted away from Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. It was only natural since they would benefit from entering God's secret treasure. Although it was exciting watching Duan Ling Tian and Huaner breaking records, it did not benefit them at all. Nevertheless, there were some people who were grateful toward Duan Ling Tian and Huaner since it was not an exaggeration to say both of them opened the God's secret treasure. After the announcement of the opening of God's secret treasure and after Huaner obtained a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon as a reward for breaking the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formations record, Duan Ling Tian called out, "Huaner, let's go." As the duo wandered the genius secret realm, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, I only managed to obtain a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon after breaking 2 records, but Huaner obtained a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon after breaking 1 record. I have a feeling it's due to the vast difference between her record and the record she broke. Although Duan Ling Tian broke the records at the peak of gravity and the formation spirit pagoda, the differences between his records and Yu Jian Cheng's records were not too wide. On the other hand, Huaner's record was more than 20 times faster than the record she had broken. Over the next few months, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner continued challenging various records. The tests were not very popular and he was not too adept with the skills needed to challenge the records as well. The skills involved setting up formations, refining celestial pills, and forging celestial weapons among many. When Duan Ling Tian was in the borderlands of the Southern Heaven territory, his pill refining skills were considered above average due to the Chaos Divine Flame. However, the Chaos Divine Flame was still in its 3rd form, and there was no doubt this was insufficient here. There's 1 more month left before God's secret treasure opens. However, I still don't know where the entrance would be located. Duan Ling Tian was not the only one who was in the dark about the location of the entrance to God's secret treasure. Everyone, including the young prodigies from Grade 1 forces, was clueless as well. However, the young prodigies from Grade 1 forces were aware that the entrance to God's secret treasure was not fixed, and before the entrance opened, they would be guided there. Since there's only a month left, we should be guided to the entrance soon, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Half a day passed, and as Duan Ling Tian expected, a golden glow appeared in the distance. It was as bright as the sun, catching everyone's attention. Brother Ling Tian, is that it? Huaner looked at Duan Ling Tian. It's so bright that everyone in the genius secret realm would be able to see it. There's no doubt this will lead us to the entrance. Let's go, Huaner. Duan Ling Tian and Huaner did not waste time and flew side by side toward the golden glow. Meanwhile, the young prodigies in the genius secret realm had also seen the golden glow. They knew it would lead them to the entrance of God's secret treasure, so they wasted no time in making their way over. Su Li was also flying toward the golden glow at this moment. I should be able to meet that Duan Ling Tian at the entrance of God's secret treasure. He had been extremely curious about the grassroots prodigy who shared the same name as his best friend. Although it was unlikely, he wished that Duan Ling Tian would turn out to be his best friend. After all, his best friend was capable of such amazing feats as well. At this moment, all the young prodigies from Grade 1 forces and all the grassroots prodigies in the genius secret realm were flying toward the golden glow. All of them were determined to enter God's secret treasure. Chapter 32-36 Ning Dragon, the quasi-divine beast. The golden glow shone above a peak of gravity. Despite the clouds swirling around it, its light did not dim at all. At this time, many figures were flying over from different directions. In just a blink of an eye, many people had gathered at the same place. With just a glance, they saw an antique and ornate door in the middle of the dazzling golden light. It was maroon, and its edges seemed to be made from some heavy metal. Apart from that, Many complex inscriptions could be seen on its surface. If one focused on them, one could see life like humans, beasts, and sceneries depicted in the inscriptions. Meanwhile, on both sides of the door, two terrifying creatures that resembled the hybrid of a dragon and a snake guarded the door. The door was slightly ajar, and a mysterious black mist swirled out from the other side. What kind of celestial beasts are these? At this moment, everyone present on the scene was grassroots prodigies. They were confused by two creatures at the sides of the doors. They had never seen anything like these. The creatures looked terrifying with drool constantly dripping off razor-sharp teeth, and their triangular eyes glinted fiercely at the others. They struggled against the chains that were as thick as the arm of an adult male, trying to attack the prodigies on the scene. A young man said, "Regardless of what creatures these things are, there's no doubt this door leads to God's secret treasure. So we'll be able to enter in a month, right?" Many people's eyes lit up upon hearing these words. "Look, the door is slightly ajar. Perhaps we can enter now," a middle-aged man said as he stared at the door. It was clear he could no longer wait as he shot toward the door at lightning speed. Everyone watched as an unforgettable scene unfolded before their eyes. One of the beasts opened its mouth and roared thunderously as the middle-aged man drew close to the door. An overwhelming force swept out immediately and landed on the middle-aged man. Although he managed to erect his defenses, he was still crushed by the overwhelming force. In the end, nothing was left of him except for a mist of blood. After a few beats, a damaged spatial ring fell from the sky. The royal-grade celestial weapon he held in his hand and the purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon he wore were completely destroyed by that force. At this moment, a horrified expression could be seen on everyone's faces. They knew none of them would have been able to resist that force either. The force is equivalent to that of a celestial emperor, right? That wave of energy was similar to that of a celestial emperor's celestial origin energy that was boosted with some powerful elemental profundity. A grassroots prodigy gulped before he said in a trembling voice, "Even the most outstanding prodigy from a grade 1 force wouldn't have been able to defend against that energy." At this moment, someone exclaimed, "That is Bai Li Hongfei." Soon after, Bai Li Hongfei arrived with 5 to 6 people who were also clearly from the Bai Li clan. "Brother Hongfei, what are those things?" A girl standing behind Bai Li Hongfei asked curiously as she stared at the creatures guarding the door. Upon hearing this question, everyone turned to look at Bai Li Hongfei immediately. He was the top young prodigy in the Bai Li clan and was known to be well-read and knowledgeable. Bai Li Hongfei looked at the creatures guarding the door and solemnly replied, "If I'm not mistaken, they're not celestial beasts but quasi-divine beasts." Quasi-divine beasts. Although the people present had never heard of quasi-divine beasts, they had heard of divine beasts. A fully grown divine beast could be as powerful as a supreme powerhouse. They were naturally superior to celestial beasts whose strength was limited to that of a 10-direction celestial emperor. It was not difficult to figure out that quasi-divine beasts were much more terrifying than celestial beasts even if they were not true divine beasts. "Brother Hongfei, this means quasi-divine beasts are stronger than celestial beasts and weaker than a divine beast, right?" A male member of the Bai Li clan asked fearfully. "That's right." Bai Li Hongfei nodded. "If I'm not mistaken, these two quasi-divine beasts are Ning dragons. They're a type of quasi-divine beasts with no intelligence, they only possess the most primal instincts." Whether the quasi-divine beasts possessed intelligence or not, these young prodigies' fears did not lessen. The female disciple from the Bai Li clan who had spoken earlier exclaimed, "Brother Hongfei, look. The door behind the Ning dragons is ajar." Bai Li Hongfei replied, "I've read that we'll be guided to the entrance of God's secret treasure a month before it opens. However, it's possible to enter God's secret treasure earlier as long as you're able to pass a test. If I'm not mistaken, these two Ning dragons must be the test. As long as you're able to bypass them, you'll be able to enter God's secret treasure first. However, I don't think it's realistic to bypass the Ning dragons." Bai Li Hongfei was well aware that he was not strong enough to bypass the two Ning dragons. Although these two Ning dragons did not look like they had grown into their full potential, he could tell, based on the two creatures' auras, that the two creatures were stronger than celestial lords. How could it be easy to bypass two Ning dragons with strength equivalent to a celestial emperor who had comprehended a powerful law? "So we can enter God's secret treasure now if we're able to get past the Ning dragons." Another Bai Li clan disciple exclaimed. "That's right." Bai Li Hongfei nodded. "However, it's safer to just wait for a month. At that time, the Ning dragons would no longer be a hindrance." Brother Hong Fei, if we wait for a month, how long do we have in God's secret treasure? 3 days. The people in the surroundings naturally heard the conversations between the members of the Bailey clan. They were shocked by this information. If they waited a month before entering God's secret treasure, they would only have 3 days to spend in there. 3 days? That's too short a time, right? Even the members of the Bailey clan were stunned when they found out they only had such little time to spend in God's secret treasure. It has always been this way. Bailey Hong Fei shook his head and said, God's secret treasure is a remnant of a realm of gods. You can even find divine artifacts if you're lucky. Do you really think you'll be able to stay there until the genius secret realm closes? That's just wishful thinking. Indeed, most people assumed they would be able to stay in God's secret treasure until the genius secret realm closed. They did not expect to be given only 3 days in God's secret treasure. What can we do in 3 days? How lucky must one be to find a divine artifact in 3 days? I feel we should try to get past the Ning dragons so we have more time in God's secret treasure. Get past the Ning dragons. You can go ahead and try, but leave me out of it. Didn't you see that even Bailey Hong Fei isn't attempting to get past the Ning dragons? You're just seeking death if you try to get past the Ning dragons. While everyone was still discussing this matter, another group of people arrived on the scene. It's the people from the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Many people recognized the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect who were led by the most outstanding person among them, Yunyi. Upon seeing Yunyi, Bailey Hong Fei said mockingly, Yunyi, I heard that you didn't even greet Duan Ling Tian and Huaner before fleeing the last time you ran into them. What happened? I thought you wanted to avenge your junior brother Yun Shao. Bailey Hong Fei, Yunyi said through gritted teeth. His expression soured as soon as he heard Bailey Hong Fei's words. He knew Bailey Hong Fei was referring to that time outside of the Formation Spirit Pagoda. However, since Bailey Hong Fei was not present at that time, he knew someone must have told Bailey Hong Fei about what had happened. If he knew the person who leaked this matter out, he would definitely not let that person go. I don't understand. What does that mean? There were a few grassroots prodigies who were unaware of what had happened. However, the others who were in the know quickly filled them in, and it did not take long before they began to laugh at Yunyi as well. After a while, the people from the Profound Sky Dao sect arrived. Following that, the young prodigies from Grade 1 forces such as the Tuoba clan, the Great Dragon Battle sect, and the Profound Cat clan arrived as well. Out of all the Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory, only the people from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect and the Ancient Phoenix clan had yet to arrive. The Nando territory had 8 Grade 1 forces, and the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, the Ancient Phoenix clan, and the Bailey clan were the strongest among them. To defend against these 3 forces, the remaining 5 forces would usually join forces. Fortunately, the 3 forces had no thoughts of joining forces to eliminate the other 5 forces. Otherwise, the remaining 5 forces would have long been destroyed. Chapter 32-37 All the young prodigies are here. Those from the Ancient Phoenix clan have arrived. It did not take long before those who were gathered outside of the entrance of God's secret treasure saw a group of people with a woman in the lead flying toward them. The woman in the lead was dressed in a red and violet robe. She was pretty, and her figure was curvaceous. However, her beautiful eyes shone with a cold light. This woman was none other than Feng Chi-Chi, the most outstanding young prodigy in the Ancient Phoenix clan. Chi-Chi. Bailey Hong stepped forward and greeted Feng Chi-Chi enthusiastically with a wide smile on his face. However, Feng Chi-Chi seemed displeased by Bailey Hong Fei's friendly greeting as she said, Bailey Hong Fei, don't call me that. When you speak to me, use my full name. Bailey Hong Fei had been pursuing Feng Chi-Chi relentlessly for 100 years now. Although she had firmly rejected him, he did not give up. She really did not know how to make him give up on his pursuit of her. In terms of strength, he was comparable to her. Therefore, using force would be useless. However, she could not be polite either. She knew if she made even the slightest concession, he was the type to take advantage of it. Moreover, she was not the kind of person to be polite. Meanwhile, many grassroots prodigies began to whisper among themselves as soon as Feng Chi-Chi arrived. So she's Feng Chi-Chi from the Ancient Phoenix clan. Not only is she the most outstanding young prodigy in the Ancient Phoenix clan, but she's also the most beautiful woman in the Ancient Phoenix clan. The most beautiful woman in the Ancient Phoenix clan. If I didn't see Huaner, I might have agreed that her beauty is unrivaled. However, after seeing Huaner, I find her appearance rather ordinary. Those grassroots prodigies who had seen Huaner could not help praising her beauty and comparing her to Feng Qiqi. Although Feng Qiqi was beautiful, all of them agreed that she could not compare to Huaner. Women naturally wanted to be beautiful and placed importance on beauty. This was especially true for women who were already beautiful. Although the grassroots prodigies' voices were not loud, Feng Qiqi heard their words clearly. Her expression darkened immediately. Since Feng Qiqi could hear the discussion in the surroundings, Bai Li Hongfei, naturally, heard the conversations in the surroundings as well. When he saw the change in her expression, he glared at the people in the surrounding. Upon seeing Bai Li Hongfei's intimidating glare, the grassroots prodigies fell silent immediately. After all, they could not afford to offend the Bai Li clan's most outstanding young prodigy. At this moment, a female member of the Bai Li clan looked up and could not help but exclaim in awe, "What a beauty!" Everyone instinctively looked up and followed her gaze. Two figures could be seen flying in their direction at this moment. The figures belonged to a handsome young man and a peerless beauty who was dressed in a white robe. The peerless beauty held the arm of the dashing young man with an unparalleled aura. They looked like a match made in heaven when they were standing side by side. Those who had met the two figures recognized them immediately and exclaimed one after another, "They're here, it's Duan Ling Tian and Huaner." All of the grassroots prodigies present on the scene had a big smile on their faces when they saw the duo. After all, the outstanding duo was the pride of grassroots prodigies. A grassroots prodigy said, "It's all thanks to Duan Ling Tian and Huaner that we have a chance to enter God's secret treasure." That's right, if they didn't break 3 records and trigger the opening of God's secret treasure, how could we enter God's secret treasure? Meanwhile, the expression of the Thousand Hands Devil sect's Yun Yi turned grim as soon as he saw Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. However, he only looked at them briefly before he averted his eyes. It was as though he was trying to reduce his sense of presence so Duan Ling Tian and Huaner would not notice him. There are so many people here. Duan Ling Tian knew he and Huaner were rather late after seeing the huge crowd at the entrance of God's secret treasure. At this moment, Feng Qiqi suppressed her jealousy and stepped forward when she saw Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. She smiled flirtatiously as she said, "Duan Ling Tian, I'm Feng Qiqi from the Ancient Phoenix clan. I'd like to invite you to join the Ancient Phoenix clan. I can promise you that our clan will waste no effort in helping you to reach your full potential. At the very least, I can guarantee that your treatment won't be inferior to mine." Before Duan Ling Tian could reply to Feng Qiqi's invitation, Bai Li Hongfei, who had set his personal feelings aside, extended an invitation to Duan Ling Tian as well. "Duan Ling Tian, I'm Bai Li Hongfei from the Bai Li clan. I'd like to invite you to join our clan as well." Then, he turned to look at Huaner and said with a smile, "Naturally, Ms. Huaner is welcome to join us as well." Then, Bai Li Hongfei continued to confidently say, "If both of you join the Bai Li clan, I can guarantee your treatment will be better than mine." Upon seeing this, Yi Wu Dao, the most outstanding prodigy from the profound Sky Dao sect, stepped forward to extend an invitation to Duan Ling Tian and Huaner as well. "Brother Ling Tian, Miss Huaner, the profound Sky Dao sect would like to invite you to join us as well." Following that, a charming woman dressed in a red robe stepped forward and said with a smile, "Sister Huaner, you're really beautiful. Brother Ling Tian is really lucky to have someone like you by his side." Huaner's cheeks flushed red as she looked at Duan Ling Tian nervously. She was, naturally, pleased by the red-clad woman's words. The red-clad woman continued to say, "Although the Tuoba clan isn't as powerful as the Ancient Phoenix clan and the Bai Li clan, if you're willing to join us, I, Tuoba Hong, the representative of my father, the clan leader of the Tuoba clan, guarantee that the Tuoba clan will give you the best of everything." Tuoba Hong, the red-clad woman, was the daughter of the clan leader of the Tuoba clan. She was also the strongest among the younger generation in the Tuoba clan. However, her strength could not compare to the likes of Feng Qiqi, Bai Li Hongfei, and Yi Wu Dao. Therefore, she was very eager to get Duan Ling Tian and Huaner to join her clan so her father would not have to worry about the future of the Tuoba clan. As soon as Tuoba Hong finished speaking, a disciple from the Great Dragon Battle sect quickly said, "I'm the Great Dragon Battle sect's Yuan Zhu. The Great Dragon Battle sect would be honored if both of you decide to join us. Both of you will naturally be given the best resources if you join our sect." The grassroots prodigies watched in envy as the Grade 1 forces invited Duan Ling Tian and Huaner to join them one after another. Although they were envious, they thought the duo was worthy of such a treatment. After all, The duo's performance in the genius secret realm even surpassed those prodigies from Grade 1 forces. As time passed, more and more Grade 1 forces began to invite Duan Lingtian and Huaner to join them. In the end, there were only 3 forces that had yet to extend an invitation to the duo. The 3 forces were the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, the Thousand Hands Devil Sect, and the Profound Cat Clan. The Thousand Hands Devil Sect naturally would not invite Duan Lingtian and Huaner since they were aware that the duo would not accept the invitation. They were only asking to be humiliated if they tried to invite the duo to join them. On the other hand, the members of the Profound Cat Clan looked at Huaner with a slight frown on their faces. They could faintly sense the aura of their clan's enemy, the Phantom Fox clan, from her. However, there was something different about her aura. Although her aura had traces of a phantom fox, at the same time, she did not seem to be a phantom fox. Apart from that, they were also unhappy that the record that their ancestor, who was now a pillar of the clan, set in the 10,000 Elephants illusory formation 100,000 years ago had been broken by her. Moreover, Huaner's record was far superior to their ancestor's record. They had always been reverent toward their ancestor. How could they feel happy with Huaner after everything? Meanwhile, everyone was wondering if the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect would invite Duan Lingtian to join them as well. Yu Tianxing did not disappoint. He stepped forward and said with a smile, "Hello, I'm Yu Tianxing from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's Tai progeny. On behalf of the sect, I'd like to invite both of you to join us. If you join us, I can guarantee the Thousand Hands Devil Sect won't dare to act against you openly and in the dark." Yu Tianxing did not promise the stars and the moon to Duan Lingtian like the others. He only made it clear that if Duan Lingtian and Huaner joined the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, the sect would protect them from the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. The expressions of Yunyi and the members of the Thousand Hands Devil Sect changed immediately as soon as they heard Yu Tianxing's words. Nevertheless, there was nothing they could do. After all, Yu Tianxing was not wrong. The Thousand Hands Devil Sect, indeed, could not afford to offend the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Meanwhile, after hearing Yu Tianxing's promise, Feng Qiqi hurriedly chimed in, "The ancient Phoenix clan won't allow the Thousand Hands Devil Sect to harm you as well. This goes for the Baili clan as well," Baili Hongfei said. Feng Qiqi and Baili Hongfei had forgotten that Huaner, who was always next to Duan Lingtian, had killed Yun Xiao from the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. With this, the other Grade 1 forces began to speak up one after another, unwilling to back down. "The Tuoba clan isn't afraid of the Thousand Hands Devil Sect," Tuoba Hong hastily said. "The Great Dragon Battle Sect is willing to go to war with the Thousand Hands Devil Sect for both of you," Yuan Zhu added. "If the Thousand Hands Devil Sect dares to move against you, the Profound Sky Dao Sect and I, Yi Wu Dao, will not stand for it. If they dare to harbor such thoughts, we'll start by killing their young prodigies," Yi Wu Dao said as he looked at Yun Yi and the members of the Thousand Hands Devil Sect coldly. Everyone was eagerly waiting for Duan Lingtian and Huaner's response when, "It's Su Li. Su Li is here." A black-clad figure standing on a blood-red sword was flying toward them at this moment. It was none other than Su Li from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's Shadow Support progeny. Chapter 32-38 Best Friends Reunited. Upon hearing the commotion, Duan Lingtian could not help but turn around and looked at the distance curiously. Duan Lingtian knew Su Li was a prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Before he entered the Formation Spirit Pagoda and climbed the Peak of Gravity again after being in closed-door cultivation for 8 years, Su Li was ranked first in both places. With this, one could imagine how strong Su Li was. Most importantly, when he saw the name Su Li, he was reminded of a teenager in his hometown in the Mundane Realm, the Saint Province Realm, whose name was also Su Li. He had become best friends with Su Li when they were participating in the Iron Blood Genius Camp that was organized by the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Before he left the Crimson Sky Kingdom, he had met Su Li a few times and was surprised by the rate of Su Li's growth. Alas, after he ascended to the Devata realm, he had lost all contact with Su Li. Meanwhile, everyone, including Feng Qiqi, the most outstanding young prodigy from the ancient Phoenix clan, was looking at Su Li. "That's Su Li, the young prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect who's stronger than Yu Tianxing. Yu Tianxing is old news. Su Li is now the most outstanding young prodigy in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Su Li will lead the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect into a new era." A hint of excitement could be seen in Feng Qiqi's eyes as she looked at Su Li. Upon seeing Feng Qiqi's reaction, a Slight frown appeared on Bai Li Hongfei's face. When he turned to look at Su Li again, a hint of hostility could be seen in his eyes. Su Li, the young prodigies from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, including Yu Tianxing, regarded Su Li with complex emotions brewing in their eyes. After all, Su Li's achievements had surpassed theirs despite being the latest to join the sect. While everyone's eyes were trained on Su Li, he was staring intently at a purple figure standing in the crowd. Similarly, Duan Lingtian was staring intently at Su Li. Su Li stepped off his sword to descend to the ground while Duan Lingtian rose to the air and flew toward Su Li. Huiner, who was left standing alone, looked slightly confused by Duan Lingtian's action. Everyone watched as Duan Lingtian and Su Li stood across from each other with less than 10 meters between them. What's going on? Are the two strongest prodigies in the genius secret realm going to have a duel now? Are they going to put on a good show for us? Upon seeing this, the young prodigies assumed Duan Lingtian and Su Li saw each other as rivals. Huiner was the only one who saw the joy on Duan Lingtian's face when he flew to Su Li earlier. She could tell he was genuinely happy to see the black-clad young man. Following that, the prodigies present on the scene were dumbfounded when they saw Duan Lingtian and Su Li hugging and patting each other on the back. Both men had a wide smile on their faces. Su Li, who was known for being aloof, was smiling. Even the prodigies from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect had never seen Su Li smiling before. They know each other. With this, the onlookers could naturally tell the duo was acquainted. In fact, based on the duo's actions, the duo was clearly more than mere acquaintances. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Su Li could sense each other's joy even though both of them did not speak. It had been a very long time since they had last met. It was almost 200 years ago since they last saw each other. When they first met, they were both in their teens, and the last time they met, both of them were only a few decades old. They were not even 100 years old at that time. It was their longest separation yet. After separating from the hug, Su Li said emotionally, "Duan Lingtian, when I first saw your name in the peak of gravity ranking, I couldn't help but wonder if it was you. However, after giving it some thought, I thought it was unlikely. At least, you had the courage to think it was me. After entering the genius secret realm, I spent 8 years in closed-door cultivation. When I saw your name in the formation spirit pagoda ranking and the peak of gravity ranking, I didn't dare to hope it was you," Duan Lingtian said with a smile as he shook his head. Although they had been separated for so long, their friendship remained strong and indestructible. Most importantly, your performance is too brilliant. You never ceased to amaze me since our time in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Iron Blood Genius Camp. Although I've grown stronger, I always thought you'd achieve greater things than me. And based on the current situation, it seems like I'm right," Su Li said sincerely. Although Duan Lingtian was far stronger than him, he did not feel jealous at all. He was genuinely happy for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian said with a sigh, "I didn't expect you to have ascended to a Devata realm and become a prodigy of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, a grade 1 force in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory. It's a long story. I'll tell you all about it after we leave the genius secret realm," Su Li said with a smile. All right. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered they had become the center of attention. He nodded to Su Li, gesturing to Su Li to follow him, before he returned to Huiner's side. "Huiner, this is Su Li. He's my best friend." Duan Lingtian introduced Huiner to Su Li with a smile on his face. He was eager to share his joy with Huiner after reuniting with Su Li. "Miss Huiner, you're just as beautiful as the rumor says," Su Li said. After he took a look at Huiner, he winked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. Duan Lingtian kept a straight face when faced with Su Li's reaction. "Big brother Su Li," Huiner greeted Su Li with a smile. "Big brother." Su Li was startled and seemed slightly embarrassed. "Actually, I'm only slightly above 200 years old. What's wrong? Are you hurt because Huiner addressed you as big brother?" Duan Lingtian laughed faintly before he said, "Huiner is not even 200 years old." He had expected this response from Su Li because he knew Su Li thought Huiner was older than him. "She's not even 200 years old." Duan Lingtian's words did not only shock Su Li, but the prodigies in the surroundings who overheard their conversations were shocked as well when they heard that Huiner, the woman who set a new record in the 10,000 Elephants illusory formation, was not even 200 years old. At this moment, a young prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect could not help but ask Su Li, looking confused, "Su Li, do you know Duan Lingtian?" As far as I know, since you ascended to the Jade Emperor Heaven with senior Uncle Dugu, you didn't leave the sect at all. In fact, this is the first time you've left the sect. Duan Ling Tian is my best friend from the mundane realm, Su Li replied with a smile. Then, he proceeded to introduce Duan Ling Tian to the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's young prodigy. Duan Ling Tian, this is Senior Gongsun Jing from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's Yellow Thirk progeny. After exchanging a quick but enthusiastic greeting with Duan Ling Tian, Gongsun Jin said to Su Li, since Duan Ling Tian is your friend, you should invite him to join our Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Su Li shook his head and replied, although Duan Ling Tian is my best friend, I respect his decision. Whether he joins the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect or not, it won't affect our friendship at all. Meanwhile, the prodigy from the other Grade 1 forces thought there was no chance of Duan Ling Tian joining their respective forces after witnessing his close friendship with Su Li. However, their eyes lit up with hope when they heard Su Li's words. On the contrary, apart from Gongsun Jin, the prodigies from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, including Yu Tianxing, frowned slightly upon hearing Su Li's reply. In their opinion, it should be a matter of course that Duan Ling Tian and Huaner joined their sect since Su Li had a good relationship with Duan Ling Tian. However, based on Su Li's words, it seemed like he did not even have the intention of inviting Duan Ling Tian and Huaner to join their sect. At this moment, Yu Tianxing stepped forward and looked at Su Li before he said in a lowered voice, Su Li. If Senior Uncle Dugu knows about this, he'd surely want you to invite Duan Ling Tian to join our Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Su Li glanced at Yu Tianxing before he replied, Yu Tianxing, I understand your thoughts. However, I believe Leader Dugu will respect my decision. Dugu Zui, the leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's Shadow Support progeny, was the one who brought Su Li to the Jade Emperor Heaven to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Yu Tianxing knew Su Li was right. Dugu Zui, the leader of the Shadow Support progeny, treated Su Li like a treasure. How could he be displeased with Su Li because of such a trivial matter? However, he was unwilling to give up, so he resorted to using the name of Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Su Li, the sect leader treats you well, right? It's your duty to recruit talents into the sect. Indeed, since Su Li joined the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, had treated him very well. In fact, Yu Jiancheng had also given him preferential treatment. Upon hearing Yu Tianxing's words, Su Li frowned slightly. Then, he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. As though he could read Su Li's thoughts, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, Su Li, Huaner and I will join the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Duan Ling Tian, you don't have to. Su Li thought Duan Ling Tian decided the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect because of him and wanted to dissuade him. However, before Su Li could finish his sentence, Duan Ling Tian quickly interjected, Huaner and I plan to join a Grade 1 force anyway. Since you're in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, there's no reason for me not to join the sect. Moreover, we can have fun together. This was indeed Duan Ling Tian's plan. It was the main reason he decided to enter the Genius Secret Realm, after all. He wanted to join one of the three strongest Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory, the Ancient Phoenix Clan, the Bailey Clan, and the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Out of the three Grade 1 forces, the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect had been his first choice even before he found Su Li was a member of the sect as well. Now that he found out Su Li was also in the sect, he was more than happy to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Chapter 32-39 A Deal with the Ning Dragons. Duan Ling Tian's words shattered the hopes of the young prodigies from the other Grade 1 forces. There was nothing they could do since Duan Ling Tian had the right to choose which force to join. Moreover, even if they wanted to, it was impossible for them to force Duan Ling Tian to join them. After all, if Duan Ling Tian was so weak that they could force him to join their respective forces, they would not even bother to invite him to join them in the first place. The only reason they had set aside their pride to invite him to join them was due to his high innate talent and strength. At this moment, Gongsun Jin from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's Yellow Thirk progeny asked curiously, Su Li, you said both of you met in the mundane realms and became best friends. Does this mean you're both about the same age? That's right, Su Li nodded. We're about the same age. To be precise, he's actually slightly younger than I am. As soon as Su Li finished speaking, the entire place was as silent as a graveyard. Yu Tianxing felt the corners of his lips twitch when he heard Su Li's words. He did not expect that after a monstrous talent like Su Li entered the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, another person who was even more talented than Su Li would join the sect. Meanwhile, the prodigies from the other Grade 1 forces who had invited Duan Lingtian to join their respective forces were filled with envy as they looked at the members of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. After things settled down, Su Li asked Gongsun Jin, "What's going on here?" "I'm not sure. I just arrived not too long ago," Gongsun Jin replied. Upon hearing these words, everyone shifted their attention back to the door guarded by the two Ning dragons. "Ning dragons," Feng Qi exclaimed as her expression changed drastically. It seemed like she had just noticed the Ning dragons. As the most outstanding prodigy of the ancient Phoenix clan, she naturally recognized the Ning dragons. Baili Hongfei said, "Previously, a grassroots prodigy who was fairly strong tried to enter but was killed by one of the Ning dragons." Feng Qi said in a lowered voice. Although these two Ning dragons are young, their strength is comparable to an ordinary celestial emperor. Upon hearing these words, the expression of a group of people, including Duan Lingtian, turned slightly grim. A young prodigy from the profound Sky Dao sect asked curiously, "Is it possible to bypass the Ning dragons and enter using the law of space's teleportation profundity?" He had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity to the initial stage. This meant he could teleport 10,000 meters away at a time. "You can try," Feng Qi said indifferently. A hint of contempt flashed in her eyes. The profound Sky Dao sect's prodigy frowned slightly upon hearing her words. In the end, he decided to give it a try. He vanished into thin air in just an instant, but when he reappeared, he did not appear behind the door. Instead, he was above the Ning dragons. As soon as the profound Sky Dao sect's prodigy appeared above the Ning dragons, one of the Ning dragons opened its mouth and attacked. No, the prodigy's expression changed drastically. He tried to teleport away, but he discovered a mysterious energy in his surroundings that prevented him from using the teleportation profundity. A beam of light shot out of the Ning dragon's mouth and killed the profound Sky Dao sect's prodigy immediately. His purely defensive celestial weapon was reduced to ashes and only his spatial ring remained. At this moment, Yi Wudao, the most outstanding prodigy from the profound Sky Dao sect, said through gritted teeth, "Feng Qi. You knew this was going to happen, didn't you?" He glared at Feng Qi, furious that his junior brother had died in vain. Feng Qi replied indifferently, "The Ning dragons are gifted in the law of space. The teleportation profundity doesn't work on them. Moreover, if one is in the range of their territory, they could manipulate space and prevent one from teleporting away." Although she did not directly answer Yi Wudao's question, her reply proved that she knew the prodigy from the profound Sky Dao sect would have such an outcome. Yi Wudao said angrily, "Why didn't you say anything earlier? Why did you intentionally egg him on? I needed him to confirm that the two Ning dragons truly have the strength of a celestial emperor. After all, only Ning dragons with the strength of a celestial emperor are capable of manipulating space," Feng Qi said callously as she shrugged. "With his death, I've confirmed these two Ning dragons truly have strength comparable to a celestial emperor." Many people felt chills running up their spines when they heard Feng Qi's callous words. Just to test the Ning dragon's strength, she had no qualms about tricking the profound Sky Dao sect's prodigy and sending him to his death. "Feng Qi, I won't forget this." Yi Wudao glared at Feng Qi. He did not make a move now because he knew he was no match for Feng Qi. He glanced at the few people standing behind her as he continued to say, "You prodigies of the ancient Phoenix clan should be careful when you leave the clan." Although he was smiling when he spoke, he looked rather terrifying at this moment. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the people from the ancient Phoenix clan changed drastically. However, Feng Qi said with a sneer, "Yi Wudao, by all means, go ahead if you want to be expelled from the profound Sky Dao sect and hunted down by the ancient Phoenix clan." Yi Wudao's expression turned grim. He knew the people from the ancient Phoenix clan could act so arrogantly because the profound Sky Dao sect was no match for it even if they were both Grade 1 forces. If the ancient Phoenix clan truly demanded his expulsion from the sect, he knew the profound Sky Dao sect could only acquiesce to the ancient Phoenix clan's demand. Meanwhile, the other young prodigies looked at the two Ning dragons guarding the door as they shook their heads and sighed. "It seems like we have no choice but to wait a month to enter God's secret treasure." Even Duan Lingtian felt the only choice was to wait. Although he was strong, he knew he was no match for the two Ning dragons. "It seems like we can only wait." Duan Ling Tian and Su Li exchanged a look and could see they shared the same thoughts. In the end, Huaner, and Su Li walked to the side, away from the others. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, Su Li, since all we can do is wait now, why don't you tell me everything that has happened to you after we were separated? However, when Su Li was about to recount his experience, Huaner looked at Duan Ling Tian and sent him and Su Li a voice transmission. Brother Ling Tian, I managed to communicate with the two Ning dragons through voice transmission. They allow me to enter, but I can only bring 3 people with me. Duan Ling Tian and Su Li were shocked by Huaner's words. Huaner, is this true? Why are they willing to let you enter? Duan Ling Tian asked in confusion. I made a deal with them. If they let us enter, I'll help them leave the genius secret realm. Huaner replied as a hint of pity flashed in her eyes, it's really sad. They were caught and brought here a long time ago. Moreover, their growth was also restricted by the person who captured them. Help them leave this place. Duan Ling Tian was startled. Huaner, are you capable of doing that? Brother Ling Tian, it's not a problem for me to do that, Huaner replied with a smile. I'll use my illusory techniques to hide their absence and let them enter my little world before I bring them away from this place. Alas, they're only willing to let me bring 3 people with me to enter God's secret treasure. Let them enter your little world. Duan Ling Tian frowned and objected immediately. No, that's too dangerous. Let them enter my little world instead. Although it was almost impossible to destroy one's little world, if a person was powerful enough, they could wreak havoc in a little world, causing great injuries to the owner of the little world. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian did not want Huaner to take such a risk. Brother Ling Tian, don't worry. They won't harm me. Moreover, they won't be willing to enter your little world since they don't trust humans, Huaner said. After listening to Huaner's words, Duan Ling Tian was less worried. He asked, did you take the initiative to make a deal with them or did they approach you first? They approached me first. They can tell I'm a Thousand Phantoms ice fox. In fact, our ancestors had a good relationship in the past. I know this from my inherited memories, Huaner explained. Duan Ling Tian was relieved after listening to Huaner's explanation. After all, Huaner's inherited memories could not lie. Then, he asked, since you're allowed to bring 3 people, counting Su Li and me, you can bring another person with you as well, right? Yes, Huaner nodded. Brother Ling Tian, I'll leave it up to you to decide who to bring with us since I don't know these people. It's fine if you don't want to bring anyone with us as well. Duan Ling Tian turned to look at Su Li and asked, Su Li, who should we bring with us? We should bring someone from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. However, the question is who we should bring with us. I only know the yellow Thirk progenies Gongsun Jin. I'm not very familiar with the others. After all, the yellow Thirk progeny has a close relationship with the shadow support progeny. Gongsun Jing's grandfather is the leader of the yellow Thirk progeny. He's so strong that I suspect him to be one of the celestial emperors in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect who has strength comparable to titled celestial emperors. Su Li said, if you bring Gongsun Jin with us, his grandfather will definitely feel indebted to you. Since you decided to join the Thousand Tribulations sword sect, this will only benefit you. Naturally, this is just my suggestion. You should do as you see fit. If that's the case, let's bring him with us, Duan Ling Tian said after listening to Su Li's analysis. Call him here so we can leave. However, don't tell him the reason we're able to enter. I don't want him to know anything. I understand. After Gongsun Jing heard Su Li's voice transmission, his eyes lit up immediately. He could barely conceal his delight as he asked, Su Li, are you serious? You can choose not to believe me. We're going in now. After saying these words, Su Li followed Duan Ling Tian and Huaner who were walking toward the door of God's secret treasure that was guarded by the 2 Ning dragons. Chapter 32-40 Entering God's Secret Treasure. Gongsun Jing. No wonder I found his name familiar. I've met someone with the same name in the past. When Su Li had introduced Gongsun Jing to him earlier, Duan Ling Tian had found the name rather familiar. However, he could not recall where he had heard the name. As they were walking toward the Ning dragons, he finally remembered when he had heard the name. Previously, when Duan Ling Tian was in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, which was located in the Southern Heaven Territory's profound nether mansion in the spirit overarching heaven, he had killed a disciple from the Azure Green Mansion whose name was also Gongsun Jing. Meanwhile, upon seeing Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, and Huaner walking toward the entrance of God's secret treasure, Gongsun Jin from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's Yellow Thirk progeny finally regained his senses. He hurried after Duan Ling Tian and the others. Since the trio was much stronger than him, he was confident they would not take such huge risks if they were not confident. Therefore, he did not hesitate to join them. Meanwhile, everyone was confused when they saw the quartet walking toward the Ning dragons. They're going to enter God's secret treasure. Are they not afraid of death? The grassroots prodigies and the young prodigies from Grade 1 forces were bewildered by the quartet's actions. Their hearts thumped wildly in their chests as they watched the quartet approach the Ning dragons. Most of them were certain the quartet would definitely die if they drew any closer to the Ning dragons. Meanwhile, Yunyi and the other prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect watched with malicious smiles on their faces. Yunyi said gloatingly, seeking death. On the other hand, similar to the others, Yu Tianxing and the prodigies from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect were bewildered. When Yu Tianxing recovered his senses, he barked, "Su Li, what are you doing?" Although Yu Tianxing knew he would become the most outstanding young prodigy in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect if Su Li or Duan Ling Tian died, he did not want to attain that title through such means. He had his pride after all. Moreover, Su Li and Duan Ling Tian would greatly benefit the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. As a loyal member of the sect, how could he bear to watch the duo throw their lives away in vain? Moreover, even Gongsun Jing decided to go with the trio. It was not hard to figure out that Su Li had invited Gongsun Jing to join them since Su Li had spoken to Gongsun Jin just before he made his way to the Ning dragons. Su Li only turned to look at Yu Tianxing for a moment before he continued. Walking toward the Ning dragons. Everyone watched as the quartet approached the Ning dragons. They were certain the quartet was going to die soon. However, in the next moment, their jaws dropped when they saw Duan Ling Tian and the others walked past the Ning dragons, pushed the door open, and entered God's secret treasure. It was as though they were invisible to the Ning dragons. It works. Gongsun Jing sighed in relief as he safely flew past the Ning dragons that showed no signs of attacking them. Meanwhile, the door was left wide open after the quartet entered God's secret realm. Only a gray and boundless void could be seen. The visibility was so bad that as soon as Duan Ling Tian and the others entered, the onlookers could no longer see them. What's going on? Are the two Ning dragons blind? How did they get past the Ning dragons? Did they use some techniques? The Ning dragons seem oblivious to them. The onlookers were naturally shocked. What happened? Baili Hongfei asked in disbelief. He would not have believed this if he did not witness it with his eyes. Is it possible that the Ning dragons would no longer attack those who tried to enter God's secret treasure now? A grassroots prodigy hesitated for a moment before he cautiously approached the Ning dragons. However, as soon as he stepped within the range of the Ning dragons, he was instantly killed by the Ning dragons. With this, the onlookers confirmed Duan Ling Tian and the others must have used some technique to get past the Ning dragons. With this serving as an example, many people began to use celestial talismans that could conceal one's aura or grant one invisibility to get past the Ning dragons. Alas, it was all futile. Even Feng Qi, who used an invisibility talisman that was undetectable by celestial emperors, failed to get past the Ning dragons. In fact, she even sustained mild injuries as a result of her actions. Meanwhile, some prodigies from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect grew dissatisfied. How did they get past the Ning dragons? Why didn't they bring us with them? Yu Tianxing calmly replied, perhaps, there's a limit to the number of people they can bring with them. Although I don't have many interactions with Su Li, I know he's not a selfish person. If he's selfish, my senior uncle wouldn't value him so much. Think about it, if he's selfish, why would he bring Gongsun Jing with him? They're mere acquaintances at best. A prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect's profound river progeny said in a lowered voice, but Senior Tianxing, he brought Gongsun Jing with him instead of bringing you with him. What does that mean? Does he think you can't compare to Gongsun Jin? Yu Tianxing replied, I'm sure he has his reasons. On the other side of the entrance of God's secret treasure. After passing through the door, Duan Ling Tian and the others found themselves shrouded by a cloud of fog. They followed a dim light up ahead that eventually led them to a vast world. However, the world was in ruins. This is the remnant of a destroyed realm of gods. Duan Ling Tian could sense the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. He could tell it was much richer and purer than the heaven and earth spirit energy in Devata realms. Brother Ling Tian, the heaven and earth spirit energy here is different. Huaner had also discovered the difference in the heaven and earth spirit energy here. Similarly, Su Li and Gongsun Jing also sensed the superiority of the heaven and earth spirit energy here. The quartet was so shocked by this discovery that it took them 15 minutes to recover from the shock. Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, let's move separately to search for fortuitous encounters, Gongsun Jing said before he bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian and Su Li and quickly left. He knew there was no danger here since all living things and formations were destroyed along with this realm of gods. Su Li frowned while Duan Ling Tian only faintly smiled as they watched Gongsun Jing leave in a hurry. Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly, I guess he's worried he won't be able to gain anything if he stays with us. If that's the case, then he's really short-sighted, Su Li said as he shook his head. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian beckoned Huaner and Su Li over before they began to explore the remnant of the realm of gods. To Su Li, it seemed as though they were wandering aimlessly. However, that was, naturally, not the case. The voice of Wanzher, the soul of the seven orifices exquisite sword, rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind at this moment, 1,000 meters ahead. Wanzher was leading Duan Ling Tian to the nearest Devata artifact. Following Wanzher's directions, Duan Ling Tian finally came to a stop above the ruins of what seemed to be a palace. There were things among the rubble and debris that could only be found in a palace. Su Li was confused when he saw Duan Ling Tian suddenly stopping in his tracks. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian pointed in a certain direction and said, Su Li, have a look over there. There should be a sword buried 30 meters deep. A sword. Although Su Li did not know how Duan Ling Tian was privy to such things, his eyes lit up immediately when he heard that a sword was buried there. After all, how could a sword in the remnant of a realm of gods be ordinary? Even if the sword was not a Devata artifact, it would be an emperor-grade celestial weapon at least. Although it had been a long time since Su Li saw Duan Ling Tian, his trust in Duan Ling Tian remained unconditional. He knew seemingly impossible miracles were possible with Duan Ling Tian around. For example, he thought they would have to wait for a month before entering God's secret treasure. However, they easily entered with Huaner's help. Su Li seemed to transform into a sword as he flew toward the direction Duan Ling Tian pointed out to him. As he charged into the debris and rubble, he stirred up a commotion immediately. It did not take long before Su Li returned to Duan Ling Tian's side with a strange sword in hand. The sword emitted a rather evil aura, and it was half black and half red. Wanzher's voice promptly rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. This is a mediocre Devata artifact, and its soul has been destroyed. With his strength, when he wields the sword's strength would be comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon. If this sword is pitted against an emperor-grade celestial sword, he would definitely be able to break the emperor-grade celestial weapon into two. Once he becomes a celestial emperor, the sword's strength would be at the early stage of a Devata artifact. After listening to Wanzher's explanation, he conveyed the words to Su Li. A mediocre Devata artifact, Su Li was rather fond of the sword. However, when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he quickly handed the sword to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, since you discovered the sword, it belongs to you. Please take it, there's no need to be so courteous with me. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and gently refused Su Li with a smile. Don't worry, none of us will lack Devata artifacts if we continue to explore this place. At this moment, Su Li, who had been wondering how Duan Ling Tian had accurately located the sword, inhaled deeply before he asked, Duan Ling Tian, how did you know there's a sword there? Chapter 3241. The Ning dragons are without intelligence. Earlier, Su Li did not think too much about it. However, after he found the sword according to Duan Ling Tian's directions, he could not help but wonder how Duan Ling Tian was able to accurately locate the sword. The soul of my Devata artifact is able to locate other Devata artifacts in its vicinity in this remnant of a realm of gods, Duan Ling Tian replied honestly. He did not hide this from Su Li since he knew Su Li was trustworthy and would not harm him. If Su Li wanted to harm him, Su Li would have done so while they were in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's King City. Su Li would have benefited a lot if he had helped others to kill him at that time. The soul of a Devata artifact. Su Li was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's reply. He knew how powerful a Devata artifact with an intact soul was. It went without saying that soulless Devata artifacts were not a match for it. In the end, he shook his head and said, Duan Ling Tian, I thought my fortune was good. However, compared to you, it's nothing. Duan Ling Tian only smiled faintly in response. Following that, the trio continued to explore the remnant of the realm of gods. After a while, Duan Ling Tian looked at Huaner and curiously asked, Huaner, I remember those people saying that Ning dragons are without intelligence. How did you communicate with them? Duan Ling Tian's question piqued Su Li's interest as well. He had also been wondering about this matter. Like celestial beasts, quasi-divine beasts like the Ning dragons should only act based on their instincts. They did not have intelligence. Brother Ling Tian, Huaner explained, it's easy to mistake Ning dragons as divine beasts without intelligence if one's unaware of certain matters. They don't understand human language, so they can't communicate with humans. Therefore, to humans, it seems like they're without intelligence. They despise humans since humans had captured and enslaved their ancestors for generations. Therefore, they would quickly kill the humans they encounter. With this, it's easy for humans to misunderstand and assume Ning dragons are without intelligence. As a divine beast, a matured Ning dragon is comparable to a 10-direction celestial emperor. How's it possible for such a being to not possess even the slightest bit of intelligence? Without intelligence, how could they comprehend the laws? Indeed, how could Ning dragons comprehend laws if they did not possess intelligence? From what Duan Ling Tian knew, celestial beasts could not comprehend laws as well if they were without intelligence. If they were celestial beasts who had comprehended a law without possessing intelligence, there was no doubt the beast must have regressed to the state where it only acted on its primal instincts after it had comprehended a law. After listening to Huaner's explanation, Duan Ling Tian and Su Li were enlightened. Duan Ling Tian, since you've already helped me locate a Devata artifact, I'd like to explore the place on my own. I won't follow you and Huaner, Su Li suddenly said at this moment. Apart from wanting to explore the place, he wanted to leave because he was afraid Duan Ling Tian would give him another Devata artifact. Even if he could obtain more Devata artifacts by following Duan Ling Tian, it was not in his nature to take advantage of another person, let alone his best friend. Alright, Duan Ling Tian, naturally, understood Su Li's thoughts. Hence, he did not persuade Su Li to stay. Moreover, the only advantage he had was being able to locate Devata artifacts. Who knew if Su Li would discover other treasures or fortuitous encounters while he explored this place on his own? Before they parted, they exchanged soul pearls to keep in touch. Outside the entrance of God's secret treasure that was guarded by 2 Ning dragons, the young prodigies looked at the door longingly, but none of them dared to move closer to it. In just a blink of an eye, 4 of them have been in there for half a month now. They must have obtained all the good stuff in there, right? A grassroots prodigy said enviously with a slight frown on his face. A young prodigy from the Thousand Hands Devil sect quickly refuted these words. That's impossible. The realms of gods are vast, and so is this remnant of a realm of gods. Even if they didn't stop moving, it'd still be difficult for them to explore 0.1% of that place. The young prodigies from the other grade 1 forces seemed to agree with these words. Upon seeing this, many grassroots prodigies who knew nothing about realms of gods sighed in relief. It's good to know that their early entrance won't affect us. However, unless they're incredibly unlucky, their gains will definitely be more than ours. After all, they have a month in there compared to the 3 days we have. Naturally, there were many grassroots prodigies who were jealous and envious of Duan Ling Tian and the other 3 people. The God's secret treasure's entrance will open today. We must cherish the 3 days we have. Otherwise, we won't gain anything there. In my opinion, it's unrealistic to search for Devata artifacts in there. Therefore, I'm planning to cultivate during these 3 days. That's right, the remnant of the realm of God is in ruins. Even if there are Devata artifacts, it's likely that they had been taken by our predecessors. That's right, this is not the first time someone has triggered the opening of God's secret treasure in the genius secret realm, after all. The prodigies waited until the Ning dragons, who were still chained, finally moved to the sides. With this, they were free to enter God's secret treasure. The 2 Ning dragons are still chained. Although they've moved to the sides, they can still attack us, right? That's right. These Ning dragons are without intelligence. If they decide to attack, we'll surely die. After the 2 Ning dragons moved to the sides, the prodigies looked at them warily after they exchanged a look. No one made a move until Feng Chi-Chi led the prodigies from the ancient Phoenix clan to the door. When the others saw Feng Chi-Chi and the others safely entering God's secret treasure under the watchful eyes of the Ning dragons, they sighed in relief. Someone asked in confusion at this moment, didn't they say Ning dragons are without intelligence? How did they know it was time to move to the sides and let us enter? I find it hard to believe that they're without intelligence. I agree. They look rather intelligent to me. While some prodigies discussed among themselves, Bailey Hongfei led the prodigies from the Bailey clan into God's secret treasure. At this moment, many grassroots prodigies almost made their moves and entered God's secret realm. Those who were hesitant no longer waited after seeing so many people crossed over safely. At this time, Yi Wu Dao from the Profound Sky Dao sect and Yun Yi from the Thousand Hands Devil sect were leading their members to God's secret treasures. Many grassroots prodigies moved with them as well. However, something dramatic and shocking happened when the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect were in front of the door and in between the two Ning dragons. Two thunderous roars rang in the air as the Ning dragons shot out a beam of light from their mouths, killing Yun Yi and all the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect and a few grassroots prodigies who were caught in the crossfire. Those who had yet to enter God's secret treasure were shocked and frightened upon seeing this. What's going on? The members of the Thousand Hands Devil sect are dead. After witnessing the deaths of the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect, the grassroots prodigies and the members of the Profound Cat clan who were about to make their entrance hesitated. Again, it was not just them, the others did not dare to make a move as well. Meanwhile, the Ning dragons lazily moved back to the sides after killing the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Why did they kill everyone from the Thousand Hands Devil sect? It's really strange. The Ning dragons didn't attack anyone else, but they only attacked the people from the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Why do I feel like it's deliberate? Do you think this has something to do with Duan Ling Tian? That's possible. Duan Ling Tian and that woman next to him have become a target of the Thousand Hands Devil after they killed Yun Xiao, the only son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Moreover, the Ning dragons didn't hinder Duan Ling Tian's entrance to God's secret treasure. It seems like this matter is related to Duan Ling Tian and that woman. Preposterous. How's that possible? Don't tell me you think they asked the Ning dragons to let them pass and also asked the Ning dragons to kill the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect. That's right, Ning dragons are without intelligence after all. Do you really think they're without intelligence? Half an hour had passed since the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect were killed. During this time, no one dared to enter God's secret treasure yet. At this moment, a few grassroots prodigies finally steeled themselves and entered God's secret treasure. From the beginning until the end, the Ning dragons did not even move when they entered God's secret treasure. Upon seeing this, everyone was relieved. The people from the Profound Cat clan and the others who had yet to enter finally made their way to God's secret treasure. Despite feeling relieved, all of them grew even more confused. Why did the Ning dragons only kill those from the Thousand Hands Devil sect? Was it just a coincidence or was it deliberate? If it was deliberate, did it have anything to do with Duan Ling Tian and Huaner? Chapter 32-42 A Huge Gain. God's Secret Treasure. With the arrival of the prodigies, the remnant of the realm of gods became lively. Nobody lingered near the entrance and sped off in different directions. After all, even if there were treasures near the entrance, they must have been taken by the others. They only had 3 days here, how could they be willing to waste time near the entrance? The heavens and earth spirit energy here is really unusual. Why does it feel a little thin? It seems like cultivating here is worse than cultivating outside. A few prodigies discovered the different heaven and earth spirit energy immediately. As expected, rumors can't be trusted. Perhaps, the remnant of the realm of gods has many treasures, but cultivating here is definitely just a waste of time. I'm going to look around and see if I can find any treasure. It was said that God's secret treasure was the holy land of cultivation. However, the prodigies discovered this was not the case at all. Hezan, a prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, asked Yu Tianxing with a slight frown on his face, the quality of the heaven and earth spirit energy here is actually higher than the Jade Emperor heaven, but isn't it a little too thin? Indeed, Yu Tianxing nodded slightly. Moreover, the difference is really big. Perhaps, the heaven and earth spirit energy here has weakened with time and gradually dispersed. Perhaps, the only people who thought differently were the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect Su Li and Gongsun Jing. At this time, Gongsun Jin hovered in the air as he looked down at the ruins. What's happening? In just 1 month, the heaven and earth spirit energy here has become so thin. How could this happen? Compared to when I just arrived, it's 100 times weaker. Gongsun Jing, who had been here for almost a month, could clearly feel the heaven and earth spirit energy gradually thinning as the days passed. In recent days, it had grown thinner at a much faster rate. Considering the size of the place, such a phenomenon should not have occurred. Within a month, the place seemed to have lost 99% of its heaven and earth spirit energy. Gongsun Jing wondered to himself, could our early arrival disrupt the energy here? Meanwhile, Su Li faced similar doubts. Not even in his wildest dreams would he be able to guess that the drastic change in the heaven and earth spirit energy was caused by his best friend, Duan Ling Tian. In a corner of a seemingly bottomless abyss, a glowing white orb hovered in the infinite darkness of the abyss. At this moment, a woman could be seen sitting cross-legged next to the white orb. Although she was absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy, the energy did not directly enter her body. Instead, it entered the white orb before it was turned into silk-like white energy and entered the woman's body. If one took a closer look, one would be able to see a purple figure sitting cross-legged in the white orb. After the main branch of the divine tree of life merged with the broken divine tree of life here and absorbed almost all of the heaven and earth spirit energy here, it has grown into a towering tree. After taking a look at his little world, Duan Ling Tian discovered that the small tree in the center of his world had grown into a tall tree that exuded rich vitality. Most importantly, the rich and pure heaven and earth spirit energy in the remnant of the realm of God seemed to have moved into the little world. Boy, I didn't expect you to have such a big gain. Shock could be heard in the chaos divine earth's childish voice when it spoke. Since ancient times, you're probably the only person to have opened 99 heavenly veins, obtained the main branch of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, and entered a remnant of a realm of gods. Previously, you gave the world-cleansing divine water to Huang Jialong. Who knew you'd obtain another world-cleansing divine water from the destroyed divine tree of life here? Moreover, this time, you obtained a 5th form world-cleansing divine water. The chaos divine earth spoke faster and faster, clearly unable to conceal its excitement. If it's not for that, my little world wouldn't be like this, and it wouldn't be able to forcefully seize the heaven and earth spirit energy here. Duan Ling Tian said emotionally. He did not expect he would have such a big gain before entering God's secret treasure. After he came here, he only thought about looking for a few Devata artifacts with Wanzher's help. Who knew the main branch of the divine tree of life in his body would lead him to the destroyed divine tree of life here? Every realm of gods had a divine tree of life. After the destruction of this realm of gods, the divine tree of life, naturally, could not survive. However, due to the existence of the world-cleansing divine water, it managed to survive after the world-cleansing divine water paid the price of reverting to a 5th form world-cleansing divine water from a 9th form world-cleansing divine water. One must know that a 9th form world-cleansing divine water could create a 5 divine elements supreme powerhouse. The divine tree of life in this place was sentient and was on the verge of becoming the first supreme divine tree of life when the core of this realm of gods was destroyed. However, after it was almost destroyed along with the realm of gods, it lost its sentience. The 9th form world-cleansing divine water could only preserve the tree's life after it paid the price of reverting to its 5th form, the world-cleansing divine water. Continued to guard the divine tree of life until Duan Ling Tian came along. Due to his 99 heavenly veins and the presence of 4 out of 5 divine elements, the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, the chaos divine earth, and the first form clear heavens divine wood, in his body, he managed to make the main branch of the divine tree of life acknowledged him as its master. With all these reasons combined, the 5th form world-cleansing divine water guided him to merge the main branch of the divine tree of life in his body with the destroyed divine tree of life here. 5 divine elements combine. The great 5 elements spirit gathering formation. With the help from the 5th form world-cleansing divine water, the 5 divine elements in Duan Ling Tian's body merged to create formation in Duan Ling Tian's little world. Initially, Duan Ling Tian did not sense anything out of the ordinary. However, he later discovered this act had forcibly seized almost all of the heaven and earth spirit energy and brought it to his little world. It was at that time he realized the formation was so heaven-defying. After the formation had been laid down, the 5 divine elements in his body underwent transformations of their own, reaching the 6th form. Alas, for the world-cleansing divine water that was the catalyst of all these things, it had the smallest improvements. On the other hand, the divine element with the biggest improvement was the clear heavens divine wood. From the first form, it directly became a 6th form clear heavens divine wood. As soon as the clear heavens divine wood gained sentience, it discovered it was in the midst of an evolution. It could tell that its improvement was due to the help from the world-cleansing divine water, so it felt closer to the world-cleansing divine water. Similar to the clear heavens divine wood, the world-cleansing divine water also possessed a feminine voice. The difference was the world-cleansing divine water's voice was more mature while the clear heaven's divine wood's voice sounded like that of a little girl. Little Sister Wood, the great five-element spirit-gathering formation has absorbed almost all of the heaven and earth spirit energy in this remnant of a realm of gods, allowing us to enter our sixth form. For further transformation, we'll have to look for other means. Is that so? A hint of disappointment could be heard in the clear heaven's divine wood's voice. Little girl, you're still dissatisfied when you managed to reach the sixth form from the first form in just a year. The chaos divine earth rebuked the clear heaven's divine wood. However, due to its childish voice, the impact was not big at all. The clear heaven's divine wood giggled and said, "Little brother Earth, your voice is like that of a child. Once we evolve again, I, your big sister, will have a nice time pinching your cute cheeks. How many times must I tell you not to call me little brother Earth? Compared to me, how long has it been since you gained sentience? Address me as big brother, understand?" The chaos divine earth retorted. The chaos divine earth did not care about the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame since the duo did not bother it. As for the world-cleansing divine water, it had helped him reach the sixth form in such a short time, so it was only natural that it did not dare to act presumptuously in front of the world-cleansing divine water. Moreover, the world-cleansing divine water had clearly gained sentience long before it did. However, how could the clear heaven's divine wood that had just gained sentience be so bold as to address itself as its big sister? The clear heaven's divine wood said, "Hey, with your childish voice you want me to address you as big brother? Do you think I'm an idiot?" These words rendered the chaos divine earth speechless. It could not help but wonder if there was a way to make itself sound more mature. Chapter 3243 The Five Elements Strength. At this moment, the five divine elements had left Duan Ling Tian's body and manifested their physical forms in Duan Ling Tian's little world. After evolving to the sixth form, the five divine elements' strength had increased tremendously, and as a result, the help they would be able to provide Duan Ling Tian grew as well. When the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth were still in the third form, they could already significantly boost Duan Ling Tian's strength. Now that they had evolved to the sixth form, needless to say, they would be able to boost his strength tremendously. It's great that the five divine elements can leave my body and stay in my little world now. All I need to do is seal my little world if I want to prevent them from seeing what I'm doing. Although the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth helped him tremendously, he often could not hide anything from them at all. For example, it was fortunate that his wives were not with him. Otherwise, he would have to be extremely careful if he wanted to get intimate with his wives. Now that the divine elements were in his little world, it was easy for him to prevent them from seeing what was going on outside. At this moment, he finally heard the chaos divine earth and the newly awakened clear heavens divine wood bickering. Not only were their voices like that of a child, but even their temperament was the same. These two are really like kids. The profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the newly joined world-cleansing divine sounded adult, and they seemed more mature. Perhaps, their voices indicate their temperament, Duan Ling Tian mused inwardly. I wonder how much time has passed. The prodigies outside must have entered God's secret treasure by now. Based on my calculation, they should have another 2 days in here. After inhaling deeply, Duan Ling Tian finally rose to his feet before he flew up into the air. At the same time, the white orb immediately entered his body and made its way to Duan Ling Tian's little world. After the white glowing orb disappeared, he tried to sense the heaven and spirit energy in this remnant of a realm of gods. As expected, he discovered it was 100 times less than what it was when he had just entered this place. My little world really almost sucked all of the heaven and spirit energy in this remnant of a realm of gods. After Duan Ling Tian had absorbed most of the heaven and spirit energy from this place, there was no other way to cultivate. If Huaner were to rely on her thin heaven and spirit energy here, even with her talent, her gains would be minuscule. Huaner, we should leave. During these 2 days, let's look around and see if we can find any more Devata artifacts, Duan Ling Tian said to Huaner. A month ago, after Duan Ling Tian found a mediocre Devata artifact sword for Su Li, he had found another 3 Devata artifacts. Since they had 2 days left here, he intended to look for a few more Devata artifacts. Huaner did not have any objections and rose to her feet, preparing to leave the bottomless abyss with Duan Ling Tian. While the duo was about to leave the bottomless abyss, there were a few figures peering down the abyss with a frown on their faces. These 3 people were from the profound cat clan. The glow in the abyss just disappeared. Is it possible that someone's down there? That's possible. Just as the 3 members of the profound cat clan were about to leap into the bottomless abyss, one of them exclaimed, "Someone's coming out. We have to kill them and take their treasures." The trio from the profound cat clan exchanged a look before they unleashed all the techniques in their arsenals. Energies of different colors surged out of their bodies and shot into the abyss instantly. As the trio's power combined and dove into the abyss, an earth-shattering explosion rang in the air. Are they dead? After making their move, the trio no longer bothered to conceal their presence. However, it did not take long before their expressions changed drastically. They saw a shield that was the color of an earthy yellow. Cracks could be seen on the shield, but they were rapidly being healed by what seemed to be an endless supply of green energy. The law of earth and the law of wood. The trio could clearly sense the law of earth and the law of wood from the earthy yellow shield. Is this the result of 2 people combining their forces? The trio exchanged a look. I'm sure the young prodigies from the grade 1 forces were not capable of this. Is it a grassroots prodigy? Soon after, the trio watched as the earthy yellow shield disappeared, revealing 2 figures. Upon seeing the 2 figures, their expressions changed again. The trio did not expect the people in the bottomless abyss to be Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. By now, everyone knew Duan Ling Tian and Huaner were easily in the top 3 even among the young prodigies from the grade 1 forces. Duan Ling Tian, in particular, could very well be the strongest among all the prodigies in the genius secret realm. On the other hand, Huaner was only second to Su Li. After Duan Ling Tian and Huaner left the abyss, they stood in front of the 3 prodigies from the profound cat clan. Duan Ling Tian looked at them intently as he said, "I wonder who was so audacious to attack us. As it turns out, it's the members of the profound cat clan." Upon discovering the identity of the people they had attempted to attack, the trio from the profound cat clan waved their hands and hastily said, "Duan Ling Tian, this is a misunderstanding." "It's just a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. "Earlier, didn't you attack with all your strength? You didn't hold back at all." After a beat, he continued to say, "I'll give you a chance. I'll use half of my strength to attack 3 of you. If you can survive my attack, I'll forget about this matter." Upon hearing these words, the young prodigies from the profound cat clan could not help but sigh in relief. Although Duan Ling Tian was strong, they were certain they would be able to withstand Duan Ling Tian's attack if he only used half of his strength. As soon as Duan Ling Tian attacked, the trio knew they had underestimated him. They were filled with regrets. After Duan Ling Tian cast the cross-dimensional profundity, 9 sword rays shot out from spatial tiers instantly. However, the sword rays were strange. Usually, they were gray. However, at this moment, they were gold, green, blue, red, and earthy yellow. In fact, this was the energy from the 5 divine elements. The 9 sword rays with strange colors that did not contain any profundity sailed out in the air. The 9 sword rays blocked the trio's path of escape and pierced them. Although they had royal-grade celestial weapon, faced with Duan Ling Tian's attack, they could not put up a fight at all. At the moment of their deaths, their eyes were wide open, revealing the disbelief and horror they had felt before their deaths. The last thought in their minds was how was it possible that Duan Ling Tian's law of space contained the power of the 5 divine elements. It was common knowledge regardless of the number of laws one had comprehended, one could only use 1 law during an attack. This was due to the fact that celestial origin, energy could only be boosted with 1 fundamental profundity. Your deaths aren't in vain since you're killed by the power of the 6th form 5 divine elements. Duan Ling Tian murmured indifferently as he looked at the dismembered corpses around him. Then, he waved his hand and collected the trio's spatial rings and celestial weapons. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian led Huaner away to further explore God's secret treasure. At this time, Huaner asked curiously, "Brother Ling Tian, your cultivation base has improved again, right?" Based on Huaner's knowledge, during the 8 years she had spent in closed-door cultivation, she had become a 4-phenomenon celestial lord while Duan Ling Tian did not have a breakthrough and remained a 1 basic celestial lord. Most of the time, he usually relied on the power from the law of space. A faint smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face as he replied honestly, "I'm a 3-talents celestial lord now. I managed to break through 2 levels. However, that's mostly due to my little world absorbing almost all of the heaven and earth spirit energy in God's secret treasure. As the medium for this, I benefited a lot. I'm afraid this kind of miracle will only happen once in a lifetime. In fact, becoming a 3-talent celestial lord from a 1 basic celestial lord did not raise his strength significantly. The tremendous increment in his strength was mostly due to the power of the 6th form 5 divine elements. With the power of the 5 divine elements, he did not need to boost his celestial origin energy with it. Brother Ling Tian, although your little world has absorbed most of the heaven and earth spirit energy here and you can use it as you please in the future, it'd still be difficult to become a 4-phenomenon celestial lord, Huiner said. She knew this because Duan Ling Tian had once explained this to her. Don't worry, all it'll take is some time, Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile. His biggest gain in God's secret treasure was merging his branch from the divine tree of life with the broken divine tree of life in God's secret treasure and gaining the world-cleansing divine water that used to protect the broken divine tree of life in this remnant of a realm of gods. After all, with the help from the world-cleansing divine water, the other divine elements had all evolved to the 6th form as well. Most importantly, with the joint effort of the 5 divine elements, they managed to lay a heaven-defying formation in his body. As a result of that, he managed to absorb 99% of the heaven and earth spirit energy into his little world. Currently, his little world was brimming with rich and pure heaven and earth spirit energy that used to belong to the remnant of this realm of gods. Chapter 32:44 Leaving God's Secret Treasure. According to the world-cleansing divine water, I'm the only person who's not a supreme powerhouse with a little world that's filled with the heaven and earth spirit energy from the realm of gods. In the realm of gods, even those with the strength of the gods aren't even capable of absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy from another realm of gods into their little worlds. Based on this, Duan Ling Tian knew how special his circumstances were. Nobody could compare to him except for supreme powerhouses now. In the future, not only will I be able to cultivate using the heaven and earth spirit energy in my little world, but Huiner will be able to do so as well. Not only would Duan Ling Tian's good fortune benefit him, but it would benefit Huiner as well. Since they would have to leave in 2 days, Duan Ling Tian asked Huiner, how are you going to help the 2 Ning dragons? Brother Ling Tian, we should leave earlier. With our strength, we won't be able to break their chains. We will need a Devata artifact for that, Huiner said. Alright, we'll leave when it's time. Duan Ling Tian was grateful for the 2 Ning dragons. Otherwise, he would not have had this fortuitous encounter if the Ning dragons did not let him enter earlier. Ning dragons. At this moment, the soft and wise voice of the world-cleansing divine water rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Little Tian, you can let the Ning dragons enter your little world. These quasi-divine beasts can be the guardians of your little world. Senior, the problem is they aren't willing to enter my little world. They only trust Huiner. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. Rest assured, I'll talk to them later. It's a huge blessing for them to stay in your little world. It'd be foolish of them to reject such an opportunity, the world-cleansing divine water said confidently. However, they don't understand human language. Will you be able to communicate with them? Duan Ling Tian asked. There aren't many languages that I'm not proficient in unless it's some obscure and ancient minority language. It's only natural for me to pick up many languages after living for such a long time, the world-cleansing divine water said with a hint of pride. That's great. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was still worried about the Ning dragons entering Huiner's little world, after all. He was not worried about the Ning dragons entering his little world. His little world would be able to withstand it if the 2 Ning dragons wreaked havoc there. Moreover, he had the 5 divine elements guarding his little world as well. Therefore, he was not worried about the Ning dragons living in his little world. Finally, Duan Ling Tian said to Huiner, let's look around for another day. We'll leave after that. Over the next day, Duan Ling Tian managed to obtain another 2 Devata artifacts with Wanzher's help even though the weapons were only primitive and mediocre respectively. In the end, he found a prominent Devata artifact that was in the form of a white ribbon. He did not hesitate to give to Huiner. Following that, he said, Huiner, let's leave now. Duan Ling Tian and Huiner retraced their steps and left the remnant of the realm of gods ahead of time. As soon as the Ning dragons saw the duo, their fierce eyes lit up immediately. They were clearly excited when they saw Huiner. Based on this, it was clear they were not without intelligence. However, the Ning dragons quickly turned wary when they saw Duan Ling Tian bring out the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Then, he brought the sword down on the chains, breaking them effortlessly. At the same time, Huiner cast an illusory technique to conceal the Ning dragons so they could enter her little world. However, to her surprise, the named dragons did not pay any attention to her and entered Duan Ling Tian's little world instead. She asked in confusion, "Brother Ling Tian, what's going on? Senior Water has convinced them to enter my little world instead." "Don't worry, they seem to be enjoying their time in my little world," Duan Ling Tian said after he took a look at his little world. The named dragons that finally regained their freedom flew around Duan Ling Tian's little world. When Duan Ling Tian looked at his little world, he could acutely sense the two named dragons' joy. At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind again. "Little Tian, I'm going to ask them to acknowledge you as their masters. If they're willing, it'll benefit you greatly before you become a god. With your little world's environment, it's only a matter of time before they break through and possess strength comparable to a 10-direction celestial emperor. Moreover, their comprehension of the laws would be faster as well. How will you get them to acknowledge me as their master? Can I trust them?" Duan Ling Tian asked skeptically. The last thing he wanted was to have two ticking time bombs by his side. "Rest assured, if they're willing, I have my way of making sure they don't have thoughts of rebellion or betrayal," the world-cleansing divine water said. "Okay." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "I'll follow your arrangements then." Since there was almost a day left before God's secret treasure closed, Duan Ling Tian beckoned Huaner over and said, "Huaner, since we still have some time left, let's re-enter God's secret treasure. We'll just explore the area near the entrance." The duo re-entered God's secret treasure before they eventually left with the other prodigies. Although they could choose not to leave, they would not be able to leave again until the next time someone triggered the opening of God's secret treasure. Who knew how long that would take? In any case, nobody was willing to stay longer than the allocated time. What was the point of staying in there and obtaining more Devata artifacts if they were going to be stuck in God's secret realm for who knew how long? When Su Li saw Duan Ling Tian, he asked with a smile, "Duan Ling Tian, how was it?" "Not bad." Duan Ling Tian nodded before he asked in return, "What about you?" "After spending more than a month in there, apart from the mediocre Devata artifact you obtained for me, I only found a primitive Devata sword. I found a few other things as well, but they can't compare to Devata artifacts at all." At this moment, the prodigies who had entered slightly earlier and did not see the Ning dragons killing everyone from the Thousand Hands Devil sect asked, "Where are the members of the Thousand Hands Devil sect? Are they planning to stay inside?" Someone replied, "All of the people from the Thousand Hands Devil sect were killed by the Ning dragons." They were killed by the Ning dragons. But the entrance of God's secret treasures was open then, right? Why did the Ning dragons attack them? Many of them were shocked and confused. Did they try to attack the Ning dragons or something? There were some prodigies who thought the people from the Thousand Hands Devil sect had provoked the Ning dragons before entering God's secret treasure. However, the majority of the people did not think the people from the Thousand Hands Devil sect were so foolish. At this moment, a profound Cat Clan's prodigy looked at Duan Ling Tian and Huaner meaningfully before he said, "They didn't provoke the Ning dragons. They tried to enter just like everyone else. However, the Ning dragons suddenly attacked them. I wonder if it's just bad luck or if someone managed to convince the Ning dragons to kill those from the Thousand Hands Devil sect." "Convince the Ning dragons? You really have an overactive imagination." "That's right. Who do you think is capable of communicating with the Ning dragon?" Despite the people refuting his words, the member from the profound Cat Clan did not back down. He said, "Think about it, in the past, have the Ning dragons ever allowed anyone to enter earlier than the set time? Did this not cross your minds? Since the Ning dragons allowed them to enter earlier, is it really impossible for them to ask the Ning dragons to kill those from the Thousand Hands Devil sect?" Upon hearing these words, many people turned to look at Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, Gongsun Jing, and Huaner furtively. Duan Ling Tian looked at the member of the profound Cat Clan who kept pointing fingers at him with a frosty gaze as he said, "What? You think we're the ones who instructed the Ning dragons to kill those from the Thousand Hands Devil sect?" The prodigy from the profound Cat Clan fell silent. Duan Ling Tian continued to say, with a sneer, "Do you think I, Duan Ling Tian, need the Ning dragons' help to kill the scumbags from the Thousand Hands Devil sect?" Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand. A spatial tear appeared near the prodigy from the profound Cat Clan immediately. A sword ray shot out from the spatial tear and severed one of the prodigy's arms. At this moment, Huaner hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian, "Brother Ling Tian, I I was the one who directed the Ning dragons to kill the members of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback when he heard Huaner's words. He felt slightly embarrassed and sorry for the prodigy from the profound cat clan. Nevertheless, he did not say anything. Meanwhile, the most outstanding young prodigy from the profound cat clan stepped forward. He was a strange-looking young man who was dressed in blood-red robes. He glared at Duan Ling Tian and said grimly, "Duan Ling Tian, are you challenging the profound cat clan?" "Wow, the profound cat clan is really bold." Gongsun Jing sneered and stepped forward. "Zan Kong, why don't you have a duel with Duan Ling Tian if you're dissatisfied with him? Otherwise, ask your father to come to the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's Yellow Thirk progeny to look for my grandfather." The profound cat clan's Zan Kong's expression changed drastically when he heard Gongsun Jing's words, "Duel with Duan Ling Tian." Was that not just seeking death? On the other hand, it was impossible for him to ask his father to meet the leader of the Yellow Thirk progeny in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Not only his father, but even the old ancestors of the profound cat clan would not be bold enough to challenge the leader of the Yellow Thirk progeny. At this moment, Su Li sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. Zan Kong is the eldest son of the clan leader of the profound cat clan. His ability is only mediocre, and he has a short temper. What a clown, Duan Ling Tian said before he looked away. Zan Kong was, naturally, furious when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Alas, he did dare to utter a word, let alone make a move, when he saw Gongsun Jing and Duan Ling Tian. In terms of strength, he knew he was no match for Duan Ling Tian. Background-wise, Duan Ling Tian had the support of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's Yellow Thirk progeny. Meanwhile, Yu Xianting, who was standing at a corner, narrowed his eyes as he said, "This Su Li is smart." He finally knew why Su Li had chosen Gongsun Jing to enter God's secret realm earlier. He was obviously helping Duan Ling Tian to pave the way into the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Chapter 3245 The Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Where are the Ning dragons? After everyone left God's secret treasure, they finally discovered the absence of the Ning dragons. They could only watch as the broken chains and the door to God's secret treasure slowly vanished. Soon enough, Zan Kong, the most outstanding prodigy from the profound cat clan, discovered 3 of his fellow disciples were missing. Where are junior brother Yu, junior brother Leng, and junior brother Wang? Everyone had already left God's secret treasure. However, the profound cat clan's 3 members were nowhere to be seen. There were only 2 possibilities for this. 1, they had decided to stay in there, and 2, they were killed in there. Zan Kong knew the former possibility was not possible, so he hastily brought out the 3 members' soul pearls. Sure enough, the 3 soul pearls were shattered. There are no dangers or traps in God's secret treasure that could kill them. This means someone here must have killed them, Zan Kong thought to himself as he swept his gaze across the people present on the scene with a grim expression on his face. "Ladies and gentlemen, did anyone witness the deaths of 3 members from our profound cat clan?" Zan Kong asked without beating around the bush. "If there's a witness, please send me a voice transmission. The profound cat mansion will be grateful to you." With this, the others finally realized 3 members of the profound cat clan were missing. They began to discuss among themselves, spurred by their curiosity. The 3 members of the profound cat clan died inside the God's secret treasure. There's no danger in the God's secret treasure. Unless they chose to stay inside, it's likely someone had killed them. Who could have killed those 3 people? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian glanced at Zan Kong and said airily, "When I was in God's secret treasure, 3 rats hid and lurked in a corner before they attacked me. They, naturally, died in the end." Zan Kong's expression changed when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He glared at Duan Ling Tian and asked through gritted teeth, "It's you. Why did you kill our members?" "Ah, so they're from the profound cat clan." Duan Ling Tian feigned a look of surprise. "Are you sure they're from the profound cat clan? They look like dirty rats to me, waiting in the dark to ambush their targets." "Impossible," Zan Kong said in a low voice. "If they met you, they wouldn't have attacked you." In fact, he wanted to say that those 3 people would not dare to attack Duan Ling Tian. However, he changed his words since it was rather embarrassing to say such words. "Why would I kill them if they didn't attack me first?" Duan Ling smiled. "After all, I, Duan Ling Tian, have no grudge with the profound cat clan. Duan Ling Tian, I know you have a high innate talent and comprehension of the law. However, they're useless if you die before you can grow into your full potential. Zan Kong threatened as his eyes glinted coldly. Zan Kong, don't worry, Gongsun Jing chimed in after he smiled. Whether Duan Ling Tian will successfully grow into his full potential or not has nothing to do with the profound cat clan. Zan Long's expression turned even colder when Gongsun Jing intervened. He said to his fellow disciples, let's go. Zan Kong knew he was at a disadvantage. Strength-wise, he was no match for Duan Ling Tian. Background-wise, he was inferior to Gongsun Jing. If he continued to stay here, he would only be treated as a joke. Before Zan Kong left, he turned back and looked at the grassroots prodigies and said, the grassroots prodigies who managed to rank in the peak of gravity ranking or the formation spirit pagoda ranking who wish to join the profound cat clan, please leave with me. The grassroots prodigies who met the qualifications Zan Kong stated were rather moved. Upon seeing this, the Tuoba clan and the Great Dragon Battle sect began to extend invitations to the grassroots prodigies as well. As a result, most of the grassroots prodigies decided to join the Tuoba clan and the Great Dragon Battle sect and did not leave with the Profound Cat clan. After all, it was rather embarrassing to leave with the Profound Cat clan since it was akin to fleeing away. After that, the most outstanding prodigies from the ancient Phoenix clan, the Bailey clan, and the Profound Sky Dao sect such as Feng Chi Chi, Bailey Hong Fei, and Yi Wu Dao began to extend invitations to the grassroots prodigies as well. However, in comparison to the Tuoba clan and the Great Dragon Battle sect, the requirements to join these three clans were much higher. At this moment, Yu Tianxing from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect finally said, those who are ranked in the top 20 in the peak of gravity ranking or the formation spirit pagoda ranking or top 10 in other rankings are eligible to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. At this moment, Su Li said to Duan Ling Tian, let's explore the surroundings. When it's time, I'll bring you to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Therefore, while Yu Tianxing was busy recruiting grassroots prodigies, Su Li, Duan Ling Tian, and Huaner left. Upon seeing this, Gongsun Jing called out, hey! Su Li, Duan Ling Tian, wait for me. It seemed like he now regarded himself as part of Duan Ling Tian's group and no longer followed Yu Tianxing around. Time passed by quickly. In just a blink of an eye, it was time to leave the Genius Secret Realm. After exploring various places in the Genius Secret Realm, Duan Ling Tian, Huaner, Su Li, and Gongsun Jing managed to find treasures, but they were incomparable to things they gained in God's secret treasure. When it was time to leave, the quartet left and made their way to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. The estate of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, one of the three strongest Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory, was located high above the clouds. The tens of thousands of floating islands in the sky looked grand and majestic. They looked like swords pointing at the sky. Among the numerous floating islands, there were 10 larger islands that belonged to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect's 10 progenies respectively. These 10 islands are the base of the sect's 10 progenies. The other islands are laid with a sect-guarding formation, Gongsun Jing explained to Duan Ling Tian as he pointed to the 10 islands that were different from the others. There are tens of thousands of islands just for a sect-guarding formation. Duan Ling Tian asked in shock, even if multiple titled celestial emperors join forces, it would still be difficult for them to destroy the sect-guarding formations, right? Duan Ling Tian, you're wrong, Gongsun Jing smiled and said, although the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect is not as glorious as we used to be, our ancestors paid a huge price to create this sect-guarding formation. Not to mention a few titled celestial emperors, even dozens or 100 of them won't be able to breach our sect-guarding formation. Even dozens or 100 titled celestial emperors still won't be able to breach the formation. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. After all, he knew how powerful the combined strength of dozens of titled celestial emperors were, let alone 100 of titled celestial emperors. Even the formations that guard the heaven-grade sects or clans that are second only to a heavenly emperor's force aren't so powerful, right? Duan Ling Tian exclaimed. Duan Ling Tian, our sect-guarding formation was created based on the sect-guarding formations of various heaven-grade forces. Our Thousand Tribulations Sword sect used to be a heaven-grade sect, after all. I wonder if our sect will be able to return to its glorious days. A hint of hope could be seen on Gongsun Jing's face when he finished speaking. A heaven realm sect. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. He had no idea the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect used to be a heaven-grade sect. After all, heaven-grade forces were only second to the force of a heavenly emperor. There were many titled celestial emperors in a heaven-grade force. The number of titled celestial emperors was almost comparable to that of a heavenly emperor's force. Yes, Gongsun Jing nodded. Since you're joining the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, you can visit the library and learn about the history of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Duan Ling Tian nodded as he looked at the 10 eye-catching floating islands. Then, he asked, the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect has 10 progenies. Su Li is from the Shadow Support progeny, you're from the Yellow Thirk progeny, and you. Tian Xing is from the Tai progeny. What are the names of the rest? He asked. The 10 progenies of our Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect are the Yellow Thirk progeny, the Profound River progeny, the Crimson Sky progeny, the Tai progeny, the Seven Stars Dragon Abyss progeny. Gongsun Jing said. However, before Gongsun Jing could finish naming the progenies, Duan Ling Tian interjected, the remaining are the Gan Zhang progeny, the Mo Xie progeny, the Pure Porcelain progeny, and the Shadow Support progeny, right? How do you know? Gongsun Jing was taken aback. This. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. How could he not know these names? These names were the names of the 10 most famous swords on Earth, his home planet in his last life. He already had a suspicion this might be the case when he heard Yu Tian Xing was from the Tai progeny, Su Li was from the Shadow Support progeny, and Gongsun Jing was from the Yellow Thirk progeny. The Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect seems to be related to the Yanhuang planet, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. The Yanhuang planet was another name of Earth. Most of the progenitors in the Yanhuang realm were from the Yanhuang planet. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian asked Su Li and Gongsun Jing, where should we go next? Since he had been invited to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, an accommodation should have been prepared for him, right? I've already sent a message to the sect leader when we left the Genius Secret Realm. We're to meet the sect leader first, Gongsun Jin said with a smile. Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader is very curious about you. After all, you managed to break his records in both the Peak of Gravity ranking and the Formation Spirit Pagoda ranking. The sect leader has always cherished talented people, so he won't mistreat you after you join our sect. Look at Su Li for example. Although Su Li suddenly appeared, the sect leader has always taken good care of him. A hint of reverence could be seen on Gongsun Jing's face when he spoke about the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. In fact, Duan Ling Tian even noticed the reverence Su Li had for the sect leader. For these reasons, he was curious about what kind of person the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect was. Chapter 32-46 Competing over Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. The Tai Peak, where the Tai progeny was located, was one of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's 10 main peaks. Duan Ling Tian could sense that the heaven and earth spirit energy here was stronger than any of the places he had been in the Devata realms. Naturally, it was still no match for the heaven and earth spirit energy in the remnant of the realm of gods that was now in his little world. Senior brother Gongsun Jing, a group of Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's patrolling disciples who were standing on their flying swords greeted Gongsun Jing as soon as he stepped foot on Tai Peak. However, it seemed like they were not familiar with Su Li. Look, didn't I tell you to make a public appearance every once in a while, Su Li? Look at these little bastards. They don't even recognize the most outstanding prodigy in the Shadow Support progeny, who's even more outstanding than Yu Tian Xing, the top prodigy in the Tai progeny. Gongsun Jing complained to Su Li after the patrolling disciples left. Su Li only smiled faintly in response to Gongsun Jin's words. He would not have come so far if he had cared about these trivial matters. Before he joined the Shadow Support progeny, he had inherited the legacy and memories of the progenitor of the Shadow Support, who had become a god in the Yanhuang realm. At that time, he went through a series of tests that were related to fame and greed. Only those who did not covet fame, and were not greedy, would be able to pass the tests and inherit the progenitor's legacy. Needless to say, many people had failed the tests. There were times when he thought that if it were not for his obsession with the sword and his lack of regard for worldly matters, that he would inherit the progenitor's legacy. Duan Ling Tian, Huaner, this is the entrance to Tai Peak. There are formations here that prohibit us from flying, so we'll have to travel on foot. A sword-shaped tablet was erected before the entrance. Gongsun Jing led the rest and landed on the ground. Even titled celestial emperors won't be able to fly here. Duan Ling Tian could sense the heavy pressure when he drew close to the entrance. However, as soon as his feet landed on the ground, the pressure vanished immediately. Tai Peak. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the sword-shaped stone tablet that was carved with the words, Tai Peak. It was not difficult to see that the words had been carved with a sword. After entering the main hall in Tai Peak, Duan Ling Tian finally met the leader of the Tai Peak, who was also the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. He was none other than Yu Jian Chen, the previous record holder for the Peak of Gravity ranking and Formation Spirit Pagoda ranking in the Genius Secret Realm for 20,000 years. Sect leader Su Li and Gongsun Jing bowed slightly as they greeted Yu Jian Cheng. Yu Jian Cheng nodded in response before he shifted his eyes to Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. He asked with a smile, "You must be Duan Ling Tian and Huaner, right?" Sect leader Yu. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile. On the other hand, Huaner only nodded in response. Although Huaner's response seemed rude, Yu Jian Cheng did not seem to take offense. At this moment, a black and gray sword ray with a destructive aura suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of Yu Jian Cheng and shot toward Duan Ling Tian. Sect leader Su Li and Gongsun Jing cried out with a horrified expression on their faces. They did not expect Yu Jian Cheng to attack Duan Ling Tian. However, faced with Yu Jian Cheng's attack, Duan Ling Tian's eyes only glinted. He did not panic at all. He released his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the earth elemental profundity into the surroundings. Subsequently, 9 gray sword rays shot out of 9 spatial tiers behind Duan Ling Tian and flew toward Yu Jian Cheng. The long gray and black sword ray seemed to halt for a brief moment before it continued sailing in the main hall. What a strong profundity of the law of space! The black and gray sword ray had halted because Duan Ling Tian had cast the law of space's restraining profundity, the distortion profundity, and the magnetic storm profundity. Nevertheless, they could not completely stop the long black and gray sword ray. Although the long gray and black sword ray only contained the strength of a 5 elementals or 6 combos celestial lord, the profundities it contained were very powerful. When Duan Ling Tian's sword rays collided with the black and gray sword ray, they exhausted the gray and black sword ray's energy. In the end, all the sword rays disappeared into thin air. What an amazing technique! Yu Jian Cheng's eyes lit up as he praised Duan Ling Tian. No wonder you're able to surpass 2 of my records in the Genius Secret Realm. Your current strength is far better than mine when I entered the Genius Secret Realm back then. Moreover, I was almost 1,000 years old at that time, and yet, you're only 300 years old. He could not help but sigh when he finished speaking. Sect leader Yu, you flatter me too much, Duan Ling Tian replied calmly and humbly. Since earlier, he knew Yu Jian Cheng had no intention of killing him and was just testing his strength. Then, Yu Jian Cheng smiled and asked, "Which Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's progeny do you wish to join? I have to say that the Tai progeny welcomes you with open arms." Before Duan Ling Tian had a chance to reply, a cold scoff rang in the air. The noise echoed in the main hall for a while. Soon enough, a scrawny old man appeared in the main hall. He was dressed in a loose but luxurious robe. Despite his white hair, his face looked healthy and his eyes were bright. All in all, he looked young for his age. Grandfather, Gongsun Jing bowed and greeted the newcomer. Progeny leader Gongsun, Su Li bowed and greeted the newcomer as well. The leader of the Yellow Thirk progeny. Through Gongsun Jing and Su Li, he knew the leader of the Yellow Thirk progeny, Gongsun Kong, was one of the strongest powerhouses in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Senior Uncle Gongsun, what brings you over? Yu Jian Cheng asked with a wry smile on his face. Naturally, he knew Gongsun Kong was interested in the newcomer, Duan Ling Tian, as well. Previously, Yu Tian Cheng had sent a message to his nephew, Yu Tian Xing, urging him to get Duan Ling Tian to join the Tai progeny. Otherwise, he was afraid the leader of the Yellow Thirk progeny might act first. Moreover, Gongsun Kang's grandson, Gongsun Jin, seemed to be on friendly terms with Duan Ling Tian. He did now expect Gongsun Kong, who rarely left the Yellow Thirk Peak, would make an appearance today just for a new disciple. If I didn't come, wouldn't your Tai progeny take all the talented candidates? The old man said before he snorted, Jian Cheng, my boy, the Tai progeny already has Tian Xing. However, my Yellow Thirk progeny only has Jinger, this incompetent child. Since such a talent has appeared, don't you think the Yellow Thirk progeny should be given priority? Gongsun Kong said to Yu Jian Cheng. Senior Uncle Gongsun, Yu Zhong Cheng began to say. However, at this moment, another person interjected. Senior brother Gongsun, the Yu Chong progeny doesn't even have anyone as good as your grandson, Gongsun Jing. Why don't you let the Yu Chong progeny have the good candidate? An old lady suddenly appeared in the main hall. She stood upright like a lonely peak as she looked at Gongsun Kong. Meanwhile, Gongsun Jin sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, it seems like Yunyi from the Yuchong progeny has informed this old lady about you joining the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. She's Examen Wan Wan, the Yuchong progeny's leader and my grandfather's junior sister. Junior sister Wan Wan, did you come to join the fun? Gongsun Kong smiled wryly. You haven't left the Yuchong peak for almost 1,000 years now, right? Senior brother Gongsun, I'm not asking a lot. I want either Duan Ling Tian or Huan'er. Examen Wan Wan looked at Duan Ling Tian and Huan'er as she said, I won't insist on Duan Ling Tian joining us, but the Yuchong progeny wants Huan'er, Examen Wan Wan said in a tone that brooked no argument. That's not a problem. Gongsun Kang's eyes lit up immediately. He was under the impression that his junior sister wanted Duan Ling Tian. He was, naturally, relieved when he heard her saying she wanted Huan'er. It was enough as long as the yellow Thirk progeny had Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, a muscular middle-aged man entered the main hall and said, Senior brother Gongsun, senior sister Examen. Both of you came here secretly to poach the new talents. Isn't it unfair that both of you didn't inform me about this? Gongsun Jing sent another voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian at this moment. He's Chongju, the leader of the Profound River progeny. Hizan must have informed him about you as well. Senior brother, senior sister, the Profound River progeny lacks a talent like Duan Ling Tian. Since senior sister is not interested in Duan Ling Tian, I hope senior brother won't compete with me over Duan Ling Tian. Chongju said as he looked at Gongsun Kong. Gongsun Kong scoffed. Junior brother Chongju, your timing is uncanny. You should learn to be content. The Profound River progeny has Hizan who's stronger than my grandson, Gongsun Jing. How dare you compete with me for Duan Ling Tian? Hizan. Chongju shook his head. Senior brother Gongsun, if you like Hizan, I'll let him join your yellow Thirk progeny in exchange for Duan Ling Tian. What do you think about that? You. Gongsun Kong was rendered speechless for a moment. After so many years, you're still as shameless as ever. At this moment, another two figures appeared out of thin air like ghosts. One of them was a handsome young man and the other person was a beautiful woman. Heavens, even the leaders of the Ganzhong progeny and the Moxie progeny are here. Gongsun Jing was dumbfounded. Brother Ling Tian, these two people look rather similar. Huan'er's voice suddenly rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. It was then he discovered the young man and woman had a 60% resemblance to each other. Chapter 3247 The Zug Siblings. The leaders of the Ganzhong progeny and the Moxie progeny are fraternal twins, that's why they look somewhat similar, Gongsun Jing promptly explained upon hearing Huan'er's words. Individually, they're no match for my grandfather or the sect leader. However, if they join forces, they'll have the advantage if the fight drags on. Then, he lowered his voice before he continued to say, rumor has it that in the past, a titled celestial emperor who tried to conquer the Nando territory was killed by them. When they join forces, not only in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect, but they're also invincible in the entire Nando territory. As twins, not only do they think alike, but they've also comprehended the extremely powerful fusion method. Upon hearing Gongsun Jing's words, Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened when he looked at the twins again. He did not expect the seemingly harmless-looking duo to be so formidable. They were even capable of killing a titled celestial emperor. Duan Ling Tian asked through voice transmission, your grandfather's strength should be comparable to a titled celestial emperor, right? My grandfather has fought a few titled celestial emperors in the past. He told me one of them was weaker than him while the others were as strong as him, Gongsun Jin replied. With this, Duan Ling Tian confirmed that Gongsun Kong, the leader of the Yellow Thirk progeny, was comparable to a titled celestial emperor. What about sect leader Yu? Duan Ling Tian asked again. Sect leader Yu is not any weaker than a titled celestial emperor as well. If he wishes to, he could obtain a title in the title temple. He paused for a moment before he said, a few years ago, my grandfather and sect leader Yu had a duel, and the duel ended in a tie. However, I suspect the sect leader is now slightly stronger than my grandfather. Duan Ling Tian nodded. His emotions were slightly stirred. There were so many powerhouses in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect who were capable of killing titled celestial emperors and comparable to titled celestial emperors. However, the sect was just a grade 1 force. A supreme force mostly has one or two titled celestial emperors, right? Although the sect isn't what it once was, it should still be supreme force. Duan Ling Tian was aware of this since he had some knowledge about the forces in a Devata realm. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian dismissed his thoughts and observed the situation in the main hall of Tai Peak. It was silent after the leaders of the Ganzhong progeny and the Mo Xie progeny arrived. In the end, Gongsun Kong was the first to break the silence. Both of you came for Duan Ling Tian and Huaner as well. A hint of helplessness could be seen in his eyes as he smiled wryly. Although he had higher seniority and the twins addressed him as senior uncle, if both of them joined forces, he was no match for them. Senior Uncle Gongsun, I want Huaner, the beautiful young woman, the leader of the Mo Xie progeny, said with a smile. The leader of the Mo Xie progeny only said, Duan Ling Tian. I didn't expect both of you would be interested in these two youngsters. In that case, this old woman won't compete with you for them, Examen Wan Wan, the leader of Yu Chong progeny, said as she shook her head. Following that, she vanished into thin air. Since both of you are here, this old man won't compete with you as well. Chong Ju shook his head and left with a smile on his face. At this moment, Yu Jian Cheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, smiled and greeted the twins. Senior brother Feng, senior sister Yun. The name of the leader of the Ganzhong progeny was Zhuge Feng while the leader of the Mo Xie progeny was Zhuge Yun. Junior brother Jian Cheng, are you going to compete with us? Zhuge Yun asked with a faint smile on his face. Since both seniors are here for them, how dare I compete with you for them? Yu Jian Cheng smiled wryly. Upon hearing Yu Jian Cheng's words, Zhuge Yun nodded, clearly delighted. Then, she looked at Gongsun Kong. Senior Uncle Gongsun, do you have the heart to compete with us two lonely people? Lonely people? Duan Ling Tian was confused. The two leaders are the only members of the Ganzhong progeny and the Mo Xie progeny. They have no disciples under them, Gongsun Jing explained. It's really strange. How could they be so well informed about what happened in the genius secret realm when they don't have any disciples? At this moment, Su Li said, I'm the one who told them about it. Ah, I forgot the Shadow Support progeny has a close relationship with the Ganzhong progeny and the Mo Xie progeny. Gongsun Jing smiled sheepishly. Su Li, when we were in the genius secret realm, I assumed you wanted me to join the Yellow Thirk progeny. Isn't that why you suggested we bring Gongsun Jing with us into God's secret treasure? Do you want us to join the Ganzhong progeny and the Mo Xie progeny? Duan Ling Tian asked through voice transmission. Duan Ling Tian, I suggested you bring Gongsun Jing with us so leader Gongsun would owe you a favor. Su Li replied, however, the Ganzhong progeny and the Mo Xie progeny are more suitable for you and Huaner compared to the Yellow Thirk progeny. Joint strike method is the two leaders' strongest technique. You and Huaner can learn this from them. Moreover, the two leaders are very protective. If you become their disciple, no one in and outside of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect would dare to seek trouble with you or Huaner, Su Li explained through voice transmission. Thank you, Su Li. Duan Ling Tian expressed his gratitude. He was naturally touched by Su Li's kind intentions. It's nothing, Su Li said with a smile. They had been friends for so long, it was only natural that he wanted the best for his friend. Moreover, he was happy that he was able to reunite with Duan Ling Tian and be in the same sect as Duan Ling Tian. Since both of you are keen to take them as disciples, I won't interfere. It's about time for the Ganzhong progeny and the Mo Xie progeny to have disciples anyway. Gongsun Kong shook his head and left. After the leaders of the Ganzhong progeny and the Mo Xie progeny arrived, the other leaders of the progenies left and did not contend with them. Zhuge Yun smiled and asked politely, Huaner, are you willing to join my Mo Xie progeny? Although the other leaders had given up, she still needed Huaner's consent after all. As usual, Huaner did not respond immediately. Instead, she looked at Duan Ling Tian for answers. Huaner, you should join the Mo Xie progeny, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Since Su Li had arranged everything for them, there was no reason to reject his good intentions. Upon obtaining Duan Ling Tian's approval, Huaner turned to Zhuge Yun and nodded. Young man, you're truly blessed. Zhuge Yun shook her head and sighed. Fortunately, I'm not a man. Otherwise, I would be jealous of you. Why do you think all men would be jealous of him? Zhuge Feng, who was standing next to Zhuge Yun, asked. Zhuge Yun glared at her twin brother. However, there was a hint of helplessness in her eyes. She had tried sending many beauties to seduce her brother, but he was not moved at all. He was only devoted to cultivation. In the end, She had given up on ever having a sister-in-law in this life. Duan Ling Tian, are you willing to join my Ganzhong progeny? Zhuge Feng looked at Duan Ling Tian and forced a smile on his face. It was such a rare sight that even Zhuge Yun, Yu Zhongcheng, Gongsun Jing, and Su Li were shocked. This cold and aloof person actually smiled. Senior, I'm willing to join the Ganzhong progeny. However, I already have a master. Before I obtain his approval, I'm afraid I can't acknowledge another master, Duan Ling Tian replied honestly. If Senior insists that I acknowledge you as my master, I'm afraid I won't be able to join the Ganzhong progeny. It's just a title, I don't care about it. Zhuge Feng shook his head. At the same time, his admiration for Duan Ling Tian grew. After all, not everyone would be so steadfast and loyal. Progeny leader. Duan Ling Tian bowed after hearing Zhuge Feng's words. A smile appeared on Zhuge Feng's face again. He was clearly satisfied with the first disciple of the Ganzhong progeny. Individually, he was not a match for Yu Jiancheng. Yu Jiancheng would constantly brag about his records in the genius secret realm to him. Most importantly, the records that Yu Jiancheng had broken were his records. Therefore, he was inwardly delighted that his disciple had broken Yu Jiancheng's records. Despite being expressionless, he could be rather petty in certain matters. Naturally, the biggest reason he was satisfied with Duan Ling Tian was due to Duan Ling Tian's high innate talent and comprehension skills. Although Duan Ling Tian was 300 years old, the same age as Su Li, Duan Ling Tian was stronger than Su Li. He used to envy the leader of the Shadow Support progeny for having a disciple like Su Li. How could he not be pleased when his disciple was even more outstanding than Su Li? Chapter 3248 Return to the Profound Nether Mansion. With that, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner joined the Ganzhong progeny and the Mo Xie progeny respectively in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. With Duan Ling Tian, Huaner, and Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun, the leaders of the Ganzhong progeny and the Mo Xie progeny, there were now 4 people in the 2 progenies. After leaving the Taia Peak, Duan Ling Tian said to Zhuge Feng, Progeny Master, Huaner and I would like to return to the spirit overarching heaven for a short while. Duan Ling Tian felt it was time to return to the spirit overarching heaven to settle his grudge with the Blood Skull Gang and avenge the former imperial tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion. When he had first left the spirit overarching heaven, he did not expect he would have the capability to do such things in just a few decades. What do you plan to do in the spirit overarching heaven? Zhuge Yun asked curiously. I have scores to settle, Duan Ling Tian said. Grudges. Zhuge Yun's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Ling Tian's reply. She said, I like settling scores. Since Zhuge Feng and I have nothing better to do, we will follow you. Won't it disturb your cultivation, progeny masters? Duan Ling Tian asked. However, his eyes lit up when he heard those words. After all, if Zhuge Yun and Zhuge Feng went with them, their safety was absolutely guaranteed. The twins were even capable of killing titled celestial emperors when they joined forces. No, it won't, Zhuge Feng said. Okay, it's decided then. We'll accompany you and Huaner to the spirit overarching heaven. Zhuge Yun said excitedly, I haven't left the Jade Emperor heaven for many years. I think it has been 10,000 years at least. Zhuge Yun was like a child in a candy store at this moment. Her excitement was palpable, and she looked even more like a child compared to Huaner. As one of the top forces in the Nando territory, the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect naturally has its personal Devata realm transporting formations. The Devata realm transporting formation was not located in any of the 10 main peaks, it was located on a sword peak. Under Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun's lead, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner quickly arrived at the transporting formation. My respects, progeny masters. The elder from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect responsible for guarding the Devata realm transporting formation hurriedly greeted Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun. 4 of us are going to the spirit overarching heaven, Zhuge Yun said calmly to the elder. Then, she turned to Duan Ling Tian and asked with a smile, Duan Ling Tian, which territory and which mansion do you want to go to? The Devata realm transportation formation could accurately teleport a person to a specific mansion of a territory in a Devata realm. Southern Heaven Territory's Profound Nether Mansion, Duan Ling Tian replied. Did you hear that? Zhuge Yun asked the elder. Yes, yes, the elder nodded hastily before he furtively looked at Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. After all, he had never seen the duo before. Most importantly, the duo was accompanied by the leaders of the Ganzhong progeny and the Mo Xie progeny. He committed Duan Ling Tian and Huaner's faces to his memory. He knew he could not afford to offend the duo. The Devata realm transporting formation flashed. With that, the quartet left the Thousand Tribulations sword sect in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory and arrived at the profound Nether Mansion in the Spirit Overarching Heaven's Southern Heaven territory. The quartet arrived in a small city under the profound Nether Mansion. They did not linger in the city. Duan Ling Tian instantly led them to the profound Nether Mansion's estate. When they entered the estate, although the people in the profound Nether Mansion were unable to react to their speed, the quartet still triggered the mansion guarding formation. The powerhouses led by the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion appeared as soon as the formation was triggered. They were all surprised when they saw Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. Duan Ling Tian, you're back. The mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion was slightly confused. In the past, he could not gauge Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base, and now, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base had become even more unfathomable. Most importantly, the man and woman standing next to Duan Ling Tian and Huaner were even more mysterious and formidable. Their auras alone were incredibly stifling. That's right, Duan Ling Tian smiled and said, "Mansion Master, I returned to see the Pavilion Master." Then, he turned to Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun and said, "They are my seniors in the Jade Emperor Heaven. They're the progeny masters of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory." Much to Duan Ling Tian's surprise, the mansion master's expression changed as soon as he heard Duan Ling Tian's introductions. Based on his reaction, it seemed like he had heard of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. The mansion master said respectfully, "My respects, progeny masters. I apologize for not receiving you in person earlier. I didn't expect your arrival, after all." Beads of sweat could be seen on his forehead at this moment. At the same time, the mansion master sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. "Duan Ling Tian, why didn't you inform me in advance of your visit?" "Mansion master, you know the Thousand Tribulations sword sect?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. "How could I not know of the sect? In the past, the Thousand Tribulations sword sect was a famous heaven-grade force. One of the powerhouses from the sect even came close to defeating the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven," the mansion master replied through voice transmission. Even after the Thousand Tribulations sword sect retreated from the Jade Emperor territory and moved to the Nando territory, they still held massive power and influence. Due to the presence of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect in the Nando territory, no titled celestial emperor could meddle in the Nando territory's affairs. Based on this, Duan Ling Tian discovered the mansion master was rather knowledgeable about the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. The mansion master continued to say through voice transmission, "All of the 10 progeny masters in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect are celestial emperors. Moreover, they aren't ordinary celestial emperors. How could you bring such celestial emperors here without informing me in advance? I'll be dead if they blame me for this." "Don't worry, mansion master. These seniors are not petty individuals. They won't mind this," Duan Ling Tian said with a smile as he shook his head. After that, he said, "Mansion master, I returned this time to visit the He clan of the 10 major clans. The clan leader of the He clan was the person who killed the former imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. The former imperial tutor was also the father of the pavilion master of the imperial tutor pavilion. Naturally, this was something Duan Ling Tian was unaware of. I will inform the Grand Master immediately," the mansion master said excitedly as he sent a message to the pavilion master of the imperial tutor palace. Upon receiving the message, the pavilion master of the imperial tutor palace rushed over, especially when he heard 2 celestial emperors from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect had also come to the profound Nether Mansion. As soon as he arrived, he greeted Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun respectfully, "My respects, Lord Celestial Emperors." After that, the pavilion master looked at Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. It was not difficult to see that the celestial emperors were here with Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. "We're just here to keep Duan Ling Tian and Huaner company. There's no need to be too courteous." Zhuge Yun smiled gently. Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man and solemnly said, "Senior, please lead us to the He clan's estate. Today will be the day that clan leader He dies." The old man was naturally excited when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He wasted no time and immediately led the quartet to the He clan's estate. During the journey, the old man could not help but ask curiously through voice transmission, "Duan Ling Tian, how did you meet these 2 celestial emperors from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect?" "Senior, after we went to the Jade Emperor Heaven, through a series of events, we joined the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. The 2 progeny masters came to have fun, Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission. Duan Ling Tian, thank you, the old man said solemnly, if you didn't bring these two celestial emperors to avenge my father. I don't know when I will be able to avenge them. He stumbled over his words slightly, too overcome by emotions. Father. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. I didn't tell you about this previously. The former imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion is my father. Killing intent flashed in the old man's eyes as he spoke. This is why I created that rule when I became the pavilion master of the imperial tutor pavilion in the profound nether mansion. The old man continued to say, I'm aware that my strength is limited, it's not enough to avenge my father. Therefore, I'd hope to find an imperial tutor capable of that feat. Until you appeared, I didn't find anyone capable of avenging my father for 20,000 years. Duan Ling Tian finally realized why the old man was hell-bent on avenging the former imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian said, Senior, you're mistaken. The two progeny masters are only here to watch the fun. I, Duan Ling Tian, will be the one to avenge the former imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. Although the clan leader of the He clan was strong, he was no match for Duan Ling Tian now. You, the old man looked at Duan Ling Tian skeptically. It was only natural he was doubtful. After all, Duan Ling Tian had only left several decades ago. It would be considered a miracle if Duan Ling Tian could become a one basic celestial lord during that time, but it still was not enough to kill the clan leader of the He clan. Duan Ling Tian, this isn't funny. The old man shook his head. He was under the impression that Duan Ling Tian was joking with him. Chapter 3249 The Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. Joke, Duan Ling Tian said in a faint voice. However, he did not bother to explain himself. He would prove his words with actions in the He clan's estate. As one of the Southern Heaven Territory's top grade 5 clans, the He clan is located in a vast plain with densely distributed buildings. Based on the hustle and bustle, it was obvious that the clan was thriving. When Duan Ling Tian and the others arrived near the entrance of the He clan's estate, they were stopped by the clan's patrolling disciples. Although the patrolling disciples stopped them, their attention was mostly on Huaner. It was only natural since she was a peerless beauty. The old man's eyes flashed with killing intent as he said, the pavilion master of the profound nether mansion's imperial tutor pavilion is here with the imperial tutor to kill your clan leader. With a wave of his hand, he killed all the patrolling disciples except for one. The lone survivor paled and stammered, "See Celestial Lord." The lone survivor struggled to get up and quickly fled. Nevertheless, the old man did not kill him. Let's wait here, the old man said to Duan Ling Tian. All right, Duan Ling Tian nodded. He knew the clan leader would definitely show up after the old man made such a display. The sound of wind howling accompanied the arrival of a group of people from the He clan. The person in the lead was a burly middle-aged man. Behind him, there were 6 old men and 4 middle-aged men. At this moment, all of them were fiercely glaring at Duan Ling Tian and the others. Although Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun were just standing, their extraordinary aura caused the group of people from the He clan to be wary. They did not dare to act recklessly. The aura of a celestial emperor would unwittingly put pressure on celestial lords. The stronger the celestial lords, the easier it was for them to sense the pressure. On the other hand, those below celestial lords would not be able to sense the pressure from the aura. Seniors, you aren't from the profound nether mansion, are you? He Tian Chun, the clan leader of the He clan, was an imposing middle-aged man. He was the person who killed the former imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. He looked at Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun warily. After all, even the Southern Heaven Territory's titled Celestial Lord did not have such an intimidating and dangerous aura. At the same time, He Tian Chun had secretly sent a message to the ruler of the Southern Heaven Territory, the current Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. The 10 major clans of the Southern Heaven Territory had connections with the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, after all. Now that 2 people who were possibly as strong as celestial emperors had appeared at the He clan, it was only natural that He Tian Chun reached out to the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord for advice. Don't mind us, Zhuge Yun looked at He Tian Chun and coldly said, no matter the grievances between you and the profound nether mansion, we will not interfere. Upon hearing Zhuge Yun's words, the expression of the pavilion master of the profound nether mansion's imperial tutor pavilion changed drastically. Senior, both of you won't interfere? He Tian Chun asked skeptically. Since the 2 celestial emperors were here, was it really possible they would just stand aside and watch? Nevertheless, When he saw the reaction of the pavilion master of the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tutor Pavilion, his eyes brightened immediately. It seemed like it was true the two celestial emperors were only here to watch. Feeling much more at ease, He Tian-chun finally shifted his attention to the old man. He asked in a deep voice, "You're the pavilion master of the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tutor Pavilion?" "That's right." The old man glared at He Tian-chun with hatred and fury burning in his eyes. "Not only am I the pavilion master of the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tutor Pavilion, but I'm also Chong Heng's son." Chong Heng was the former imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. Chong Heng. He Tian-chun was briefly taken aback when he heard the name. Then, he nodded as realization dawned on him. "I see, so you're Chong Heng's son." The corners of He Tian-chun's lips curved into a smirk as he continued to say, "Your mother was amazing." Back then, He Tian-chun had violated the old man's mother. "You're seeking death," the old man cried out furiously. His celestial origin energy erupted out of his body immediately. The two enemies began to fight. Round after round they fought before He Tian-chun quickly gained the upper hand and overpowered the old man. "You're quite strong. Unfortunately, you're not as talented as your father, Chong Heng." If Chong Heng didn't die, he would, at the very least, be a titled celestial lord now. He Tian-chun said indifferently. Meanwhile, the old man was seriously injured and blood was dripping from the corner of his lips, but he had no intention of giving up. At this point, Duan Ling Tian stepped forward, shielding the old man. He looked at He Tian-chun expressionlessly as he said to the old man, "Senior, allow me." "Who are you?" He Tian-chun frowned slightly when he saw Duan Ling Tian. "Duan Ling Tian, the current imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion," Duan Ling Tian replied. "Duan Ling Tian." He Tian-chun was briefly confused. After a while, he said, "So you're the Duan Ling Tian who performed brilliantly in the middle realm and the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm." He Tian-chun had heard about Duan Ling Tian, but he did not pay much attention to Duan Ling Tian since Duan Ling Tian was of the younger generation. Perhaps, Duan Ling Tian might be stronger than him. In thousands or 10,000 years, but at this moment, he was certain Duan Ling Tian was no match for him. The elders standing behind He Tian-chun looked at Duan Ling Tian curiously and began to whisper among themselves. After all, Duan Ling Tian was famous at that time. It's said that he has left the profound Nether Mansion, right? "That's right, I heard the news from the Phantom Fox clan." The sound of wind whistled in the air before a skinny figure appeared before everyone. In fact, before the figure appeared, Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun could be seen slightly raising one of their eyebrows. The figure belonged to a skinny middle-aged man who was dressed in a luxurious silver robe. He was rather handsome and had a majestic air about him. As soon as the skinny middle-aged man appeared, He Tian-chun quickly bowed. Clan leader He Tian-chun of the He clan pays respect to the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. "Greetings, Southern Heaven Celestial Lord," the elders from the He clan said in unison. Even the pavilion master of the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tutor Pavilion greeted the skinny middle-aged man. "Greetings, Southern Heaven Celestial Lord." Duan Ling Tian and Huaner only looked at the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord silently. On the other hand, Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun did not even deign to look at the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. "Duan Ling Tian, now that the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord is here, why aren't you greeting him?" He Tian-chun rebuked Duan Ling Tian. "Him?" Duan Ling Tian glanced at the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord and shook his head. "He's not qualified." He Tian-chun and the elders expected the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord would be angry and punish Duan Ling Tian. Instead, they saw him bowing at Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun respectfully. "Greetings, Lord Celestial Emperors, I'm the Southern Heaven Territory's titled Celestial Lord, Shang Qinyu." As soon as Shang Qinyu saw the duo, he confirmed they were Celestial Emperors. Since he was much stronger than He Tian-chun, he was even more sensitive to the aura of a Celestial Emperor. Therefore, he had no doubts the duo was Celestial Emperors. "Lord Celestial Emperor," He Tian-chun and the elders, expressions changed drastically as they watched the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord bow to Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun and address them as Celestial Emperors. They reacted quickly and greeted Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun. "Greetings, Lord Celestial Emperors. Why did two Celestial Emperors come with the people from the profound Nether Mansion?" He Tian-chun began to feel uneasy. Since they came together, they must have had some connections to the Celestial Emperors. However, one of the Celestial Emperors said they would not interfere. Celestial Emperors would not lie, would they? Meanwhile, Zhuge Feng did not even bother responding to Shang Qinyu's greeting while Zhuge Yun only looked at Shang Qinyun expressionlessly and nodded slightly. What happened? Shang Qinyun, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, asked He Tian-chun through voice transmission with a slight frown on his face. He Tian-chun recounted what had happened to Shang Qinyun immediately. Since they've said they won't interfere, they definitely won't interfere. Shang Qinyun nodded. Then, he looked at the pavilion master of the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tutor Pavilion and asked, "Did you come to settle scores with He Tian-chun?" The old man hesitated to answer the question. After all, if the Celestial Emperors did not intend to help him, there was no way he could defeat He Tian-chun. Before the old man could reply, Duan Ling Tian said, "That's right." He continued to say indifferently as he looked at Shang Qinyun, "We came to kill clan leader He today. Those who are unrelated to this matter should step aside." Impudent, He Tian-chun exclaimed as he glared at Duan Ling Tian. "Duan Ling Tian, not only are you disrespectful to the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, but you even dare to act this way. Are you looking down on the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord?" Chapter 3250 The Blood Skull Gang's Headquarters. "You talk too much," Duan Ling Tian said coldly when He Tian-chun made a fuss. Celestial origin energy that was boosted with the space elemental profundity surged out of his body and swept out. Duan Ling Tian vanished into thin air before he reappeared behind He Tian-chun. Duan Ling Tian raised his arms as a terrifying energy swept out and shrouded He Tian-chun before He Tian-chun even had time to react. Thunderous noise rang in the air as energy, in the space He Tian-chun was caught in, shredded him into a million pieces. In the end, all that was left of him was a spatial ring and purely defensive celestial weapon. The He clan elders only regained their senses after He Tian-chun died. The strongest person in the He clan was so easily killed by Duan Ling Tian, the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. How's this possible? The He clan elders looked at Duan Ling Tian in shock, fear, and disbelief. They had heard about Duan Ling Tian when he rose to fame in the Southern Heaven territory about 200 years ago. At that time, he was just a 10-direction celestial duke who was invincible in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm. How did he gain the strength in just 200 years to kill He Tian-chun so easily? Although He Tian-chun was not a titled celestial lord, he was almost as powerful as one. And yet, he was so easily killed by the purple-clad young man in front of them. How strong? Shang Qinyun, the Southern Heaven celestial lord, looked at Duan Ling Tian warily. Initially, he had been dissatisfied with Duan Ling Tian's behavior due to He Tian-chun's words. However, at this time, he no longer dared to express his dissatisfaction. After all, it was clear Duan Ling Tian was, at least, as strong as he was. Most importantly, Duan Ling Tian was accompanied by 2 celestial emperors. Although the celestial emperors said they would not interfere, even if they went back on their words, who would know? They could easily kill him. After all, after a while, Shang Qinyun seemed to think Duan Ling Tian's name sounded familiar. Duan Ling Tian, his name sounds familiar. However, he could not remember when or where he had heard this name. Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. The He clan elders called out before they asked Shang Qinyun to avenge He Tian-chun. Alas, Shang Qinyun did not even spare them a glance before he left without looking back. The He clan elders' expressions turned grim immediately. It was obvious that even the ruler of the Southern Heaven territory did not dare to fight Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, all of them were frightened and worried that Duan Ling Tian would annihilate the entire He clan. "Senior, it's done. I have to leave soon," Duan Ling Tian said to the pavilion master of the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tutor Pavilion, who was still in shock. Before he left with Zhuge Feng, Zhuge Yun, and Huaner, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, "Senior, if I have time, I'll visit you in the profound Nether Mansion in the future." At this time, the old man finally regained his senses. Father has been avenged. He felt as though he was dreaming, and it took him a long time to accept this. When he finally regained his composure, he murmured, "It's truly surprising." In just a short time, he grew strong enough to kill He Tian-chun. Although He Tian-chun was reckless and unprepared when Duan Ling Tian struck, it's still obvious Duan Ling Tian's as strong as a titled celestial lord. The old man was not aware that that was not the extent of Duan Ling Tian's power, even though he had cast all the profundities from the law of space earlier. He still had many tricks up his sleeves. Put aside the 2 Ning dragons living in his little world, just the boost from the 5 divine elements was enough to give him strength comparable to an ordinary celestial emperor. Currently, most titled celestial lords were a match for him at all. After all, the Devata realms were vast. In the 81 Devata realms, there would definitely be extraordinarily strong titled celestial lords with strength comparable to Duan Ling Tian due to fortuitous encounters. After leaving the He clan, Huaner asked, "Brother Ling Tian, where are we going next?" "Let's go to the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters," Duan Ling Tian said as his eyes gleamed coldly. "However, we'll have to find out where the headquarters is hidden." Back then, the Blood Skull Gang had brought Duan Ling Tian a lot of trouble. There were a few instances where he could have died. Although Duan Ling Tian searched wholeheartedly for the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters, he could not find it. After all, the headquarters changed locations frequently. "I think we'll have to see the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord again." The Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, Xianxia, did not expect that not long after he left the He clan and returned to his cultivation place, the people he had met at the He clan were already waiting for him in his cultivation place. "I want the location of the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters," Duan Ling Tian said bluntly. Xianxia looked at Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun who were next to Duan Ling Tian before he mulled over Duan Ling Tian's strength. In the end, although he was rather unwilling, he revealed the location of the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters to Duan Ling Tian. He could not say he did not know the location. He was the ruler of the Southern Heaven Territory, after all. After Duan Ling Tian and the others left, he thought to himself, does Duan Ling Tian have a grudge with the Blood Skull Gang as well? In the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters, thunderous noises rang in the air as Duan Ling Tian struck. All the buildings in the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters were reduced to rubble by his space energy in just a blink of an eye. Blood flowed on the ground like a river. Many assassins and members of the Blood Skull Gang with lower cultivation bases had died immediately. Naturally, there were many who survived as well. Soon after, a middle-aged man dressed in a long red robe led a group of people over. All of them looked miserable. He looked at the raging space energy with a frown and asked Duan Ling Tian, "Who are you? Why are you wreaking havoc in the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters?" Despite the frowns on their faces, there was no anger in their eyes. There was only wariness when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. It was obvious to them the person before them was extremely powerful. Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently. Most of the people from the Blood Skull Gang were confused. Then, an old man standing behind the red-clad middle-aged man said in a trembling voice, "Many years ago, we received an assignment to kill Duan Ling Tian." You're Duan Ling Tian." The red-clad middle-aged man looked at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief. Although he had heard of Duan Ling Tian's achievements in the past, he did not understand how Duan Ling Tian could grow so strong in such a short time. He was certain that he was no match for Duan Ling Tian now. "Sir, we've already called off the assignment. Moreover, it wasn't personal. We were just accepting a job," the red-clad middle-aged man said with a bitter smile. "Do you think I can't see you if you hide in the crowd?" Duan Ling Tian said, completely ignoring the red-clad middle-aged man. He was looking at an old man who was hiding among the crowd. "It is none other than Blood Skull Gang's Leng Yi." Duan Ling Tian vanished into thin air and reappeared next to Leng Yi. Following that, he caught Leng Yi by his neck like how an eagle would catch a chick. A predatory smile appeared on his face as he said, "The last time we met was at Yan Mountain Mansion in the Jade Emperor Heaven territory, right?" At that time, Duan Ling Tian would have died if it were not for Ling Juyun's celestial talisman. At this moment, Leng Yi was shocked. His face was ashen. He did not expect the young man whom he could easily kill back then had grown so strong. About 100 years ago, when Duan Ling Tian rose to fame in the Southern Heaven territory with his achievements in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he knew he would never be able to defeat Duan Ling Tian in this lifetime. Therefore, he buried his hatred for Duan Ling Tian deep in his heart. Nevertheless, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian would be so strong. He was certain Duan Ling Tian was even stronger than the leader of the Blood Skull Gang. Otherwise, the leader would have attacked Duan Ling Tian by now. "Duan Ling Tian, I was just carrying out my mission," Leng Yi said bitterly. "I have no grudge with you. If it weren't for the mission, I wouldn't attempt to kill you at all." Duan Ling Tian only scoffed before he killed Leng Yi instantly with the raging space energy. Chapter 32:51 Hot Potatoes. The expressions of the members from the Blood Skull Gang changed drastically when they saw Duan Ling Tian directly killing Leng Yi. Chen Yuan Shan, the red-clad middle-aged man, the leader of the Blood Skull Gang, called out as he turned to look at one of the members standing behind him. Following that, he said in a deep voice, "Back then, it was your son who accepted the job to assassinate Duan Lingtian. If the Blood Skull Gang is destroyed today, the sin will fall on you." "My lord, this isn't the time to be blaming each other," Chen Yuan Shan said with a bitter smile. "It's obvious Duan Lingtian doesn't intend to let the Blood Skull Gang go. Otherwise, why would he destroy our headquarters?" The expression of the red-clad middle-aged man changed as soon as he heard Chen Yuanshan's words. Indeed, Chen Yuanshan had a point. Without waiting for the red-clad middle-aged man to respond, Chen Yuanshan continued to say, "My lord, let's attack all at once. Even if we do nothing, we'll still die anyway." With Chen Yuanshan's instigation, the Blood Skull Gang high-ranking officials present on the scene made a move immediately. Dazzling energies in various colors shot toward Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. "Perfect," Duan Lingtian said as his fighting spirit rose. Subsequently, he flew forward as he activated his space energy to deal with the attacks from the high-ranking officials of the Blood Skull Gang. With the first move, Duan Lingtian killed Chen Yuanshan. With his second move, he killed the leader of the Blood Skull Gang. Following that, he continued to kill the high-ranking officials of the Blood Skull Gang one after another. In the end, after witnessing the deaths of their comrades, the surviving high-ranking officials of the Blood Skull Gang lost all will to fight and began to flee in different directions. In one move, Chen Yuanshan was killed. Nonetheless, Duan Lingtian cast his cross-dimensional profundity and sent 9 sword rays after them. Needless to say, all of them died. From the beginning to the end, Zhuge Yun only watched indifferently. When the battle ended, she could not help but ask Zhuge Feng, who was standing next to you, "Hey, at his age, you didn't manage to become a celestial lord, right?" Zhuge Feng responded indifferently, "Isn't it the same for you?" At Duan Lingtian's age, the Zhuge siblings were only celestial kings, unlike Duan Lingtian, who was a celestial lord. It should be noted that the twins had joined the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect since they were young and enjoyed the vast resources the sect provided them. Even then, their achievement at Duan Lingtian's age was inferior to Duan Lingtian's achievement now. Therefore, they were slightly embarrassed when they witnessed Duan Lingtian's performance. After a brief moment, Zhuge Yun asked with a smile, "Are we going to return to the Jade Emperor Heaven now?" "Senior, I'd like to go to the Heavenly Territories Phantom Fox clan. I'm worried the He clan will spread the word about my connection to the profound Nether Mansion. If that happens, the main Phantom Fox clan might cause trouble for the profound Nether Mansion." Then, he glanced at Huoner before he continued to say, "Moreover, as long as Huoner is still alive, they won't stop trying to capture her or kill her. They want to capture Huoner." The smile on Zhuge Yun's face disappeared immediately and was replaced with a frosty expression. "The Phantom Fox clan is really bold," Duan Lingtian explained. "Huoner is a rare Thousand Phantoms ice fox. Only one would appear every 1,000,000 years. She's from the Du clan, but the Phantom Fox clan here is mainly controlled by the Zhang clan and Yuan clan. Therefore, there's no way they would allow her to leave since she's a threat to their power. Since both of you are here, I'd like to ask you to give the Phantom Fox clan a warning so they won't dare to target her anymore." "A warning? I'm afraid that's not all they'd get." Zhuge Yun smiled icily. "We should kill at least a few of their celestial emperors." Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by Zhuge Yun's words. Kill a few celestial emperors. She spoke about killing celestial emperors as though they were as easy to kill as ants. He thought to himself with a sigh, "When will I be powerful enough to utter such words with confidence?" Duan Lingtian was aware that despite his cultivation base, his strength was currently comparable to an ordinary one basic celestial emperor. However, to exert all his strength meant that he would have to expose many of his techniques that he would prefer to keep hidden. In fact, he even had no intention of revealing his true strength to the Zhuge siblings. Although the siblings seemed to harbor no ill intentions at this moment, would they be able to resist the temptation if they knew about the treasures in his little world? In the mundane realms, there was no shortage of usually affectionate siblings fighting for inheritance. Therefore, Duan Lingtian knew he could not carelessly reveal his strength unless it was absolutely necessary. The people Duan Lingtian had met in the past were not very exposed and their knowledge was limited. Therefore, they did not know about the 5 divine elements. However, the people around him now were different. There was no doubt they knew what the 5 divine elements were. It was entirely possible that the Zug siblings knew about the 5 divine elements and were able to identify them. During their journey to a Devata realm transporting formation to head to the 7 upper provinces, heavenly territory in the spirit overarching realm, Duan Ling Tian decided to test the water. He asked, "Seniors, have you heard about the 5 divine elements?" Of course, Zug Yun replied without any hesitation. All 5 divine elements are priceless. If you're able to evolve one to the highest form, it'd be able to increase your strength tremendously. I heard that if you possess one divine element at the 6th form, their potential to become a god is really high. A hint of longing could be seen in Zug Yun's eyes when she finished speaking. I see. Duan Ling Tian inhaled sharply inwardly upon hearing Zug Yun's words. This confirmed his earlier thoughts. He was even more determined not to expose the fact that he possesses all 5 divine elements. He was now even more certain he could not use any of the 5 divine elements' power because Zug Feng and Zug Yun would definitely be able to recognize them. Unlike the others he had encountered in the past, they would not mistake the 5 divine elements' energies as energies from the profundities of Allah. Why did you ask? Zug Yun asked curiously. When I was in the genius secret realm, I heard one of the grassroots prodigies talking about the chaos divine flame. They said it could replace the pill fire. Duan Ling Tian replied, "It was then I learned that there's such an amazing thing in this world. The chaos divine flame is just one of the 5 divine elements." Zug Yun shook her head and said with a smile, "There are also the profound divine metal, the world-cleansing divine water, the clear heavens divine wood, and the chaos divine earth. Perhaps, no one would be able to recognize them as divine elements if they were in their first form. In fact, most people would think they were useless. The 5 divine elements are indestructible, even gods might not be able to destroy them, most people would still think the divine elements are useless. This applied to the gods as well. After all, there were many things that don't have much use but are indestructible in the realms of gods." Upon hearing these words, Duan Ling Tian recalled Xianxia, Ka's third uncle in her past life, who had given him the first form profound divine metal. There was no doubt Xianxia knew about the 5 divine elements. However, at that time, the profound divine metal was still in its form, so Xianxia, a god from the realm of gods, did not recognize it. Earlier, when he heard Zug Yun's words, he was baffled. If she knew about the 5 divine elements, why did Xianxia, a god, not know about the 5 divine elements? However, he now realized it was not that Xianxia did not know about the 5 divine elements. It was because the profound divine metal was still in its first form, so Xianxia could not tell it was one of the 5 divine elements. Zug Yun continued to say, "Once the 5 divine elements reach their second form, we'll be able to identify them." Needless to say, if a second form divine element appears, people would fight to the death for it, and this includes celestial emperors and titled celestial emperors. Duan Ling Tian stiffened slightly upon hearing these words. Even titled celestial emperors would fight for a second form divine element. In his little world, Duan Ling Tian had all 5 of the divine elements. If word spread about this, would heavenly emperors from different Devata realms hunt him down to obtain the 5 divine elements in his little world? He inhaled deeply when he thought about this possibility. After listening to Zug Yun, Duan Ling Tian felt the 5 divine elements were like hot potatoes. However, those who possessed them might invite disaster if they were not kept a secret. Based on the way Zug Yun spoke about the divine elements, she might even be the first to try to snatch them away from him if she found out that he possessed the 5 divine elements. "We are here." After a while, Duan Ling Tian and the others finally arrived at a Devata realm transporting formation. They did not waste time and stepped into the formation and were immediately transported to the heavenly territory. After arriving at the heavenly territory, it took them a few days before they found the Phantom Fox clan's estate. Naturally, they did not waste time and made their way there immediately. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, although the main Phantom Fox clan in the heavenly territory is a grade 1 force, their strength is only comparable to the Nando territory's profound Sky Dao sect, the Thousand Hands Devil sect, and the profound Cat clan. All these forces are not a match for the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect at all. He came to this conclusion because he knew the ruler of the heavenly territory was only a titled celestial lord. There were no titled celestial lords in the Phantom Fox clan. Even if there were other titled celestial lords, they were elusive and mostly kept to themselves. If a grade 1 force had a titled celestial lord, they would not allow an unknown titled celestial lord to rule the heavenly territory. This situation was somewhat similar to how the Nan-Do territory's Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, the ancient Phoenix clan, and the Bailey clan did not allow a titled celestial emperor to rule the Nan-Do territory since they were strong enough to govern the territory. After 2 days, Duan Ling Tian and the others finally arrived at the Phantom Fox clan's estate. The estate was divided into 2 areas, one belonging to the Zhang clan and the other belonged to the Yuan clan. As Duan Ling Tian looked at the Phantom Fox clan's estate from afar, he thought to himself, Zhang Jinyi from the main Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory who went to the Southern Heaven Territory to capture Huaner should be from the Zhang clan. Moreover, he's likely a direct descendant of the Zhang clan. Chapter 3252 The Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. The leaders of the Phantom Fox clan, the Zhang clan, and the Yuan clan, come out. Duan Ling Tian said as he stared at the estate in front of him. His voice contained his powerful celestial origin energy, so his voice was instantly transmitted throughout the Phantom Fox clan's estate. Needless to say, everyone in the Phantom Fox clan was stunned upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. It caused a commotion in the earlier peaceful estate. Who was the person out there? He even dared to summon the 2 clan leaders. Did some powerhouse come to visit our clan leaders? I don't think so. He doesn't sound like a guest. I wonder who it could be. Meanwhile, in a palace located on a stone platform halfway up a mountain that was part of the Phantom Fox clan's Zhang clan's territory, a middle-aged man who was sipping tea in a courtyard frowned upon hearing the commotion. He was none other than Zhang Han Tian, the clan leader of the Zhang clan in the Phantom Fox clan. He was also the strongest person in the Zhang clan at the moment. Although he was not comparable to a titled celestial emperor, he was still a celestial emperor. Zhang Han Tian, who was dressed in a light gray robe, continued drinking tea as he sent a message out expressionlessly. Grand Elder, go and have a look outside. See who is so bold to make a commotion in front of our Phantom Fox clan's estate. As one of the clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan, a grade 1 force in the 7 upper provinces, heavenly territory in the spirit overarching heaven, how could Zhang Han Tian make an appearance just because he was told to do so? Understood, clan leader. Zhang Pingyi, the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan, was also the person who sent Zhang Jinyi to the Southern Heaven Territory to verify if Huaner was truly a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. As the Grand Elder made his way out, he sent a few messages to a few other people as well. By the time he reached the entrance of the estate, 4 more men had joined him. As soon as Zhang Pingyi arrived, he heard someone calling out to him. Elder Pingyi. Zhang Pingyi looked up and saw another 4 men coming toward him from various directions in the Phantom Fox clan's estate. Elder Yuan Yu. Zhang Pingyi greeted the person leading the other 3 men. The person in the lead was the Yuan clan's Grand Elder, while the 3 people standing behind him were elders in the Yuan clan. Yuan Yu did not beat around the bush and asked, Elder Pingyi, who do you think dares to make a commotion in front of our estate? Moreover, he has the audacity to summon our 2 clan leaders. I don't know. Nonetheless, since he dares to act so boldly, he must be somewhat confident, Zhang Pingyi said. Usually, the Zhang clan and Yuan clan did not interfere with each other's affairs much. They only presented themselves as a united front in public. In other words, there was also internal strife in the Phantom Fox clan between the Zhang clan and the Yuan clan. Let's go. We'll see for ourselves, Yuan Yu said. Then, he led the others from the Yuan clan with him to the estate's entrance. Similarly, Zhang Pingyi led the other 4 from the Zhang clan with him as well to the entrance of the estate. When the people from the Zhang clan and the Yuan clan of the Phantom Fox clan arrived at the entrance of the Phantom Fox clan's estate, they saw 4 people. 2 celestial emperors. As soon as Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu drew close to the 4 people, they could tell there were 2 celestial emperors among the 4 people. As for the remaining 2 people, they could not see through the cultivation base of one of them, therefore, they were not certain if he was a celestial emperor or not, while they could only sense a peculiar vibe from the remaining person. This aura. The 9 elders from Phantom Fox clan, including Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu, were instantly attracted to Huaner's aura. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu as he asked, are you the clan leaders of the Zhang clan and the Yuan clan? Since the duo was clearly the leaders of the group, he addressed them first. Moreover, Zhu Yun had sent Duan Ling Tian a voice transmission, informing him that 2 people in the lead were celestial emperors while the others were only celestial lords. This voice. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's voice, Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu immediately confirmed he was the person who had demanded the clan leaders to show themselves. Zhang Pingyi took the initiative to speak first. He looked at Duan Ling Tian intently and said, "I'm the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan, Zhang Pingyi. Why are you looking for the clan leader?" Following that, Yuan Yu chimed in, "I'm Yuan Yi, the Grand Elder of the Yuan clan. Not everyone is worthy of meeting our clan leaders. Even if you want to meet our clan leaders, you'd at least have to announce your identity first. At that time, our clan leaders will decide if they want to meet you or not." Upon hearing their words, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and sneered. "Do you think so highly of your clan leaders?" At this moment, Zhuge Yun scoffed and stepped forward. She glowed dazzlingly for a brief moment before a sword ray appeared above her. It emitted a terrifying destructive aura as it shot out. No, the expressions of Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu changed drastically when they saw Zhuge Yun's attack. Meanwhile, the others could not react in time at all. Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yi felt death breathing down their necks at this moment. They hurriedly mobilized their celestial origin energies and brought their purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapons out. Apart from that, they brought out their offensive Emperor-grade celestial weapons as well to deflect Zhuge Yun's sword ray with all their might. After that, both of them joined forces, their energies merged into one before it collided with Zhuge Yun's sword ray. Zhang Ping Yi's energy felt scorching out and was red. Clearly, it had been boosted with the law of fire. On the other hand, Yuan Yu's energy felt cold and was blue, indicating that his celestial origin energy had been boosted with the law of ice. The sword ray shot out with great momentum. It felt as though it was capable of destroying heaven and earth. It easily shattered Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu's energies when they collided. After the collision, although the power of the sword ray had depleted somewhat, it suddenly split into two and shot toward Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu respectively. Two loud explosions rang in the air. Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu's purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapons had managed to block the remaining power of the sword ray. Nonetheless, the price they had to pay was the destruction of their purely defensive celestial weapons. The duo was sent flying back, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. The blood that spurted out their mouths drew an arc in the air, looking dazzling like red roses in full bloom. "If your respective clan leaders don't show up in 10 breaths, both of you will die here today," Zhuge Yun said icily in her melodious voice. Zhang Pingyu and Yuan Yu were badly shaken by Zhuge Yun's show of strength. Although they were celestial emperors, the woman had easily shattered their defenses and severely injured them with just a wave of her hand even after they had joined forces. They were aware even their clan leaders were not as powerful as this woman. If they still could not tell the people before them were not simple people, they would have lived their lives in vain. "My lady, I'll speak to the clan leader now," Yuan Yu said hurriedly. He knew the woman was capable of killing him in just a blink of an eye if he continued to be stubborn. Earlier, the woman had only struck casually without using any celestial weapon. If she had intended to kill them, they would not even be able to withstand one move from her. Similarly, Zhang Pingyi hurriedly sent a message to his clan leader as well. For a moment, it was as silent as a graveyard. After a while, Duan Ling Tian broke the silence and said to Huaner with a smile, "Huaner, when the clan leaders arrive, show them the silhouette of your true form." Huaner's true form was that of 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Duan Ling Tian planned to show the clan leaders her true form when they arrived. He wanted to see if they would still dare to act against her. Just about 5 breaths had passed when the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. In just an instant, a middle-aged man dressed in gray robes and an old man with white eyebrows who was dressed in green robes appeared. "Greetings from the Phantom Fox clan's Zhang clan in the Heavenly Territory. Greetings from the Phantom Fox clan's Yuan clan in the Heavenly Territory. I'm Yuan Ming Xuan." The two clan leaders bowed and greeted Zhuge Yun as soon as they arrived. Since they had received the message from their respective grand elders, they knew the woman was incredibly powerful. In fact, she was probably not any weaker than a titled celestial emperor. "Huaner," Duan Ling Tian called out, reminding her of his instructions earlier. In just a blink of an eye, the gigantic silhouette of a white fox as tall as a mountain appeared behind Huaner. It possessed 9 sacred tails and emitted a cold aura. Upon seeing this, the clan leaders and the others who were present changed their expressions immediately. The T-1000 Phantom's Ice Fox. The 11 people from the Phantom Fox clan stared at the silhouette of the white fox behind Huaner with jealousy brimming in their eyes. The 1000 Phantom's Ice Fox was incredibly rare. Only one would appear every 1 million years in the Phantom Fox clan. They were given priority to become the leader of the Phantom Fox clan in whichever Devata realm they were in. This time, the 1000 Phantom's Ice Fox appeared in the Du clan that was the enemy of the Yuan clan. Therefore, the Yuan clan spared no effort in trying to kill Huoner, the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox from the Du clan. In order to kill Huoner, the Yuan clan even made a deal with the Zhang clan. If the Zhang clan helped them to kill Huoner, the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, the Yuan clan would pay whatever price that was demanded of them. Chapter 3253 Zhuge Feng attacks. Cold killing intent flashed in the eyes of Yuan Mingyun, the clan leader of the Yuan clan in the main Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory, when he saw the silhouette of the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox behind Huoner. His celestial origin energy raged and surged instinctively. The Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. Yuan Mingyun did not have any enemies in his life, but there was nothing more he wanted than to kill the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. The Yuan clan and the Du clan were sworn enemies after all. The appearance of a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox in the Du clan was a threat to the Yuan clan. Therefore, he needed to kill Huoner. He would not allow the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox to disrupt the power balance in the Phantom Fox clan. Are you planning to kill Huoner? Duan Ling Tian asked icily as he narrowed his eyes. Enemies of Huoner were also his enemies, after all. At this moment, upon sensing Yuan Mingyun's killing intent, Zhang Han-Tian, the clan leader of the Zhang clan in the Phantom Fox clan, reminded Yuan Mingyun through voice transmission. Yuan Mingyun, don't forget about the two celestial emperors with them. Do you think she'll reveal her identity as a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox for no reason? Yuan Mingyuan was so overwhelmed with discovering the identity of the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox that he had briefly lost his sound judgment and could not control the killing intent that rose from his body. Fortunately, Zhang Han-Tian's prompt reminder pulled him back to his senses. So you're the one who wants to kill Huoner? Zhuge Yun asked as her eyes glinted and she took a step forward. Yuan Mingyun felt a heavy pressure bearing down on him when Zhuge Yun stepped forward. He already knew how powerful she was through Zhang Pingyi's message, and he knew he was no match for her. In the end, he looked at her and asked in a submissive tone, "May I know who you are?" Zhuge Yun, the leader of the Mo Xie progeny in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, Zhuge Yun replied indifferently. Upon hearing Zhuge Yun's reply, Yuan Mingyun and Zhang Han-Tian's expressions changed dramatically. Although the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect was in the Jade Emperor Heaven, their reputation had spread far and wide. After all, the sect used to be a Heaven-grade force. Although it was now a Grade 1 force in the Nando territory, the sect was still incredibly powerful. Although the Phantom Fox clan was also a Grade 1 force like the sect, the Phantom Fox clan was not a match for the sect. Rumors had it that there were a few powerhouses in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect who were comparable to titled celestial emperors. Among them, there was a pair of powerhouses who were known to be able to kill titled celestial emperors when they joined forces. They had only heard of this pair of celestial emperors from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect and were not too familiar with the other powerhouses in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. They knew the pair of powerhouses from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect were called Zhuge Feng from the Ganzhong progeny and Zhuge Yun from the Mo Xie progeny. Individually, their strength was comparable to a celestial emperor. However, if they joined forces, they were more than capable of killing titled celestial emperors. Zhang Han-Tian looked at Zhuge Yun in disbelief before he shifted his eyes to the cold and aloof person standing behind her. He asked, "You're Lord Zhuge Yun. Then, are you Lord Zhuge Feng? What do you think?" Zhuge Yun retorted, "Greetings, my lords, I'm Zhang Han-Tian, the clan leader of the Zhang clan leader in the main Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory. I apologize for our lack of hospitality. Please forgive us." Zhang Han-Tian formally bowed again to pay respect to Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun. At this moment, his back was drenched in cold sweat. If he had known their identities earlier, he would have been even more respectful. When Zhang Han-Tian bowed and Yuan Mingyuan was about to follow suit, Zhuge Yun scoffed. Zhuge Yun raised her hand as a sword shot out toward Yuan Mingyun. Those in the know would be able to tell that the sword was the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect's legendary and precious sword, the Mo Xie Celestial Sword. It was naturally not the famous Mo Xie sword from Earth, a planet in the Yanhuang realm. It was an emperor-grade celestial weapon that the founders of the sect asked a weaponsmith to forge. In the past, the founders of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect had hired weaponsmiths to forge 10 emperor-grade celestial swords. They had traveled far and wide in various Devata realms to search for the necessary materials. Therefore, the 10 Emperor-grade celestial swords in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect were much more powerful than ordinary Emperor-grade celestial weapons. In fact, they were comparable to Devata artifacts. Moreover, A soulless Devata artifact was no match for them at all. The Moxie celestial sword glowed red. It looked peculiar. There seemed to be blood vessels on it with blood constantly flowing through them. Meanwhile, after discovering the two celestial emperors were Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun, Yuan Mingyun knew he would have to face the consequences since he had offended them. As Yuan Mingyun unleashed his celestial origin energy without holding back to defend against Zhuge Yun's Moxie celestial sword, he pleaded, "Lord Zhuge Yun, please have mercy." A series of earth-shattering explosions rang in the air as the energies from both sides collided. The Moxie celestial sword continued on its path toward Yuan Mingyun after breaching his defenses. At this moment, Yuan Mingyun's eyes glinted as his celestial origin energy surged and seemed to intensify. Following that, he hurriedly brought out celestial talismans and quickly crushed them. A defensive barrier created from the numerous talismans was instantly erected in front of Yuan Mingyun and deflected Zhuge Yun's Moxie celestial sword. After deflecting the sword, the barrier trembled violently before it disappeared. As expected of a clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, I didn't expect to see so many high-grade defensive celestial talismans, Zhuge Yun said airily as she looked at Yuan Mingyun disdainfully. Meanwhile, the Moxie celestial sword returned to Zhuge Yun's hand. "Lord Zhuge Yun, how did I offend you? Why must you kill me?" Although Yuan Mingyun possessed many defensive celestial talismans, he still felt frightened and vulnerable when he saw the killing intent in Zhuge Yun's eyes that did not abate at all. Moreover, Zhuge Yun had Zhuge Feng by her side now. If both of them joined forces, all his defensive celestial talismans would be useless. The celestial talismans could only defend against ordinary celestial emperors at most. Moreover, the number of attacks the barrier could withstand was not infinite. "You want to kill my Moxie progeny's only disciple. How could I spare you?" Zhuge Yun scoffed. Yuan Mingyun was shocked upon hearing Zhuge Yun's words. His expression turned grave immediately. The Thousand Phantom Ice Fox that he wanted to kill was the only disciple of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's Moxie progeny. Since Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun were rather famous, the progenies they belonged to were known to everyone as well. Apart from that, people also knew the Ganzhong progeny and the Moxie progeny never had disciples at all. Now that Yuan Mingyun learned that the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox had become the only disciple of the Moxie progeny, he knew he could no longer kill the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox today. He would have to scheme and do it in secret. He also had to make sure not to leave any traces that would lead back to him. Otherwise, a disaster would fall on the Phantom Fox clan's Yuan clan. Zhuge Yun might not be capable of annihilating his clan alone, but with Zhuge Feng, it would not be a difficult feat at all. Since Zhuge Yun and Zhuge Feng were twins, would Zhuge Feng do nothing to help his sister? Yuan Mingyun's expression was dark as he was lost in thoughts. At this moment, Zhuge Feng disappeared into thin air and reappeared behind Yuan Mingyun. A sword cry rang in the air as Zhuge Feng raised his hand. A sword shot out toward Yuan Mingyun immediately. Meanwhile, Yuan Mingyun did not even notice Zhuge Feng was behind him since his attention was focused on Zhuge Yun. As expected, just like that, he was killed by Zhuge Feng. How fast? Duan Ling Tian could not help but exclaim when he saw Zhuge Feng move. Zhuge Feng's speed was not inferior to the speed of the teleportation profundity, so one could imagine just how terrifyingly fast Zhuge Feng's speed that was boosted by the law of wind was. He thought to himself, his speed is too fast. With his speed, it's not difficult for him to catch up to me even if I use the teleportation profundity. Yuan Mingyun, the clan leader of the Yuan clan leader of the main Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory, was killed in a blink of an eye before Zhang Hantian and the other elders. All of them, apart from Yuan Yu, the grand elder of the Yuan clan, did not dare to move a muscle at all when they witnessed Yuan Mingyun's death. Since the twins were capable of killing Yuan Mingyun, it would be no harder than flicking their fingers if the twins wanted to kill them. Zhang Hantian gulped. He did not expect to watch his rival for so many years die before his eyes. Despite being rivals, they were in the same clan after all. He could not help but feel sympathetic over Yuan Mingyun's death. Nevertheless, he did not want to end up like his rival, so he said resolutely, "My lords, the Zhang clan will never harm Miss Huaner." Zhang Hantian was relieved that he was not very insistent about killing the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. Although the appearance of the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox in the Du clan might pose a threat to the Zhang clan, the relationship between both clans was not as tense compared to the Yuan clan. If he truly harbored hatred toward Huaner, he would not have been able to suppress his killing intent when he saw Huaner's true form. At this moment, Yuan Yu, the Grand Elder of the Yuan clan, hurriedly said in earnest, "My lords, the Yuan clan will never ever attack the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox as well." He looked at Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun fearfully as he spoke. Chapter 3254 Huaner's Mother's Past. Yuan Mingyun was one of the two strongest members of the main Phantom Fox clan's Yuan clan in the Heavenly Territory. His strength was almost comparable to that of a titled Celestial Emperor, and yet, he had been so easily killed by Zhuge Feng. Although Zhuge Feng's attack was a sneak attack, the Phantom Fox clan members present on the scene knew if Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun joined forces, Yuan Mingyun would still not be a match for them. Let alone one Yuan Mingyun, even if they were 10 Yuan Mingyun, they still would not be a match for Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun if they joined forces. Since they were aware of this, even after Yuan Mingyun's death, Zhang Hantian and the others could only submit to the twins out of fear of the twins venting their anger on them. "From today onward, if I find out any of you dare to plot against Huaner, I'll annihilate your entire clan," Zhuge Yun said as her eyes glinted coldly while stared at Zhang Hantian and the others. "Rest assured, my lord, even if our Zhang clan has 100 times the courage, we still won't dare to plot against Miss Huaner," Zhang Hantian said with a bitter smile on his face. "My lord, the same goes for the Yuan clan as well," Yuan Yu, the Grand Elder of the Yuan clan, hurriedly added. It was as though he was afraid Zhuge Yun would attack him if he was slow to reply. "I hope you'll keep your promises." Zhuge Yun stared at Zhang Hantian and the rest sternly before she, Zhuge Feng, Duan Ling Tian, Huaner turned around and left. Only when the group of domineering people left that Zhang Hantian and the others regained their senses. All of them could only smile bitterly. "Clan leader, it seems the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox is the woman I sent Zhang Jinyi to investigate. I heard them calling them Huaner," Zhang Pingyi, the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan, said as realization dawned on him. "There's no point in bringing this up now. I didn't expect this generation's Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox had joined the prestigious Thousand Tribulations Sword sect." Zhang Hantian shook his head. If it was not absolutely necessary, he did not want to provoke or offend the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Moreover, Zhuge Yun could be considered as one of the most powerful people in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. All of them heaved a sigh of relief, having escaped death. Following that, Yuan Yu bade farewell to Zhang Hantian and led his clan members back. Their clan was in a crisis now that their clan leader had been killed. The clan would definitely be in chaos for some time. After the people from the Yuan clan had left, Zhang Pingyi's eyes gleamed as he said, "Clan leader, the Yuan clan just lost their leader. It's going to be chaotic for them. Why don't we seize the opportunity and gain control of their celestial crystal veins?" Although the Zhang clan and Yuan clan were members of the Phantom Fox clan and were usually united against outsiders, there were many small disputes between them. "We, naturally, can't let go of such a good opportunity," Zhang Hantian said as his eyes glinted. His expression turned solemn as he continued to say to Zhang Pingyi, "Grand Elder, pass down my order. From today onward, all members of the Zhang clan are prohibited from hunting down the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. In fact, if anyone sees the members of the Yuan clan trying to the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, they must help her with all their might. If they're no match for the people from the Yuan clan, report it to me immediately." Zhang Hantian looked in the direction where the Yuan clan was located meaningfully as he continued to say, "I hope the members of the Yuan clan will not give up and plot against the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. If we're able to help the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, we might be able to establish a relationship with the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect." A hint of expectation could be seen gleaming in his eyes as he said, "It seems like I should prepare a grand gift to the Du clan of the Phantom Fox clan in the Jade Emperor Heaven to congratulate them." Meanwhile, after leaving the main Phantom Fox clan's estate in the Heavenly Territory, Zhuge Yun said, "Duan Ling Tian, although there aren't titled Celestial Emperors in the Phantom Fox clan's estate, it doesn't mean there aren't any out there. The Phantom Fox clan has existed for so many years, they must have incredibly powerful elites in the spirit overarching territory. To be precise, they're likely at the center of the spirit overarching heaven. Therefore, it's unwise for us to completely annihilate the Phantom Fox clan for now unless they cross the line." Chills ran up Duan Ling Tian's spine when he heard Zhuge Yun's words. Her words indicated that it crossed her mind to annihilate the main Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory. No matter what, the Phantom Fox clan was still a grade 1 force. At this moment, he acutely felt his weakness even though his strength had improved tremendously. He was still a far cry from Zhuge Yun. After he calmed down, he replied, "Senior, this is more than enough. I think the Phantom Fox clan won't dare to act against Hunar anymore. Are there any other places you want to go next?" Zhuge Yun asked Duan Lingtian. "No," Duan Lingtian shook his head. "We can return now." However, as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Hunar looked at him and said, "Brother Lingtian, I want to look for my mother." Upon hearing Hunar's words, Duan Lingtian felt distressed for her. He looked at Zhuge Yun and said, "Senior, can we return to the Phantom Fox clan here to ask about Hunar's mother's whereabouts?" Zhuge Yun nodded in response. She was more than willing to help Hunar find her mother since Hunar was her Moxie progeny's disciple. Moreover, she was rather satisfied with her disciple. Needless to say, since Zhuge Yun had agreed to accompany Duan Lingtian and Hunar, Zhuge Feng would definitely follow suit. He would not allow his twin sister to wander outside of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect alone. Zhang Hantian, the clan leader of the Zhang clan of the Phantom Fox clan, certainly did not expect Duan Lingtian and the others would return so soon. He greeted them respectfully and led them into the Zhang clan's main hall. He looked at Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun and asked respectfully, "My lords, is there anything I can do for you?" Upon seeing Zhuge Yun looking at Duan Lingtian, Zhang Hantian shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian as well. Duan Lingtian bluntly asked, "Clan leader Zhang, do you know Duzan from the Du clan?" Duzan. Zhang Hantian's expression changed upon hearing these words. "My lord, why would you ask about Duzan? Do you know her? Duzan is Huan'er's mother." Duan Lingtian glanced at Huaner before shifted his gaze back to Zhang Hantian. "Based on clan leader Zhang's expression, it seems like you know Huaner's mother." She's really Duzan's daughter." Zhang Hantian's expression was complex. He said with a sigh, "This must be karma." Karma. Duan Lingtian frowned. Huaner, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, could not help but ask Zhang Hantian, "You know my mother?" "Of course. There's no one in the Phantom Fox clan who doesn't know your mother." Zhang Hantian smiled wryly. "In fact, your mother and I were childhood friends. Before the Du clan migrated from the Spirit Overarching Heaven to the Jade Emperor Heaven, the Du clan's estate was located near the Zhang clan and Yuan clan's estates. She was a beauty." His eyes seemed to soften and were filled with nostalgia when he spoke. Duzan was a fascinating beauty. At one point, even Zhang Hantian had tried to court her. Alas, she had rejected him. However, it did not negatively affect their friendship. After Duzan was expelled from the Du clan, she left the Jade Emperor Heaven and returned to the Spirit Overarching Heaven to ask him for help. However, he really did not expect Duzan's daughter to be the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox that would only appear once every 1,000,000 years. Now that I had a closer look, I have to say you really resemble your mother. However, you resemble your father more. You're much more beautiful than your mother." Zhang Hantian said, "Why, you know my father as well?" Huaner's eyes widened. She was overwhelmed with emotions when she heard these words. "Your mother went to look for your father." Zhang Hantian sighed. "I don't know if they're still alive. After all, they had provoked a heaven-grade force, and there's no way that heaven-grade force would forgive them." A heaven-grade force? Duan Lingtian frowned. He did not expect Huaner's mother to be involved with a heaven-grade force. When the Thousand Tribulations sword sect was in their prime, they were also a heaven-grade force. "Clan leader Zhang, can you explain further?" Duan Lingtian asked solemnly. Zhang Hantian's words so far did not explain much and left Duan Lingtian confused. How did Huaner's mother and father get involved and provoke a heaven-grade force? Huaner's mother, Duzan, was the most beautiful woman in our Phantom Fox clan. She had countless pursuers in the clan, and I was one of them as well, Zhang Hantian said. However, the man who successfully captured her heart wasn't a member of the clan. He was a proud prodigy from a heaven-grade force. However, this isn't the main point. The point is this proud prodigy already had a pending arranged marriage to a female prodigy from another heaven-grade force. Since he annulled the arranged marriage, he had completely provoked the force he belonged to. Not only was he expelled, the force he belonged to even handed him over to the female prodigy's force. Duzan came to look for me at that time to get information. All that I told you is the information I found for her. Afterward, all I know is that she went to that heaven-grade force to look for your father." He looked at Huaner and continued to say, "I didn't expect both of them to have a daughter, and their daughter turns out to be the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox." Karma. This is really karma. He shook his head after he finished speaking. Zhang Hantian remembered that not long after Duzan left, the Du clan and the Jade Emperor Heaven instantly announced her expulsion from the clan because they feared retaliation from the Heaven grade force the female prodigy belonged to. If the Du clan finds out that the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox they have been searching for is Duzan's daughter, I wonder what their reactions would be like. Although the Phantom Fox clan knew that a rare Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox had appeared, they only knew the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox was from the Du clan. No one knew the identity of the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. Chapter 3255 Senior Feng Qingyang is still alive. Which heaven grade force is it? Duan Ling Tian asked Zhang Han Tian when he saw Huaner's face turn pale after listening to Zhang Han Tian's words. Duzan went to the heavenly pool palace of the boundless heaven. Miss Huaner's father was handed over to them by the force he belonged to, Zhang Han Tian said as he glanced at Huaner. The heavenly pool palace. Duan Ling Tian and Huaner did not react much upon hearing the name since they were not familiar with it. However, Zhuge Yun's expression changed drastically. Even Zhuge Feng's expression was grim at this moment. Duan Ling Tian had turned to look at the twins to ask about the heavenly pool palace when he saw the expressions on their faces. Based on their expressions, he knew the twins not only knew about the force, but the force had to be extraordinary as well. Nevertheless, he still asked, "Seniors, based on your expressions, is it safe to assume that the heavenly pool palace is very strong?" Duan Ling Tian. Zhuge Yun's expression eased before she smiled wryly and said, "The heavenly pool palace is an upper middle class heaven grade force. However, what's formidable about them isn't the strength of their titled celestial emperors, but the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, the Devata realm, is their palace master's biological maternal grandfather. Moreover, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven ranks in the top 10 among the 81 heavenly emperors of the Devata realms. This is the reason the heavenly pool palace is formidable." Before Duan Ling Tian could speak, Zhang Han Tian smiled wryly and added, "Moreover, the woman who was arranged to be married to Miss Huaner's father is the youngest daughter of the palace master of the heavenly pool palace. It's said that the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven favors this granddaughter of his very much." The heavenly emperor of the boundless was naturally furious when Miss Huaner's father cancelled the marriage. This is the reason the force that Miss Huaner's father belonged to had to expel him and hand him over to the heavenly pool palace. It was clear that he knew quite a lot about Duzan's matter. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven ranks in the top 10 among the 81 heavenly emperors of the Devata realms. It had been almost 200 years since Duan Ling Tian ascended to a Devata realm, therefore, he had some knowledge about Devata realms. He knew about the rankings for the heavenly emperors of the 81 Devata realms even though he had never seen the ranking before. There was no doubt that a heavenly emperor was the strongest in the Devata realm he or she ruled. One could only imagine how powerful a heavenly emperor who managed to rank in the top 10 was. Being able to rank in the top 10 means he's one of the 10 strongest heavenly emperors among the 81 heavenly emperors. Duan Ling Tian could not help but gasp inwardly when he thought about the strength of the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. Huaner. Duan Ling Tian could sense Huaner's turbulent emotions so he held her hands. Zhang Han Tian said to Zhuge Yun, "Duzan's man was from the heavenly sword mountain, a heaven-grade force in the solitary destructive heaven. My lord, you should know that it's a sword celestial sect." Zhuge Yun nodded. The former heavenly emperors of the solitary destructive heaven were mostly sword celestials. For these reasons, many sword celestials prosper in the solitary destructive heaven. The heavenly sword mountain is one of the two strongest sword celestial forces in the solitary destructive heaven. The solitary destructive heaven. Duan Ling Tian felt his heart sink slightly when the solitary destructive heaven was mentioned. He was reminded of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Because of him, Feng Qingyang had gotten into trouble. Although he had never met Feng Qingyang, he sincerely treated Feng Qingyang as his master. When he was in the mundane realm, the Saint Province realm, he had obtained Feng Qingyang's legacy, the sovereign heart sword. When he told Zhuge Feng he could not accept Zhuge Feng as his master, it was all because of Feng Qingyang. Cold-killing intent flashed in Duan Ling Tian's eyes as he thought to himself, "I hope that senior Feng Qingyang survives the Asura hell. Otherwise, not only will I kill Yun Qingyan, but I'll annihilate the entire Yun clan as well. Anyway, this is all I know." Zhang Han Tian smiled wryly. Then, he looked at Huaner and advised her, "Girl, with your strength now, there's nothing you can do to help your parents. However, I can tell you for sure your mother is still alive." After he finished speaking, he took a soul pearl out and handed it to Huiner. This soul pearl belongs to your mother. Mother. Tears began to well up in Huiner's eyes as she held onto the soul pearl tightly. Girl, I suggest that you don't act recklessly before you become a titled celestial emperor. Zhang Hantian could tell that Huiner could not wait to rush to the heavenly pool palace in the boundless heaven to look for Duzan, so he decided to remind her. Thank you, clan leader Zhang. After Duan Ling Tian expressed his gratitude, he held Huiner's hand and left with Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun. A heavy atmosphere lingered around the quartet even after they left the Phantom Fox clan. Brother Ling Tian, I want to go to the boundless heaven, Huiner said to Duan Ling Tian. Okay. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He understood Huiner's feelings, so he did not object to it, especially when she was probably only going there to obtain information. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Zhuge Yun said vehemently, no. With your current strength, you're only seeking death if you go to the heavenly pool palace in the boundless heaven now. Senior. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. He wanted to persuade Zhuge Yun to let them go. However, Zhuge Yun interjected, I understand Huiner's feelings, but you can't go. Why don't we return to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect first? Both of you stay in the sect while my brother and I will go to the boundless heaven to obtain information. Upon hearing her words, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. It was great that the duo was willing to go to the boundless heaven to help Huiner. Since they could kill a titled celestial emperor if they joined forces, it should not be difficult for them to gather information about the heavenly pool palace. Thank you, seniors. Duan Ling Tian sincerely expressed his gratitude. After all, Zhuge Yun was not obligated to help them, but she did so anyway. He felt indebted to her. Zhuge Yun turned to Huiner and said, Huiner, Zhuge Feng and I will go to the heavenly pool palace in the boundless heaven to investigate your parents' whereabouts. If your mother isn't imprisoned by them, I'll bring her back to you. Thank you, progeny leader, Huiner thanked Zhuge Yun sincerely. As they traveled to the Devata realm transporting formation to bring them back to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect in the Nando territory of the Jade Emperor Heaven, Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask, Senior, have you heard about Asura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in all Devata realms? Asura Hell. Zhuge Yun's expression changed upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. Even Zhuge Feng's expression had a slight change. Duan Ling Tian, why are you asking about the Asura Hell? Zhuge Yun asked. An elder of mine was forced to escape into the Asura Hell, Duan Ling Tian replied with a bitter smile on his face. The Asura Hell is known as one of the most treacherous places among the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realm. It's said that only heavenly emperors who rank in the top 3 are capable of surviving in the Asura Hell, and that's under the condition that they don't venture too deep into the Asura Hell, Zhuge Yun said gravely. Unless that elder of yours has become a god, it's unlikely that he can survive the Asura Hell. After a beat, Zhuge Yun suddenly said, wait, I heard recently there's someone who managed to come out from the Asura Hell even though he hasn't become a god. In fact, he even ventured deep into the Asura Hell. Who is it? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously with a hopeful expression on his face. Since someone who was not a god managed to escape from the Asura Hell, there was a chance that Feng Qingyang could survive as well. It's Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Zhuge Yun said. Upon hearing Zhuge Yun's words, Duan Ling Tian froze. He did not expect the person who survived the Asura Hell would be Feng Qingyang. He seemed to be in a daze as he asked, Senior. Are you sure Senior Feng Qingyang came out from the Asura Hell? Yes. Zhuge Yun nodded. A hint of reverence could be seen in her eyes as she said, not only did he survive the Asura Hell, but he even returned to the solitary destructive heaven to kill the heavenly emperor who usurped his position. Duan Ling Tian could not conceal his joy and relief when he heard Zhuge Yun's words. All this time, he had been feeling guilty because it was his fault that Feng Qingyang had gotten into trouble. After finding out that Feng Qingyang had left the Asura Hell alive, he felt as though a burden had been lifted off his shoulders. At this time, the quartet finally arrived at the Devata realm transporting formation. It did not take long before they returned to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory. Meanwhile, during the entire journey, Duan Ling Tian kept thinking if he should visit Feng Qingyang in the solitary destructive heaven. Moreover, he could possibly ask for Feng Qingyang to help with Huiner's matter. However, he eventually dismissed that idea. Senior Feng Qingyang is the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, after all. I'm sure he has left many of his legacies behind, and he has many inheritors of his legacies. I'm probably one of many. Moreover, the legacy I inherited is from the mundane realms, so it's probably not that important. Apart from that, just because I asked for a favor, it doesn't mean he'd agreed to it. He's a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm after all. After returning to the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun immediately left for the boundless heaven while Duan Ling Tian and Huaner stayed in the sect. Chapter 3256 Farewell. Huaner, don't worry, your mother will be fine. After Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun left, Duan Ling Tian brought Huaner to the Ganjiang Peak. He consoled her as they climbed up the peak. Brother Ling Tian, what about my father? Do you think he's fine as well? In the past, all she knew was her mother. She did not know anything about her father. Now that she learned more about her father, it was only natural that she began to think and worry about him as well. I'm sure he'll be fine, Duan Ling Tian smiled and said. After all he did was cancel the marriage arrangement. They can't just take his life because of that, right? It's likely that they only imprisoned him in the Heavenly Pool Palace to make him reflect on his mistake. Despite his words, he was, in fact, not that optimistic. The Heavenly Pool Palace was not an ordinary heaven-grade force since they had the support of the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. Otherwise, the solitary destructive heaven's Heavenly Sword Mountain would not have handed Huaner's father to the Heavenly Palace Pool. Duan Ling Tian continued to console Huaner. Huaner, what you can do now is to cultivate while we wait for the return of the two progeny leaders. If your father is truly imprisoned, it'd be quite impossible for your mother to rescue him on her own. You need to improve your strength in order to help her. Naturally, I'll help you as well. Huaner grew calmer after listening to Duan Ling Tian's words. Her eyes shone with determination as she said, Brother Ling Tian, I must become stronger. Since the beginning, Huaner did not place much importance on growing stronger. When Duan Ling Tian was weaker, she was only motivated to grow stronger so she could help him. However, after Duan Ling Tian had surpassed her, she had begun to neglect her cultivation. Needless to say, now that she found out the predicament her parents were in, she was determined to grow stronger. I'll accompany you. Let's cultivate together, Duan Ling Tian replied. Before Zhuge Feng left, he had told Duan Ling Tian that he could cultivate anywhere in Ganjiang Peak. Since Zhuge Feng was not around, apart from Duan Ling Tian and Huaner, it was empty. Moreover, since it was just the duo cultivating, the heaven and spirit earth energy was better than that at the Tai Peak. After exploring for a while, Duan Ling Tian discovered a damaged stone platform midway up Ganjiang Peak. Further in the damaged stone platform was a cave. Inside the cave, there was a dusty chamber. Clearly, this place used to be a place for cultivation. Since it was secluded, he decided to cultivate here. A gust of wind stirred up in the chamber with a wave of Duan Ling Tian's hand, clearing the dust away. Then, he said, Huaner, let's cultivate here. Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on a stone bed in the chamber with Huaner next to him and began to cultivate. When he cultivated, he released the heaven and earth spirit energy just enough to surround him and Huaner. Since he could not constantly maintain the output of the heaven and earth spirit energy while he was cultivating, he had asked the world-cleansing divine water for help. In his little word, the divine tree of life had grown even bigger. At this moment, the two Ning dragons were lying under the divine tree of life, looking as though they were asleep. However, the fact was they were cultivating. Meanwhile, 5 energies of different colors that belonged to the 5 divine elements revolved around it. All the 5 divine elements in his body had already evolved to their 6th form. However, it would be difficult for them to further evolve to their 7th form through the heaven and earth spirit energy, which he obtained from the remnant of a realm of gods, in his little world. The only way for them to evolve now was to devour another divine element. Naturally, the divine elements could only devour divine elements similar to them. For example, the profound divine metal could only devour other profound divine metals to evolve. Devouring other divine elements would be useless. It was also for this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not have to worry there would be internal fighting between the 5 divine elements in his body. At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Little Tian, I've spoken to the Ning dragons. They're willing to acknowledge you as their master only if you promise to return their freedom to them after you've become a god. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened as soon as he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, after you become a god, they won't be able to help you anyway, so I think you should agree to their condition. Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian did not hesitate to agree to the two Ning dragons' conditions. While Huaner was immersed in her cultivation, Duan Ling Tian and the Ning dragons in his little world made a pact under the guidance of the world-cleansing divine water. With the pact, both parties would not be able to go back on their words. After it was done, the two Ning dragons roared to acknowledge Duan Ling Tian as their master. Alas, Duan Ling Tian could not understand them at all. However, it was not important. It did not matter if they could not understand each other as long as the Ning dragons understood when or who he wanted them to attack. After dealing with the Ning dragons, Duan Ling Tian began to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy and began to cultivate. After a year, Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun finally returned. As soon as Duan Ling Tian saw the twins, he looked at Zhuge Yun and asked without beating around the bush, "Senior, did you find out anything?" Zhuge Yun glanced at Huaner, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, before she said, "Huaner's father is still alive." Duan Ling Tian and Huaner's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing Zhuge Yun's words. Zhuge Yun continued to say, "There's good news and bad news." Duan Ling Tian and Huaner stiffened immediately. Zhuge Yun bluntly said, "Huaner's mother is also imprisoned by the Heavenly Pool Palace." Duan Ling Tian and Huaner's expressions drastically changed. This was indeed bad news. In other words, both of Huaner's parents were imprisoned by the Heavenly Pool Palace, a heaven-grade force in the boundless heaven. "Senior, do you know their exact location in the Heavenly Pool Palace?" Duan Ling Tian asked Zhuge Yun. He knew the Heavenly Pool Palace's treatment of Huaner's parents would not be good. They were not guests but prisoners. "I have no idea." Zhuge Yun shook her head. "We've tried using the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect's name to visit the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Pool Palace to find out more. I tried probing him with words, but he clearly avoided talking about the matter. Huaner's parents are probably not treated very well in the Heavenly Pool Palace, as you may have guessed." Huaner's beautiful limpid eyes were filled with anxiety when she heard Zhuge Yun's words. Even Duan Ling Tian's expression was grim at this moment. Although Huaner's parents were alive, there was no doubt they were suffering. Although he had already guessed her parents would not be treated well, he did not know the extent of her parents' mistreatment by the Heavenly Pool Palace. At this moment, Huaner looked at Duan Ling Tian and said resolutely, "Brother Ling Tian, I want to go to the Heavenly Pool Palace." "Huaner, we'll definitely go to the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, we have to have a plan in place. We can't act recklessly. It would only be counterproductive if we act rashly. Even the progeny leaders couldn't find out much. It's useless if we were to go there right now," Duan Ling Tian said, trying to dissuade Huaner from going to the Heavenly Palace pool now. Huaner fell silent upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. She knew he was right. At this moment, Zhuge Yun said, "If you really want to go to the Heavenly Pool Palace, it's not completely impossible. Every 1,000 years, the Heavenly Pool Palace would recruit disciples from outside. What I want to say is that they'll be recruiting disciples after 20 years. Those who are under the age of 1,000 and are capable of passing their tests would be accepted as disciples. The tests are based on one's cultivation base and age. With your strength and young age, both of you shouldn't have a problem joining the Heavenly Pool Palace." "Join the Heavenly Pool Palace?" Huaner's eyes lit up again. Duan Ling Tian slightly frowned. Although it was a rather good solution, he did not feel it was the right thing to do since he had just joined the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Zhuge Feng, who seemed to be able to see through Duan Ling Tian's dilemma, looked at Duan Ling Tian appreciatively. Zhuge Yun said with a smile, "Duan Ling Tian, your main reason for joining the Heavenly Pool Palace is only for Huaner's parents, nothing more. You will still remain a disciple of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect and the Ganjiang progeny. We will always welcome you back to the sect." "Thank you, Senior." Duan Ling Tian was truly appreciative of Zhuge Yun's words and accepted her good intentions. "Thank you, Progeny Leader," Huaner said solemnly as she looked at Zhuge Yun. "I, Huaner, will forever be a disciple of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect's Mo Xie progeny. This will never change no matter what. The same goes for me." Duan Ling Tian nodded. Although their time in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect was short, the sect felt like home to them due to Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun's kindness. The sect felt like a home they could always return to no matter where they went. "Now, go on." Zhuge Yun casually threw a spatial ring to Duan Ling Tian before she waved her hand and said, "During our return to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, we have already foreseen you leaving to the boundless heaven. The things in this spatial ring will be able to help during critical moments. After Duan Ling Tian claimed ownership of the spatial ring, he discovered there were dozens of celestial talismans in the ring. There was no doubt the celestial talismans given to him by Zhuge Yun were extraordinary. His expression turned solemn again. Before Duan Ling Tian and Huaner left, Zhuge Yun reminded them, the Heavenly Pool Palace is located in the boundless territory of the boundless heaven. You can get to the Heavenly Pool Palace through the Devata realm transporting formation. The Heavenly Pool Palace covers a vast area. All you need to do is ask around to get to the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. Chapter 3257 Lei Ying the Merciless Celestial Emperor. The boundless heaven was one of the 81 Devata realms. The boundless territory is the largest territory in the boundless heaven. It was also a place where most powerhouses were gathered. Celestial emperors and celestial lords were a dime in a dozen in the boundless territory. The east region of the boundless territory was ruled by the Heavenly Pool Palace, a heaven-grade force in the boundless heaven. However, it was not comparable to the other heaven-grade forces, its strength was mediocre at best. However, it was famous among its peers in the boundless heaven due to its connection to the Heavenly Emperor of the boundless heaven. The palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace was the grandson of the Heavenly Emperor of the boundless heaven. Since it had the backing of the Heavenly Emperor of the boundless heaven, naturally, even stronger heaven-grade forces would avoid offending the Heavenly Pool Palace as long as it did not cross the line. There were 12 years left before the commencement of the selection of disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace that took place every 1,000 years. Therefore, many people had already arrived at the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. There were men and women from various backgrounds, some came with their elders and some came alone. The only commonality they shared was they were all under the age of 1,000. This was the only requirement to join the disciple selection of the Heavenly Pool Palace. As long as one was under the age of 1,000, one would be able to participate regardless of one's cultivation base. After all, each participant's test was set according to their cultivation bases and ages. At this time, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner were standing a distance away from the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. He looked at her and said reassuringly, "We have another 12 years to go. Let's find a place to settle down and cultivate for 12 years before we participate in the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciple selection." Huaner nodded slightly in response as her gaze remained fixated on the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. However, since the estate was shrouded by a cloud of mist, only a vague silhouette of the estate could be seen. "Let's go." Duan Ling Tian held Huaner's hand and pulled her away. He knew if he did not bring her away, she would stand here all day long staring at the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate where her parents were imprisoned. The duo traveled for a while before they arrived at a mountain range. Duan Ling Tian set off to work immediately by carving out a cave at the side of a cliff, preparing to go into closed-door cultivation for the next 12 years. When Duan Ling Tian was about to start cultivating, he could see Huaner's body trembling from her overwhelming and raging emotions. He quickly said to her, "Huaner, calm down. How are you going to cultivate in such a state? Brother Ling Tian, I have a strong gut feeling that my parents are in the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. I can acutely feel the restlessness of the blood in my veins." Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly as he tried to console her. "Even so, we have to wait for 12 years before we can enter the Heavenly Pool Palace. Huaner, listen to me and try to calm down so you can cultivate. If our performances are outstanding during the disciple selection of the Heavenly Pool Palace, it'd be easier for us to catch the eyes of the high-ranking officials of the Heavenly Pool Palace. The higher their ranks in authority, the more matters they'd be privy to." After listening to Duan Ling Tian's persuasion, Huaner forced herself to calm down. It did not take long before she was immersed in her cultivation. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, relieved. Following that, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate as well. Since they were in a foreign and open place, Duan Ling Tian had asked the world divine cleansing water to set up a formation that would block the fluctuating energies from their cultivation. This was to avoid others from discovering the secrets of his little world. "It doesn't matter if no one would be able to claim my little world or snatch away the heaven and earth spirit energy in my little world, I'd still die if someone discovers the secrets of my little world." Duan Ling Tian was very certain of this. He continued thinking to himself, "My current cultivation base is too low. I must break through and become a 4-phenomenon celestial lord after 12 years. He had only broken through and become a 3-talent celestial lord when he was in the genius secret realm's God's secret treasure. Duan Ling Tian was aware that the majority of his current strength was mostly from the law of space and the powers of the 5 divine elements. For inhabitants of Devata realms, 12 years passed by in just a blink of an eye. Now that 12 years had passed, the crowd outside the heavenly pool palace had grown even bigger. There were men, women, young men, middle-aged men, and even the elderly. There was an eye-catching group that was led by a skinny old lady who was dressed in a loose gray robe. Although her skinny frame made her look fragile, the keenness in her eyes made one felt as though she could see through one's thoughts. At this moment, she swept her eyes across the crowd gathered outside of the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate and introduced herself. I'm Lei Ying, the pavilion master of the Heavenly Pool Palace's sword trial pavilion. Upon hearing these words, the crowd furtively whispered among themselves. She's the pavilion master of the sword trial pavilion. The Heavenly Pool Palace's sword trial pavilion is responsible for the selection of disciples and inner disciples. However, the pavilion master rarely oversees the selection of disciples in the past. I wonder why she's making an appearance this time. Lei Ying, she's known as the Merciless Celestial Emperor, right? That's right, she's one of the titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. The title she was given was, Merciless. Not only is she Pavilion Master of the Sword Trial Pavilion, but she's also the Vice Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Rumor has it that she's really strong and that she has killed 5 titled Celestial Emperors. I heard that the Merciless Celestial Emperor is one of the 5 strongest powerhouses in the Heavenly Pool Palace. There were many people who wore a bitter smile on their faces when they saw Lei Ying would be personally overseeing the selection of disciples. Heavens, her title is rather apt. I heard she's notoriously ruthless. It seems like this time she'll be personally overseeing the selection of disciples. There's no doubt the tests would be much more stringent compared to the past. She oversaw the selection of disciples once 10,000 years ago. Apparently, the disciples that were accepted were not even 20% of the usual number. Why are we so unfortunate? Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who was standing among the crowd, narrowed his eyes when he heard Lei Ying's introductions. Lei Ying, the Merciless Celestial Emperor, the Pavilion Master of the Sword Trial Pavilion. 12 years ago, when Duan Ling Tian had just arrived in the boundless heaven, he had gathered and studied information about the Heavenly Pool Palace. Therefore, he was rather familiar with all the titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Lei Ying was one of the 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heaven Pool Palace. In regard to strength, her strength was ranked in the top 5 among the 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Following that, Duan Ling Tian said to Huaner, who was standing next to him, Huaner, we're in luck. The Pavilion Master of the Sword Trial Pavilion rarely oversees the selection of disciples. If we perform brilliantly, we'll definitely catch her attention. If she accepts us as her disciples, with her status, it won't be difficult for us to find more information about your parents. Today, Huaner did not wear a bamboo hat. However, she still wore a veil to conceal her face to avoid unwanted attention and trouble. Alas, due to her overwhelming beauty, the veil did very little to conceal her beauty. At this time, Lei Ying said again, I'll be setting up an age detection formation that covers a 3-mile radius soon. At that time, those who are above 1,000 years old who have yet to leave would be instantly killed. A terrifying killing intent flashed in her eyes when she finished speaking. As soon as Lei Ying finished speaking, those elders who had accompanied their juniors here hastily left the range of the formation. In just a blink of an eye, the 10,000-strong crowd was reduced to only 6,000 people. 6,000 participants were considered little. After all, those who were not confident would not waste their time participating in the disciple selection of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Usually, out of 6,000 people, only 600 people would be selected. However, since Lei Ying was personally overseeing the selection this time, it would be considered good if 100 people managed to join the Heavenly Pool Palace. At this moment, Lei Ying brought a formation compass out. In just an instant, energy shrouded the 6,000 people within a 3-mile radius. As the formation scanned the ages of the people within its range, it did not sound any alarm at all. Therefore, she did not waste any more time and put the formation compass away. Subsequently, she looked at the 6,000 participants and said, now, you'll be divided according to your age. Those who are under the age of 100, head to that side. Those between the ages of 100 to 200, that side. 300 to 400 years old, move to that side. In the end, Lei Ying divided the 6,000 people into 10 groups. The 6,000 participants moved swiftly to the groups they belonged to. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner moved to the 200 to 300 years old age group. The number of people in each group varies. The largest group was those under the age of 100 while the smallest group was those between the ages of 900 and 1000. It seems like there are many young people who want to join the Heavenly Pool Palace. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised. After all, the younger one joined the Heavenly Pool Palace. The longer one would be able to enjoy the cultivation resources of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Chapter 32:58 Two Monsters. Those who joined the Heavenly Pool Palace before the age of 100 would undoubtedly have better achievements compared to those who joined when they were almost 1000 years old. I'll repeat one more time. Those who are under the age of 100, move here. Those who are between the ages of 100 to 200, here. Lei Ying looked at the 10 groups of people. The tests for each group are different, so it's important that you're in the right age group. As soon as Lei Ying finished speaking, 6 people began to move to the group of those below the age of 100. Are they trying to cheat? Duan Ling Tian shook his head. He had a feeling those people would be in trouble soon. He did not think those people were under the age of 100. Otherwise, why would they only move to that age group after hearing that the tests would be based on one's age and cultivation base? After a dozen breaths, Lei Ying brought out a formation compass that was different from the one before. The formation compass hovered in the air as a ring of light appeared above each of the 10 groups. Soon enough, Duan Ling Tian noticed a ring of light appearing above at least a dozen of people's heads in the group of people under the age of 100. On the other hand, the rest of the groups did not have any abnormalities. A young man standing near Duan Ling Tian looked at the dozen people with a ring of light above their heads with a sympathetic expression as he said, "Fools. Did they not study the rules of the Heavenly Pool Palace? They're seeking death." As soon as the young man finished speaking, Lei Ying's gaze fell on the dozen people. She said in a deceptively nonchalant tone, 13 of you have failed." The 13 people wore varying expressions of gloominess on their faces as soon as they heard Lei Ying's words. As they moved to leave, a middle-aged man standing behind Lei Ying suddenly stepped forward in the air. The middle-aged raised his hand, and in just an instant, 13 waves of energy swept out toward the 13 people. The 13 people tried to deflect the attacks with all their might, but they were all killed by the middle-aged man's attacks in just a blink of an eye. A celestial emperor, Duan Ling Tian exclaimed inwardly. He could tell the middle-aged man was a celestial emperor. On the other hand, the strongest among the 13 participants was only a 2-talent celestial lord. How could it be possible for them to withstand the attacks from a celestial emperor? Although the middle-aged man had only attacked casually, there were many people who were shocked and frightened. Those who planned to cheat and moved to the under 100 years old group earlier felt their backs drenched in cold sweat. If they had acted on their thoughts, they would have died. "Go," Lei Ying said curtly. As soon as Lei Ying finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian and the other participants saw 10 figures stepping out from behind her. The middle-aged man who had attacked earlier was among these 10 people as well. Unlike the others, the middle-aged man made his way to the group of people between the ages of 900 to 1000. The expressions of the participants in the 900 to 1000 age group changed drastically when they saw the middle-aged man approaching them with a fierce expression on his face. Each of the 10 people had made their way to a group. A series of earth-shattering explosions rang in the air as the 10 people attacked the respective age groups. Colorful energies sailed in the air as these 10 people attacked the participants. 7 celestial lords and 3 celestial emperors. Duan Ling Tian sensed the 10 people's cultivation bases. The 3 celestial emperors were attacking the 3 groups of people above the age of 700 while the 7 celestial lords were attacking the 7 groups of people under the age of 700. The higher the age group, the stronger the celestial emperors or the celestial lords. For example, the group Duan Ling Tian and Huaner belonged to was being attacked by a 6-combo celestial lord. Although the 6-combo celestial lord was rather strong and his comprehension of the law was good, he was no match for Huaner, let alone Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian said to Huaner through voice transmission, "Huaner, destroy his attacks." A 6-combo celestial lord was nothing to the duo. "Yes, brother Ling Tian." Huaner quickly attacked as instructed by Duan Ling Tian. The power from the law of space surged in the air in just an instant. A series of thunderous explosions rang in the air as Huaner easily destroyed the celestial lord's attacks. The 6-combo celestial lord was a young man. When his attacks were destroyed by Huaner, his expression changed drastically. After all, a person who was not even 300 years old managed to destroy his attacks. Although he did not attack with all his might, he had used about 80% of his strength, after all. Since there were quite a lot of people in the group, the test would be too easy if he held back too much of his strength. Again, the young man narrowed his eyes as he attacked again. This time, he did not hold back his strength at all and specifically directed some of his attacks toward Huiner. Naturally, Huiner's performance did not escape Lei Ying's eyes. A surprised expression could be seen on her face as she looked at Huiner. Lei Ying continued to watch as Huiner attacked again. The powers from the law of space surged again and destroyed the young man's attacks like a bolt of lightning. The young man grunted from the impact of Huiner's attack and spat out a mouthful of blood. Unlike the other groups of people who were busy dealing with the attacks from the Heavenly Palace pool powerhouses, the people from Duan Ling Tian and Huiner's group looked at Huiner in a daze. How was this white-clad lady wearing a veil so powerful when she was not even 300 years old? Even the prodigies under 300 years old in the Heavenly Pool Palace were not as powerful as her, right? Excellent. Lei Ying was not angered at all that Huiner injured the young man. Instead, she seemed to be subconsciously cheering for Huiner as she looked at Huiner with bright eyes. She did not waste time and immediately said as she looked at Huiner, "You pass." Following that, Lei Ying directed Huiner to stand at the side, away from the people in her group. After all, with Huiner in the group, it would only hinder the Celestial Lord from testing the others since she could easily destroy his attacks. After the young man consumed a celestial pill to mend his injuries, he looked at Huiner with a slight hint of fear. Then, as he shifted his gaze back to Duan Ling Tian and the others, his eyes glinted coldly. His anger, at this moment, was palpable. It was obvious he was going to vent his anger on the remaining people in the group. The young man attacked again. He released his 6 combos Celestial Lord's energy that was boosted with the law he comprehended. He's venting his anger on us because he was injured by that white-clad woman. Why is he taking his anger out on us when it wasn't us who injured him? Then, do you think he's capable of seeking revenge from that white-clad woman to assuage his anger? He can only vent his anger on those weaker than him. Who's that woman? She's not even 300 years old, but she's clearly stronger than him. Not even the prodigies in the Heavenly Pool Palace were as capable as her at her age, right? The people in Duan Ling Tian's group were under immense pressure as they tried to deflect and avoid the young man's attacks. Alas, they could only grit their teeth and continue to defend themselves. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally raised his hand nonchalantly. Once again, the powers from the law of space surged in the air again. Soon after, a gray energy could be seen shooting toward the young man, destroying his attacks again. The young man who was injured once again cried out in pain before spitting out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, compared to earlier, Lei Ying was even more shocked. Another talented monster appeared after one had just appeared not too long ago. Similar to before, the people in Duan Ling Tian's group were dumbfounded. Was the duo really not even 300 years old? Duan Ling Tian pointed at the place where Huiner was standing and took the initiative to ask Lei Ying, who was still in shock, "Senior, can I move to the side?" Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Lei Ying nodded blankly. She could easily tell the purple-clad young man was even stronger than the white-clad woman. When she saw Huiner holding onto Duan Ling Tian's arm, she realized the duo was acquainted. Who are they? 2 monstrous talents who were no weaker than the Heavenly Pool Palace's prodigies appeared together. How could Lei Ying not feel suspicious and wary? Meanwhile, a group of Heavenly Pool Palace disciples who were standing behind Lei Ying was also shocked by Duan Ling Tian's display of strength. Are they really under the age of 300? Meanwhile, the poor young man, the 6 combos Celestial Lord, had taken another celestial pill to mend his injuries. Unfortunately, the recovery rate of the pill could not keep up with the injuries he had sustained. Lei Ying looked at the young man and said lightly, "Return and rest." "Yes, Pavilion Master." With this, a disciple stepped forward and substituted the young man. The disciple's expression was grim as he looked at the remaining participants warily. He was worried there would be another talented monster among this group of people. However, once he began to attack, he realized he had been worried for nothing. At this moment, Lei Ying looked at Duan Ling Tian and Huiner and asked in a lowered voice, "Who are both of you?" Duan Ling Tian feigned an expression of confusion on his face as though he did not understand Lei Ying's words and said, "Senior, what do you mean? We're sectless cultivators, so we came here today in hopes of joining the Heavenly Pool Palace." "What are your names?" Lei Ying asked. Duan Ling Tian replied before he replied on Huaner's behalf as well. Then, he asked, Senior, is there a problem? Is the Heavenly Pool Palace rejecting us? In that case, we'll have to try our luck at another heaven-grade force. Then, he did not wait for Lei Ying's reply before he pulled Huaner with him and flew away. Duan Ling Tian and Huaner had only flown a couple of miles out when a voice rang in the air. Come back. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian and Huaner did not even look back when they left, clearly showing no signs of hesitance, the frown on Lei Ying's face eased. Then, she asked rhetorically, who said the Heavenly Pool Palace is rejecting you? Chapter 32:59 Entering the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. The purple-clad young man and white-clad woman in front of Lei Ying were even stronger than a 6-combo celestial lord, and yet, they were not even 300 years old. Moreover, the 6-combo celestial lord they defeated was a disciple of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Although he was not a prodigy, he was still stronger than most ordinary 6-combo celestial lords. Even then, he was no match for the duo. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, there were less than 20 people with such capabilities under the age of 300. Therefore, she was suspicious of the duo. After all, with their strength, they should be highly coveted by other heaven-grade forces. It would be easy for the duo to join a heaven-grade force of their choosing. After Lei Ying stopped them from leaving, Duan Ling Tian said solemnly, Senior, we choose the Heavenly Pool Palace because we're aware of the connection between the Heavenly Pool Palace and the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. Otherwise, we would have gone to another heaven-grade force. In the end, Lei Ying said, as long as you perform well in the Heavenly Pool Palace, I'll introduce you to the Heavenly Emperor when he visits our Heavenly Pool Palace. Although Lei Ying had suspected the duo's identities earlier, after further thoughts, she felt she had no reason to reject them regardless of their identities since they did not break any rules when they participated in the test. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner returned to their original spots at the side and watched the various groups defend against and withstand the attacks from the Celestial Emperors and Celestial Lords of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Eventually, some participants could no longer withstand the onslaught of attacks and vomited blood, causing them to be eliminated. After some time had passed, only 1,000 people remained out of 6,000 people. At the same time, the Celestial Emperors and Celestial Lords of the Heavenly Pool Palace also stopped their onslaught of attacks and retreated back to Lei Ying's side. Lei Ying glanced at the remaining participants as she said, all of you have passed the first test. The second test will take place here as well, and everyone will still be divided into 10 groups. While Lei Ying was talking, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner returned to stand with the others from their group. Their group members enthusiastically greeted them when they returned. After all, even fools would be able to tell the duo would definitely be accepted into the Heavenly Pool Palace. They've achieved so much at such a young age. The Heavenly Pool Palace will definitely place great importance on them once they join the palace. How envious. What's there to be envious about when we're nowhere near as capable as they are? In any case, I'm convinced by their abilities. They're not even 300 years old, and yet, they're so strong. Even in the Heavenly Pool Palace, there are only a few people under the age of 300 who are as talented as them. All of you are missing a point. Both of them came to participate in the disciple selection of the Heavenly Pool Palace. This means they were sectless cultivators with no amazing resources like those in heaven-grade forces are provided with. They must have come across some fortuitous encounters. Even if that's the case, their innate talents and comprehension skills are monstrously high. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly in response to the greetings he received. As for Huaner, she did not even deign to look at those people. After a while, the second test started. The second test was to break out of an attack formation. The first 500 people to break out of the formation would qualify for the third test. Many of the participants' expressions turned gloomy when they heard Lei Ying announce the second test. Meanwhile, those who were eliminated but stayed back to watch felt relieved at this moment. They're going to eliminate half of the participants during the second test. Out of 1,000 people, only 500 people will advance to the next round. Even if I manage to pass the first few rounds, I doubt I'll be able to make it all the way to the end. The merciless Celestial Emperor really lives up to her title and reputation. It seems like less than 100 people would be chosen this time to join the Heavenly Pool Palace. In any case, compared to the first test, the second test is more direct. The stronger ones will definitely finish the test faster. Lei Ying arranged and divided 40 of her people into groups of 4. A group of examiners would surround each group of participants from all four corners. It was obvious the examiners were going to join forces to cast the attack formation. "Let's begin," Lei Ying said indifferently. The examiners in charge of their respective groups of participants began to cast the attack formations. Different energies surged and raged like the sea before they merged and swept toward the 1,000 participants who had been divided according to their ages. "You may begin." As soon as Lei Ying finished speaking, 998 people out of 1,000 people charged out immediately, attempting to break out of the formation. However, as time passed, no one had succeeded yet. Up until now, Duan Lingtian and Huaner had not made their moves. Lei Ying was still confused by Duan Lingtian and Huaner's inaction when she suddenly saw Duan Lingtian and Huaner disappearing into thin air. When the duo reappeared, they were standing not far away from her. The teleportation profundity. Lei Ying narrowed her eyes. Although the four people in charge of casting the formation for Duan Lingtian's group were only celestial lords, the laws they comprehended were strong. Unless one of them had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity to the mastery stage, it was impossible to teleport out of the formation cast by the celestial lords. In other words, she had no doubt one of them had comprehended the teleportation profundity to the mastery stage. After a while, Lei Ying looked at Duan Lingtian and Huaner nonchalantly and said, "Both of you have violated the rules. You must break out of the formation on your own, you can't help another person. Which one of you used the teleportation profundity? I'll have to send the other person who didn't use the teleportation profundity back into the formation to retake the test." In fact, with Duan Lingtian and Huaner's performances so far, they should have directly been accepted into the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, Lei Ying wanted to see their performance, so the duo had to continue with the tests. Upon hearing Lei Ying's words, Duan Lingtian and Huaner exchanged a look. Then, without saying a word, Huaner teleported back into the formation before she teleported out again. Following that, before Lei Ying could even react, Duan Lingtian also teleported back into the formation and teleported out again. Both of them comprehended the teleportation profundity to the mastery stage. Lei Ying was in shock. Not even in her wildest dreams did she expect such an outcome. Similarly, the group of the Heavenly Pool Palace disciples was also in shock and disbelief when they saw Duan Lingtian and Huaner's performances. "I really didn't expect we'll be able to see not one, but two, monstrous talents during this selection. When I was their age, I didn't even possess 10% of their capabilities." Needless to say, Duan Lingtian and Huaner were both the first to pass the second test. Although Lei Ying and the other members of the Heavenly Pool Palace were not surprised the duo had passed the test, they were shocked by the way the duo had left the formation. After 15 minutes had passed, one participant finally broke out of the formation. During this time, Duan Lingtian observed the 10 attack formations and discovered each formation had different levels of intensity. Naturally, the formation for those under the age of 100 was the weakest, while the formation for those between 900 to 1000 years old was the strongest. Soon after, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to the participants in the 900 to 1000 age group. He muttered under his breath, 5 elemental celestial lords, 6 combos celestial lords. There are even 7 stars celestial lords. The strongest people from the group of people between the ages of 900 to 1000 were 7 stars celestial lords. However, the third person who broke out of the formation, after Duan Lingtian and Huaner, among this group of people was a 6 combo celestial lord. This 6 combo celestial lord was a young man dressed in green robes. His appearance and bearing were extraordinary. However, the faint smile on his face froze immediately as soon as he saw Duan Lingtian and Huaner. They broke out of the formation so quickly. The green-clad young man thought to himself with a shocked expression on his face. However, when he recalled the duo's performances during the first test, he was no longer shocked. He thought to himself, clearly trying to console himself, based on their performances during the first test, it's only natural that the second test is easy for them as well. Moreover, the level of intensity of their group's formation isn't even 1/3 as intense as the formation for my group. However, the green-clad young man seemed to have conveniently forgotten the fact that Duan Lingtian and Huaner were not even 300 years old while he was more than 900 years old. Lei Ying looked at the young man and said lightly, "You performed well." Then, she asked, "What's your name?" "Pavilion Master Lei, my name is Junhao Zan," the green-clad young man replied with a smile. Then, Lei Ying only nodded in response before she shifted her attention back to the other participants. After another 15 minutes, the fourth person came out. Following that, more and more people began to come out from the formations. After about an hour, there were more than 200 participants who had successfully broken out of the attack formations. After another moment, the 500th and final person finally broke out of the attack formation. With these, the 40 examiners who cast the formations retreated to their positions. Meanwhile, those who failed to break out of the formations wore a gloomy expression on their faces. I failed. I was almost there. I was so close to leaving the formation. I was only a breath away from leaving the formation before that person did. Although many of the participants felt unwilling about being eliminated, there was nothing they could do about it. Those who failed the 2 tests outside of the Heavenly Pool Palace could not even enter the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. Subsequently, an announcement rang in the air. The 500 participants who passed the second test may follow me into the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. Led by Lei Ying, Duan Ling Tian, Huaner, and the other participants made their way to the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. On the other hand, the members of the Heavenly Pool Palace remained outside to evacuate those who might linger around. Meanwhile, after passing through the clouds, Duan Ling Tian finally had a good look at the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. The estate consisted of quite a few floating islands above a vast lake that was covered in a layer of thin mist. The lush greeneries on the islands looked like a utopia from afar. Soon enough, Duan Ling Tian and the other participants followed Lei Ying and landed on one of the 16 floating islands. Chapter 3260 Shu Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. The third and final test will take place in the Sword Trial Pavilion. Lei Ying led Duan Ling Tian and the other participants into one of the courtyards on the floating island in the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. They were then brought into a pavilion. At this moment, there were many people surrounding the pavilions, watching with curiosity. Naturally, these people were members of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Otherwise, how could they be here? Duan Ling Tian saw a plaque with the words, "The Sword Trial Pavilion," hung on the main entrance of the pavilion. The characters were neatly aligned as though they were printed. The Sword Trial Pavilion was vast. Perhaps, this place was the location to select and test disciples. It was rather empty. Pavilion Master. Just as they arrived at the entrance of the pavilion, 10 middle-aged and old men stood in a row waiting for Lei Ying and greeted her when she arrived with the participants in tow. Lei Ying nodded slightly before she said to the 10 men, "Bring them into the pavilion." Although Duan Ling Tian and the other participants did not know why Lei Ying was not entering together with them, they obediently followed the 10 men into the Sword Trial Pavilion. After Duan Ling Tian and the others left, a tall young man dressed in blue robes flew over from the distance and landed next to Lei Ying. The young man had an ordinary appearance, but he had an aura about him that made him seem amiable and warm. He asked without beating around the bush, "Lei Ying, I heard there are 2 highly talented participants this time." "Shu Lang, you're really well informed." Lei Ying stared at the young man intently as she said, "The Sword Trial Pavilion wants both of them, so don't even think about poaching them." Shu Lang, the blue-clad young man, was one of the 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He was given the title Verdant Prairie, and as a titled Celestial Emperor as well, he was, naturally, not inferior to Lei Ying. Earlier, Shu Lang had received news about 2 monstrously talented participants who were not even 300 years but have strength comparable to a titled Celestial Lord. "Lei Ying, you're being too greedy." Shu Lang shook his head. "You must let me have one of them. Don't forget the favor you owe me 1,000 years ago." Lei Ying scoffed. "You shouldn't have brought this matter up. Hearing it again makes my blood boil. That brat you threw to me was a good-for-nothing troublemaker. He even ended up offending the Heavenly Emperor. If I didn't let him die a miserable death, the Heavenly Emperor would have been displeased with me." 1,000 years ago, during the disciple selection for the Heavenly Pool Palace, Lei Ying did not oversee the selection of the disciples. Instead, the task was passed on to the Vice Palace Master. There were a few participants with potential, but none as talented as the current ones. Since she did not oversee the selection, when the talented participants were finally accepted into the Heavenly Pool Palace, all the talented participants had been snatched away by others, including Shu Lang. As a titled Celestial Emperor, Shu Lang even managed to get 2 of the talented participants to follow him. When Lei Ying came to him to ask for one of the talented participants, he let one of the talented participants follow her. However, that participant was arrogant and unruly and ended up offending the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven when the Heavenly Emperor visited. When she saw how furious the Heavenly Emperor was, she personally killed the participant to save herself from trouble. "Lei Ying, that was an accident. When I let him follow you, I didn't know his personality and didn't know he would cause such a huge trouble, Shu Lang said slightly sheepishly, be honest. Did I hesitate when you asked me for one of the participants? This time, Lei Ying did not let Shu Lang finish his sentence. She interjected, both of them will watch them participate in the third test. If either one of them is willing to be your disciple, then I won't say anything about it. Don't worry, Shu Lang smiled confidently, as long as you're willing, I have my means. The reason Lei Ying did not enter the pavilion with the others was due to Shu Lang's message that asked her to wait for him. Now that both of them had reached an agreement, they entered the pavilion together. When Duan Ling Tian and the other participants entered the pavilion, they saw a vast and empty platform in the middle of the pavilion. However, when they turned around, they discovered the entrance had disappeared. At this moment, apart from Duan Ling Tian, the other candidates, and the 10 old men who led them onto the platform, there was no one else. Is this a little world? Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat. Soon after, he saw 2 figures in the distance. One of them was Lei Ying, and the other person was a young man whom Duan Ling Tian had never seen before since his arrival at the Heavenly Pool Palace in the Sword Trial Pavilion. Therefore, he had no idea who the young man was. However, for the young man to be able to stand side by side with Lei Ying, it was not difficult to guess that the young man's status in the Heavenly Pool Palace was on par with Lei Ying's status. While Duan Ling Tian was still mulling over the young man's identity, he heard someone say, in the Heavenly Pool Palace, there are only 2 young men who are Lei Yin's peers. Based on this person's appearance, he must be Shu Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. The person who had spoken was a middle-aged man. Duan Ling Tian remembered seeing him in the group of people between the ages of 900 and 1000. During the second test, the middle-aged man broke out of the attack formation right after the third person, Jun Hao Zan, came out. Jun Hao Xuan was placed behind Duan Ling Tian and Huaner during the second test. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, many of the participants whispered among themselves and looked at Duan Ling Tian and Huaner furtively. Shu Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. Why did he come? There has to be a reason why he's here. Would a titled Celestial Emperor come over here just to watch a show? He must have heard about those 2 people. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted as he thought to himself, another titled Celestial Emperor. 2 out of the 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace are here. Following that, Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to Huaner. Huaner, if Shu Lang came for either of us, I'll choose to follow Shu Lang at the end of the test. Meanwhile, if Lei Ying wants to accept you as her disciple, agree to it. Upon hearing these words, Huaner hurriedly replied through voice transmission, Brother Ling Tian, I don't want to be separated from you. Silly girl, we're not truly separated. We need as many advantages as we can get, and we need to use every advantage we have to investigate your parents' whereabouts, Duan Ling Tian replied. Huaner's brightened when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words, and she no longer protested. At this moment, Lei Ying, the merciless Celestial Emperor, the pavilion master of the Sword Trial Pavilion in the Heavenly Palace Pool, began to announce the third test. The third test is, similar to the first 2 tests, the participants would be divided into 10 groups again. Regardless of the number of people in each group, the last 10 men standing would pass the test. Survival of the fittest. Upon hearing Lei Ying's explanation, Duan Ling Tian finally realized for the third test they would have to battle their peers until only 10 people remained. The battle will take place one group after another. Those who are eliminated will be given a last chance to join the Heavenly Pool Palace through a resurrection match, Lei Ying continued to say. The group with the most participants was still the group of people under the age of 100, there were 116 participants in that group. This group would also be the first group to battle each other. All of them were determined to fight without holding back, hoping to be one of the remaining 10 so they could be disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Meanwhile, the other participants from the other groups watched the 100 over people on the platform, who were as quiet as a mouse, from the side and spoke among themselves in hushed voices. The competition in this group is intense. Only 10 are allowed to pass out of 116 people. This means 106 people will be eliminated. After getting the green light from Lei Ying, the 116 participants from the group of people below the age of 100 began to attack each other immediately with all their might. There was a lot hanging on the line, after all. Therefore, it did not take long before a few had already died. Upon seeing this, those who knew they did not stand a chance of winning hurriedly surrendered. After half an hour, there were only 32 participants left on the platform. All of them were scattered around the vast platform, looking at each other warily and fiercely. As Duan Ling Tian looked at the 32 participants, he asked Huaner, who do you think will definitely pass the test? I think it should be him, Huaner said as she looked at one of the participants who had performed brilliantly among the 32 remaining participants. Naturally, as outstanding as that person was, he was only slightly stronger than his peers. He could not compare to Duan Ling Tian and Huaner at all. I disagree. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. He had taken notice of the participant that Huaner had pointed out earlier. Although that person was the strongest among the 32 participants, he was too ostentatious and reckless. As it turned out, Duan Ling Tian was right. Apart from that person, among the 31 participants, more than 20 people joined forces to kill that person Huaner mentioned as a potential winner. Huaner was slightly taken aback by the accuracy of Duan Ling Tian's prediction. Upon seeing the surprise on Huaner's face, Duan Ling Tian patiently explained to her, Huaner, one must learn to keep a low profile unless one has absolute strength. If he had known to hide his strength and kept a low profile, there was no doubt he would have passed the test. After the strongest person from the group of people under 100 years old died, the other 31 participants began to fight each other again. In just a blink of an eye, many of them died. After another 15 minutes, only 10 participants were left. At this moment, Lei Ying turned to briefly look at a middle-aged man standing behind her and said indifferently, bring them away, and arrange for them to join the palace. Understood, Pavilion Master. The middle-aged man responded before he brought the 10 remaining participants from the first group away. Chapter 3261 Prodigious Disciples. After the 10 remaining participants from the under 100-year-old age group had been determined, they were led out of the sword trial pavilion to complete their registration to join the Heavenly Pool Palace. At this time, those in the group between the age of 100 to 200 had begun to prepare for the test. The number of people in this group was fewer than the previous group, but there were still roughly 100 of them. Begin. As soon as Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor and the pavilion master of the Heavenly Pool Palace's sword trial pavilion, finished speaking, everyone began to attack. Naturally, the participants were only allowed to use their celestial weapons. Celestial talismans were strictly prohibited. Those who broke the rule would be instantly killed. As time passed, the participants began to fall one after another. There were also some who surrendered. About half an hour later, only 20 people were left standing. It was also at this time that the battle intensified. Perhaps, they had learned from the mistake of the strongest person from the previous group. Everyone seemed to be holding back their strength and exhibiting roughly the same strength. However, as time passed, they gradually grew stronger and stronger. After a while, when a few participants exhibited more power, the others would join forces to take them down. In the end, 10 participants remained. At this moment, Lei Ying said, for those from the under the age of 100 group who were eliminated, you can choose to challenge any of these 10 people. If you win, you'll be able to join the Heavenly Pool Palace without taking any more tests. Those who were previously eliminated were naturally excited and eager when they heard these words. It did not take long before 2 participants under the age of 100 stepped forward to issue a challenge. However, both of them failed again. It was not surprising since the remaining 10 participants from the group between ages 100 to 200 were incredibly strong. It was a tall order for those below the age of 100 to succeed in this challenge. Following that, there were several more people who stepped forward. Similar to the first 2 participants, all of them failed. Finally, Lei Ying looked at those who were eliminated but were still alive and said indifferently, wait at the side. Someone will send you out once the 3rd test ends. Then, Lei Ying looked at one of the 9 elders from the sword trial pavilion and said, lead the 10 of them out to complete the registration. Finally, it was time for those between the ages of 200 to 300 to fight. Duan Ling Tian and Huaner both belonged to this age group. When everyone stepped onto the vast platform, the other participants were all looking at Duan Ling Tian warily with a hint of helplessness. It was only natural since they had witnessed the duo's outstanding performances during the first and second test. They were aware that even if they joined forces, they would not be able to defeat the duo. Moreover, the duo was clearly together, so they would definitely help each other out. Shu Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor, said to Lei Ying through voice transmission, I don't think anyone will dare to attack them. It's pointless putting them through the 3rd test. Indeed, Shu Lang was right. As soon as Lei Ying gave the green light for the participants to start, everyone began to attack, but they were also consciously giving Duan Lingtian and Huaner a wide berth. No one dared to attack the duo at all. They fought each other valiantly while the duo stood at the side peacefully. The sounds of thunderous attacks continued to ring in the air, but the attacks did not come close to Duan Lingtian or Huaner at all. With this, Duan Lingtian and Huaner, naturally, became the focus of everyone's attention. No one dares to attack them. Earlier, I heard that both of them injured an examiner who's a 6-combo celestial lord during the first test. With such strength, the others definitely won't stand a chance of defeating the duo even if they join forces. Who are they? Is it possible for a sectless cultivator to be this strong? To think they're so strong when they're not even 300 years old. There aren't many like them in the boundless heavens heaven-grade forces. They'll definitely be part of the young prodigies once they join the Heavenly Pool Palace. Many participants from the other groups who did not pay attention to Duan Lingtian and Huaner earlier learned about their terrifying strength at this moment. Finally, after about an hour had passed, only 10 people were left. Needless to say, Duan Lingtian and Huaner were part of the 10 participants. It was as though the other 8 people had tacitly agreed to leave 2 places for the duo. Lei Ying looked at those who were between the ages of 100 to 200 as she said loudly, similar to earlier, those who were previously eliminated may challenge any of 10 people here. If you succeed, you'll be able to join the Heavenly Pool Palace. The eliminated participants were reinvigorated. Although they knew their opponents were strong, they still wanted to try to join the Heavenly Pool Palace. Naturally, none of them planned to challenge Duan Lingtian or Huaner. They were not stupid and were aware of the duo's strength. Meanwhile, the other 8 participants were challenged one after another. However, at this moment a young man dressed in a luxurious robe sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian, trying to make a deal with him. Duan Lingtian, what if I challenge you, and you let me win? I'll give you an emperor-grade celestial weapon in return. What do you think? With your strength and talent, the Heavenly Pool Palace will definitely make an exception and accept you even if you lose. Emperor-grade celestial weapons. Duan Lingtian thought to himself disdainfully. He only glanced at the young man briefly before ignoring him. Upon seeing that, the young man sent a similar voice transmission to Huaner who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. Alas, she was even colder than Duan Lingtian. She did not even deign to look at him. Similar to before, nobody succeeded in their challenge. At this moment, Lei Ying said as she looked at an old man, Duan Lingtian and Huaner, stay back. The rest of you follow Elder Qian to complete your registrations. Follow me. The old man, Elder Qian, led the others away. Meanwhile, the third test was temporarily delayed by Lei Ying. She looked at Duan Lingtian and Huaner and smiled amicably as she said, Duan Lingtian, Huaner, would you like to follow me or Shu Lang? You don't have to acknowledge us as masters if you're unwilling, we can be your teachers. Based on her words, it was obvious Lei Ying had considered the fact that the duo might already have a master and did plan to force the issue with them. Since she did not deliberately lower her voice, those who were present heard her words as well. In just a moment, burning gazes filled with envy and jealousy turned to Duan Lingtian and Huaner. They whispered among themselves and waited for the duo's answers. Who would have expected this? Duan Lingtian and Huaner received invitations from 2 titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace before they even left the Sword Trial Pavilion. You know, there's only a handful of titled celestial emperors in the entire Heavenly Pool Palace. With their talents, it's not a surprise at all. Both of them are prodigies. I'm sure any one of the Heavenly Pool Palace's titled celestial emperors would be happy to accept them as disciples or students, right? Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was communicating with Huaner through voice transmission. Huaner, you should follow Lei Ying the merciless celestial emperor, and I'll follow Shu Lang the verdant prairie celestial emperor. This way we will have 2 means to look for your parents. Moreover, this also means we have the support of 2 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He had planned this since earlier. Naturally, Huaner agreed to Duan Lingtian's suggestion obediently. Since the duo was communicating via voice transmission, to Shu Lang and Lei Ying, it looked like they were hesitating. With that, both titled celestial emperors sent voice transmission to Duan Lingtian, promising him many things, in hopes that he would follow them. Naturally, if they had to pick between Duan Lingtian or Huaner, they would definitely pick Duan Lingtian. Moreover, it was obvious Huaner listened to Duan Lingtian. There was a high chance she would follow Duan Lingtian's decision. Senior Shu Lang, I'll join you, Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Shu Lang. Shu Lang's eyes brightened immediately while Lei Ying's smile froze. Then, Duan Ling Tian turned to Lei Ying and said, "Pavilion Master Lei Ying, Huaner will join you." Lei Ying's expression eased when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. After all, she was certain Huaner would follow Duan Ling Tian. "Shu Lang, you got the longer end of the stick," Lei Ying complained through voice transmission. Then, she turned to Huaner and said amicably, "Huaner, you can follow Shu Lang and Duan Ling Tian to complete the registration. I'll look for you once the test ends." After saying that, Lei Ying turned to Shu Lang and said, "Shu Lang, you should be fine with this arrangement, right?" "Yes, yes," Shu Lang laughed. Then, he motioned Duan Ling Tian and Huaner to follow him. After they left, the test began once again. Duan Ling Tian asked after leaving the sword trial pavilion, "Senior Shu Lang, the place we were at wasn't formed from a formation but a little world, right?" Shu Lang nodded. "That's right, it's a little world created by Pavilion Master Lei Ying." Chapter 3262 Shu Lang's Prodigious Disciples. The registration process to join the Heavenly Pool Palace was simple. Moreover, with Shu Lang, a titled Celestial Emperor, accompanying them, everything went smoothly. "This is the cultivation place of those under my care," Shu Lang, the verdant prairie Celestial Emperor, said as he led Duan Ling Tian and Huaner to another floating island. Then, he brought them to a vast mountain range where several courtyards could be seen. There were also a few cultivators flying in the sky. "I have 6 prodigious disciples. These people you see are their families and friends," Shu Lang said as he looked at the mountain range. "There are 10 peaks here. The tallest peak in the middle is my cultivation place. 6 of the other 9 peaks are already occupied by my prodigious disciples. You can pick any of the 3 remaining peaks as your cultivation place." After a moment, Shu Lang continued to say, "You can rest for a day or 2 before going to the sword trial pavilion to register for the assessment of prodigious disciples. Being a prodigious disciple in the Heavenly Pool Palace comes with a lot of benefits." Prodigious disciple. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. Previously, he had heard people talking about the prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, he was unaware that one would have to go through an assessment to become a prodigious disciple. "How do I pass the assessment?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. "By challenging other prodigious disciples of your age. It's similar to the disciple selections test. Those between 200 and 300 years old are considered a group. In each group, there will be 10 prodigious disciples. If you and Huaner want to become a prodigious disciple, both of you would have to challenge those 2 at the final place. You can check the ranking at the sword trial pavilion when you go there for your assessment," Shu Lang explained. "We'll go to my cultivation place for now. I'll summon my prodigious disciples and introduce you to them. The seniority of my disciples is based on when they joined me, unlike other celestial emperors who based seniority on strength." By the time Shu Lang finished talking, they had already arrived at his cultivation place. There is a wide platform and a palace at the highest peak of the mountain range. Shu Lang led the duo into the palace's main hall before he sent out a few messages. Soon after, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. A few figures appeared in the hall in just a blink of an eye. Someone chuckled, "Teacher, where did you find our 7th junior brother?" Following that, a fat man dressed in a red robe appeared. His features seemed like they were squished together due to the fats on his face. He looked around the main hall with his tiny eyes before he finally saw Duan Ling Tian. "Your 7th junior brother just joined the Heavenly Pool Palace today," Shu Lang said. At the same time, another 2 people walked into the hall. An elegant woman dressed in a blue robe with a gentle gaze looked at Duan Ling Tian. She was fairly beautiful. She greeted Duan Ling Tian immediately. "Hello, 7th junior brother, I'm your 4th senior sister." The other person was a young man dressed in black who carried a sheathed sword on his back. His expression was hard and cold when he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. However, his eyes seemed kind. He nodded as he said, "Hello, 7th junior brother. 7th junior brother, this is our 2nd senior brother. He's the strongest among us. Although he's not even 1,000 years old, he's already a powerful celestial emperor." The red-clad fat man said happily, introducing the black-clad young man to Duan Ling Tian. After that, he began to introduce himself. "As for me, I'm your 6th senior brother." After a beat, the red-clad fat man said with a grin, "If you can defeat me, you can call me by my name." At this moment, another 2 people appeared in the main hall. They were a beautiful woman with an alluring body who was dressed in a red robe and a young man who was dressed like a scholar. Are you our 7th junior brother? The red-clad woman with an alluring figure approached Duan Lingtian immediately. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock as the red-clad woman reached out and boldly tipped his chin up. Not bad, you're quite handsome. 7th junior brother, are you interested in embarking on an epic romance with your 3rd senior sister? The red-clad woman's actions annoyed Huaner, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. She scoffed before she tried to slap the woman's hand away. The red-clad woman was fast and moved her hand before Huaner could reach her. Yo, is this our sister-in-law? Sorry, I didn't see you earlier. However, why are you wearing a veil? As soon as she finished speaking, she reached out and removed Huaner's veil. With this, Huaner's peerless beauty was revealed to everyone in the hall. The main hall was as silent as a graveyard at this moment. The red-clad woman was the first to regain her senses. She exclaimed, I didn't expect to meet someone as beautiful as our eldest senior sister. No, I should say I didn't expect to meet someone more beautiful than our eldest senior sister. As soon as the red-clad woman finishes speaking, the black-clad young man scoffed, causing the red-clad woman to smile sheepishly. Then, she said apologetically, 2nd senior brother, I was just joking. It's a joke. At this moment, the young man who was dressed like a scholar smiled and said to Duan Lingtian and Huaner, 7th junior brother, sister-in-law, 3rd senior sister bears no ill intention. Anyway, I'm your 5th senior brother, Ouyang Qifei. Subsequently, Shulang the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor took over and began to formally introduce his prodigious disciples to Duan Lingtian. He pointed at the black-clad young man and said, Duan Lingtian, this is your 2nd senior brother, Lu Ji. Lu Ji nodded at Duan Lingtian with a stiff smile on his face. This is your 3rd senior sister, Hu Mei, Shu Lang said as he looked at the red-clad woman. Hu Mei winked at Duan Lingtian in response and only stopped joking around when she saw Huaner glaring at her. This is your 4th senior sister, Wen Waner, Shu Lang said as he turned to look at the blue-clad woman. Wen Waner nodded and smiled gently at Duan Lingtian. Her smile reminded one of the gentle spring breeze caressing one's face. Shu Lang looked at the young man who was dressed like a scholar and said, This is your 5th senior brother, Ouyang Qifei. He has introduced himself earlier. He's also the most normal among your seniors. As soon as Shu Lang finished speaking, the red-clad fat man feigned an exaggerated sad expression and said, Teacher, how can you simply make things up? You're my teacher, after all. Tell me, how am I, Hong Fei, abnormal? If you don't explain yourself, I won't let go of your thigh. As soon as he finished speaking, he rolled toward Shu Lang like a ball and really hugged Shu Lang's thigh. Get lost. As titled Celestial Emperor, it was naturally easy for Shu Lang to get rid of Hong Fei. A powerful energy surged out of his body and carried Hong Fei away, sending Hong Fei crashing against one of the pillars in the hall. A thunderous noise rang in the air, and it felt like the ground even trembled a little. Nevertheless, Hong Fei was fine. A dark yellow energy had shielded him. He continued with his act. Teacher, how can you treat me like this? The corners of Duan Lingtian's lips twitched as he watched the scene in front of him. It seemed like Shu Lang's prodigious disciples did not treat him like a master or a teacher, it seemed more like they were a group of friends. Little junior brother, are you curious why we act so casually? Hu Mei, the red-clad woman and Duan Lingtian's 3rd senior sister, asked with a smile. Actually, all of us respect him a lot. However, he's really down to earth and treats us like friends. We can't reject the only thing he asked of us. If you treat him like an elder, he would be unhappy. So just treat him like how you would a friend. Hu Mei, you're the one who corrupted Fatty, and now, you want to corrupt Duan Lingtian as well. Shu Lang said sternly. Even then, Duan Lingtian could tell Shu Lang was also playing along with them. It was obvious Shu Lang was not angry at all. At this moment, Wen Waner, Duan Lingtian's 4th senior sister, said with a gentle smile on her face, Little junior brother, you'd get used to this once you stay with us long enough. Although teacher is a titled Celestial Emperor, he's very friendly. Alright, Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, warmth inexplicably suffused his heart. For a moment, it felt like he was home. Perhaps, it was due to this group of people's interaction that was similar to how one would interact with one's family. During their journey here, Shu Lang had been rather serious. However, Duan Lingtian thought, perhaps, this was the only place Shu Lang could be himself. Hong Fei, Duan Lingtian's 6th senior brother, sighed before he lamented, now that we have a 7th junior brother, I'm no longer the baby of the group. I'm just the extra that no one loves. Fatty, you're wrong. It's not like anyone loves you even before 7th junior brother's arrival, Hu Mei said. Then, she sized Hong Fei up before she added, if you're as cute as your 7th junior brother, perhaps, I would have loved you. Alas, with your appearance, I just can't do it. Chapter 3263 Shocking News. Initially, Duan Ling Tian only joined Shu Lang to help Huaner discover her parents' whereabouts. However, he was now enjoying his time with Shu Lang and his prodigious disciples. After Hu Mei mocked Hong Fei, she moved closer to Duan Ling Tian. Her eyes darted between Duan Ling Tian and Huaner as she asked with a meaningful smile, little junior brother, tell me. How did you get such a beautiful woman? Third senior sister, are you always so straightforward? Although Duan Ling Tian knew Hu Mei bore no ill intentions and he knew she was just frank and direct based on the earlier spectacle, he was still embarrassed. Little junior brother, this is how she is. She bears no ill will. You'll get used to it, Ouyang Chi-fei said with a laugh. His gentlemanly behavior made him seem like a young teacher. All right, Duan Ling Tian nodded. He knew Ouyang Chi-fei's words were true. Little junior brother, I'll take my leave so I can return to cultivate. Let me know if you need anything, Lu Ji said with a rare smile on his face before he left like a bolt of lightning. In fact, there were faint flashes of lightning bolts around him when he moved. Based on this, it was obvious he had comprehended the law of thunder. Hong Fei's eyes looked even smaller as he laughed and said, little junior brother, what second senior brother means is you can look for him if anyone dares to bully you. Second senior brother is one of the 5 most powerful prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. They call him the Thunder Sword Celestial. Following that, Shu Lang spoke to Duan Ling Tian briefly before he returned to cultivate. After Shu Lang left, Duan Ling Tian continued chatting with his 2 senior brothers and 2 senior sisters who had yet to leave. With this, he slowly gained a deeper understanding of the Heavenly Pool Palace. The prodigious disciples in Heavenly Pool Palace were outstanding disciples below the age of 1000. After they passed the age of 1000, they would no longer bear the title of a prodigious disciple. For that reason, Lu Ji was also one of the 5 strongest people among all the disciples below the age of 1000 in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Little junior brother, since you have just joined the Heavenly Pool Palace, you haven't had time to register as a prodigious disciple, right? Wen Wanner asked with a faint smile on her face. That's right, Duan Ling Tian nodded. I plan to go have a look at the sword trial pavilion tomorrow. I heard from teacher that he wanted your lover to join us as well, but you asked her to join Pavilion Master Lei Ying. Is that true? Ouyang Fei-chi asked. Little junior brother, we've been chatting for so long, and yet, I still don't know how I should address your lover, Hu Mei said as she smiled at Huaner. Third senior sister, her name is Huaner, Duan Ling Tian replied. Huaner. Hu Mei studied Huaner again. She's really beautiful that it's almost unreal. If I didn't see her, I would have thought eldest senior sister is the most beautiful woman in the world. Eldest senior sister, Duan Ling Tian asked curiously, is she not in the Heavenly Pool Palace? That's right, Hu Mei nodded. If she was here in the Heavenly Pool Palace, she would have come to greet you if she knew we have a new little junior brother. She left to deal with some things. Hong Fei smirked and chimed in, little junior brother, eldest senior sister is no longer a prodigious disciple because she has passed the age of 1000. However, she's incredibly powerful. Before the age of 1000, she was the strongest prodigious disciple in the Heavenly Pool Palace. The strongest prodigious disciple in Heavenly Pool Palace. Duan Ling Tian was slightly startled by this revelation. This meant his eldest senior sister was once the most powerful person below the age of 1000 in the Heavenly Pool Palace. With this, his curiosity was piqued. He asked about his senior sister whom he had yet to meet, is our eldest senior sister truly so powerful? Hong Fei chuckled and said, when eldest senior sister returns, don't stare at her for too long. Otherwise, second senior brother will beat you up. Then, he said energetically, let me tell you a secret. Second senior brother likes our eldest senior sister, but she doesn't feel the same way. It is unrequited love. This is not a secret, all right, Hu Mei said as she rolled her eyes, there's no secret among us. You're just being gossipy. Then, she added with a laugh, nevertheless, you have to listen to eldest senior sister. It's okay for us to joke around with teacher or disobey him. However, you must always listen to eldest senior sister. This is because even teacher has to listen to eldest senior sister. Upon hearing Hu Mei's words, Duan Ling Tian grew even more curious and confused. Shu Lang, a titled celestial emperor, had to listen to his eldest senior sister. Upon seeing the confusion on Duan Ling Tian's face, Liang Qifei promptly explained, "Little junior brother, eldest senior sister is teacher's daughter." However, the matter isn't so simple. In fact, eldest senior sister doesn't really care about teacher, but he still tries to please her to make up for the past. We don't know what caused their strained relationship though. We suspect it had something to do with teacher's wife who passed away. After getting to know these people a little better, Duan Ling Tian finally could not help but ask, "Seniors, how many mastery stage profundities did the current strongest prodigious disciple comprehend?" Duan Ling Tian felt troubled by this matter. Only those below the age of 1000 could be a prodigious disciple in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He wanted to know how many profundities at the mastery stage did the strongest disciple below the age of 1000 comprehend. Little junior brother, apart from the thunder elemental profundity that can't be improved on, second senior brother has comprehended all 8 profundities of the law of thunder to the mastery stage. So what do you think? Hong Fei said with a smile. Duan Ling Tian was stunned by the reply. At the same time, it dawned on him how terrifying the prodigies from a heaven grade could be. Lu Ji was not even 1000 years old, but he was already a celestial emperor who had comprehended all of the profundities from the law of thunder to the mastery stage. After a while, Duan Ling Tian asked again, "Sixth senior brother. You said that second senior brother is among the 5 strongest prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Based on what you said earlier, does this mean the other 4 have also comprehended all their profundities to the mastery stage?" "That's right," Hong Fei nodded. "They aren't the only ones. There are a few more prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace who have comprehended all their profundities to the mastery stage." "Little junior brother, why do you ask? Could it be, did you also comprehend all your profundities to the mastery stage?" Hong Fei asked as his eyes widened in shock. "I heard from teacher that little junior brother injured a 6-combo celestial lord during the first test for the disciple selection." Liang Qifei stared at Duan Ling Tian intently as he said, "Moreover, little junior brother's cultivation base is only that of a 4-phenomenon celestial lord. That 6-combo celestial lord had comprehended 4 of the law of fire's profundities to the mastery stage. So little junior brother is extraordinarily strong. Fifth senior brother, how did you obtain this information from teacher?" Hong Fei looked at Liang Qifei in surprise. Liang Qifei seemed a little embarrassed as he said, "I was just curious about our little junior brother." "I think you're just curious about how teacher found little junior brother, right?" Hu Mei said as she rolled her eyes. With this, Liang Qifei grew even more embarrassed since his thoughts had been exposed. He hurriedly changed the topic and said, "It's not just that. I heard Huaner injured the 6-combo celestial lord as well." Upon hearing Liang Qifei's words, Hong Fei, Hu Mei, and Wen Wanner looked at Huaner in shock. They did not expect Huaner to be so powerful. Liang Qifei continued to say, "Don't underestimate her. Although she's not even 300 years old like our little junior brother, her cultivation base is higher than his. She's already a 6-combo celestial lord. So that's why teacher wanted her to join us as well. As it turns out, Huaner is as talented as little junior brother," Hu Mei said. "Wait a minute." Hong Fei looked at Duan Ling Tian and Huaner in shock. "Little junior brother, you and Miss Huaner aren't even 300 years old." With Hong Fei's words, Hu Mei and Wen Wanner, who had missed this point, finally reacted. Recalled this point which Liang Qifei but they had missed as well. Their little junior brother and his lover were not even 300 years old, and yet, they were already a 4-phenomenon celestial lord and a 6-combo celestial lord respectively. Moreover, they had defeated a 6-combo celestial lord who had 4 profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage. It seems like teacher really got himself a monstrous talent, Hu Mei said as she looked at Duan Ling Tian with bright eyes. She turned to Huaner and said, "Huaner, do you mind if your brother Ling Tian has one more woman?" Huaner immediately looked at Hu Mei warily when she heard those words. Upon seeing Huaner's reaction, Hu Mei laughed. She shook her head as she said, "I'm kidding. Just kidding. Look at how anxious you were." She felt as though Huaner was going to fight if she continued joking. Duan Ling Tian was filled with a sense of helplessness when faced with Hu Mei. He was afraid she would anger Huaner, so he quickly said before he left, "Seniors, I think we should return to our cultivation." However, inwardly, Duan Ling Tian was still in shock. I thought it's extremely rare that I managed to comprehend all of the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. Who knew that there are almost 10 people below the age of 1000 in the Heavenly Pool Palace who achieved the same feat as well? Chapter 3264 Lei Ying's Disciples. After leaving Shu Lang's cultivation place, Duan Ling Tian brought Huaner to one of the vacant peaks. The peak he chose was roughly similar to Shu Lang's cultivation palace, but everything here was covered in a thick layer of dust. However, he was not bothered by it. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind stirred up and blew the dust away, leaving the place dust-free. Although Huaner did not participate in the conversation earlier, she had been listening attentively the entire time. She asked, "Brother Ling Tian, who knew the prodigious disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace are so talented? There's a celestial emperor who's not even 1000 years old, and there are almost 10 people who have comprehended all their profundities to the mastery stage even though they're not even 1000 years old. Huaner, the Heavenly Pool Palace is a heaven-grade force. In Devata realms, there aren't that many heaven-grade forces," Duan Ling Tian said. During his journey here, he had been thinking about this matter. Although a heavenly emperor's force is above heaven-grade forces, it's only due to the existence of the heavenly emperor. What this means is that the disciples from heaven-grade forces aren't inferior to the disciples from a heavenly emperor's force. This also means that the disciples of heaven-grade forces can be considered as outstanding individuals in their own rights. Duan Ling Tian continued to say, "Moreover, think about it. The Heavenly Pool Palace has 100 prodigious disciples. There are 10 prodigious in each of the 10 age groups. Therefore, it's not strange that there are individuals who became Celestial Emperor before turning 1000 years old or comprehend all the profundities from a law to the mastery stage." After listening to Duan Ling Tian's words, Huaner fell deep into her thoughts. She found herself agreeing with Duan Ling Tian's words. "Huaner, although you've joined Lei Ying, the merciless Celestial Emperor, you still can cultivate at my place." "I don't think she'll have an opinion about it," Duan Ling Tian said. He was aware Lei Ying only wanted to recruit Huaner due to her talent and the high chance of Huaner becoming a prodigious disciple. Therefore, it would not matter if Huaner cultivated at Shu Lang's place or her place. After all, if Huaner wanted to betray Lei Ying, she would not have joined Lei Ying in the first place. Huaner had already shown her respect by agreeing to join Lei Ying. Someone with Lei Ying's status would not care about controlling their disciples. Instead, they cared more about their reputation. Therefore, he was sure it did not matter where Huaner cultivated. As long as Huaner performed brilliantly, Lei Ying would be happy. Moreover, as a titled Celestial Emperor, Lei Ying did not need any help or support from Huaner at all. Early the next morning, Duan Ling Tian made his way to the sword trial pavilion with Huaner. Yesterday, Shu Lang had already helped him and Huaner complete their registration. Therefore, the duo was now officially disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace. They had also already received their identity tokens that were now hanging by their waists. Apart from some forbidden areas, they were free to wander the Heavenly Pool Palace. As soon as Duan Ling Tian and Huaner arrived at the sword trial pavilion, Duan Ling Tian approached a pavilion elder. Coincidentally, it was one of the 10 elders whom he had met yesterday. Duan Ling Tian said, "We're here to challenge a prodigious disciple." The sword trial pavilion elder greeted Huaner first. "Miss Huaner." Only then did he continue to say, "There are 10 prodigious disciples in all the age groups. Since both of you aren't prodigious disciples yet, you can only challenge the person who's ranked 10th. If they don't respond to the challenge within 3 months, you will automatically replace them. Once you're ranked at 10th place, you can begin to challenge those who are ranked ahead of you." In fact, the sword trial pavilion elder explained the entire process to them patiently. It was clear he was afraid to offend Huaner, the newest disciple of the pavilion master of the sword trial pavilion. Duan Ling Tian asked, "What if I miss a challenge while I was away? Will I be replaced as well if I didn't manage to respond in time because I was away?" "Yes." The sword trial pavilion elder nodded. "If you're away for a long time, and you're no longer a prodigious disciple, you'll have to start all over again by challenging the person who's ranked 10th. Duan Ling Tian gained an understanding of how it worked with the elder's explanation. He did not waste time and bluntly said, "I want to challenge the person in 10th place from the group of disciples between the ages of 200 and 300. Give me your identity token, and leave your soul pearl with me. I'll contact the prodigious disciple you want to challenge. Once he accepts the challenge, I'll inform you of the time and place," the sword trial pavilion elder said. Then, He looked at Duan Ling Tian and explained to him, since you've issued a challenge, you're not allowed to leave the Heavenly Pool Palace or enter closed-door cultivation for 3 months. Do you agree? Very well. I'll inform you once I have news, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder said. Then, when he turned to look at Huaner who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, a smile appeared on his face as he asked, Miss Huaner, do you want to challenge a prodigious disciple as well? If there are 2 people from the same group issuing a challenge at the same time, the people who are ranked 9th and 10th would receive the challenge, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder said. Similar to before, he asked for Huaner's identity token and soul pearl. Miss Huaner, I'll contact your opponent immediately and get back to you when there's news, the Sword Trial Pavilion elder said to Huaner before he returned Huaner and Duan Ling Tian's identity order to them. Following that, he returned to work. Huaner, you have much more influence than I do in the Sword Trial Pavilion, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. It seems like my decision is right, sending you to the Sword Trial Pavilion. Based on what just happened, it seems like we won't have much trouble in the Sword Trial Pavilion. Duan Ling Tian and Huaner were just about to leave the Sword Trial Pavilion when Lei Ying returned. Senior, Duan Ling Tian greeted Lei Ying, and Huaner followed suit. During the tests, Lei Ying could tell Huaner was taciturn and rather aloof. Therefore, she did not take offense to Huaner's behavior. Finally, she said, Huaner, let me show you the cultivation places of my disciples. Lei Ying led Duan Ling Tian and Huaner to her disciples' cultivation places. It was located in a huge valley. There were many buildings in the valley and people could be seen flying in the sky. Apart from my prodigious disciples, the others are mostly their families and friends. I have 5 disciples, including you, Lei Ying said to Huaner. Under Lei Ying's lead, they arrived at a vast stone platform located halfway up a mountain. A majestic palace could be seen in the place. My disciples, seniority is ranked by strength. Huaner, since you just joined me, you're the junior. You'll have to address the others as your senior brothers or senior sisters. However, as long as you're strong enough, you can be the eldest senior strength if you want, Lei Ying continued to explain to Huaner. After a moment, Lei Ying sent a few messages out. Soon enough, 4 people arrived at Lei Ying's cultivation palace. Among the 4 disciples, there are 3 males and 1 female. Teacher. As soon as Lei Ying's 4 disciples arrived, they bowed at her respectfully. The atmosphere was solemn, the complete opposite of what it was like at Shu Lang's place. Huaner, this is your eldest senior brother, Examen Lin Jia, Lei Ying said as she looked at a tall and muscular young man with strong features dressed in a maroon robe. When Examen Lin Jia saw Huaner, his eyes lit up immediately. Although Huaner was wearing a veil, it could not conceal her beauty. At this moment, Lei Ying looked at an honest-looking gray-clad young man who resembled Lei Ying. This is your second senior brother, Lei Jun. He's also my only son. Hello, little junior sister. Lei Jun smiled at Huaner warmly. Then, Lei Ying turned to the previously only female disciple of hers. This is your third senior sister, Lingu Yuan. The woman was dressed in a green robe and had an average appearance. When she looked at Huaner, there was a hint of jealousy flashing in the depths of her eyes. Nonetheless, she concealed it rather well. Unfortunately, it did not escape Duan Ling Tian's notice. He thought to himself, women's jealousy is a really terrifying thing. Finally, Lei Ying turned to look at a short man who could possibly be a dwarf and said, "This is your fourth senior brother, He Wen." He Wen nodded at Huaner in response before he shifted his attention to Lingu Yuan. His eyes were filled with adoration and admiration when he looked at her. Lingu Yuan, who sensed He Wen's gaze, seemed slightly disgusted. At this moment, Lei Ying finally introduced Huaner to her 4 disciples. This is your 5th junior sister, Huaner. Don't underestimate her. Although she's not even 300 years old, she's capable of defeating a 6-combo celestial lord who had comprehended 4 of the Law of Fire's profundities to the mastery stage. She's also a 6-combo celestial lord. In fact, she's not necessarily any weaker than Lingu Yuan and He Wen. As she said these words, she shot a look at both Lingu Yuan and He Wen. A 6-combo celestial lord who hasn't even reached 300 years old. Lei Ying's words shocked her 4 disciples. After a few moments, Lingu Yuan stepped forward and smiled at Huaner as she said, "Little junior sister, you're rather strong. Would you like to spar with me? If you win, you can be the 3rd senior sister." Chapter 3265, The Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. Junior sister Lingu, you're over 700 years old, and you're an 8 trigram celestial lord. Isn't it unfair for you to have a duel with little junior sister? Lei Jun frowned slightly when he heard Linggu Yuan challenging Huoner to a duel. Second senior brother, didn't you hear master's words? Little junior sister isn't any weaker than he Wen and me. Don't you think you're worrying too much? Linggu Yuan said with a smile. Meanwhile, Lei Ying's response was different from Lei Jun. She turned to Huoner and asked with a faint smile, Huoner, your third senior sister wants to have a duel with you. What do you think? Lei Ying was not entirely certain of Huoner's strength. Since she wanted to see the extent of Huoner's strength, she was naturally not displeased by Linggu Yuan's request for a duel with Huoner. Alright, Huoner nodded. In that case, you may have a duel. Lei Ying's eyes lit up when she heard Huoner agreeing to the duel. Then, she led the others out of the pavilion and flew up into the sky above the valley. Duan Ling Tian and the others, naturally, followed suit. An 8 trigram celestial lord. As he was flying, Duan Ling Tian glanced at Linggu Yuan discreetly. Earlier, Lei Jun had said Linggu Yuan was over 700 years old and was an 8 trigram celestial lord. Based on this, he did not think it was likely that she had comprehended all the profundities from a law to the mastery stage. At most, she might have comprehended 7 profundities to the mastery stage. Even then, considering her relatively young age, the chances were not very high. It was more likely that she had comprehended 6 profundities to the mastery stage. Huoner, since she initiated the duel, there's no need for you to hold back. Do what you want, just don't kill her. Duan Ling Tian said to Huoner through voice transmission. He was aware of Huoner's true strength. She was definitely stronger than what she had shown so far. Her advantage was not her cultivation base or the profundities from the law of space that she had comprehended. Her advantage was the inherent techniques she was born with as 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. In a fight, Huoner was not a match for Duan Ling Tian if she did not use her inherent techniques as 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. However, if she used her inherent techniques, he thought it was likely that he would be defeated by her unless he asked for help from the 5 divine elements. With that, he would be able to see through her illusions. Okay, Huoner replied, Brother Ling Tian, I won't hold back because I don't really like her. A hint of glee flashed in the depths of Duan Ling Tian's eyes when he heard Huoner's reply. He knew someone was about to get unlucky. Huoner rarely got angry. However, when she was angry, it was not something anyone could bear. Duan Ling Tian was well aware of this. Meanwhile, Linggu Yuan looked at Lei Jun and asked through voice transmission, Second senior brother, do you have a crush on our little junior sister? What are you talking about? Lei Jun frowned. Then why did you take her side earlier? Regardless, I advise you to give up. Look at her. It's obvious she's wholeheartedly devoted to the man next to her, Linggu Yuan continued to say through voice transmission. A hint of laughter could be heard in her voice. Soon after, Lei Ying came to a stop on an empty ground. Then, Huoner and Linggu Yuan got into their positions and faced each other from a distance. Little junior sister, let me see how powerful you are, Linggu Yuan said with an insincere smile on her face. As soon as Linggu Yuan finished speaking, Huoner had already disappeared from where she had stood. Then, she reappeared behind Linggu Yuan. 9 spatial tears appeared in just a blink of an eye. Then, a gray saber ray shot out from each of the 9 spatial tears toward Linggu Yuan. Upon seeing this, Linggu Yuan instinctively moved to dodge the attacks. At the same time, Huoner used her powerful spiritual energy to interfere with Linggu Yuan. No, Linggu Yuan cried out in a shrill voice as she flew away like a gust of wind. Nonetheless, blood could be seen on the ground where she was standing earlier. It was clear that a few of the gray saber rays had landed on her. Was that a soul attack? Everything happened in a split second, even Lei Ying was stunned. She was not very certain since soul attacks were not her strongest suit. Nevertheless, she could still sense the fluctuations in Huoner's spiritual energy with her divine consciousness. Earlier, when the gray saber rays from the cross-dimensional profundity were about to land on Linggu Yuan, Lei Ying had already mobilized her celestial origin energy, preparing to rescue Linggu Yuan. However, this was not because she favored Linggu Yuan. It did not matter if it was Huoner or Linggu Yuan, she would save them if they were in danger. After all, she only had a handful of prodigious disciples. It was only natural that she did not want any harm to come to them. By now, Linggu Yuan should have stopped underestimating Huoner. Duan Ling Tian stood aside and watched indifferently. He could see that Ling Yuan had gotten injured because she had underestimated Huaner. Lei Jun was slightly surprised. Little junior sister is so powerful. That soul attack seems strange, Examen Lin Jia said as he narrowed his eyes. However, his expression remained dignified. Little junior sister, I've underestimated you. I won't hold back anymore, Ling Yuan, who had retreated quite a distance away, said coldly. At this time, the smirk on her face had completely disappeared. It was obvious from the look in her eyes that she was about to get serious. No one asked you to hold back, Huaner replied indifferently. Huaner's indifference and words felt like a slap to the prideful Ling Yuan. Ling Yuan swept out like a gust of wind toward Huaner. However, her attack missed. By the time she arrived in front of Huaner, Huaner had already disappeared from where she was standing. The two women kept going back and forth, one chasing as the other teleported away. It seemed like they were in a stalemate. Little junior sister, do you only know how to run away? Ling Yuan said impatiently. She was clearly annoyed by Huaner's continuous use of the teleportation profundity. For those who comprehend the law of wind, those who comprehend the law of space were their undefeatable rivals. Although Ling Yuan felt she could catch up with Huaner's speed, it would require more effort and time. She did not wish to waste any more time. I worry you won't last long if I stop teleporting, Huaner replied indifferently again. A slightly unnatural expression appeared on the others' faces, including Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian felt the corners of his lips twitch. He wondered when Huaner learned to talk like that. Moreover, her tone and words seemed rather familiar. It seemed like he had said something similar before. Show me. Ling Yuan was infuriated by Huaner's words. The sharp sound of wind whistling in the air rang in everyone's ears. At this moment, Huaner no longer used the teleportation profundity. Her eyes began to glow faintly as a huge silhouette of a fox appeared behind her. It was as huge as a mountain and emitted an icy aura. Then, without any warning, the eyes of the white fox silhouetted began to glow as well. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, watched as Ling Yuan abruptly came to a stop when she was near Huaner. Then, Ling Yuan began attacking the air. All her raging attacks missed again and again. An illusion. At this time, everyone could tell Huaner had cast some illusory techniques, and Ling Yuan was now caught in the illusion. Lei Jun and the others were still in shock while Lei Ying looked at the gradually disappearing silhouette behind Huaner. Is that 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox? As a titled celestial emperor, Lei Ying naturally knew about the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Foxes. Although the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox seemed to be just a legend due to their rarity, she knew about their characteristics. With this knowledge, even if Shu Lang wanted to trade Duan Lingtian for Huaner, Lei Ying definitely would not agree to it. In a fight, Huaner might not be as powerful as Duan Lingtian, but if Huaner used her skills as 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, Duan Lingtian might not be able to defeat Huaner. Most importantly, most of the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Foxes that had appeared had successfully transitioned into a god. More than 90% heavenly emperors can't even attain godhood. If Huaner really becomes a god, doesn't this mean that I, Lei Ying, would have a connection with a god? With this thought in her mind, Lei Ying felt Huaner becoming more and more pleasing to the eyes. When the silhouette of the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox disappeared, Ling Yuan finally came out of the illusion that Huaner had weaved. When she saw the unharmed Huaner, she said in disbelief, You're not injured. How could Ling Yuan not be surprised? She had seen Huaner retreating in a fluster under her raging attacks. She did not understand why Huaner was completely unharmed at this moment. After a while, she took a deep breath to calm down and prepared to attack again. At this moment, Lei Ying interjected, Enough. Then, she continued to say, 3, you've lost. If Huaner intended to kill you, you would have been dead by now. Chapter 3266 The Purple Thunder Celestial Fruit. Impossible. Ling Yuan looked at Lei Ying incredulously. She did not believe Lei Ying at all and suspected that Lei Ying was taking Huaner's side. Junior sister Lingu, Lei Jun said with a sigh, you were caught in little junior sister's illusory technique for about 3 breaths. During that time, she could have easily killed you. You'd be dead right now if this was a life or death battle. Not only did Ling Yuan doubt Lei Ying's words, but she doubted Lei Jun's words as well. However, when she saw Examen Lin Jia and He Wen nodding in unison, she realized Lei Ying was telling the truth. What kind of technique was that? Ling Yuan's expression was grim when she looked at Huaner. It was not the first time she had encountered an illusion. However, earlier, She did not detect any sign of being caught in an illusion at all. It was so real and detailed. In fact, Huaner's illusion mirrored reality so much that the only difference was Huaner, who looked like she was being attacked, was actually standing at the side and watching indifferently. It's only natural you can't see through Huaner's illusion, Lei Ying said before Huaner could reply. She glanced at Lingu Yuan as she continued to say, Huaner is a rare Thousand Phantoms ice fox that only appears once in 1,000,000 years in the Phantom Fox clan. In Devata realms, Thousand Phantoms ice foxes are considered divine beasts. A divine beast? Lingu Yuan, Lei Jun, and the others were stunned by Lei Ying's words. They had heard about the Phantom Fox clan. Although the Phantom Fox clan was not weak among celestial beasts, they were only a grade 1 force. However, none of them doubted the talent of an existence that only appeared once in 1,000,000 years, even if it was from a grade 1 force. They were actually more shocked by the fact that Lei Ying said a Thousand Phantoms ice fox was considered a divine beast in Devata realms. The divine beasts reigned supreme over all celestial beasts. If it lived to its full potential, it would even surpass 10 Directions celestial emperors, easily becoming an apex powerhouse in a Devata realm. How could Lei Ying's disciples not be shocked by this revelation? On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner remained calm. After all, it was not like they were unaware of this matter. In the past, he had asked her about the difference between a Thousand Phantoms ice fox and other celestial beasts, and she had told him that Thousand Phantoms ice foxes were not celestial beasts but divine beasts. Apart from that, even the world cleansing water had said Huaner was a divine beast when he first obtained it. At this moment, Lei Ying looked at Huaner and declared, since Huaner defeated my third disciple, Huaner will be third on the hierarchy instead. As for Lingu Yuan, she paused and looked at Lingu Yuan before she continued to say, you'll be my fourth disciples now, and he Wen my fifth disciple. As soon as Lei Ying finished speaking, Examen Lin Jia and Lei Jun instantly called out, third junior sister. Needless to say, Lingu Yuan was reluctant and begrudgingly called out, third senior sister. The jealousy in her eyes had grown even more intense when she looked at Huaner. This Lingu Yuan. Duan Ling Tian frowned when he saw the jealousy flashing in Lingu Yuan's eyes. He hoped Lingu Yuan would not do anything foolish such as causing trouble for Huaner. Otherwise, he would never let her get away with it. At this time, Lei Ying said to Huaner with a smile, Huaner, from today onward, you can cultivate here. Lingu Yuan became even more jealous upon hearing this. Prior to this, only her first and second senior brothers were allowed to cultivate at Lei Ying's cultivation place, where the heaven and earth spirit energy was richer than anywhere else in the valley. That's unnecessary. Huaner shook her head. I will cultivate together with brother Ling Tian. Huaner did not want to be separated from Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, her cultivation speed would be faster if she stayed by his side. Although Lei Ying's cultivation place was good, it could not compare to the heaven and spirit energy in Duan Ling Tian's little world that originated from the remnant of a realm of gods. The realms of gods were divine places. It was only natural that their heaven and earth spirit energies were superior to those in Devata realms. Alright, do as you wish. Lei Ying would have been quite displeased by Huaner's refusal if she was not aware that Huaner was a Thousand Phantoms ice fox. Moreover, even if she was displeased, there was nothing she could do about it. Currently, she was satisfied as long as Huaner acknowledged her as a teacher. She could use this relationship to build a better relationship with Huaner. After all, it would be beneficial to her in many ways if she could build a good relationship with a divine beast. Apart from that, if Huaner managed to become a god, there was a possibility she would receive enlightenment from Huaner and become a god herself. In Devata realms, it was the dream of all celestial emperors to become a god. Unfortunately, the chances were so slim that even among titled celestial emperors, the chances of becoming a god was only 0.1%. Following that, Lei Ying passed her soul pearl to Huaner and said, Huaner, remember that from now on, you're my student. In the future, if there's anything I can help you with, feel free to look for me. Let's exchange soul pearls. After Huaner and Lei Ying exchanged soul pearls, a celestial fruit that emitted a refreshing fragrance and had purple lightning bolts flashing around it suddenly appeared in Lei Ying's hand. Then, she said as she handed the celestial fruit to Huaner, Huaner, this is a gift from me. This celestial fruit is called the Purple Thunder Celestial Fruit. I came across it 1,000 years ago. The Purple Thunder Celestial Fruit. Upon seeing this, not only did Lingu Yuan grow even more jealous, but even the other disciples, including Lei Jun, looked at the celestial fruit enviously. the purple thunder celestial fruit was a grade 1 celestial fruit. It would boost the cultivation base of a celestial lord immensely. After a brief moment, Lei Jun and Examen Lin Jia no longer paid attention to the purple thunder celestial fruit. After all, it was useless to them since they were both celestial emperors. Thank you, teacher. Huaner's eyes lit up as she thanked Lei Ying. She knew the benefits of a purple thunder celestial fruit, after all. Huaner, from today onward, remember that you're my student. No matter what happens, you will have the support of Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, Lei Ying said seriously. Huaner nodded in response. Lei Jun said with a smile, Junior sister Huaner, if any of the prodigious disciples bully you, you can tell your second senior brother. First senior brother is over 1,000 years old, so he's no longer considered a prodigious disciple, but I'm under 900 years old, so I'm still a prodigious disciple. Thank you, second senior brother. Huaner nodded again. Apart from Linggu Yuan and He Wen, Lei Jun and Examen Lin Jia took the initiative to exchange soul pearls with Huaner before they bade farewell to each other. From the beginning up until now, Duan Ling Tian was aware that Lei Jun, Lei Ying's son, had been ignoring him. When he and Huaner left, he saw the jealousy that briefly flitted across Lei Jun's face. Huaner is too attractive. Duan Ling Tian shook his head helplessly. As a man, he naturally could guess Lei Jun's thoughts as soon as Lei Jun stood up for Huaner against Linggu Yuan. Apart from that, before the duo left, Duan Ling Tian could also see the cold and sinister light glinting in Linggu Yuan's eyes. Linggu Yuan better steer clear of us. Otherwise, I don't mind getting rid of her for good. Even in the Heavenly Pool Palace, a heaven-grade force, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner could kill a celestial lord like Linggu Yuan without leaving any evidence behind if they so wished. Huaner's illusory technique was impeccable as 1,000 phantoms ice fox. Coupled with Duan Ling Tian's camouflage technique, he was confident he could even kill an ordinary celestial emperor without leaving any traces behind, let alone someone like Linggu Yuan. After returning to Shu Lang's cultivation place, Huaner brought the purple thunder celestial fruit out and handed it to Duan Ling Tian. Brother Ling Tian, take this celestial fruit. Huaner, I understand your good intentions. However, this was given to you by your teacher, so it's better if you consume it, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Brother Ling Tian, my cultivation speed is already faster than yours. Moreover, the purple thunder celestial fruit won't boost my cultivation base as much as it would boost yours, Huaner said stubbornly. If you don't want it, I'll destroy it then. Seeing how resolute Huaner was, Duan Ling Tian was rather helpless. Since when did Huaner learn to act in this manner? In the past, this was how he had gotten her to share celestial fruits with him, since she usually refused to take his celestial fruits. It seemed like she had learned and mastered this trick from him. Duan Ling Tian, who had no choice but to accept the purple thunder celestial fruit, solemnly said, Huaner, let's make a deal. Whether it's you or I who obtain a celestial fruit in the future, let's just take turns to consume the celestial fruits. Alright, okay, brother Ling Tian. Hurry, consume the fruit and start cultivating. With the purple thunder celestial fruit and the heaven and earth spirit energy in your little world, you'll definitely break through and become a 5-element celestial lord soon, Huaner said with a smile. It's easier said than done. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. He had just broken through and became a 4-phenomenon celestial lord before joining the Heavenly Pool Palace. Therefore, he knew it would take a while before he would have another breakthrough and become a 5-element celestial lord even with the purple thunder celestial fruit. Just when the duo was about to cultivate, Huaner suddenly looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, Brother Ling Tian, I just received a message from a sword trial pavilion elder. Chapter 3267, The Prodigy Arena. As soon as Huaner's voice fell, Duan Ling Tian also received a message from the sword trial pavilion elder. The sword trial pavilion elder had informed Duan Ling Tian that the prodigious disciple between the 200 to 300-year-old age group who was ranked last had agreed to battle him in the Heavenly Pool Palace's Prodigy Arena after 3 days. Since Duan Ling Tian was the challenger, he did not have the right to choose the time. If he failed to show up during the fight, it would be ruled as him forfeiting the fight. My fight with that prodigy is in 3 days. What about you? Duan Ling Tian asked Huaner curiously. Mine is in 10 days, Huaner replied. 3 days passed in just a blink of an eye. Just as Duan Ling Tian and Huaner were about to leave Shu Lang's place, a voice rang in the distance. Hey, little junior brother. Wait for me. Duan Ling Tian stopped in his tracks and turned around. He saw a fat man dressed in a long green robe flying toward him at this moment. For someone his size, the fat man was rather quick. In a blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. While Duan Lingtian and Huaner were preparing to leave Shu Lang's cultivation ground, suddenly a voice rang from the distance. "Hey, little junior brother, wait for me. Sixth senior brother, how may I help you?" The fat man was none other than Hong Fei, Shu Lang's sixth disciple. "Little junior brother, I heard you have a battle in the prodigy arena today. How can I be absent from your fight? I'm not like your other seniors. They're all friendly to you, but during critical times, they're nowhere to be seen." Hong Fei said righteously with a straight face before he laughed. "Senior brother Hong Fei, how did you know I'm going to battle a prodigious disciple today?" Duan Ling Tian was surprised. After all, he had just received word about this from the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder 3 days ago. "Little junior brother, whenever anyone challenges a prodigious disciple, regardless if it was to become a prodigious disciple or to improve their ranking, the battle would be announced once it's confirmed. The information would be on public display in the Sword Trial Pavilion. Coincidentally, I saw the announcement for your battle when I went to the Sword Trial Pavilion 2 days ago," Hong Fei explained. Coincidentally, Duan Ling Tian looked at Hong Fei and smiled knowingly. "I guess it's really a coincidence that senior brother Hong Fei found out I have a battle against a prodigious disciple today. Alright, I admit it." Hong Fei knew he had been seen through by Duan Ling Tian, so he said seriously, "Little junior brother, I was just testing your reaction earlier. Frankly speaking, since you joined us, I've been going to the Sword Trial Pavilion to look at the announcements for battles between prodigious disciples. That's how I know you have an upcoming battle today with Huang Lunan, the person who's ranked last among the prodigious disciples between the ages of 200 and 300. Duan Ling Tian only shook his head helplessly. He had seen how shameless Hong Fei could be, so he did not believe Hong Fei's words. "Little junior brother, since you are new to the Heavenly Pool Palace, I'm sure you don't know the way to the Prodigy Arena, right?" Hong Fei asked when he saw Duan Ling Tian had no intention of continuing that topic. Duan Ling Tian nodded. "I'm planning to ask for directions." "That's unnecessary. As your senior brother, I'll lead you there," Hong Fei said with a smile. "The Prodigy Arena isn't located on the islands in the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. It's located in the sky about 10 miles north of the Heavenly Pool Palace. There are 3 rings in the Prodigy Arena that are shared by the Heavenly Pool Palace's prodigious disciples. Your battle with Huang Lunan is the only battle today. Anyway, although you're unknown because you've just joined the palace, and Huang Lunan's not particularly popular since he's ranked last among his peers, there would still be many disciples coming to watch the battle. However, usually, it's the ordinary disciples who would come to watch. Prodigious disciples rarely show up." They continued to chat until they finally arrived at the place that was 10 miles north of the Heavenly Pool Palace. On the way over, just as Hong Fei had said, they saw many disciples who were also making their way to the Prodigy Arena to watch the battle. At this moment, a slightly displeased expression appeared on Hong Fei's face as he said, "I, Hong Fei, can be considered rather well known in the Heavenly Pool Palace. I didn't expect these disciples not to recognize me." He was rather unhappy that none of the disciples had greeted him. The trio finally stopped moving once they entered the Heavenly Pool Palace's Prodigy Arena. The Prodigy Arena was suspended in the air and had 3 battle rings on 3 respective levels. A stone tablet with the words, "Prodigy Arena," could be seen in the middle of the arena. At this moment, there were at least 100 people who had already gathered in the arena. Moreover, it seemed like the number was still increasing. While Duan Ling Tian studied the Prodigy Arena, a disciple greeted Hong Fei enthusiastically, "Senior brother Hong Fei." Hong Fei nodded. He was delighted that someone finally recognized him. The gloomy expression on his face disappeared in just an instant. Unlike how shamelessly he behaved when he was with Duan Ling Tian and Huaner, his expression was solemn when he responded to the disciple. Meanwhile, a few disciples standing nearby shifted their eyes to Hong Fei when they heard the disciple greeting him. "He's Hong Fei. He's the weakest among all the prodigious disciples under Shu Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor, right? If I'm not mistaken, Hong Fei is ranked last in the 600 to 700-year-old age group. He has been kicked out of the prodigy ranking a few times, and it'd take a while before he made his way into the ranking again. Nevertheless, since he's capable of making his way back into a ranking, it means he qualifies as a prodigious disciple." Although the disciples discussed in whispered voices, their conversation clearly entered Duan Ling Tian and Huaner's ears. Both of them exchanged a look immediately as a small smile appeared on their faces. On the other hand, Hong Fei's expression darkened immediately when he heard the disciples whispering behind his back. He said angrily, "You foul-mouthed bastards. If you have the guts, why don't you fight me in the prodigy arena? I'll take on a few of you at a time. If you can withstand 3 strikes from me, I'll take it as a loss." The disciples froze, feeling embarrassed and at a loss over what to do when they realized Hong Fei had overheard their discussion. "Hong Fei, aren't you ashamed to be making a fuss over the ordinary disciples?" A loud and high-pitched laughter rang from the distance at this moment, helping the disciples to extricate themselves from the embarrassing situation. Soon enough, a skinny young man, the extreme opposite of Hong Fei's large and fleshy body, appeared in front of them. "Lu Jian, why are you here?" Hong Fei cocked an eyebrow when he saw the skinny young man. He did not expect to meet this person here. At the same time, Hong Fei sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. "Little junior brother, this is Lu Jian. We're in the same age group. I'm ranked 10th while he's ranked 9th. However, if it wasn't because I was unlucky previously, I would have defeated him and ranked 9th instead." Duan Lingtian did not take Hong Fei's words seriously. After all, he knew Hong Fei liked to boast and joke around. Naturally, he knew Hong Fei meant no harm with his jokes. In the end, he did not expose Hong Fei and just nodded imperceptibly in response. "I accompanied my junior brother here. After all, my junior brother, Huang Lu Nan, will be battling your junior brother," Lu Jian said. After a brief pause, he continued to say, "I just found out that the new disciple, Duan Lingtian, who challenged my junior brother is now a student of your teacher, Lord Shulang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. So, this must be Duan Lingtian, right?" After he finished speaking, he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian as he smiled disdainfully. "Are you looking down on my little junior brother?" Hong Fei asked in a lowered voice as a frown appeared on his face immediately when he saw the disdainful smile on Lu Jian's face. "I'm not looking down on him. However, he's a newbie. Even if he's talented, he should measure his strength before challenging a prodigious disciple," Lu Jian said airily. "A battle with a prodigious disciple isn't easy, after all. If he loses, he might be so traumatized that he doesn't dare to challenge another prodigious disciple again. Lord Shu Lang has 7 disciples now. Out of the 7, 5 of them are outstanding. Initially, there's only you, Hong Fei, the loser," Lu Jian said. Then, he glanced at Duan Lingtian and the disdainful smile on his face grew bigger as he said, "However, now, there's one more loser." Preposterous. Hong Fei was furious. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed for a second before he looked at Lu Jian with a faint smile on his face as he said, "It would have been better for you to keep these words to yourself until your junior brother, Huang Lu Nan, defeats me. Now that you've said these words, it'd be embarrassing for you if the outcome is different from what you expected." "That's right," Hong Fei chimed in indignantly. "Embarrassing." Lu Jian was briefly taken aback by Duan Lingtian's words. When he recovered his senses, he laughed. "Boy, you seem pretty confident. However, there has never been a lack of new Heavenly Pool Palace disciples who are overconfident. However, in the end, they were always beaten to a pulp." His eyes glinted coldly when he reached the end of his words. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.